In the old city, there exists a nefarious repair shop where each service is priced exorbitantly, yet countless patrons jostle to shower it with their money. The mech engineer exclaimed, "Boss, I wish to upgrade my entire mech. Provide me with the finest, and I shall remit the payment." The mechanic addressed Lin. "Master Lin, the miniature technology of the Celestial Forge has plagued us for many years. We humbly seek your guidance." The Daxia family declared, "Master Lin, name your price. We require mechs." A high-ranking member added, "Lin Tian, produce as much as you can. We shall purchase every unit." The Daxia military district inquired, "Lin Tian, would you be interested in expanding your business? Come assist us with that inept bunch." Lin Tian gazed at his soaring wealth, revealing his signature sly grin. "Excellent, excellent. Everyone line up, one by one, please." The nations of the Blue Star exclaimed, "Oh my, how can Daxia possess such advanced mech technology?" Until one fateful day, an interstellar invasion unleashed a myriad of Daxia mechs upon the Blue Star. The various interstellar factions pondered, "Are we invading them, or are they invading us? Quickly, shut the stargates. Those madmen from Daxia are back." The cosmic elites were baffled. How is it possible? While we are still researching mythological mechs, Daxia has already entered the era of super divinity. Daxia retorted, "Apologies, we have Lin Tian." Chapter 1. The Unreliable Malicious Owner. "Help! Help! Boss, please save me! Quick, rescue my elder sister." Two towering mechs, one black and one white, rushed into the dilapidated repair shop, carrying a nearly deformed red mech. "Ah, who goes there?" A young man in his early 20s, clad in casual attire, yawned and stretched as he emerged from the dim interior, clearly still in a state of slumber. The black and white mechs cautiously placed the red mech onto the workbench, retracting their own forms, revealing two boys of varying heights and builds. "Boss, please save my sister." The taller, leaner boy pointed at the damaged red mech, his voice quivering with emotion, on the verge of tears. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, stretched lazily, and finally turned his attention to the nearly wrecked red mech. Suddenly alert, he curiously inquired of the two, "Are you here to sell scrap metal?" Upon hearing this, the shorter, plumper boy grew frantic. "Boss, we are not here to sell scrap. We are here to save a life. My sister was battling a dominant beast when her mech sustained severe damage, and she is now trapped within the cockpit. She has fallen into a coma. We have no idea of her condition. Boss, please find a way to save her quickly. It may soon be too late." Hearing this, Lin Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully, surveying the red mech, whose four mechanical arms were nearly twisted and contorted. The most critical damage was to the cockpit and the heart of the furnace, both of which had been severely dented. What kind of beast could have caused this? It was utterly brutal. Lin Tian nodded. "Gentlemen, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Our shop offers a comprehensive service for mechs, guaranteed to satisfy. Please take a seat and rest. I shall attend to this momentarily." With that, Lin Tian nonchalantly approached the workbench, grasping an oversized chainsaw hanging on the wall. The chainsaw, over 2 meters in length, felt weightless in his hands. One hand grasped the handle while the other pulled the cord of the chainsaw, which emitted a ferocious growl as the chain began to spin. However, the scene appeared rather unsettling. The boys stared wide-eyed at the chainsaw in Lin Tian's hands, involuntarily swallowing hard. Boss, are you sure this is going to work?" They felt like they had entered the wrong establishment. Was this truly a repair shop? How could they entrust their sister's safety to this seemingly erratic proprietor? Yet, this was the old city, and returning home would be too far. Moreover, their sister might not be able to hold on much longer. Lin Tian brandished the chainsaw, a confident smile gracing his face. Why wouldn't it work? This will be quite the spectacle. Just watch. With that, he revved the chainsaw and began gesturing toward the red mech on the workbench. The incessant buzzing filled the air. "Ah, this angle is just perfect." In the next moment, with a cacophony of clattering sounds, the seemingly indestructible crimson exoskeleton of the mech was sliced open as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The stout and slender youths widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lin Tian and, more specifically, the chainsaw in his grasp, as if they were beholding a monster. Could it truly be? Was dismantling a mech not supposed to involve the careful removal of each individual part? Yet here he was, cutting it open directly. And what of that chainsaw? How could a mere tool for sawing would so effortlessly cleave through a mech? This revelation shattered their previous understanding. They had initially thought they were hastily seeking help from a random repair shop, but it appeared that the proprietor possessed remarkable skills. As the entire mech was severed in two from the cockpit, a young girl, ensnared by control sticks and neural connectors, was revealed, unconscious, in the middle. "Sister." The stout and slender young man hurriedly approached to lift the girl from her seat. She's fine. She merely experienced a mental shock and has fainted. She will awaken after a brief rest. Lin Tian switched off the chainsaw and hung it back on the wall. Upon hearing this, the two youths exhaled in relief. If anything were to happen to their sister, how would they explain it to her family? Thank you, boss. They bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Although their manner was somewhat peculiar, he had indeed saved their sister. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. It will be 10,000 star coins. Would you prefer super trust payment or cash? The two youths were visibly taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Boss, 10,000 star coins? For merely slicing open a mech, was it truly worth such an exorbitant sum? Moreover, they had rendered the mech utterly useless, with no hope for repair. Not only did they lack such funds, but even if they did, they could not afford to be taken advantage of. In an instant, they had mentally branded the individual before them as a greedy proprietor. What? Do you believe your sister's life is not worth 10,000 star coins? Lin Tian regarded the two youths with skepticism. Typically, those capable of piloting mechs were not impoverished individuals. Furthermore, that crimson mech was among the highest tier of yellow-grade mechs. It was worth several 100,000 star coins. The slender youth quickly waved his hand with a smile. No, boss. Do you think this mech has any chance of being repaired? If so, could you kindly restore it? Once the sister awakens, she will pay you. She is wealthy. However, Lin Tian shook his head. Repair? What purpose does that serve? Even if it were repaired, it would merely be a heap of scrap metal, a worthless piece of junk. I could simply forge you a brand new one instead. The two youths were once again taken aback. Scrap metal? This was the most superior mech among the yellow-grade models, and the proprietor had the audacity to call it garbage? Were they lacking in experience, or had the boss truly lost his mind? Moreover, if they were not mistaken, this was a repair shop, albeit a rather dilapidated one, and not a mech center. Crafting mechs was a task only accomplished by skilled engineers. Engineers and repairmen were entirely different entities. The former could design, create, modify, and upgrade mechs, representing one of the most esteemed yet scarce professions in this world, revered by countless individuals. Conversely, repairmen were responsible solely for mending damaged mech components and replacing certain mechanical parts. They could be said to possess knowledge of repairs rather than an understanding of mechs, a profession that had emerged due to the scarcity of engineers, although they were still well regarded among mech pilots. Particularly, those advanced repairmen, after extensive exposure to various mechs, had acquired some understanding of mech principles, enabling them to perform more precise repairs. Boss, are you certain you can craft a mech here? The slender youth sought confirmation, as he genuinely could not perceive how such a worn-down repair shop could possess the capability to create mechs. The seemingly unreliable proprietor before them appeared to have little connection to the world of engineers. Chapter 2. The Mecha Era, Tiny Technology of the Heavenly Furnace. Lin Tian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Naturally, our establishment prides itself on integrity, never resorting to deceit. Behold, a beam of light projected onto the wall, revealing a series of mecha projects. The yellow tier, Taishan Mechanical Arm, 500,000 star coins. The yellow tier, Blazing Mechanical Arm, 666,000 star coins. The yellow tier, Colossal Mechanical Arm, 888,000 star coins. The yellow tier, Lava Heart of the Furnace, 3 million. The yellow tier, Thunderstorm Heart of the Furnace, 4,994,000. The yellow tier, Life Heart of the Furnace, 6,000,000. The yellow tier, Armor System, 1 million. The yellow tier, Weapon System, 2 million. The yellow tier, Control System, 5 million. And complete mecha sets. The yellow tier, Thunderfire Mecha, 5 million star coins. The yellow tier, Extreme Vanguard Mecha, 5 million star coins. The yellow tier, Overlord Mecha, 5 million star coins. The two youths widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Lin Tian. Boss, you cannot be serious? These prices are outrageous. Their astonishment was warranted. Even ordinary yellow tier mechas hovered around 100,000, affordable for most, while even the top tier models barely exceeded a few 100,000. Yet here, the prices were astonishingly inflated by over tenfold. Absurd. Lin Tian smiled confidently, assuring them that our products are of unparalleled quality, boasting top-tier attributes in every regard. Furthermore, these yellow-tier heavenly mechas are compatible with the heavenly furnace, justifying their higher cost compared to nuclear-powered mechas. After all, one gets what one pays for. With a grand gesture, he summoned forth a projection of a blue mechanical heart, crackling with electric energy like a thunderstorm, radiating unparalleled, terrifying power, the thunderstorm heart of the furnace. a variant of the heavenly furnace heart. Inspired by the celestial thunder, it could autonomously absorb dark matter from the surrounding environment to replenish energy, eliminating the need for spiritual energy or monster core refinement like its nuclear counterparts. It possessed unmatched explosive power and sustained combat capability, particularly during thunderstorms. As his words faded, the two youths stood spellbound, staring at the heart resembling a living organ. Is this truly the heavenly furnace? And so diminutive? Impossible. Boss, you must be deceiving us. No nation, not even the Great Xia, has mastered the technology of a miniature heavenly furnace. How could you have possibly created one so small? The technology for the miniature heavenly furnace is a dilemma that the world grapples with. In 2125, a catastrophic radioactive disaster erupted on Blue Star, leading to the mutation of beasts into colossal forms, heralding the era of giants. Humanity faced monumental challenges as civilization crumbled under the onslaught of these behemoths, with many small to medium nations vanishing from history, while even great powers teetered precariously, constantly threatened by the giants. As time passed, the giants grew increasingly powerful through mutual consumption, especially the Lord and Overlord-level beasts, rendering humanity's finest weapons and nuclear arms nearly ineffective. Just as humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, the Great Xia finally achieved a revolutionary breakthrough in technology, producing the first-ever nuclear-powered mecha in human history, the Tiangong Xuanwu mecha. Standing at a staggering height of 100 meters and weighing 120 tons, it was equipped with the most advanced weapon systems of the Great Xia, single-handedly keeping the giants at bay. Following this, the Tiangong series mechas, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, Taotai, and Qilin, were successively developed, driving the giants back into the depths of the sea and mountains. Thus, humanity enjoyed nearly a century of tranquility. During this century, scientists in the Great Xia pioneered the exploration of a new energy source known as the spiritual energy factor, leading to the creation of the first heavenly furnace heart, replacing nuclear reactors and completely resolving energy issues. Mecha technology experienced an epic transformation, evolving from nuclear-powered to heavenly mechas, gaining a unique mecha skill derived from celestial energy. However, the miniaturization technology for the heavenly furnace remained elusive, resulting in the continued reliance on nuclear reactors for both yellow and Xian-tier mechas. Humans themselves were unable to harness or even perceive the unique celestial spiritual energy factors. Yet, through their symbiosis with mechas, mecha masters could receive feedback from the mechas, becoming empowered by the celestial spiritual energy factors, awakening innate mecha cultivation talents, and creating a space within themselves to store and nurture mechas for immediate summoning. Thus, the current system of mecha master cultivation was established. Yellow tier, Xian tier, Earth tier, and Heaven tier mecha masters, with each tier subdivided into novice, intermediate, advanced, and elite levels. Giants were similarly categorized by height, weight, and comprehensive data into yellow tier, Xian tier, Earth tier, and Heaven tier giants. Each tier of giants was further classified into ordinary giants, Lord-level giants, and Overlord-level giants based on their strength and lineage. This was akin to the natural dominance of lions and tigers, regardless of their tier, as they were inherently superior beings, with even some ordinary higher-tier giants refraining from challenging them. This unprecedented transformation heralded the arrival of the mecha era. Lin Tian nodded, smiling. So, will you opt to forge a heavenly mecha, or shall we repair this heap of scrap? The tall, thin youth's eyes sparkled. Boss, why not attempt to forge a heavenly mecha? If it's genuine, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, no harm done. At worst, we simply won't return to this dubious establishment. Furthermore, if it truly is a yellow-tier heavenly mecha, I am certain my sister would be more than willing to pay for it. I am quite the clever one. Very well then, please wait here. It won't take long. With that, Lin Tian plunged into another operation room. As the heavy iron door closed, the two youths were enveloped in a complex mixture of anticipation and anxiety, tinged with excitement. If true, they might have stumbled upon a monumental secret. This proprietor before them could very well have cracked the code of miniature heavenly furnace technology. Clang. Approximately half an hour later, with a resounding clang, the door to the operation room swung open, revealing a red mecha being pushed out by mechanical arms. Wow, that was quick. The two youths were left speechless, astonished. Who completes a mecha in half an hour? Meanwhile, the girl, who had long since awakened, dashed forward excitedly, gazing at the mecha that mirrored her Star Moon mecha. Diving into the cockpit, during that half hour, upon awakening, she had learned the details of the situation. Thunderous roars erupted as the entire furnace heart seemed to ignite. enveloping the mecha in arcs of blue lightning. Excitedly, the girl exclaimed, "Wow, this is truly extraordinary. This cockpit is a marvel compared to nuclear-powered mechas. This is simply garbage. I feel invigorated. If I encounter that giant beast again, I could surely sever its head." "Boss, you are nothing short of incredible." The girl piloted the mecha outside, executing a series of fluid punches that shook the ground with reverberations. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something and exclaimed, "Oh my heavens, this is indeed the heavenly furnace heart. It's astonishing that a yellow-tier mecha can actually house the heavenly furnace. This is simply unbelievable. Boss, you are remarkable. Do you realize you have conquered a challenge that the entire world has been unable to surmount? The miniature heavenly furnace technology." At this moment, Lin Tian approached the mech with a smile, exclaiming, "Of course, our products are nothing short of exquisite. How do you find it? Are you satisfied?" "Absolutely. I am more than satisfied." "Boss, transfer the funds quickly." Chapter 3. The Infinite Chaotic Mech. "Uncle, I've transferred 5,100,000 to you." The young girl, Qin Ruoshu, paid without hesitation, seemingly anxious that he might reconsider. Accompanied by two young boys, she swiftly piloted the mech away, disappearing in a heartbeat. This was indeed a monumental profit. She now possessed a heavenly mech capable of harnessing celestial energy for combat. She felt entirely confident in her ability to contend with a Dominator-level behemoth. Moreover, she had uncovered an astonishing secret. A humble mech repair shop owner had conquered the intricate technology of the Heavenly Forge. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation worldwide. Lin Tian gazed at the fleeting crimson figure that had vanished into the ruins, and then at the additional 5 million star coins in his balance, feeling thoroughly pleased. Just then, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your first task. You have been rewarded with a piece of infinite chaotic divine iron, which has been placed in your system space." Lin Tian raised his brow, a rush of joy surging through him. "Dog system, you finally came through. I thought you had malfunctioned." Ever since the invincible Mechs system had awakened and bound to him, it had only provided him with a beginner's gift pack and an initial task, remaining silent thereafter. He had feared it might be a one-time system. The beginner's gift pack yielded 2 items. The first awakened his mech cultivation talent and granted him 3 innate abilities. Innate Ability 1, Perfect Control. He could perfectly synchronize with any mech, unleashing its full potential to a degree of even 200%, achieving seamless harmony between man and machine. Innate Ability 2, Super God Consciousness. This formidable ability bestowed upon him an almost divine assistance in the creation and modification of mechs, enabling him to control them with extraordinary finesse. It encompassed superlative mech piloting skills, combat techniques, and reaction times, allowing him to instantly comprehend a mech structure, principles, and flaws. These 2 abilities propelled him from a novice to a transcendent creator and pilot of mechs. Innate Ability 3, Unity of Heaven and Earth. The mechs he crafted would have the opportunity for a singular feedback of heavenly energy to refine themselves, unlike others that progressed gradually. For instance, while he created a complete yellow-grade mech, his physical attributes would concurrently be refined to the yellow-grade level. The feedback of heavenly energy depended on the strength of the mech itself, as the disparity between yellow grades was considerable. Of course, the mechs he created had to pass the system's evaluation to be deemed qualified. Moreover, physical attributes included mental strength and physical resilience. Mental strength enabled a mech summoner to connect with the mech's control center, achieving a true union. The stronger the mental fortitude, the more powerful the mech he could control, and the greater the combat prowess he could unleash. Simultaneously, summoning a mech from the mech space could be accomplished with mere thought, significantly reducing hassle. The robust physical attributes ensured greater safety within the cockpit, enhancing resistance to pressure and minimizing damage during combat or overload, thus better safeguarding oneself. The second item was a data packet, complete compendium of yellow-grade mechs. Upon opening it, all knowledge was instantly infused into his mind, granting him the ability to craft the entire series of yellow-grade mechs. He subsequently retrieved the piece of primordial chaotic divine iron from the system space. With a clang, a 1-meter square silver object crashed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble, leaving a deep indentation in the metal flooring. Goodness, how heavy is this thing? He quickly opened the accompanying manual and was immediately struck with excitement. Name: Infinite Chaotic Divine Iron. Level None. Properties: capable of devouring all metallic minerals, with infinite growth and possibilities. Wow, this item perfectly corresponds with the top-ranked Infinite Chaotic Mech in the complete compendium of yellow-grade mechs. Ha ha! My mech is finally within reach. System. Well done. Just as Lin Tian mentally praised the system, its voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your wealth has surpassed 1 million, meeting the conditions for system upgrade. Would you like to spend 1 million wealth to upgrade the system? Lin Tian was taken aback. The system required an upgrade, and it needed to cost him money? Bah, dog system. He muttered internally, yet curiosity compelled him to inquire. What benefits does the upgrade confer? Host, version 2.0 of the Invincible Mech system will unlock the Mall module, allowing you to purchase the complete compendium of profound-grade mechs, and also materials unavailable on Blue Star. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. System, do you have ready-made mech for sale? A bold idea surged within him. If the system offered ready-made mechs, he could exchange them and then resell them at a premium for profit. However, the system's response doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Host, this system is the Invincible Mech system, dedicated to nurturing invincible mech mechanics and pilots, not a mere reseller of mechs. The system emphasizes that only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one command respect. Wealth is merely a bonus for the strong. Lin Tian pondered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. You're quite perceptive, system. In this perilous era, facing the threat of colossal beasts or even human attacks, one must possess means of self-preservation. Wealth is fundamental to his strength, but it is not the ultimate goal. Well then, it seems it is time for me to begin crafting my own mech. Infinite chaotic mech, here I come. In the ruins of a city, for Mechs, each of vibrant hue and towering 7 to 8 meters high, raced through the debris. One mech appeared to be missing a mechanical leg, desperately supported by 2 others as they sprinted wildly. Another black mech, trailing behind, occasionally fired shots backward, while a massive black-striped leopard, nearly 12 meters tall and 30 meters long, pursued them with astonishing speed, deftly evading the energy blasts. From within the black mech, a weary voice of a burly man rang out. Strong brother, you 3 go ahead. This creature is far too fast and agile. I'll hold it back. You must escape. His words instantly ignited opposition among the 3 ahead. What nonsense! That leopard is a dominant existence among yellow-gray behemoths. Staying behind means certain death. We're not leaving you. We'll fight this beast together if need be. Enough chatter. We must run. As long as we escape this area, we will be safe. Chapter 4. The Terrifying Power of the Heavenly Mech. Oh no, its speed is increasing. As the group frantically piloted their mechs to flee, the leopard's eyes glinted with ferocity. Its markings flickered, and its massive form closed in on them like a phantom. Faced with the imminent threat, the group steeled themselves, deciding against retreat. They could perish from exhaustion if they continued to flee. Fight! What is there to fear? Chower, you handle long-range support since you're at a disadvantage. Depang, assist from the side, but be wary of this creature's ambush. Heisey, I'll take the lead. You find an opportunity to unleash a barrage at this beast. In a flash, the Vice Captain Ji Donglai had already assigned the combat tasks. While he swiftly drew the massive blade from the back of his mech and soared into the air, bringing the weapon down upon the approaching phantom. The other 3 members coordinated seamlessly. Zhang Chao, having lost a leg, was forced to sit on the ground, his mech S2 dart cannons rotating into position. Locking onto the cheetah, without hesitation, and unleashing a barrage of fire. 2 terrifying energy projectiles erupted simultaneously, effectively sealing the cheetah's escape route. The hefty, 10-meter-tall, earthy yellow mech occupied a defensive stance, shielding half of Zhang Chao's body, prepared for any sudden assault from the cheetah. This defensive heavy mech was ill-suited for high-speed combat, relegating it to the role of a meat shield for passive defense. Meanwhile, the black mech transformed its arms, revealing 6 ominous gun barrels, which unleashed a relentless hail of bullets, weaving a dense net of fire towards the cheetah. With a thunderous impact, Ji Donglai's powerful strike missed its mark, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Explosions of sparks erupted against the cheetah's colossal frame, momentarily halting its advance. However, it swiftly retaliated, swiping Ji Donglai aside with a claw and charging towards the 2 hefty figures, its eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Ji Donglai crashed heavily into the ruins, calling out, "Fatty, be careful, it's coming for you." Despite having encountered the beast briefly before and recognizing its formidable nature, he had underestimated its cunning. Truly, it was a dominant beast. Remarkably, it remained unscathed amid a barrage of fire, its defense proving almost otherworldly, and its speed and strength were astonishing. The weapons in their hands could hardly inflict significant damage. Not far away, Fatty seemed to have anticipated this moment, stepping forward to shield Zhang Chao with his mech. A massive, earthy shield appeared before them. The cheetah collided with the shield, the force of the impact sending both mechs flying. With a triumphant roar, the cheetah leaped, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming to tear apart Zhang Chao's mech and devour its flesh. "It's over," was the last thought that flashed through Zhang Chao's mind as he closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable demise. He understood that his mech could not withstand the cheetah's lethal claws, having lost an arm to it before. Just as despair enveloped them, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Beast, you seek death." A brilliant blue beam, crackling with lightning, shot through the void, striking the cheetah. It let out a bone-chilling shriek as its massive body was pierced by the beam, leaving a gaping black hole from which its innards seemed to evaporate. The cheetah tumbled into the ruins, its fierce gaze now tinged with fear as it beheld the approaching red mech. The four survivors, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Sister!" Two black and white mechs rushed from a distance, pulling Zhang Chao from the debris, and regrouping with Ji Donglai and Haizi. "Chao, are you all right?" Zhang Chao shook his head. "I'm fine, just drenched in cold sweat." They all cautiously surveyed one another, standing vigilant, then turned their attention to the red mech advancing towards the cheetah. "Sister, be careful. That beast is exceptionally cunning." However, the next moment, those in the cockpit widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The blue lightning flickered atop Qin Ruoshue's mech, which transformed into a streak of lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the retreating cheetah. "My goodness, when did she become this fast?" one exclaimed. "Did you notice? Sister's mech seems different somehow, but I can't pinpoint how. It's just so cool and imposing." Ji Donglai narrowed his eyes. "No, your focus is rather simplistic. That blue beam was terrifying. It severely injured the cheetah with a single strike. Did you not find that energy fluctuation vaguely familiar?" At his words, the others gasped in shock. "No way. I thought I was the only one sensing that. It felt like the energy of heaven and earth." "So you thought the same?" Ji Donglai's eyes shone with astonishment. "Indeed, it is the energy of heaven and earth." The sheer destructive power unleashed in that instant was staggering. Could it be? This is the energy of heaven and earth. Only the heavenly mechs paired with the heavenly furnace can wield it, and only earth and heavenly mechs can be equipped with such a furnace. When did our sister become an earth-level mech master? Boom! Just as the four debated, Qin Ruoshue's fist connected with the cheetah's head, sending it staggering backward. The blue lightning surged across its body, causing it to convulse. Ji Donglai marveled at the flickering blue energy enveloping the red mech, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it's the heavenly furnace. Sister is utilizing lightning attribute energy. Her core power furnace has been upgraded to a lightning attribute heavenly furnace. The revelation sent chills down the spines of the three. They knew their sister was wealthy, but they hadn't anticipated her to be this extravagantly equipped. An earth-level mech paired with the heavenly furnace was simply incredible. They realized that a single heavenly furnace meant not only comprehensive enhancements for the mech, but also accelerated cultivation and easier breakthroughs for the mech's owner. After recovering from their shock, Zhang Chao voiced his confusion. But wait, how could an earth-level mech possibly support a heavenly furnace? Wouldn't the system collapse? Could it be that our mother has made a breakthrough in her technology? Ji Donglai shook his head. "I don't know, perhaps." Boom! The already severely injured cheetah was now at the mercy of Qin Ruoshue, who unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike met with agonized howls from the beast, until its head was left a bloody mess, lifeless on the ground. In a swift motion, her mech's right arm transformed, wielding a blue energy sword crackling with lightning, cleaving the cheetah's head in two, a black sphere the size of a fist rolling onto the ground. By this time, Ji Donglai and the others had approached, giving Qin Ruoshue a thumbs up. "Sister, you were absolutely incredible. That was a yellow tier dominant beast." Chapter 5. Lin Tian's mech breaking the limits. Upon returning to their base, the four could no longer contain their curiosity and voiced questions that had been building up throughout their journey. "Sister, about your mech." As soon as this was mentioned, Qin Ruoshu beamed with delight. Nodding, "As you have seen, I have upgraded my mech to a heavenly mech. Indeed, it is exactly as you imagined, equipped with a yellow tier heavenly furnace." Upon hearing this, the four stared wide-eyed with disbelief, with Fatty exclaiming, "How is that possible? A yellow tier heavenly furnace? Is there even such a thing?" Others shared the same perplexity in their hearts. It was not their ignorance that was to blame, but rather the mechanized knowledge they had been exposed to. The heart of the heavenly and earthly furnace is a formidable core exclusively matched with machines of the earth and heaven tiers, and only these two levels of Mechs can accommodate it. Currently, the world has yet to unravel the miniature technology of the heavenly and earthly furnace. The larger versions of this heart are utterly incompatible with Mechs of yellow and Xian tiers, as the mech systems would be unable to withstand the overwhelming earthly energy, resulting in a catastrophic collapse. This variant of the heavenly and earthly furnace can voraciously consume the dark matter energy, spiritual energy factors, from the world for its own gain, simultaneously providing a portion of this energy back to assist mech artisans in their growth, easing their breakthroughs. Unlike the yellow and Xian tier mech artisans, who rely on nuclear-powered furnaces, essentially nuclear reactors, there is no energy feedback or inherent skills. Their physical prowess improves solely through arduous training, with every incremental progress demanding countless sweat and effort. This elucidates why there are so few mech artisans to date, the majority being merely yellow and Xian tier, while earth and heaven tier artisans are exceedingly rare. This has become the focal point of ongoing research among contemporary scientists, striving to transcend the limitations of Mechs and establish a comprehensive training system, as well as to conquer the miniature technology of the heavenly and earthly furnace, ushering in an era of mech cultivation for the masses. After Qin Ruoxue and the stout youth recounted their observations to the four others, they all stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Sister, it's astonishing that a mere repair shop can fabricate the heart of the heavenly and earthly furnace, and that it can perfectly match with yellow tier Mechs. This is simply too unbelievable, one exclaimed. Could it be that our mother has already cracked the miniature technology of the heavenly and earthly furnace? Qin Ruoxue sighed, shaking her head. I cannot say for certain. I didn't believe it myself until now, but the evidence is right before us. With this heavenly mech, my combat capabilities have escalated significantly, allowing me to rival those colossal overlord beasts. Moreover, compared to the earth and heaven tier mechs, this yellow tier heavenly mech is merely a few million. Upon hearing this, the four were once again taken aback. Is it really that outrageous? This price is absurdly high. It could purchase in Xian tier mech. They were not like Qin Ruoxue, whose family possessed wealth and influence. For them, a few million was an astronomical figure. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this was a heavenly mech. Not to mention a few million. Even multiplying that by 10 or 100 would still be worth it. However, they could not afford it. Given their current standings, they could only undertake relatively low-risk tasks, hoping for a stroke of luck to earn a few tens of thousands of star coins at best, with smaller jobs yielding merely hundreds. Sometimes, they risked their lives for such meager sums. The source core of a yellow tier overlord level leopard, along with valuable materials, would only fetch about 20,000 star coins. 100,000 star coins was a sum that an average family would take several years to accumulate, barely enough to purchase the most basic yellow tier mech. Higher quality yellow tier mechs would often exceed 100,000, unattainable for most. Unlike Qin Ruoxue's affluent family, they sought merely experience through their tasks. Let everyone rest well for now. After we celebrate Grandpa's birthday, I shall take you all to that repair shop to broaden your horizons. She lamented that her pocket money for the month had been entirely spent. Otherwise, she would have ensured that the entire team received a comprehensive upgrade. At Tianyuan Repair Shop, after a night of arduous labor, Lin Tian gazed with exhilaration at the 10-meter-tall silver mech before him. Its perfect dragon pattern contours and imposing design exuded a blend of technology and dreamlike aesthetics, compelling him to admire his own ingenuity. Perfect. Concurrently, the system's voice chimed in, ding. Detecting host's self-manufactured mech. Detection in progress. Name, Boundless Chaos Mech Type. Comprehensive. Level, yellow. Height, 10 meters. Weight, 108 tons. Power source, Boundless Chaos Furnace, LV1. Talent skills, Elemental Sovereignty LV1, active. Immortal Body LV1, passive. Law of Heaven and Earth LV1, active. Equality of All Beings LV1, active. Weapons, 9 Dragon's Flame Shield. Fiery Aurora Ray, Boundless Sky Burning Sword. Detection complete. Rating, Yellow Sovereign Mech Detection successful. Congratulations, host, on completing your first mech fabrication. Would you like to initiate mech energy feedback immediately? Yes. Lin Tian, brimming with anticipation, spread his arms wide, allowing the force of attraction to draw him into the cockpit of the Boundless Chaos mech. The cockpit resembled a high-tech platform where Lin Tian stood, merging with the Boundless Chaos mech. The formidable earthly energy began to refine and enhance his physical attributes. This exemplifies the primary distinction between heavenly mechs and nuclear-powered mechs. Abandoning the cumbersome mechanical connections and sensors of the past, the cockpit was now pristine, featuring only the core power platform. By standing on this platform, the mech artisan could seamlessly integrate with the mech, executing movements that the mech would replicate perfectly reminiscent of Super Beast armament. This advancement significantly improved the driving sensation, control, impact, and safety of the mech. As long as the cockpit remained intact, even if the mech sustained severe damage, the mech artisan could remain unscathed. However, such a bond would also inflict some degree of mental strain, as the mech artisan shared in the mech's injuries. Yet, this mental fatigue could be remedied with sufficient recovery time. At that moment, Lin Tian felt as though he had become the boundless chaos mech, every perspective vividly clear in his mind, while simultaneously sensing his body strengthening at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, reminiscent of the primordial heavens and earth being born anew, as a spherical space with a 10-meter diameter was opened within him, seemingly tailored for the boundless chaos mech. This was a rite of passage for every mech artisan embarking on the path of mech cultivation. Each year, the Daxiao would hold a day dedicated to awakening mech cultivation talents, where the state would dispatch Earth-tier mech artisans to various awakening sites, harnessing the energy of Earth-tier mechs to awaken mech talents and facilitate the opening of mech spaces, thus commencing their journey into mech cultivation. Lin Tian opened his eyes, assessing his body with uncontainable excitement. Strong, incredibly strong. I cannot fathom how many times more powerful I have become compared to my former self. I feel like a little Superman. By the way, system, what is my current realm? What level has my physical prowess reached? He was eager to know how the energy feedback from the boundless chaos mech could elevate his physical attributes to such heights. Host, you have surpassed the limits of the yellow tier and can now be classified as in the yellow tier's breaking extremes realm. Chapter 6, The Aesthetic of Violence. The stunning emergence of the boundless chaos mech. The act of piloting a mech is indeed the dream of every man. At this moment, Lin Tian was exuberantly maneuvering the infinite chaos mech across the expansive grounds outside the shop, executing a plethora of intricate maneuvers that sent tremors reverberating through the earth. The infinite chaos mech was a bespoke creation, tailored specifically for him, and with his impeccable control and extraordinary consciousness, he seamlessly commanded the mech. Soon, he found himself racing towards the outskirts of the dilapidated city, and as he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Once confined within the confines of the Tianyuan mech repair shop, he now relished his newfound freedom. The term Old City aptly describes this place. Once the vibrant heart of urban life, now reduced to ruins after an invasion by colossal beasts, leaving behind a desolate landscape that served as a buffer zone to the new urban district. Occasionally, a monstrous creature or small packs of beasts would wander here, transforming the area into a proving ground for aspiring mech pilots. Lin family, just wait. You will pay for your transgressions. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he recalled how the Lin family had stripped him of everything and cast him out of the inner city. Fortunately, fate had not entirely abandoned him. He discovered this relatively intact repair shop, which he named Tianyuan Mech Repair Shop, where he awakened a system that bound to it. Had it not been for the system's defensive mechanisms, he might have already become prey for one of those colossal beasts. After sprinting for about 10 minutes, Lin Tian finally encountered a massive lizard, approximately 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long, its piercing gaze fixated on the infinite chaos mech. The creature hissed, flicking its tongue as it lunged toward Lin Tian, its tail sweeping through the air like a colossal tree trunk. This was a yellow-tier, ordinary giant lizard, the most common beast in the old city, thriving amidst the ruins that provided an ideal habitat. The infinite chaos mech neither flinched nor evaded. With a powerful grip, it seized the tail and swung the entire creature with force, smashing it down onto the rubble. The ground trembled as debris erupted into the air. The giant lizard, initially struggling to escape, was lifted and slammed down repeatedly, thud after thud, until it lay breathless on the ground, its body seemingly transformed and limp. The sensation was exhilarating. With a clenched fist, the infinite chaos mech crushed the giant lizard's head beneath its foot, a black sphere the size of an egg caught between its fingers, appearing almost comical in its diminutiveness. This object, however, could still fetch a decent price. Lin Tian was too apathetic to salvage anything else from the giant lizard, as the only valuable item was its core. Just as he prepared to continue, a rustling sound emerged from the distant ruins, where numerous giant lizards appeared within his awareness. Over 40 in total, their sizes comparable to the one that lay defeated. Among them, a leader towering nearly 10 meters and measuring close to 30 meters long particularly caught his attention. It seemed he had inadvertently disturbed a nest of giant lizards. And to his surprise, a Lord-level giant lizard was among them, a fortuitous discovery. Lin Tian felt no fear. Instead, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. Despite this being his first time piloting a mech in combat, he felt neither foreign nor uncomfortable. In the distance, a gray-brown mech lay almost camouflaged against the ruins, where a chubby figure in the cockpit gazed despondently at the silver mech surrounded by a horde of giant lizards. It's over, it's over. What now, family? The mech pilot looks formidable, but facing 46 ordinary yellow-tier lizards and one yellow-tier Lord Lizard? It's a classic case of being outnumbered. However, I'm merely an adventure streamer, equipped for evasion, not combat. Almost instantaneously, the cockpit screen filled with a flurry of comments. Wow, what a stunning and imposing mech. Which design center crafted this? It's simply magnificent. Seriously? Is now the time to admire Mechs? The pilot is surrounded and will surely be torn apart by those lizards. Though, it is indeed quite striking. Such aesthetics are futile. What matters is practicality and survival. A flashy design is as fragile as paper. Streamer, I advise you to flee quickly. Once those lizards finish with the mech pilot, you'll be next. Exactly. You're an adventure streamer, not a martyr. Get out of there. Streamer, just give up. It's not worth it. Focus on survival, not fighting. Come on, streamer. What are you afraid of? You're a high-level yellow-tier mech pilot. Take down one lizard, and I'll send you sports car. Come on, brother. Look at that silver mech, standing strong and unyielding. I think it's just frozen in fear. Hang in there. Streamer, I've already called for backup. However, the next moment, the live stream fell into an eerie silence as the infinite chaos mech, surrounded by a swarm of giant lizards, charged forward instead of retreating. It struck out with a powerful slap, sending one lizard soaring, its side caving in with a sickening crack. A swift kick followed, obliterating another lizard's head. The scent of blood ignited the primal fury within the remaining lizards, which bared their teeth and lunged at the infinite chaos mech. It weaved through the throng, each punch and kick claiming the life of a giant lizard, epitomizing the essence of violent beauty. In the distance, the chubby figure in the cockpit widened his eyes in disbelief, his throat constricting. Family, am I seeing things? What is this? This mech pilot is incredible. Seriously, this is beyond incredible. Who is the real beast here? My heavens, have you noticed the terrifying battle awareness? Every punch, every kick is executed with sublime precision. It's textbook-level skill, far surpassing our instructors. You're underestimating it. I'm considered the greatest tactical master of the past century. And even I must tip my hat to this silver mech pilot's combat awareness and technique. Moreover, the mech combat skills displayed are refreshingly devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, purely born for the kill, straightforward and efficient. This is a seasoned killing machine. How terrifying. I never expected to witness a top-tier mech pilot in action. You're being too simplistic. I've seen several top-tier mech pilots, but none possess such formidable prowess. Chapter 7. A video sparks a nationwide sensation. Is this even possible for a mech? These are exceedingly advanced maneuvers. I've only seen such stunts in virtual simulations. Theoretically, it's feasible. It merely requires the mech pilot and the mech to achieve perfect synergy, embodying the fusion of man and machine, along with an extraordinary consciousness to execute such feats. But the problem is that these conditions have already stumped 99% of mech pilots. Otherwise, why would top-tier mech pilots be so rare? The compatibility can still be gradually refined through effort, yet the most crucial elements remain innate talent and awareness. Fortunately, I recorded the screen. This battle video possesses immense research value. Once I've thoroughly analyzed it, who knows, I might even ascend to the rank of a martial arts master. To the individual above, I wish you the best of luck. At this moment, the rotund fellow was brimming with excitement. In just a fleeting moment, his streaming room had surged from a mere few hundred viewers to over 100,000, and it continued to rise incessantly. Some viewers were even sending rockets, urging him to draw closer, yet he swiftly expelled them from the room without a flicker of hesitation. Watching a show is one thing, but risking one's life is entirely another. Gazing at the imposing silver mech that exuded an aura of violent beauty, he felt an exhilarating rush, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. As an adventurous, small-time streamer, he had built a following by daringly operating a biomimetic camouflage mech in perilous areas to garner attention, accumulating a loyal fan base, albeit with a fair share of naysayers encouraging his demise. Before him stood this enigmatic mech. Although it was merely a yellow-tier mech, its strength was formidable. The mech pilot was an exceptionally rare top-tier yellow-class mech operator. The ranks of mech operators are classified as yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven. with each tier further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top level. The distinctions between each tier encompass not only the physical capabilities of the operator, but also their compatibility with the mech, control awareness, combat intuition, martial skills, and a myriad of other comprehensive metrics. Originally, each tier only had divisions of beginner, intermediate, and advanced, but a century ago, a mech prodigy transcended the inherent combat power of the mech itself through their innate talent and combat awareness, thereby introducing the concept of a top-tier mech operator. To ascend to this elite status, one must first reach the physical limits of their tier, achieve a perfect human-mech synergy, and most importantly, possess extraordinary control, operational skill, combat awareness, and mental fortitude. Each facet is indispensable. However, in his eyes, the pilot of his silver mech was even more terrifying than a top-tier operator. If he could firmly attach himself to this colossal opportunity, future traffic would undoubtedly flow in torrents. Thus, he made a momentous decision. Dear viewers, I have resolved to take this esteemed figure as my master. Really, streamer? If you can introduce us to this esteemed figure, I will immediately send you 10 sports cars. Just you? Streamer, if you truly become this person's disciple, I will eat feces live on stream. To the one above, I'll treat you. Master. Soon, the entire chat was flooded with requests to take on a master. Many, undeterred by the chaos, began showering gifts. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had dispatched the minions of the Lord Giant Lizard, leaving the battlefield drenched in blood. With a furious roar, the Giant Lizard Lord opened its mouth wide, its massive tail lashing out towards the infinite chaos mech. Bring it on. Lin Tian grinned, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a 6-meter-long flame greatsword. With a single slash, he effortlessly cleaved the sweeping tail in two, as if slicing through tofu. The Giant Lizard Lord emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, attempting to flee, but was met with another strike that severed its head cleanly. Lin Tian then stowed away the core and cast a glance in the direction of the chubby streamer before hastily vacating the battlefield. Instantly, the chubby streamer's chat erupted once more. What the hell is that? I thought we would be locked in combat for ages. What kind of laser sword was that? So powerful that it could dispatch a giant lizard lord with a single strike? No, everyone, it has just dawned on me. There's a serious issue at hand. This mech seems to be using heavenly energy. The sword's very essence reveals it all. It embodies fire attribute heavenly energy, which implies that its core comprises a heart of a heavenly furnace. No way. But this is merely a yellow tier mech. Regardless of how skilled the operator is, we cannot deny the fact that it is just a yellow tier mech. Good heavens, a yellow tier mech equipped with a heart of a heavenly furnace. Could it be that our esteemed mother has already mastered the technology for a mature, miniature heavenly furnace? And that it has already been put into production? It is highly plausible. Our mother is known for her low-key approach. She wouldn't showcase anything unless it was mature and stable. Haha, this is monumental news. Does this not imply that our yellow and mysterious tier mech operators can also utilize the heart of a heavenly furnace? Wouldn't that lead to an immediate surge in capabilities? This mech must surely be a test model from our mother. Once testing is successful, mass production will surely follow. I knew it. How fortunate for the streamer to encounter such a remarkable figure. This is our mother-esque custom. New products are always tested by esteemed individuals. Absolutely. This mech operator must be a top-tier figure from a military district. Streamer, hurry and pursue. Were you not intending to take this esteemed figure as your master? Quickly, I'll send you rockets. The chubby streamer could only smile ruefully. Dear viewers, do you see the speed? How could I possibly catch up? Soon, a wave surged across the entire Douyin platform, with photos and videos rapidly circulating online, each title capturing the attention of every netizen. Super esteemed figure emerges. Suspected cross-era heavenly mech from our esteemed mother. Shocking. Our mother has conquered the technology of miniature heavenly furnaces. Dear viewers, the springtime for our yellow and mysterious tier mech operators has arrived. The yellow tier heavenly mech has made a stunning debut. Is the era of universal mech cultivation not far off? Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, high-ranking officials in other countries convened an emergency meeting in the Ugly Nation's Black Palace. A video loop played on the conference screen as the Ugly Nation's sovereign, Meiji Ba, looked sternly at the gathered officials. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the Great Xia has mastered the technology of miniature heavenly furnaces and even produced the new generation of yellow-tier heavenly mechs. And what about us? Here we are, still without a clue. Research funding comes in waves, yet all we have to show for it is a pile of useless papers. What have you all produced? Failure. I have grown weary of hearing about failures. I do not wish to hear it one more time. Falling behind in one step means falling behind in every step. The hegemony of our ugly nation crumbles in the hands of you inept fools. Immediately, I demand that you employ any means necessary to present to me the mature technology of miniature heavenly furnaces. Chapter 8. Analysis by Elder Qin. Suspected extraterrestrial civilization? Quickly, arrange an itinerary to Great Xia. A photograph and a video have ignited an unprecedented wave of excitement across the entire blue planet, stirring nations that were previously tranquil into a frenzy. The advent of the miniature heavenly furnace core technology is undeniably a groundbreaking innovation that all countries are currently investigating, heralding the onset of an era where the populace engages in mecha cultivation and signaling a monumental transformation in military technology. The heavenly furnace core, since its discovery of dark matter energy by the Great Xia a century ago, has given rise to the first supersized heavenly furnace core, leading to the establishment of humanity's inaugural spaceport. Subsequently, a series of ambitious projects such as the space elevator, aerial aircraft carrier, and space base have gradually come to fruition, marking the birth of the heavenly furnace core as a significant leap toward interstellar civilization. Following this, Great Xia redirected its focus toward the miniaturization of the heavenly furnace core. While scaling it up is relatively straightforward, miniaturization presents formidable challenges, with numerous instabilities complicating the process. To date, humanity has succeeded in creating a heavenly furnace core of no smaller than 10 cubic units, which can only be mounted on Earth and sky-grade mechas. The yellow and profound-grade mechas lack the capacity to support such a substantial core, risking catastrophic collapse from the overwhelming energies involved. The mere atmospheric pressure from the core is enough to render even the most skilled mecha pilots breathless. Any further reduction in size faces insurmountable obstacles in both material and technological realms, a barrier that has thwarted scientists for over half a century. Scholars have calculated and projected that for a profound-grade mecha to accommodate the heavenly furnace core, its dimensions must be constrained to approximately 7.9 cubic units, while the yellow grade must be even more restrictive at around 3.6 cubic units. Though these are seemingly minor differences, any incremental advancement at this stage is a distant dream for scientists, akin to the arduous journey from controllable nuclear fusion technology to the revolutionary development of miniaturized nuclear reactors, achieved only through generations of relentless effort. In the command room of the Magic Capital Military District, the same video loops repeatedly across the large screen, capturing the rapt attention of a group of individuals. At that moment, an elderly man with grizzled hair, flanked by armed soldiers, hurriedly entered the command room. As he stepped through the door, he let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You old rascal. I wondered why I hadn't seen you for a while. Turns out you've been cooking up something big. Haha, as expected, you're the one most likely to crack this conundrum." His arrival prompted a swift salute from the assembled officers, who acknowledged Elderly. He nodded in acknowledgement and approached another elder, who was still furrowing his brow at the screen. "Old Qin, had I not seen the video, how long were you planning to keep this from me? How could you be so ungrateful to withhold such good news?" Elder Qin, jolted back to reality, shot a glare at Elderly. "Do you really expect me to believe that? I only just found out myself." The retort ignited a spark of irritation in Elderly. "You old fox. Still hiding things from me? I've already seen it. That silver mecha appeared in the old district of your magic capital's M23 area. Hurry, bring it over, so I can have a proper look. You've managed to conquer several challenges and produce a yellow-grade mecha without a word." Elder Qin, with a resigned smile, raised his hands in surrender. "It wasn't me. I rushed over after seeing the video, thinking there was a major breakthrough at Kyoto Lonka. I came to Magic Capital for testing, but it wasn't arranged by our military district, nor did I receive any news from Kyoto." As the commander of the Magic Capital Military District, Qin Hao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Elderly, I'm just as baffled and still in the dark about the situation. Logically, it didn't make sense for Kyoto to overlook their own facilities and come to Magic Capital for testing. If they did, there would surely have been orders issued." Elderly regarded the two with suspicion. "You two aren't conspiring to keep secrets from me, are you? Do you truly know nothing?" He turned to Elder Qin. "Come on. Old Qin, it's time to stop the charade. Just admit it. I won't steal your thunder." With a sigh, Elder Qin pivoted, pointing at the virtual screen. The image of the silver mecha magnified dramatically, its contours becoming vividly apparent. "Take a look for yourself. Although I haven't seen the actual mecha, its exoskeletal armor is clearly made of an entirely new metallic material, with no traces of alloys. Our current metal database contains no information on any related or similar materials. However, I can assert that this material possesses remarkable toughness, reactivity, strength, and compressive resistance, along with certain characteristics we have yet to identify. It exhibits properties typically found in rare alloys, which is exceptionally rare, if not unprecedented, in a single raw material. It's conceivable that we simply haven't encountered it before. Yet, as of now, it has not been found on Blue Planet, the Moon, Mars, or even in most of the solar system. Elder Qin was the foremost authority in the field of material science, and his insights gleaned from just a photograph and video were not surprising. Elder Qin continued, moreover, the laser sword mounted on the mecha, while we can produce similar devices and even remote laser weapons, this particular sword is not merely a laser sword. It represents a sophisticated application of celestial energy, exhibiting terrifying temperature and sharpness. I suspect that standard yellow and even profound-grade materials would be as fragile as paper in comparison. Lastly, the Heavenly Furnace core appears to be a fire-type core, albeit with unique attributes that may only be discerned upon viewing the actual mecha. Elderly furrowed his brow, contemplating. Our current state of miniature Heavenly Furnace technology, we haven't even cracked the 3 or 4 cubic unit cores, let alone the 9 cubic unit ones. Do you really think I could have produced this? Elder Li's earlier excitement gradually subsided as he absorbed Elder Qin's words. This mecha could not have originated from the magic capital. It had just arrived from Kyoto, making it improbable for it to come from there either. Thus, the Great Xia was the only likely source. He dismissed the notion of foreign nations who always reveled in their perceived superiority, believing themselves to be the pinnacle of advancement and dismissing any breakthrough from them as unlikely. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened. Old Qin, could it be extraterrestrial civilization? Great Xia had entered the interstellar age, and it was now apparent that other cosmic civilizations must exist amidst the vast universe. Given the advanced technology of this mecha, Elderly could think of no other plausible origin. This matter is of utmost importance. I shall return to Kyoto to consult with the higher-ups. You are in charge of this here. It is imperative that we locate that mecha. With that, Elderly hurriedly exited the command room, while Elder Qin shot a glare at the still-dazed Qin Hao. What are you standing around for? Go find it. If you don't, I swear I will strip the skin off your back. The sudden outburst of anger startled everyone present, yet in the face of the esteemed elder, they could only obediently nod. This venerable figure was not only the father of their commander, but also the president of the Shanghai Research Institute, the chief engineer of the Southgate project of the Great Xia, the leading scientist at Great Xia Heavy Industries, and an honorary vice president at the Great Xia Academy of Sciences, among many other esteemed titles. He was undoubtedly a national treasure. Qin Hao, with a playful grin, nodded in response, then turned to the officers still frozen in place and sternly commanded, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find it. If you fail, I'll have your skins." "Understood, Commander." The group quickly saluted before hastily exiting the command room. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qin Hao immediately donned a cheerful expression as he turned to his father. "Dad, today is your 80th birthday banquet. Let us go home together." Qin Laozi shot him a disapproving glare, stating firmly, "No need for pomp and circumstance. I'm quite busy and want to attend. If you have time, find that mech for me. It will be the best gift." His heart raced at the thought of the high-tech mech. He longed to dive into it and explore. "Dad, there's no need to rush. If you don't enjoy the festivities, I can cancel the banquet. It could just be as families celebrating your birthday together. You haven't been home in years. Everyone misses you." Even Ruoxue was ready to storm the military district to find you, claiming she had a grand gift prepared. Initially hesitant, the mention of Ruoxue brought a warm smile to the elder's serious face, prompting Qin Hao to smirk. "Well, it seems Ruoxue has a way of persuading him. Whether I'm a true son or not is debatable, but there's no doubt she is his beloved granddaughter. All right then, let us head back." At the Tianyuan mech repair shop, Lin Tian hummed a cheerful tune while surveying the towering pile of black energy cores on the floor. Stroking his chin in thought, "System, can these be exchanged for wealth points?" These were the spoils from his day's foray, which held little value for him personally. If it were a nuclear fusion reactor, he could simply toss them in to convert some nuclear energy. On Blue Star, the colossal beasts fall into 2 categories: nuclear behemoths, which grow by consuming nuclear energy or devouring one another, with 99 of yellow tier and profound tier beasts being nuclear behemoths, and those that upon reaching a certain threshold, completely transform into celestial behemoths, capable of autonomously absorbing dark matter from their surroundings to grow. Their cores are no longer energy cores, but spirit cores. Earth tier and sky tier behemoths are celestial behemoths, able to manipulate cosmic energy and possess unique innate abilities, with even greater potential for growth. The inspiration for the celestial furnace's heart stemmed from these spirit cores, If only I could exchange them for wealth points. Everything I own could be converted. Theoretically, these energy cores should qualify. Yes, host. All your personal assets can be converted into wealth points. Ding. Scanning complete. 119 yellow tier energy cores detected. Among them, 112 ordinary cores valued at 3,360 star coins, 6 Lord tier cores valued at 600 star coins, and 1 Overlord tier core valued at 480 star coins. Would you like to liquidate all? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The System S pricing was quite reasonable, comparable to market rates. The amount of star coins naturally represented as wealth points, readily available for use at any time, which was exceedingly convenient. In an instant, a multitude of energy cores vanished. Every little bit counts. His wealth points increased slightly, now exceeding 200,000. Previously, he had over 5 million, which seemed substantial. Yet crafting the infinite chaos mech required over 380,000 just for some raw materials. Aided by the System S reward of the infinite chaos divine iron as the primary material. Without it, he would need to save for quite some time to create his mech. Even the top 10 mechs in the grand list were beyond his reach. Materials were exorbitantly priced. Currently, Blue Star and even the solar system lack these resources, forcing him to rely on the System S store for purchases. Not to mention, the profound tier mech compendium was priced at a staggering 100 million. Without it, his infinite chaos mech couldn't be upgraded. Money is always a concern. Sigh. I must earn money. Crafting mechs is the most lucrative endeavor. Let us get started and gather materials to create a couple of ordinary ones first. With such expensive materials, charging a bit more is quite reasonable, right? In the bustling city of Shanghai, the Qin family stood as a formidable presence in both military and commerce. However, the atmosphere during Qin Laozi's birthday celebration was eerily quiet, in stark contrast to the expected grandeur of the occasion. In the grand hall of the Qin estate, a massive round table was laden with delectable dishes, fruits, and pastries, with a towering multi-layered cake at its center. The Qin family gathered around the table, their faces adorned with joyous smiles. Dad, Grandpa, may you have blessings as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan as long as the South Mountain, they toasted, raising their glasses in cheer to honor the elderly patriarch. Qin Laozi chuckled in response. Let us eat, let us eat. We're all family here, no need for formalities. The significance of the celebration was secondary to the joy of family reunion, especially as he watched his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, their smiles never waning. It had been years since he returned home, and the little ones had grown so much. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, a 13 or 14-year-old boy, under his mother's watchful eye, approached the elder with a box in hand, kneeling before him. Grandpa, wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan as long as the South Mountain. I prepared this gift for you, designed and crafted with my own hands. I hope you like it. Grandpa, I aspire to be a great scientist like you and to develop many extraordinary mechs to bolster our Great Xia strength. Presenting the box, Qin Laozi's eyes lit up as he beheld the intricately designed mech figurine within, a broad smile breaking across his face. He examined it with care, then reverently placed it back, nodding with evident affection. Well done, my little one. You have talent. To create such a delicate and perfect mech at your age, impressive. This gift pleases me greatly. Chapter 10, Surprise and Delight. Qin Laozi had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His beloved wife had passed away early, and he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to research. His eldest son, Qin Hao, served as the commander of the military district in Shanghai, with only 1 daughter, Qin Ruoxue. His second son, Qin Tian, was the chairman of the towering Qin Tian Group, a business magnate worth trillions, ranking among the elite in the Great Xia commercial realm. He had 2 sons of his own, Qin Wen and Qin Wu, and a daughter, Qin Shixian, an esteemed professor at Shanghai University and head of the Mech Research Lab at the Shanghai Research Center. To this day, she immersed herself in research, unmarried, determined to dedicate her life to advancing the scientific endeavors of Great Xia, much like her father. After taking a seat, Qin Wu, clad in military attire, approached the elder, standing at attention and saluting him with impeccable formality. He then presented a box, within which lay a radiant golden medal. Grandpa, I offer you my heartfelt birthday wishes. May you have blessings as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan as long as the South Mountain. This is the honor medal I earned for winning first place in our school's military exercise competition. In the future, my grandson aspires to be a formidable soldier like his grandfather and uncle, dedicating himself to the nation and earning numerous honorable medals. The old man instantly broke into a broad smile, patting Qin Wu on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Good, good. Little Wu, you make me proud. Your gift is much appreciated. He then tucked the box away and shot an annoyed glance at Lin Tian, fully aware of his son's temperament and preferences. Nevertheless, he felt immense joy, for the Qin family has a promising successor. Lin Tian felt a twinge of grievance from that glare. This was not his arrangement, but rather the child's own idea. He had merely mentioned what their grandfather liked or disliked. He found himself helpless. As a prominent figure in the business world with numerous enterprises, it was unfortunate that both his sons had different ambitions, one inclined towards research, the other desiring a military career, neither keen on inheriting his vast estate. Yet, the old man wholeheartedly supported their choices. He even contemplated having another daughter. Subsequently, the grandfather looked at his daughter, Qin Shixian, with a hint of concern and gently advised, "My dear, the path of scientific research can be quite solitary. If you find a suitable partner, it may not be a bad idea. Two can navigate life better than one." A slight flush of embarrassment crossed the stunning face of Qin Shixian as she placed a morsel of meat in her father's bowl, asserting, "Father, with food in front of you, you have no cause to complain. I have many responsibilities to attend to. Where would I find the time to ponder such matters? Besides, with your daughter being this exceptional, is there truly anyone worthy of her? If I were to settle for someone ordinary, I might as well remain in the lab until my last breath." She was particularly vexed by her father's persistent nudging for her to find a husband, as if he feared she would never marry. "Ahem, my dear. Well, I'll leave your affairs to you," he sighed, recognizing that his daughter, despite her many admirable qualities, was exceptionally stubborn. Once she made up her mind, it was as if 10 oxen could not pull her back, and she had little interest in ordinary suitors. At that moment, the spirited Qin Ruoshu boldly declared, "Grandfather, worry not. I shall help my little aunt find a most suitable husband." This immediately brought a cheerful grin to the old man's face. "Excellent. Grandfather believes in you, Ruoshu. Your little aunt's happiness will rest upon your shoulders." Qin Shixian shot an irritated glance at the younger girl, who was hardly her junior, and shoved a chicken leg into her mouth. "Enjoy your chicken leg." With a mouthful, Qin Ruoshu managed to mumble, "Humph, little aunt, I will certainly find a good husband for you." Suddenly recalling something, she tossed the chicken leg into the bowl, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I have prepared a gift for you too." "Oh!" The old man's eyes sparkled with anticipation, having heard from the eldest that Ruoshu had a grand surprise in store. As the eldest granddaughter just turned 20, she was already considered an adult. "Grandfather, you must pay close attention." Ruoshu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, fully aware that her gift would astonish everyone present. With a flourish, she exclaimed, "My star and moon, descend." Qin Hao slapped his forehead, a few lines of annoyance appearing on his brow. His daughter was at it again with her whimsical antics. However, both Qin Wen and Qin Wu gazed at Qin Ruoshu with admiration, clapping their hands in excitement and exclaiming, "Sister, you are incredible." Their eyes brimmed with envy. As they were still minors, mere apprentices in mechanized combat, awaiting the day they could own their own mech after coming of age and awakening their innate talents. With a resounding boom, an 8-meter-tall mech made its grand entrance, causing the ground of the hall to tremble. "Wow, so cool." Despite having seen Qin Ruoshu summon her mech before, the two youngsters were always captivated by the spectacle. Yet, the old man's gaze fixated on the mech's chest, where blue lightning flickered, compelling him to rise from his seat. With trembling hands, he reached towards the mech, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "The heavenly furnace, it truly is." Qin Hao and his siblings also stood in awe, gazing at the crimson mech. Particularly, Qin Shixian swiftly approached, keenly experiencing the blue lightning, her beauty radiating with brilliance. The heavenly furnace of lightning attributes. What a formidable energy. Qin Hao and Qin Tian exchanged incredulous glances, both realizing the significance of the heavenly furnace residing within a yellow tier mech. They recalled the viral video from earlier that day, and Qin Hao swallowed hard, addressing Qin Ruoshu. "Young lady, where did you acquire this heavenly furnace? And who crafted your mech? It's simply extraordinary." Instantly, all eyes turned to Qin Ruoshu, their expressions brimming with the same curiosity, eagerly awaiting her response. "Grandfather, was this gift surprising?" Ruoshu reveled in their astonishment. "Enough with the theatrics." Qin Hao smacked her lightly on the back of her head. "Spare us the suspense, and speak up." Qin Ruoshu grimaced, her anger bubbling over. "Father, how many times must I tell you not to do that? I'm your daughter, not a son. You always say I act like a boy, and I suspect it's because of your roughness." Chapter 11. Materials worth 80,000. Selling for 800,000 seems fair, right? The unfolding events were as follows. Qin Ruoshu recounted her experiences, particularly detailing the unscrupulous shop and its deceitful owner. Grandfather, I am certain that the viral silver mech originated from Lin's workshop at Tianyuan. Only he possesses such expertise. Doubt flickered in Qin Hao's eyes. How is that possible? Such avant-garde technology emerging from a dilapidated workshop? The owner appeared quite young. Yet he had managed to tackle the intricate problem of the heavenly furnace's miniature technology. Could there truly be such a genius in the world? It seemed unnecessary to launch an extensive search for the silver mech. Upon hearing this, the old man chuckled heartily, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Come, child, lead me to this workshop. He was eager to meet the remarkable Lin and witness the miracle Ruoxue spoke of, particularly one that could produce a yellow tier mech. Certainly, grandfather. She was already planning her next move. Once her grandfather witnessed the wonders of Lin's workshop, she would have enough funds to upgrade her little red mech entirely. Just the thought filled her with exhilaration. Qin Hao stepped out of the hall first, summoning a black and gold mech approximately 80 meters tall. Let us depart. A beam of light enveloped the old man and the others, swiftly drawing them into the mech's cockpit. With a thunderous roar, the colossal mech soared into the sky, racing towards an unknown destination, leaving the eldest and second eldest daughters-in-law, along with the two children, watching in awe as the mech transformed into a streak of light. Before they turned and re-entered the hall, Tianyuan Mech Workshop, congratulations to the host for independently crafting a complete mech, currently under evaluation. Name, Windbird. Type, lightweight flying mech. Tier, yellow. Height, 9 meters. Weight, 20 tons. Furnace, wind attribute heavenly furnace. Talent skill, extreme shadow. Weapons, wind shield, extreme wind beam, storm cutter. The inspection has been completed, and the rating is advanced yellow tier. Shall we proceed with energy infusion? Yes. As the words fell, a surge of celestial energy flooded into Lin Tian's body, refining every part of him. Soon, however, this energy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lin Tian spread his arms, feeling his body, and inquired with confusion, System, why do I feel nothing at all? Host, your physical constitution has already reached the yellow tier breakthrough realm, rendering ordinary celestial energy insufficient for your advancement, unless it is of a higher tier. Well then, doesn't that mean the celestial energy baptism, after successfully crafting the mecha, was a sheer waste? Host, not entirely. Although it did not facilitate a breakthrough, this energy has still been absorbed into your body and will greatly benefit you by expanding your physical limits. Though he did not fully understand, it sounded promising. But System, what criteria do you use for this rating? And what level does the Dominator rank belong to? Host, the rating is determined by the mecha's overall performance, quality, and potential. The system's rating levels can be categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, supreme, and finally, Dominator level. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. So, it seems that his primal chaos mecha is quite impressive. The Windbird mecha can only be considered the least among the yellow tier mecha compendium. Yet he had managed to elevate it to an advanced yellow tier mecha through the enhancement of his extraordinary consciousness talent. The materials for crafting this mecha alone cost me 80,000 star coins, and with the design, manufacturing, technical fees, and talent enhancement costs, selling it for 8 million should be reasonable, right? As he murmured to himself, Lin Tian maneuvered the mecha into the showcase chamber at the back of the factory, striking what he deemed a stylish pose. Satisfied, he exited the cockpit and affixed a pre-prepared label outside the showcase, detailing an array of introductions about the Windbird mecha. Just as he finished and nodded in contentment, a thunderous sound approached from afar, growing increasingly louder, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. Uncle, are you there? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Little rich girl had arrived. As for the uncle remark, he paid it no mind. When he reached the factory's operation room, he saw several people surveying their surroundings. Upon spotting Lin Tian, Qin Ruoxue excitedly waved, Uncle, I brought you some business. Lin Tian smiled and greeted the group, Hello, I am Lin Tian, the owner of this repair shop. His gaze lingered for a moment on the stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of elegance and confidence. May I ask what you all need? Qin Laozu and the others scrutinized the young man before them, surprise flickering in their eyes. Uncle, let me introduce you. These are my grandfather, father, uncle, and aunt. Qin Ruoxue cheerfully introduced her family, and Qin Laozu stepped forward, grasping Lin Tian's hand with fervor. Boss Lin, thank you for crafting a mecha for my granddaughter. Lin Tian chuckled and waved his hand. No need for such formality, old man. I'm in business, just doing my job. Without further ado, Qin Laozu delved into the matter at hand. I'd like to ask if you have the heart of the celestial furnace or a complete set of mechas for sale. We are interested in purchasing. At these words, Lin Tian instantly perked up, pointing to the wall opposite them. You can take a look. What services do you require? Even though he had heard his daughter mention the prices of these items on the way there, seeing them firsthand still astonished Qin Hao. The prices here were over 10 times those at other mecha centers. Boss Lin, may I inquire if you have any in stock? We would like to take a look. Lin Tian shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, old man, but these items are custom-made for the mechas, so they're made to order. However, there is no need for concern. It won't take long. If you're looking for a complete mecha, I happen to have crafted one recently. The four of them brightened at this, assuming it was the silver mecha. Qin Laozu eagerly replied, please take us to see it. If suitable, we will purchase it. Follow me. Lin Tian nodded, his heart brimming with joy. This was a major client. Soon, the four stood in front of the showcase, gazing at the mecha, striking a handsome pose within, their eyes filled with excitement. Though it was not the silver mecha, this one was still a yellow-tier, celestial mecha. With the manufacturers identified, was there really a need to linger over the silver mecha? Boss Lin, may we enter the cockpit to have a look? Lin Tian smiled and nodded, old man, feel free. With a positive reply, the old man and his party entered the cockpit. Qin Ruoshua looked around at the cockpit's design and couldn't help but exclaim, this is the true celestial mecha. Though her mecha had been upgraded with the heart of the celestial furnace, the cockpit still featured the old-style linkage mechanical levers, cluttered with a myriad of items. In contrast, this cockpit was pristine, consisting solely of a driving platform, exuding a profound sense of technology. Qin Laozu was most intrigued by the mecha's various data and technologies. He marveled. Just the technology in this cockpit is already a decade ahead of today's world, significantly enhancing the compatibility between the mecha and its pilot. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, mechas of the same series may even possess the ability to merge. This driving platform has high compatibility and multi-pilot functionality. It also incorporates various auxiliary systems for balance, pressure relief, shock absorption, and external interference, greatly enhancing safety. Furthermore, the armor material of this mecha appeared to possess a wind-shearing quality during flight. It was not only unaffected by wind resistance, but could also harness wind energy to increase speed. Coupled with the wind attribute of the heart of the celestial furnace, this mecha could undoubtedly be considered the pinnacle of yellow-tier, flight-type mechas. How was this achieved? The heart of the celestial furnace could be so compact, yet perform with such remarkable stability. Lin Tian, having eavesdropped on Qin Laozu's analysis, began to speculate about the old man's identity. To discern part of the mecha's functionalities and characteristics after only a brief observation was an insight not possessed by ordinary scientists. Qin, could it be that he is the one? Once the five exited the cockpit, Lin Tian approached, uncertain, and asked, are you Qin Hao Yin? Qin Laozu? Qin Laozu nodded with a smile. That's me. I didn't expect Boss Lin to know of this old man. Lin Tian couldn't help but inwardly scoff. You are hardly an old man, who in Daxia, or even the entire Blue Star hasn't heard of you. The backbone of Daxia, a national treasure. The identities of those accompanying him were now crystal clear. Qin Hao, commander of the Magic City Military District. Qin Tian, chairman of the Qin Tian Group, and Qin Shixian, the prodigious scientist, all renowned figures across the Magic City and Daxia. Although he had never met them, he had certainly heard of their legendary exploits. He hadn't expected that upon arrival, he would encounter such prominent figures. Having seen the viral videos online, he now understood the purpose of their visit. Young Lin, I won't beat around the bush. I wish to hire you as the chief mechanic for the Magic City Research Institute. An annual research budget of 1 billion will be allocated to you, granting you the highest authority at the institute. You will have priority access to any materials, data, or equipment, and all mechas you manufacture will belong to you entirely. You only need to bring a few apprentices when you have the time. What do you say? Lin Tian promptly nodded, certainly. Suddenly, old Master Qin was taken aback. Lin Tian's resoluteness left him momentarily speechless, rendering the plethora of prepared remarks in his mind utterly useless. Old Qin, even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have found the opportunity to pay you a visit. I intend to offer the miniature technology behind the heart of the heavenly furnace to the state free of charge. After all, my individual capabilities are limited. This technology can achieve far greater potential in the hands of the nation. He spoke the truth, for he was currently a solitary figure, and the reputation of the Tianyuan mechanical repair shop would inevitably spread. Soon, numerous individuals would seek him out for the creation of mechas, and countless others would harbor ulterior motives against him. He could not remain confined to the Tianyuan mechanical repair shop forever, especially with the Lin family lurking. Once news of his achievements became public, they would undoubtedly resort to any means to eliminate him. He needed a formidable ally, a sturdy tree to shelter him from the storm, and what could possibly be more reliable than the state? As for the miniature technology of the heart of the heavenly furnace, It was merely a small data package from his compendium of yellow-grade mechas. Moreover, the conditions proposed by Old Master Qin were indeed enticing. It was tantamount to receiving financial support. Most importantly, considering future prospects, a stronger nation would allow him to bask in greater comfort. The cosmos held innumerable dangers, along with the existence of even more advanced civilizations. Haha, splendid. Old Master Qin found himself increasingly impressed with Lin Tian. Such spirit and vision were qualities not commonly possessed. At such a young age, he had not only solved a century-old global conundrum, but had also made significant breakthroughs across several major strata. He remained humble and composed, with a mature and stable disposition. Looking far into the future, even Qin Shixian, who had been intently studying mecha research, now regarded him with newfound curiosity. Confident in her appearance and figure, she noted that since entering the shop, this man had only smiled and greeted her before shifting his gaze away, as if she were merely a walking, plump sheep in his eyes. Upon hearing the mention of purchasing, her spirits lifted and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately classified him as someone who was quite fond of wealth. Yet, she was puzzled. If this man was indeed so money-oriented and possessed the miniature technology of the heart of the heavenly furnace, why did he not inflate the price to amass great wealth? Instead, he selflessly chose to donate it to the nation. He could easily monopolize this technology and reap substantial profits. Nonetheless, she thought he was rather handsome. Perhaps with a clean shave and tidied hair, he would look even better. Just then, Qin Ruoxue approached Lin Tian with a smile. "Uncle, could you craft another mecha for me? The finest one." She presented the blueprints and requirements with enthusiasm. Instantly, Old Master Qin became intrigued and tentatively inquired, "How about I assist you, young Lin?" To witness, and even partake in, the birth of a yellow-grade heavenly mecha would be worth any sacrifice. However, some techniques and methods were closely guarded secrets among mechanics, and generally, others were not permitted to observe them unless granted permission. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, feeling honored. Seeing this, Qin Shixian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I will assist you too." Her current research focused on various possibilities for optimizing the mecha cockpit. "Very well," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, for he had nothing to hide in his techniques. It was merely a matter of whether others could comprehend them. After all, in a state of superconsciousness, he felt akin to a deity creating everything. In Chapter 13, Lin Tian remarked, "This is already my slowest speed." With a clang, the heavy iron door of the operation chamber closed behind them, and Qin Hao and the others returned to the lounge to wait. They were not mechanics and could offer no assistance. Qin Ruoxue initially intended to join the fray, but was pulled back by Qin Hao. "Dad, why are you doing this?" "I just want to take a look. Perhaps I can become a mechanic too." Qin Hao shot her an exasperated glance. "You should not go in there and cause trouble. I already know you lack the talent for mechanics. Focus on being a mecha engineer. If you could become a top-tier mecha engineer, I would be overjoyed. I have no expectations of you becoming a mechanic." Dad, who do you look down on?" "Becoming a top-tier mecha engineer is a piece of cake once I apprentice under Uncle and learn the driving techniques from him. Let me tell you, the mecha engineer in that video is likely Uncle." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao merely smiled and remained silent. Generally speaking, mechanics were indeed mecha engineers, but they devoted their lives to the study of mechas, rarely spending time refining their piloting skills. Consequently, the combat capabilities of mechanics were typically weak, and no one would send them in a battle. This delineated two distinctly different paths in mecha training. Achieving proficiency in one discipline took an ordinary person a lifetime of effort. To excel in both was a feat unseen in over a century in the Great Xia and the entire world. Lin Tian's ability to develop the miniature technology of the heart of the heavenly furnace, transcending several eras, and to conquer this global dilemma was far beyond mere prodigy. If the mecha engineer in that video was indeed him, it would pose a significant problem. While Qin Hao was not a mechanic, he could be deemed a formidable mecha engineer, the only top-tier mecha engineer of Earth tier in the Magic City, capable of competing with certain celestial tier mecha engineers or colossal beasts. He understood the concept of top tier better than most, yet after repeatedly watching and analyzing the combat of the silver mecha engineer in the video, he could only arrive at one conclusion. This individual's combat awareness, skills, and piloting techniques had undeniably transcended the top-tier category. He was convinced that had he been at the top-tier yellow grade at the time, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by that silver mecha. Meanwhile, Old Master Qin and Qin Shixian were left in a daze, unsure of how to proceed, simply because Lin Tian's speed was too astonishing. Even their eyes struggled to keep up, let alone offer assistance. His hands moved with a grace that seemed otherworldly, reaching an extreme velocity and leaving behind only afterimages. Not only did he execute his tasks with breathtaking speed and precision, but he also explained his actions to the father-daughter duo without any errors, seamlessly merging the two endeavors. Astonishingly, Lin Tian managed to maintain flawless accuracy while simultaneously elucidating his methods. Heavens! What level of monster is this? Boss Lin, could you slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up, Qin Shixian nearly cried out. Despite being recognized as a genius among geniuses in the scientific community, poised to inherit old Master Qin's legacy, she found herself unable to comprehend the series of operations Lin Tian was performing. Speed was one thing. The most significant hurdle was that even after his explanations, she struggled to digest the information while observing, her forehead already glistening with beads of sweat. Old Master Qin silently watched Lin Tian's fluid and graceful operations, occasionally brightening with excitement, breathing rapidly and trembling slightly. Lin Tian, without turning his head, remarked, "This is already my slowest speed. If you don't understand, just watch for now. You can ponder over it later. Trying to comprehend everything while watching is futile, even if you had 10 brains." In a state of superconsciousness, he knew that not only could Qin Shixian not keep up, but even a supercomputer would be rendered ineffective. With a long exhale, Qin Shixian nodded, deep in thought. Indeed, impatience had once again seized her, as she yearned to transform into a robust figure in one fell swoop. However, she soon composed herself, fixating her gaze unwaveringly upon Lin Tian's hands, utilizing her prodigious memory to imprint every intricate detail in her mind. A glance from old Master Qin elicited a subtle smile, nodding in approval. His daughter was indeed fiercely ambitious, and encountering a prodigy capable of thoroughly surpassing her was a fortuitous occurrence. He turned his attention back to Lin Tian, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. Despite having greatly anticipated Lin Tian's capabilities, witnessing his series of operations unveiled the existence of such a formidable genius in this world. Those hands seemed almost divine, surpassing the efficacy of any high-tech machinery. Most astonishing was his mind, which could astonishingly maintain an icy calm while concurrently managing multiple computers, programming, and data processing, single-handedly controlling thousands of mechanical arms, crafting a mech. Typically, creating a mech, aside from implanting core data, would require a collaboration of several engineers, each tasked with independently completing various components before the final assembly. Yet, Lin Tian accomplished this all by himself. His speed was astonishing, and one had to wonder, was his brain even human? He was performing tasks that would typically require dozens of engineers, flawlessly managing the minutiae of each process. A mech that would ordinarily take several engineers' days to construct, he completed in merely 3 hours, truly monstrous. As she beheld the red mech, which had ascended several tiers in its upgrade, Qin Shixian could not help but inquire of Lin, "Are you even human?" Lin Tian, shaking his slightly fatigued hands, cast an irritated glare at Miss Qin, retorting, "Is that polite?" Fortunately, his physical prowess had reached the peak of the yellow stage. Had he been an ordinary person before, such intense labor would have daunted him. The creation of the Chaos Mech had consumed an entire night, but now, with his enhanced physicality, his mech building speed had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Realizing her faux pas, Qin Shixian hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Boss Lin, that's not what I meant. I merely wish to ask how you accomplished this." Lin Tian shrugged. "You saw it for yourself. That is how I did it. Was it so difficult?" Old Master Qin rolled his eyes. Once again, this young man had managed to impress them all. Yet, he could not deny that Lin Tian indeed possessed the capital to boast. His unparalleled mech-building skills were beyond compare. With a clang, the massive iron door swung open, and Qin Ruoxiu rushed in, as if she had been waiting impatiently at the entrance. "Dad, send the money quickly." Qin Hao slapped his forehead, lamenting the fate of his overly enthusiastic daughter. Turning to Lin Tian, he smiled. "Boss Lin, how much do I owe you?" "I'll transfer the funds right away." Lin Tian pondered for a moment, recalling that the raw materials alone had cost over 40,000, while the payment for the heart of the celestial furnace had already been settled. A total of 4.97 million. Let us round it to 5 million. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Tian. What kind of rounding is that? Nevertheless, without hesitation, he transferred 13 million to Lin Tian. For the Qin family, this was a trifling sum. Old Master Qin nodded in agreement. He had personally witnessed the entire crafting process of the mech, and 5 million was indeed an exceptional value. This mech, once merely a high-spec yellow stage model, had been transformed under Lin Tian's hands into a pinnacle of land combat mechs. It was no exaggeration to assert that if a top-tier mech engineer piloted this mech, It could easily contend with some Xian stage mech engineers or Xian stage behemoths, effortlessly overpowering yellow stage titans. Boss Lin, I'd like to purchase the Windbird mech as well. For now on, I'll acquire all the mechs you create, Qin Hao proposed eagerly. He envisioned the possibility of forming a unit equipped entirely with such celestial mechs within the military, a prospect that would undoubtedly instill fear. With the military weapons competition merely 3 months away, he felt reassured. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Absolutely, I can customize whatever type you need. He welcomed this arrangement, as it would alleviate much of his burden, establishing a very stable channel. The military district represented a vast treasure trove of wealth that would undoubtedly escalate over time. Qin Hao then inquired with anticipation, Boss Lin, is it possible to create Xian stage mechs? Old Master Qin and the others directed curious gazes at him. They understood that the leap from yellow stage to Xian stage was akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm, a feat many engineers could not achieve in their lifetimes. The breakthroughs in both technology and materials posed immense challenges. Understanding the techniques and crafting a mech were two entirely distinct concepts. Lin Tian nodded. It is indeed possible. But I currently have no plans to build Xian stage mechs. What he truly needed was the funds to exchange for the complete guide to Xian stage mechs. And at this rate, he should be able to acquire it swiftly. Moreover, despite his apparent ease in crafting mechs, the endeavor was tremendously exhausting, draining both mental and physical reserves. He could not operate like a machine, ceaselessly constructing mechs. Qin Hao acknowledged, indeed, creating a Xian stage mech is not merely a matter of being one level above a yellow stage mech. The resources, effort, time, and finances required multiply exponentially. He continued, how about this, Boss Lin? Let me add you on Super Chat and place an order for 10 yellow stage celestial mechs, configured to your highest standards. I'll finalize the specifics and send them to you. To secure victory at the military weapons competition and garner the military's resources towards the Magic City Military District. He was prepared to invest significantly. Lin Tian's eyes brightened as he retrieved his phone, and they exchanged Super Chat contacts. Qin Tian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Boss Lin, when you begin crafting Xian stage mechs, you must notify me first. I want to be the first to place an order. He felt a swell of joy, having dedicated his life to business endeavors. Currently, he remained at the intermediate level of Xian stage mech engineering. Without fortuitous opportunities, he might forever linger on this plateau. However, possessing a Xian stage celestial mech would undoubtedly facilitate his cultivation, making a breakthrough to the Earth stage possible. After all, no man could resist the allure of mechs. He had once dreamed of wielding a sword across the vast sky, piloting mechs to conquer enemies and traverse the cosmic expanse. Regrettably, due to his lack of innate talent, he had been compelled to tread the path of commerce. His current standing was undeniably a result of financial investment. Lin Tian nodded. Rest assured, I will inform you in advance, Chairman Qin. Brother Lin, there's no need for such formalities. I'm merely a few years older than you, if you don't mind. Call me elder brother, Qin Hao interjected. Old Master Qin shot a disapproving look at his second son, who was quick to add, exactly, Brother Lin, if anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. I'll take care of it. Lin Tian responded without hesitation. Then I shall take the liberty of calling you elder brother. Rest assured, if you or the second brother desire any specific type of mech, do not hesitate to let me know. I will ensure you receive the finest. He understood this was merely an exchange of interests. The Qin family valued his skills and potential, while he sought the protection of their formidable stature. They had both reached an unspoken, yet harmonious, understanding. Old Master Qin chuckled. Ha, since we are all family, there is no need for such formality. We shall take our leave now. Xiao Tian, once you've organized a repair shop, let me know. I will take you to the Magic City Research Institute. I believe your capabilities will be greatly enhanced there. All right, old master. Once I finish my current tasks, I will come find you. As he watched the trio of father and son disappear into the immense black gold mech, vanishing into the horizon, he turned back, somewhat astonished, to glance at Miss Qin Shixian. Why aren't you returning with them? Is there something else you need to attend to? Well, Mr. Lin, I have a few inquiries I'd like to discuss with you. Although she, too, was a profound-level mechanic, the differences between the celestial mech and the nuclear-powered mech were worlds apart. Aside from the external armor, the vast majority of their internal components varied significantly. Moreover, it seemed that this gentleman had little interest beyond monetary gain. Nothing else appeared to elicit even the slightest reaction from him. In other circumstances, her striking beauty would have drawn the attention of lecherous admirers. Yet here, he seemed eager to shoo her away. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively and stretched lazily. The operation room is under surveillance. You may review the recordings yourself. I'm going to catch some sleep. Oh, And by the way, we don't provide meals here. So please remember to close the door on your way out. With that, Lin Tian turned his back and strode into the bedroom behind the display chamber. For him, nothing brought greater joy than earning money and enjoying a good nap. He left Qin Shixian standing there, her thoughts in disarray, unsure what to say. How could there exist such an indolent prodigy in this world? Chapter 15. Qin Ruoxue uncle. I'm just calling you that casually. Are you really my uncle now? The next morning, Lin Tian stretched and felt all his fatigue dissipate. Just as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Qin Shixian. Her eyes fixed intently on the surveillance footage, which she had slowed to the maximum speed. The mechanical workstation was cluttered with crumpled papers filled with sketches, and the floor was littered with them as well. Observing Qin Shixian, deeply engrossed in her study of the footage while meticulously sketching something, he wondered if she had spent the entire night analyzing those mechanical techniques. Indeed, this was the embodiment of a dedicated researcher, driven by an insatiable thirst for scientific knowledge and a fervent exploration of the unknown. He recognized that his own advantage stemmed from mere luck in possessing a system. However, he could not deny that this was also a unique benefit. Perhaps due to her intense concentration, Lin Tian approached her from behind without her noticing. Glancing at the largest blueprint on the workstation, featuring detailed mech designs, data parameters, and equations, he couldn't help but marvel. Impressive. You've made substantial progress overnight. His admiration was genuine. This woman was indeed a prodigy among prodigies, capable of grasping the majority of principles and deriving data parameters just by watching the video analysis. She could even consolidate and standardize her drawings, which was remarkable. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shixian jolted as if awakened from a dream, letting out a sharp gasp as she leaped up, only to stumble into a broad chest. Lin Tian grasped her delicate, panicked hand with one hand while steadying her slender waist with the other. Hey, miss, I suspect you're taking advantage of the situation here. Recovering her composure, Qin Shixian felt her heart race and her cheeks flush as she realized how close they were, quickly distancing herself from Lin Tian. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. How come you walk so silently? You nearly scared me to death. Don't you know that scaring someone can be fatal? Lin Tian slapped his forehead, exasperated. Really? Was it your intense focus or my silent footsteps? If you want to make a move, just say so. As long as the price is right, I wouldn't mind. Why the need for a sudden ambush? To dare to linger alone in a deserted workshop all night? Should I call you bold or timid? At his words, Qin Shixian transformed into a feisty wildcat, hands on her hips, indignantly retorting. Who are you calling this? I'm only 28. You were the one who was old enough to be my uncle. You were the one trying to scare me first. I was frightened too. And you just took advantage of me earlier. I thought you only cared about money. But it seems you're a normal man after all. Though she had never been in a relationship nor experienced romantic entanglements, devoting herself entirely to her research, she wasn't completely naive. My apologies, I'm 25. Having been so bluntly exposed, Lin Tian felt somewhat embarrassed, trying to regain some dignity through age. That is a natural physiological response. Any normal man would react if a stunning beauty embraced him. All right? Forget it. A gentleman shouldn't argue with a lady. By the way, Mr. Lin, I'd like to discuss something with you. I wish to become your apprentice in mechanics. I can pay tuition. What do you think? Huh? Lin Tian blinked in surprise as he regarded Qin Shixian. In this perilous old city, while others would avoid danger, she seemed eager to approach. However, considering her status as a profound-level mech master, it made sense. Sigh. He had anticipated a delicate flower, but found a fierce woman instead. At 28? No wonder she was so formidable. She was an older single woman. He hadn't realized her father was quite the robust character, a case of a late blessing. Lin Tian forced a smile. We'll discuss that later, all right? He understood her intentions perfectly. She merely wished to learn his mech crafting techniques. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Uncle, are you home? Qin Ruoxue burst in cheerfully, her eyes sparkling when she noticed Qin Shixian and Lin Tian together. Auntie, uncle, what were you two doing last night? She promptly spun around and dashed back out, calling, Uncle, Annie, take your time. I'll wait outside. Qin Shixian hurriedly straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes and tousled hair, glancing cautiously at the door. This girl was quite the gossip. Ahem. Lin Tian cleared his throat and sat down in a nearby chair. He couldn't help it. The fiery sensation from earlier still lingered, and he was still somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Shixian then beckoned Qin Ruoxue over. What is it, Ruoxue? Qin Ruoxue peeked her head out from behind the iron door. Auntie, are you done yet? The question nearly made Lin Tian and Qin Shixian simultaneously exclaim in disbelief. What is there to be done? There is nothing. Just a misunderstanding. One that this girl seemed to ponder all day long. Hee hee. Uncle, I didn't expect that I was just calling you casually, and you really became my uncle. It seems I have to change how I address you. Should I call you Auntie Father or Uncle Father? Smack. A hand landed on her forehead. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? What? Auntie, I protest. Why do you all keep hitting me? I might become a Chinibyu. The protest fell on deaf ears. Such was the law of the Qin family. Disobedience resulted in punishment. Moreover, your Chinibyu and the punishment have no correlation. It's innate. Wah, Auntie, you just know how to bully me. I won't talk to you anymore. She began rubbing her eyes, feigning a sob. Uncle, you don't care about your wife. I'm so pitiful. Her performance was so convincing that Qin Shixian found herself both amused and exasperated. Lin Tian, shrugging in resignation, spread his hands. What a peculiar family. A fierce woman, a dramatic child, both with little age difference, and yet they acted so strangely. All right, you little rascal, if you keep spouting nonsense, I will truly become angry. Now, what is the matter? Only then did Qin Ruoxua set aside her playful spirit, producing two black, round spheres. Uncle, look. The star and moon you crafted are simply extraordinary. My strength has increased by several tiers. Yesterday, I managed to take down the two yellow-level overlord beasts that had bullied me, effortlessly and with complete dominance. What do you think? Am I impressive or what? By the way, Uncle, Grandpa has sent me to fetch you, and this is what he wanted me to give you. Lin Tian smiled as he accepted a crystal card handed to him by Qin Ruoxua, one side embossed with a steel great wall, inscribed with the words Magic City, while the other bore his personal information. Chapter 16, Remarkable Long Legs. Once I break through to the Xian level, I too shall acquire long legs. Uncle, you should ride in my mech. I will take you over. Qin Ruoxua appeared eager, her mech now transformed into a Tianshi mech, capable of accommodating several passengers in the cockpit. Qin Shixian also wore a mischievous smile. Lin Tian, why not ride in mine? She said, emphasizing the word brother with a teasing tone, as if she wished to devour him whole. Wow. Annie, you two aren't planning to engage in anything scandalous inside the mech, are you? Smack. Ouch. Qin Ruoxua quickly covered her forehead. You little rascal. Can you not be so inappropriate? I truly wonder what goes through your mind all day. Can you be a bit more ladylike? Be careful, or you might not find a husband in the future. Puffed. Auntie, you should focus on your own happiness first. I'm still young. Do you believe I'll tell your father to cut off your allowance? Why, Auntie, that's not fair. You're being unreasonable. Seeing the two ladies about to bicker again, Lin Tian hastily waved his hand. No need, I can manage on my own. Upon hearing this, both women gazed at Lin Tian with curiosity, especially Qin Shixian. She sensed that Lin Tian's prowess had likely surpassed the advanced yellow level significantly. Yet he had not quite reached the Xian level, which intrigued her. It seemed his physical abilities had attained the pinnacle of the yellow level. As for whether he was a top mech master, she could not ascertain. For many advanced yellow-level mech masters also reached the limits of their physical potential, but failed to ascend to the elite ranks due to innate talent, combat skills, and compatibility with mechs. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Tian summoned a 10-meter-tall silver mech, which appeared before the two women. Gulp! The duo stared, awestruck, at the limitless chaotic mech, their faces reflecting pure astonishment. Goodness! Uncle, you're the mech master who has taken the internet by storm. It's truly you? They gazed at Lin Tian with sparkling eyes, nearly drooling. Hee, Uncle, I'm your beloved niece. Teach me some mech driving skills when you have time. Qin Shixian, in disbelief, understood too well the challenges of mastering both the mech master and mechanic paths. Despite being celebrated as the most extraordinary prodigy of the past century in Daxia, she found herself dwarfed by Lin Tian's remarkable abilities in both realms. His driving skills and combat techniques transcended those of the top mech masters. Was he even human? At that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within her. How could someone so extraordinary exist in this world? Yet, a flicker of excitement ignited in her heart. With pressure comes motivation. Without rivals, life would be unbearably dull. Let us go. Without granting the women much time to absorb the shock, Lin Tian entered the cockpit and set off towards the new city. 5 years. It had been a full 5 years since he last returned to the new city. 5 years, Lin family. Do you know how I have endured during this time? It's high time to settle this account. Behind him, two mechs, one red and one white, flanked him closely, though the white mech stood over 30 meters tall, creating a somewhat comical sight. Annie, did you feel that? Such a strong, killing intent. Uncle seems very angry. Qin Shixian remained silent, quickening the pace of her mech. Auntie, wait for me. Oomph. Long legs are impressive. Huh. Once I break through to the Xian level, I shall acquire long legs too. Approximately half an hour later, The three Mechs halted before a colossal city. Standing beneath the towering structure, even Mechs appeared diminutive. This was the Iron Great Wall of humanity, the ultimate fortress against the onslaught of monstrous beasts. No land beast, even one 100 meters tall, could hope to breach it, and any aerial creatures daring to cross the city gates would be met with a barrage of laser weaponry and missiles. Since the onset of monstrous outbreaks, humanity had begun constructing these steel fortifications. At present, the city gates stood firmly shut, and Mechs lined the ramparts, their numerous cannon barrels aimed at the battlefield below. Stop. Please swipe your ID card to enter the city. This was the rule of every base city. While exiting the city was unrestricted, entry necessitated a pass, and one must disarm their mech to enter. This was why he had been relegated to the old city for years, unable to return to the Magic City. The Lin family had stripped him of everything, canceling all his rights and casting him aside. With no identity or background, what could he do? But now, things were different. It seemed that Grandpa Qin had learned something, especially when Qin Ruoshu had delivered his ID card. After disarming their mechs and swiping their ID cards, Lin Tian and the two women were granted entry without issue. On the city walls, a soldier remarked, "Brother, did you notice that silver mech? Doesn't it look familiar? Isn't that the silver mech that has taken the internet by storm? This is the 13th one we've seen in just a few days. Nothing to be surprised about. Our Dacia manufacturing is indeed formidable. It hasn't been long, and this silver mech is already dominating the streets." Many online claim to be the silver mech master, riding the wave of popularity by showcasing identical mechs. Honestly, the allure is so strong it's tempting me to join the imitation brigade. What are you thinking? It's just a fad. It LL pass. Sigh. People these days live too comfortably. They ought to come to the borders and truly experience what they should admire and pursue. Their perceived peace is merely the burden borne by others. Sometimes I feel indignant for the comrades who sacrifice their lives. What do they gain from pouring their blood and sweat? No one remembers their deeds, not even their names. Perhaps one day, we too will tread the same path. I don't expect them to know our names, but at the very least, they should recognize the struggles of Dacia and understand that this fleeting peace was bought with the blood of countless predecessors. Enough of that. Let us just focus on our duties. We can't concern ourselves with anything else. As Lin Tian surveyed the familiar yet foreign streets, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Once, he too had run along these streets like those children, trailing behind his parents as they bought this and that. Now, everything had changed, and the past felt like a distant memory. Chapter 17. Lin Tian, are you truly a member of the Lin family? Walking along the bustling street, the trio formed a striking tableau, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. "Uncle, Annie, let us grab a bite to eat first. I'm starving. There's a restaurant nearby with decent food. After we eat, Uncle Zhang should be arriving soon." "All right." Qin Shishin nodded, having gone without food or water since yesterday afternoon. Feeling quite famished, Lin Tian shrugged nonchalantly, giving Qin Ruoshu a look that said, "It's up to you." Just as they conversed, a luxury car pulled up before them, and a head of yellow, curly hair peeked out of the window, beaming at the two beautiful women. "Ladies, where are you headed? Hop in. I'll give you a ride." In the depths of one's heart lies a hidden path of unparalleled excellence, truly exquisite. When did such a celestial beauty emerge in District 23? TSK, that figure, that visage, those legs, that bosom. As for the scruffy Lin Tian, he was swiftly disregarded. Under the scrutinizing gaze of such pair of sly eyes, Qin Shishin displayed a flicker of disdain, while Qin Ruoshu's temper flared, leading her to angrily retort, "Get lost. Do you think someone like you can covet my presence? Look again, and I might just have your eyes gouged out." The yellow-haired man grew even more audacious. TSK. One was as frigid as ice, the other as fiery as flame. How delightful, simply marvelous. Two beauties, follow your elder brother, and I guarantee you'll be treated like royalty. Slap. A vivid red palm print instantly marked the yellow-haired man's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. Throughout his life, no one had ever struck him. This wretched woman. Qin Ruoshu shook her hand, her face reflecting distaste as she wiped it on her attire. "Ugh, what kind of filth is this? Your skin is quite thick indeed." The yellow-haired man immediately retaliated. "You filthy whore. Dressing like this is nothing but an invitation for attention. Don't pretend. It's your fortune that I even noticed you. Behave and come with me, or I'll make you wish you were never born. Go, bring them to me. Let me show you how I can make their lives a living hell." As he spoke, the car door swung open, and four burly men clad in suits and sunglasses approached the two women. Bang! One of the muscular men reached out, only to be met with a swift kick from Qin Ruoshu, striking him squarely in the groin. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his injury while letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Despite being merely at the intermediate level of the yellow tier, her physical prowess had already reached the advanced level, easily handling such lowly ruffians. Hiss! Both Lin Tian and the yellow-haired man were taken aback by the scene, feeling a sudden chill in their groins. Qin Shixian, however, was even more efficient. She merely shifted, and in the blink of an eye, 3 of the muscular men were sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Unable to rise, they clearly hit a wall, was the first thought that crossed the yellow-haired man's mind. He hadn't anticipated these 2 women to be so formidable. Run! He hastily started his vehicle, preparing to flee. Boom! Suddenly, it felt as if something had fallen from the sky, and the roof of his car collapsed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Ruoxia, in her little red mech, relentlessly stomped on the luxury car, nearly reducing it to a mere sheet of metal. The yellow-haired man crawled out of the driver's seat in a disheveled state, casting a wary glance at the towering red mech. Had he delayed even a second longer, he would have been turned to pulp. This damned woman is ruthless. She truly intends to kill me. He then snarled, "You filthy bitch, just wait. This is my Lin family's territory. If you dare provoke the Lin family, you're as good as dead." The Lin family? Qin Shixian turned to Lin Tian, seemingly seeking answers in his expression. Lin Tian, with an inscrutable countenance, approached the yellow-haired man and seized him by the hair, lifting his head. "You truly are from the Lin family?" After scrutinizing him closely and comparing his features with his memories, he finally recognized him. "Ah, so it's Lin Yang. You've grown so crooked, I nearly didn't recognize you. My apologies." This revelation momentarily restored the yellow-haired man's confidence as he laughed brazenly. "Haha, since you recognize me, you should promptly release me and hand over those 2 filthy bitches. Who knows, I might just spare your miserable life if I'm in a good mood." Bang! Lin Tian forcefully slammed Lin Yang's head against the hard stone slab. I'll make you pay." Blood gushed from the gash on Lin Yang's forehead, staining much of his face, and he howled in agony. Bang! Another brutal strike sent him crashing against the stone once more, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. You're dead meat. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, it won't help." Bang! I never would have imagined, even after 5 years, you'd still be this foolish. A crowd of onlookers quickly gathered, murmuring in disbelief. "Oh my, isn't that Lin Yang, the 3rd young master of the Lin family? How did he end up in such a sorry state? That person must be incredibly bold to confront the Lin family. Serves him right. This scoundrel has taken advantage of the Lin family's power, committing countless heinous acts over the years. Such scum should be eradicated without a second thought. Alas, it's a pity for those 2 beauties. I can already guess what transpired. It's over. The Lin family is a top-tier family in District 23. Moreover, I've heard they've recently formed ties with the Qin family, growing increasingly arrogant and ruthlessly suppressing rival businesses. Rumor has it this scoundrel even got into Magic City University, and today he's holding some kind of top scholar banquet. It's utterly absurd that such trash could get into Magic City University. I wouldn't be surprised if he bought his way in or used connections to gain entry. Just look at him. He has likely been drained by a life of debauchery. Bang! Lin Yang finally succumbed to unconsciousness, and Lin Tian tugged his hair, dragging him like a dead dog while addressing Qin Shixian. "If I were to unleash a massacre in the city, your Qin family would be able to manage the aftermath. Wouldn't you?" He understood that brawling and killing were strictly forbidden in the base city. Otherwise, one would lose all rights and be exiled, never to return. The Lin family had once done just that, orchestrating the death of his mother for the inheritance left by his father, framing him for murder, stripping him of all his rights, and banishing him from Magic City. Since they claimed he had killed, today he would show them what true killing looked like. Rules and laws were merely constraints imposed on ordinary citizens. In the end, this world was one of survival of the fittest. Qin Shixian nodded, momentarily entranced by the chilling aura of murder emanating from Lin Tian. "Very well," informed the old man. "Consider it a personal favor to your Qin family." As her words fell, a silver mech appeared, transforming into a streak of light amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, soaring towards a specific direction, gripping the nearly lifeless Lin Yang, who appeared no larger than an ant. My heavens, is that the esteemed silver mech master in the flesh? But wait, all analyses online indicated it was a terrifying ground combat mech. How is it suddenly flying? It's likely a replica, but even so, that speed is astonishing. Where's he heading? The Lin family? Let us go. There's a spectacle to behold. Chapter 18, A Massacre Unleashed. At the Lin family estate, the open-air square was lavishly adorned with tables overflowing with feasts, all filled with guests enthusiastically congratulating the Lin family patriarch, Lin Ming. Congratulations, Lin family master. A golden scaled fish is not meant for mere pawns. Your son shall transform into a dragon upon entering Magic City University. Indeed, Lin family master. I've heard your family has gained the support of the Qin family. This truly is a double blessing. Lin Ming beamed with joy, unable to contain his smile. Today marked one of his happiest days. Having aligned with the Qin family, his family's business thriving, and his son entering Magic City University. In his mind, he envisioned the rise of a vast commercial empire and a glorious family legacy. With the old man on the brink of a breakthrough, it was indeed a triple blessing. I thank all of you for attending my son's graduation banquet. Please enjoy yourselves without hesitation. Ha, Lin family master, let us see your third young master. We wish to share in the joy. Yes, Lin family master, could it be that the third young master is shy and hiding in his room? Please, everyone be patient. My son will be here shortly. Lin Ming smiled as he soothed the crowd, murmuring, what is going on? According to the schedule, he should have arrived by now. He then signaled to a nearby servant. Just as the servants were hurriedly preparing to search for him, a voice rang out. Are you looking for him? With a resounding thud, Lin Yang, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, was hurled through the air, crashing heavily into the center of the square and toppling a table laden with food and drink. The startled onlookers shrieked and recoiled in horror, exclaiming, Murder! Murder! Suddenly, a silver mech descended from the heavens, landing in the heart of the square, its voice cold and unyielding. This is a matter between myself and the Lin family. All others must vacate immediately or face death. In its grasp, the mech wielded a colossal sword engulfed in flames, causing the temperature to rise dramatically, sending the crowd fleeing in terror. Some vanished from sight in an instant, while others, undeterred by danger, cowered in corners to witness the unfolding spectacle, murmuring, This is quite the event. Oh heavens! Could this be the true form of that silver mech? One gasped. I cannot be mistaken. That laser sword is unmistakable. No imitation could capture its essence. Indeed, it very well could be that esteemed individual, another replied. Hiss! What grievance does he have with the Lin family that he would storm in so boldly? Alas, poor Lin Yang. He is surely on the brink of death, someone lamented. He deserves it. If not for the Lin family's oppressive influence, I would never have attended this ridiculous celebration for his academic advancement. Trouble loomed as this formidable figure dared to challenge the entire Lin family. Despite his prowess, he was merely a yellow-tier mech master, while the Lin family's guards were all seasoned yellow-tier experts, with 4 commanding officers at the Shin tier level. Moreover, the Lin family's elder was rumored to be nearing a breakthrough to the Earth tier, and Lin Ming had already ascended to a high Shin tier. Lin Ming's expression darkened as he glared at the silver mech. Who dares assault my son and disrupt our prestigious banquet? The Lin family harbors no enmity with you. The Lin family's guards summoned their mechs, encircling the square, poised to strike at a moment's notice. My dear uncle, can you not recognize your own nephew's voice? You truly are regressing. With a thunderous stomp, the silver mech crushed Lin Yang into a pulpy mass, blood splattering as the crowd erupted in exhilarated applause. Reveling in the violence, Lin Ming, witnessing his son's gruesome fate, was consumed by rage. So it is you, wretched beast. No matter how you returned or acquired that mech, today you shall die. Everyone to me, kill him. Avenge my son. He roared, his heart filled with a primal fury, no longer considering the consequences, only the desire to eliminate that vile creature. As various mechs of differing hues converged upon the silver mech, the square trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, each cannon aimed unhesitatingly at the silver titan, unleashing a torrent of fire. Hot, 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 hot. Boom! A barrage of energy bullets, explosive shells, and laser beams formed a deadly net that enveloped the entire square. Alas, our esteemed individual has acted too impulsively. Such concentrated fire would obliterate even a Shin-tier mech. Just as despair filled the hearts of the spectators, a roar akin to an enraged dragon reverberated through the square. Gazing upward, they beheld 9 colossal fire dragons ascending skyward, enveloping the silver mech. Boom! Countless energies erupted against the dragon fire shield, creating mere ripples upon its surface. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply, astonished at the extraordinary defensive shield. Is this truly a yellow-tier mech? Such incredible capabilities. Who crafted this marvel? Regardless of the cost, I must acquire one. As a relentless barrage of energy descended, the melee mechs rushed forward, brandishing their weapons against the silver mech. Swish! The silver mech wielded its flame sword, cleaving a mech armed with a massive axe in twain, sending its parts crashing to the ground, sparks flying. The mech pilot, paralyzed by fear, scrambled away. His face a portrait of terror. Yet he scarcely made it a few strides before a spark ignited from his chest, rapidly engulfing him in flames. In mere moments, he collapsed, reduced to a charred husk. This horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, who were grateful for their swift escape from the Lin family's ranks. What kind of fire is that? Such terrifying power. The silver mech rampaged through the ranks of the Lin family like a wolf among sheep, wielding the infinite flame sword in a chaotic flurry, embodying the essence of overwhelming strength. Mechs fell apart as if they were mere vegetables, and their pilots were not spared from the fate of becoming charred remains. In mere moments, the Lin family's 48 yellow-tier mech warriors were annihilated, leaving only 4 junior Xian-tier commanders trembling at the sight of the advancing silver mech. Despite their superior rank, they quaked in fear as they beheld the imposing figure, their spirits crushed by the sight of the blazing sword. They turned and fled, desperate to escape the square. Chapter 19. Qin Ruashuawa, Auntie. How can my uncle be in such dire straits? Let's assist him. The infinite chaos mech opened its fingers, revealing a swirling vortex of terrifying energy brewing within. It unleashed 4 blazing rays of light towards the fleeing quartet. With no dazzling colors or explosive displays, the 4 rays precisely pierced the cockpits of their mechs, leaving behind gaping black holes. Clang! The 4 mechs collapsed, their pilots instantly incinerated by the radiant beams. This was one of the 3 formidable weapons currently wielded by the infinite chaos mech. One for defense, one for ranged attack, and one for close combat. Each an instrument of unparalleled destruction. He showed no mercy. The faces of those who had once bullied him were etched in his memory, for none among them were innocent. Gulp! The spectators collectively swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. They had never imagined that a yellow-tier mech could possess such overwhelming prowess, not only dominating its own tier, but also vanquishing those of a higher realm. In truth, the 4 were paralyzed with fear, their will to resist shattered, consumed by the singular desire to flee. Had they coordinated their attacks, as Xian-tier mech warriors, perhaps they could have persisted a little longer. After all, Xian-tier mechs far surpassed yellow-tier ones in height, weight, speed, strength, and overall might. Even the most elite yellow-tier pilots could only contend with junior Xian-tier pilots, and victory seemed impossible, let alone a swift defeat. Little beast, it seems you've grown bold. However, you will pay dearly for your arrogance. Today, without fail, you shall die. The voice of Lin Tian resonated from within the infinite chaos mech. My dear uncle, it remains only you. Have you considered how you wish to perish? Lin Ming snorted disdainfully. Arrogant little beast. Allow me to show you what a true Xian-tier mech is capable of. I should have killed you long ago, preventing this calamity from ever occurring. Die, and accompany my son in death. With a thunderous roar, a towering 30-meter black mech emerged before the crowd, rendering the limitless chaos mech mere child's play in comparison, standing only as high as the black mech's thigh. It was over. This time, it was utterly over. The black god mech, renowned for its defense and power, stood as the pinnacle of ground combat mechs among the mysterious tier, especially with Lin Ming having ascended to the advanced realm of this echelon. No matter how extraordinary the pilot's skills or how formidable the weaponry, in the face of absolute power, all was in vain. I seem to have stumbled upon a remarkable secret. The esteemed individual is referred to as Lin Ming's second uncle. Could it be that he is the infamous scion Lin Tian from the Lin family, who was cast aside 5 years prior? I happen to be privy to some of the underlying truths after Lin Hui, the elder of the Lin family, returned from beyond the stars gravely wounded and ultimately succumbed to his injuries. A relic he left behind sparked fierce contention among the factions. Eventually, for reasons unknown, the Lin family announced that the matriarch of the elder line perished from grief and illness, following Lin Hui into the afterlife. All that remained was a solitary orphan. Lin Tian, it was rumored, was exiled from the Lin family and banished to the old city after committing murder and stripped of all rights. If this esteemed individual truly is Lin Tian, then matters have escalated significantly. There must be many secrets yet to be uncovered. The 2 newly arrived individuals, overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, found Qin Ruashua's eyes reddening with emotion. Oh dear, uncle has suffered so much. Can we help him, please? She swayed Qin Shishuan's arm, her eyes pleadingly fixed on a ladder. Qin Shishuan, momentarily pulled from her thoughts, gazed at the magnificent silver mech standing proudly in the square, lost in contemplation. Then, with a decisive step forward, she fused herself with the mech, transforming into a 30-meter tall white mech that strode toward the center of the square. The ground trembled beneath its weight, sending small stones vibrating. My, that previously aloof beauty is indeed a high-tier mech master. No wonder her mech is so stunningly beautiful. When did the 23rd district come to boast such a level of beauty? TSK, that petite beauty is remarkable in her own right, embodying an entirely different form of allure. Qin Ruoxue shot a glare at the onlookers, her eyes demanding their attention. The crowd quickly averted their gazes, realizing that these two ladies, daring to meddle in the Lin family's affairs, were not to be trifled with by mere scions of lesser families. Fuming, Qin Ruoxue thought, if only she could break through to the mysterious tier, she could offer some assistance. But she knew that even if she approached, she would merely be brushed aside like a mere annoyance. Why was it that her uncle could wield such overwhelming prowess, effortlessly dominating others of his rank, and even battling those beyond it? All she could do was bully the yellow tier overlord beasts. A voice resonated from the white mech as it stood alongside the primordial chaos mech in the center of the square. I will assist you. The limitless chaos mech lifted its gaze toward the stunning beauty of the white mech, as if making eye contact with Qin Shi within the cockpit. Clang! A white foot landed on the foot of the limitless chaos mech, sparks flying as metal clashed, producing a sound akin to iron meeting iron. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful mech before? Lin Tian quipped, having witnessed such beauties before, but none so brazenly audacious. Lin Ming's expression darkened as he glared at the white mech, astonished that this little beast had an ally and that they were openly flirting before him, completely disregarding his presence. Esteemed one, this is a family matter of the Lin clan. I kindly ask you not to interfere. From the white mech, Qin Shishuan's voice emerged, chillingly cold. Are you addressing me? A wave of frigid air swept through the vicinity, causing the temperature to plummet. Lin Ming's face darkened further. If you insist on meddling, though the Lin family may not be a top-tier clan, we are not to be trifled with by anyone. At that moment, alarm bells rang as police cars swiftly entered the square, armed officers surrounding the area. Everyone, raise your hands, kneel down, and do not move. Even the onlookers were swiftly subdued, with more officers aiming their weapons at the three mechs at the center of the square. The leading officer shouted, "You have violated the mech regulations of the base city. Please disengage your mechs and surrender. Those who resist will face necessary force." In response, Lin Ming was the first to disengage his mech. A smile plastered across his face as he approached the captain, pointing at the limitless chaos mech. "Captain Shun, my apologies for troubling you personally, but this beast not only murdered my son, but also stormed into the Lin family, wreaking havoc. Look at my family's guard team. They were all slain by him. You must seek justice for the Lin family. This individual is irredeemably vile, a true criminal, flaunting his mech to bully others and disregarding the law. Captain Shun, that little beast even threatened my life. I was merely acting in self-defense." At this moment, Lin Tian and Qin Shi simultaneously disengaged their mechs. "Who are you? Why did you unleash chaos upon the Lin family?" Captain Shun furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Lin Tian's somewhat familiar features, struggling to recall. Lin Tian smirked, "Long time no see, Captain Shun. I see you've forgotten me so quickly. It has only been 5 years, and yet all seems lost on you. I have been keeping you in my thoughts." Lin Ming leaned closer to Captain Shun and whispered something, causing the latter's expression to darken instantly. He then waved his hand at the nearby officers, ordering, "Take them away." He feared Lin Tian would reveal past events, which could ruin his future in front of so many witnesses. He had not anticipated that this man, whom he had thought dead, would return alive after being cast into the old city. "Stop. I dare anyone to lay a finger on my uncle and aunt." Qin Ruoxue sprinted to Lin Tian's side, glaring fiercely at Captain Shun. "And you are?" Qin Ruoxue placed her hands on her hips, exuding a fearless demeanor. "Have you lost your eyesight? I'm the esteemed Miss Qin Ruoxue." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they regarded the young maiden with incredulity. "What? She is the esteemed Miss Qin Ruoxue, the granddaughter of the illustrious Qin Haoyan, a national treasure whose father commands the military district of Magic City, and whose uncle is the chairman of the Qin Tian group, while her aunt is a prodigious scientist. So, that means the other lady must be her aunt, Qin Shi. Oh my goodness, I must have missed the auspicious signs today. I can't believe I am witnessing two prominent figures at once. I just cast a glance at her with ill intent. I hope I won't lose my head over it." At that moment, Captain Chen's face turned a deep shade of purple, trembling in fear. "Oh my, if she is indeed that esteemed ancestor, then I am utterly finished." He quickly nodded and bowed. "Miss Qin, it's all a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I was blind to the truth. Please, be magnanimous and overlook my offense." A single word from her could cost him his position, and he feared for his very life. There was no way around it. The Qin family was the true ruler of Magic City, an entity beyond the reach of any individual or faction. Just as he stood there, filled with trepidation, Lin Ming pointed at Qin Ruoxue, sneering. What audacity! How dare you impersonate the esteemed Miss Qin? What punishment do you deserve? Captain Chun, do not be deceived by her. Though I have never seen the esteemed Miss Qin. Consider this. The true Miss Qin Ruoxue is a figure of great stature and would never associate with someone like Lin Tian, who appears ragged and disheveled like a beggar. It would be laughable. Surely, you must realize that someone of her caliber would never venture out without a retinue of bodyguards? Who would believe otherwise? Indeed, realizing the situation, Captain Chun slapped his forehead, recalling that in his moment of fear he had failed to think critically. It indeed seemed to be the case. He then turned to Qin Ruoxue. Do not presume that a modicum of beauty allows you to impersonate the esteemed young lady of the Qin family. Such high-profile figures are not to be trifled with. Seize her at once. Take her away. Qin Ruoxue, her teeth clenched in anger, promptly produced her identification card and thrust it before Captain Chun, imploring him to take a good, hard look and verify that it indeed bore the name Qin Ruoxue. Captain Chun merely glanced at it before sneering. In this day and age, there are far too many people with the same name. Even identification cards can be forged. Who can tell if yours is authentic or not? Do you realize that forging an ID is a grave offense? Fuming, Qin Ruoxue prepared to unleash a torrent of vitriol, but was pulled back by Lin Tian. Indeed, it was Captain Chun who had once defamed her by forging her ID to frame her for murder. One could only speculate how many favors he had received from the Lin family to audaciously commit such a crime. This revelation caused an uproar. The notion that a police captain could accept bribes and fabricate identification, leading to wrongful convictions, was utterly abhorrent. Indeed, I always said that the young Master Lin Tian was too kind-hearted to harm even a chicken. How could he possibly commit murder? It seems there is indeed something amiss here. Bah! Those in power, cloaked in the guise of the law, can manipulate the lives of the impoverished as they please. Such beasts in human form deserve 1,000 cuts, lest they continue to plague the common folk. Silence. To dare to retaliate at this juncture and slander me. You shall face even greater consequences. Seize them all. Take them away. At that moment, Captain Chun was like an ant on a hot pan, eager to execute Lin Tian on the spot. He could hardly wait to bring these individuals to the police station, where everything would be under his control. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, an out-of-place voice interjected. Hey, cousin, what are you doing here? A well-dressed young man, handsome in appearance, squeezed through the crowd, accompanied by a young woman. Upon seeing the scattered remnants of mechas and blood, the girl hastily ran to Lin Ming's side. Dad, what's going on here? With their arrival, Lin Ming regained his earlier composure, casting a cold smile at Lin Tian. You little wretch, prepare to meet your end. My daughter is to marry into the true Qin family, not some counterfeit like you. You might as well await your demise. Even if you return, it will not alter your fate. He then turned to his daughter, Lin Meyer. Lin Tian has killed your brother. You must avenge him. At these words, Lin Meyer, recognizing a vaguely familiar face, charged forward, raising her hand to deliver a blow to Lin Tian. You beast! You killed my brother and now have the audacity to return? You ungrateful wretch, why don't you just die? However, before her hand could reach him, she was kicked aside, landing painfully on the ground, clutching her stomach in agony. Disdainfully, Lin Tian wiped his foot on the stone slab, remarking, Truly, one can see the family resemblance. You lot are quite revolting. Struggling to her feet, Lin Meyer shot a venomous glare at Lin Tian before wincing in pain as she approached the young man. Brother Bai, you must stand up for me. That beast dared to kick me. She pointed accusingly at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with rage. Yet in the next moment, everyone present was stunned as the young man delivered a resounding slap across Lin Meyer's face. What? Is this the girlfriend you sought? Such a shrew has no place at the gates of the Qin family. She would only tarnish the reputation of our household. Qin Ruoxue, her expression as cold as frost, fixed her gaze on Qin Xiaobai, who was nervously wiping sweat from his brow. She had initially intended to stay out of the matter, considering he was merely a distant cousin. But with the flames now encroaching upon her, she could no longer remain uninvolved. Qin Xiaobai, pale and embarrassed, scratched his head. Cousin, I was just having some fun, truly. Please don't take it seriously. Internally, he lamented his misfortune. He had merely accompanied Lin Meyer back home, and now found himself entangled with his formidable cousin. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers as they fixated on the two striking figures at the center of the square, their images indelibly etched into their memories. My heavens! She is indeed the young lady of the Qin family. Certainly, Qin Xiaobai's Tianhai Group is a subsidiary of the esteemed Qin Tian Group, one of the most prominent corporations in District 23. Who has not heard of it? Indeed, the cousin of the illustrious young lady. Who else could it be? It seemed that the Lin family had truly encountered a formidable opponent. They had hoped to ascend the social ladder through their daughter, only to find themselves ensnared. After all, a chicken, even if it flies to a branch, cannot transform into a phoenix. The realization struck Lin Ming like a thunderbolt, leaving him a quivering wreck on the ground. Utterly disoriented, she was indeed the young lady of the Qin family. How could that wretched Lin Tian associate with someone of such stature? No, it cannot be. It is utterly impossible. He is merely a discarded member of the Lin family. What right does he have to command the attention of the Qin family? Captain Chun, trembling, approached Qin Ruoxue and with a thud, fell to his knees, repeatedly slapping his own face. Miss Qin, it is I who failed to recognize your greatness. Listening to the slanders of petty individuals. I see my error now. I beg you, please forgive my transgressions and allow me to serve you in any capacity. At that moment, he felt an intense regret, wishing he could obliterate his own tongue, and harbored a desire to see Lin Ming punished severely for his betrayal. Qin Ruoxue's eyes revealed a glimmer of disdain. Begone. This matter will be investigated thoroughly, and your fate will depend on your cooperation. Yes, miss. I will fully cooperate with the investigation to atone for my sins. Thank you, miss, thank you. He rose unsteadily, supported by several officers, hastily departing the square, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Qin Ruoxue turned to Lin Tian with a smile. Uncle, are you satisfied? To kill him would be too merciful. It is not worth provoking the authorities over such a lowly individual. Let the law take its course. Rest assured, I will have my father dispatch people to investigate, ensuring a thorough examination. Even if he does not perish, he will languish in prison for a lifetime or be sent to the death squad as cannon fodder. Lin Tian nodded, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. He had indeed benefited from the Qin family's influence. Otherwise, he would not have been able to extricate himself from the Lin family in this city. He had initially planned to remain hidden in the Tianyuan mechanic shop until he grew powerful enough to take control, but the Qin family's intervention had reshuffled his plans, providing him with a grand platform. Yet, he understood that reliance on others was unreliable. One could only depend on oneself. In this world, only interests were eternal, not friendships. Qin Ruoxue offered a playful smile. Uncle, you are family. There is no need for formality. I will certainly have many matters for you in the future. If you could become my little uncle by marriage, wouldn't that mean I could acquire Mechs at will? Hee. Smack. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep this up, I will have your father restrict your privileges to prevent you from causing trouble. Oh, dear aunt, you are being too harsh. You hit me again. I protest. Qin Ruoxue pressed her forehead in frustration, then turned to the dazed Qin Xiaobai, pointing at Lin Tian and exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Don't you know to greet him? This is your uncle." Ah. Qin Xiaobai gazed at the scruffy man before him, who was only slightly older than himself. Where did this uncle spring from? Nevertheless, he politely called out, "Uncle." For a moment, Lin Tian was caught in indecision, neither accepting nor rejecting the acknowledgement, and could only smile and nod. As Qin Xiaobai lingered in place, Qin Ruoxue shot him a glare and irritably remarked, "Why are you still standing there? Are you reluctant to leave your little darling?" With an awkward smile, Qin Xiaobai finally decided to depart, saying, "Cousin, since you're here, remember to come visit my house. My dad and the others miss you." He then turned to Lin Ming and declared, "The cooperation between the Lin family and my Tianhai group is hereby terminated. Furthermore, any previous promises made by me shall be regarded as mere jest." With that, he turned to leave, not even casting a glance at Lin Meyer. It wasn't that he held any particular fondness for Lin Meyer. Rather, her skills were undeniably impressive, rendering him somewhat captivated. However, he was clear-headed enough to know that there were plenty of women in the world. Big brother Bai, are you abandoning Meyer? Wu Lin Meyer squatted on the ground, crying uncontrollably as she watched Qin Xiaobai's retreating figure, her dreams of wealth shattered in an instant. Rising to her feet, she glared at Lin Tian with a ferocious expression, as if she intended to devour him, and lunged at him, claws outstretched. It's all your fault. Lin Tian, it's you beast who caused this. Without you, my family Wu Ti have fallen apart, and big brother by Wu Ti have left me. Without you, my Lin family Wu Ti be in this dire state. Slap. Qin Ruoxue delivered a fierce blow, sending Lin Meyer flying, blood spilling from her mouth as her pretty face turned red and swollen. Haven't you had enough? You all brought this upon yourselves. It has nothing to do with my uncle. If you want to blame someone, blame your own family for ruining themselves. At that moment, Lin Tian approached Lin Meyer step by step, a murderous intent radiating from him, causing her face to pale in fear. "Dad, save me." Lin Ming's voice erupted in a frantic roar. "Lin Tian, what more do you want? You've killed so many of our kin, murder my son. And now you want to kill my daughter? They're your family." Lin Tian's lips curled into a scornful smile. "Family? Kin? When you all conspired to force my mother to her death, did you consider familial bonds? You shamelessly seized my father's legacy, forgetting that you are my father's own brother, my second uncle. When you framed me for murder, did you think of me as your kin? After your children beat me to the brink of death and discarded me in the old city, did you consider me your family? Huh? Family? Kin? How utterly laughable." At this moment, Lin Tian was on the verge of madness, releasing years of pent-up pain and torment. Tears streamed down his face unbidden, and with a sudden stomp, the sound of cracking bones echoed as anguished screams pierced the air. "Cousin, weren't you so fond of breaking limbs? Let's see how it feels to be rendered useless. I'll throw you back to the old city. I wonder what those scavengers will do to you. Do you think those beasts will spare you?" Lin Meyer was writhing in pain, nearly fainting. "No, please, Lin Tian, I was wrong." Seeing his daughter in such a tragic state, Lin Ming's eyes burned with unbridled fury and murderous intent. "Lin Tian, you should never have returned. Godi." In an instant, the black mech appeared, its palm descending upon Lin Tian, aiming to crush him into a pulp. Chapter 22. A Twist of Fate. The Lin family patriarch breaks through to Earth-level mech mastery. Clang. Qin Shixian's white mech deliver punch, colliding with the descending palm, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground. Fortunately, Lin Tian and Qin Ruoxue had summoned their mechs and were unharmed. "You little beast. Don't think that with the Qin family as protection, you can act recklessly. You must die. No one can save you." Lin Ming was completely consumed by hatred, his mind fixated on the singular thought of killing Lin Tian, unbothered by the consequences of offending the Qin family. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the sparks flying and the clanking of metal, the black and white mechs clashed in fierce combat for over a dozen rounds, shaking the entire plaza. "Come on, Aunt." Qin Ruoxue cheered from the sidelines, reveling in the chaos, her excitement growing with each fierce exchange. Both were high-level Earth mech masters, and, for a time, they seemed evenly matched. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out, "Stop." An old man, hunched and leaning on a cane, emerged from a grand hall. Clang! The black mech was sent reeling back by a powerful punch from the white mech, which then halted and turned to face the elderly figure, excitement trembling in its voice. "Dad, did you succeed?" A smile graced the old man's face as a terrifying aura emanated from him. Thud, thud, thud. The three were staggered backward by the overwhelming force, with Qin Shixian standing protectively in front of them, eyes wide with astonishment. Earth-level mech master. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. "My goodness, I heard the Lin family patriarch was in seclusion to break through to Earth level, and it's true. He actually succeeded. Wow. An Earth-level mech master. There are barely a handful of them in the entire Demon City, each one a terrifying presence that commands respect. Even the Qin family must think twice before acting. The Lin family is about to change dramatically." The old man turned his gaze to Lin Tian, a warm, benevolent smile gracing his features. "Xiao Tian, can we sit down and have a good talk? After all, I'm still your grandfather, aren't I?" Lin Tian let out a cold laugh. "Put away your pretentious facade. After you turned a blind, I did everything the Lin family did to my mother and me. You ceased to be my grandfather. I have long severed ties with the Lin family. We are only enemies now." A hint of regret flickered in the old man's eyes as he spoke again. "Xiao Tian, listen to me. I was in seclusion and had no idea what those little brats were up to. Otherwise, I would have protected both you and your mother. Come back, Xiao Tian. Whatever you desire, I can give you, even the position of the Lin family patriarch, as compensation from your grandfather." The infinite chaos mech pointed accusingly at the old man. "We both know the truth of the situation, and your hypocritical face disgusts me. I don't care for the position of patriarch. I only want my parents' ancestral tablets and belongings to free them from this filthy place. If not, then let us fight." The old man's previously smiling face turned cold at being so openly insulted. "Xiao Tian, I have already made the greatest concession. Don't chill your grandfather's heart. Your greatest support is the Qin family. Isn't it? Even if you have a good relationship with the young lady of the Qin family, do you think they would turn against the Lin family, a clan with an Earth-level mech master?" He then raised his head to look toward the white and red mechs. These two were the ones he needed to regard seriously, and with a smile, he addressed them. "Miss Qin, what do you both think?" From the white mech came Qin Shixian's icy voice. "Don't think that just because you are an Earth-level mech master, you can compare to Lin Tian, not even a single hair. If you wish to move against him, Feel free to try. As her words fell, the old man's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by the depth of the relationship between Lin Tian and the two young ladies of the Qin family. Qin Ruoxua clapped her hands with a smile, exclaiming, "Wow, Annie is so fierce in protecting her husband. Uncle, aren't you moved to tears?" With a resounding clap, two large hands struck the back of the crimson Mech's head simultaneously. "Ouch! Uncle, Aunt, must you be so synchronized? My poor head," she exclaimed, before turning her gaze toward the venerable elder of the Lin family. "My uncle is a priceless treasure, irreplaceable by any means." Lin Tian, momentarily speechless, pondered how he had become a mere item of trade in her eyes. The elder of the Lin family raised his gaze toward the two Mechs and their young mistresses, requesting, "Please contact Commander Qin and inform him that the Lin family is willing to become a vassal of the Qin family. I too am prepared to serve in the military district, awaiting Commander Qin's orders." The inclusion of a mid-tier mech master would undoubtedly enhance the military district's elite combat capabilities, and it was believed that Commander Qin would know how to make the right choice. The white mech waved dismissively, declaring, "I can convey the will of the Qin family. In the presence of Lin Tian, your Lin family holds no value. Whatever he desires, you must provide, otherwise I shan't hesitate to obliterate your clan." Since Lin Tian voluntarily offered the minuscule technology of the heart of the heaven and earth furnace to the nation, no one could touch him, not even the most prominent families of the capital. The elder Lin's expression darkened as he observed the two Mechs and their mistresses and suggested, "Perhaps we should consult Commander Qin for his opinion?" However, before he could finish, a voice resonated throughout the square. "No need to ask. My sister's stance is the stance of the Qin family." Suddenly, a colossal warplane hovered above the square, and soldiers clad in military uniforms descended, surrounding the area. The last to emerge was a man in general's attire, adorned with 3 stars on his shoulder. "My heavens, that's Commander Qin of our magic city. I can hardly believe it." The situation had escalated dramatically, with the military district intervening personally and Commander Qin making an appearance. The Lin family had indeed shot themselves in the foot. Just as a mid-tier mech master emerged, they had inadvertently provoked the mightiest force in Magic City. Was Lin Tian truly of such significance to warrant the fervent protection of the two young ladies of the Qin family, not to mention the personal visit from Commander Qin? "Commander Qin," the elder Lin said respectfully, bowing. This man was the war god of Magic City, a top-tier mech master known for his prowess in hunting apex beasts. "I wish to understand why the fate of the Lin family and this mid-tier mech master pales in comparison to Lin Tian's standing in the Qin family. What has Lin Tian accomplished to deserve such esteem?" A smile graced Qin Hao's face as he announced, "Listen closely. I am here to announce the appointment of the first commander." Chapter 23, Honor Bestowed, the Millennial-Old Ice Blue Iron. In light of Lin Tian's breakthrough with the minuscule technology of the heart of the heaven and earth furnace, resulting in the creation of the first yellow-tier heaven and earth mech in human history, we recognize his extraordinary contribution to the era of universal mech cultivation in Xia. Therefore, Lin Tian is appointed as the chief mechanic of Xia, vice president of the Xialong Institute of Technology, vice president of the Xia Magic City Research Institute, and chief engineer of the Xia Heavy Industries, and awarded the Xia Special Honor Medal. The Xia Military Department confers upon Lin Tian the rank of Major General under the headquarters, granting him unrestricted access to any military district. The formal commissioning of Major General Lin Tian is now complete. As those words echoed, a line of soldiers approached the infinite chaotic mech, each carrying a box. The trio simultaneously deactivated their mechs. "Well done, little brother," Qin Hao said, stepping forward to deliver a light punch to Lin Tian's chest. He retrieved a set of Major General's uniform from the box, which instantly transformed into a multitude of green dots that clung to Lin Tian's form, morphing into a perfectly fitted Major General's attire. He then affixed several medals onto Lin Tian's chest, fastening the insignia. This is a nano-combat suit developed by our military, featuring exceptional defensive capabilities, impervious to fire and water. Standing tall and straight, Lin Tian saluted with precision, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." He understood that this recognition was not solely due to his offering of the technology, but also significantly influenced by the Qin family. Qin Hao patted his shoulder, saying, "We are all family. There is no need for formality." However, this moment ignited a fervor among those present. "My heavens! Lin Tian is indeed the one who developed the minuscule technology of the heart of the heaven and earth furnace. This is utterly astonishing." The array of titles he had received sent shivers down their spines. Each one was enough for a lifetime of struggle for any genius. And yet, he was still so young. It was akin to a young calf riding a rocket, soaring to the heavens. One could hardly believe that he was perhaps the youngest general in Xia's history, with the privilege of unrestricted access to any military district. His authority was extraordinary. Now I understand why the two young ladies of the Qin family are so determined to protect Lin Tian. He has secretly accomplished such an epic-making feat. Indeed, not even a mid-tier mech master could rival Lin Tian's significance. This was splendid news. They would need to extend their gratitude to Lin Tian, for soon they too would have the opportunity to pilot heaven and earth mechs, an unprecedented reform. Lin Tian truly deserved all these accolades. Alas, the Lin family had effectively sabotaged their own prospects. Had they treated Lin Tian with the respect he deserved, all this glory could have been theirs, propelling them to greatness, a pity indeed. At this moment, Lin Ming and the elder Lin sat dejectedly on the ground, their eyes vacant as they stared at the somewhat frail figure before them. Have he truly erred? They wondered. Such an achievement, after all, could not be overshadowed by the addition of a single mid-tier mech master to the Lin family. Even all the mid-tier mech masters of Xia combined paled in comparison. This was not merely a technology. It was a key to propel the tides of an era, heralding the arrival of a universal mech cultivation age for Xia. The nation would step into a new realm, free from shortcomings. Such an achievement was beyond the Lin family's capacity to disrupt. Yet this legacy, which should have belonged to the Lin family, had been squandered by their own hands. Lin Tian approached the elder Lin, clad in his military uniform, exuding an air of gallantry. I shall refrain from further words. I only wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. He strode past the trio toward a grand hall, returning shortly with a package slung over his back. He once again faced the elder Lin. Where is the item my father left for me? The elder Lin, finally coming to his senses, hesitated, his eyes filled with conflict, and he sighed, preparing to nod. However, Lin Ming shouted, "Father, we cannot give it to him. It is the true hope for our Lin family's rise." The elder Lin glanced at his son, sighed again, and said, "Minger, only now do I understand. The true hope for our rise does not lie in a mere stone, but in familial harmony. This stone was meant for Xiao Tian by Huier, and it is only returning to its rightful owner. What have we truly gained after a lifetime of strife and contention?" With that, the elder Lin waved his hand, and a basketball-sized ice blue stone appeared on the ground, emanating a chill that swiftly coated the surface in frost. This is the millennia-old ice blue iron, and its quality has reached the celestial tier. The knowledgeable Qin Shixian recognized it immediately, realizing why the Lin family had fought so fiercely for it, even at the cost of their own downfall. It turned out that the relic was indeed a celestial-grade treasure, the primary material for crafting the celestial attribute heart of the heaven and earth furnace. The ice attribute is exceedingly rare, a treasure capable of inciting a veritable maelstrom of bloodshed and chaos wherever it is found. Should one gather the requisite materials, it would be entirely feasible to forge a celestial-grade ice attribute mecha of immeasurable worth. When Lin's father initially brought this artifact home, he entrusted it to Lin's mother for safekeeping, promising to bestow it upon Lin Tian once he came of age. Tragically, not long after, Lin's father succumbed to grievous injuries, leaving the two of them behind. On the very day Lin Tian reached adulthood, he found himself devoid of any talent for mecha cultivation. Consequently, the Lin family conspired to coerce Lin's mother into relinquishing the heirloom. Naturally, she steadfastly refused to part with the treasure that had cost her husband his life. In the end, Lin Ming resorted to violence, injuring Lin's mother and seizing the precious artifact. Throughout this ordeal, Lin's mother never revealed to him what the relic truly was. It turned out to be a piece of celestial-grade, 10,000-year-old Xianbing cold iron. It is no wonder that the Lin family would go to such frenzied lengths to acquire this heirloom. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Tian stowed the ice blue stone into the mecha's spatial compartment, his expression inscrutable. Such a stone, in his system's marketplace, could be procured in abundance for a modest sum. Yet, this seemingly inconsequential stone was the very catalyst for his family's ruin. At that moment, Lin Ming erupted into a frenzied roar, his eyes bloodshot with fury and resentment. "Lin Tian, you wretched beast. Why have you returned? Were you not content to languish in the old city? Why must you come back to ruin everything here?" In his eyes, everything had been perfect until Lin Tian's arrival, which had resulted in the death of his son, the incapacitation of his daughter, and the disintegration of the family. The treasure was lost, and with it, the Lin family's hopes for resurgence. Everything was the fault of this little beast. Had he not returned, all would have remained splendid. The Lin family could have allied with the Qin family. His son could have entered the prestigious Magic Capital University. And the patriarch could have ascended to become a tiered mecha master. Any one of these achievements would have been sufficient to propel the Lin family to greatness. Lin Tian, you little beast, if you possess any courage, meet me on the arena of life and death for a duel. Huh, do you dare? A trace of disdain flickered at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth as he disregarded Lin Ming's impotent tirade and strode toward the square's exit. In his eyes, Lin Ming had become as good as dead. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the area, and Lin Ming, who had just been boasting, felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of ice. He looked up to meet a gaze that resembled that of the Grim Reaper. Qin Hao coldly threatened a major general. Do you wish to die? The Lin family had conspired against a mechanic and threatened a military major general. Henceforth, all properties belonging to the Lin family are to be seized, and the family itself shall be placed under lockdown. All direct and collateral members of the Lin family will be subjected to investigation, and those implicated will face legal consequences. Lin Ming trembled, his complexion turning ashen in an instant, while the elder Lin, as if stripped of his soul, staggered backward and collapsed into a chair. He had not anticipated that what had originally seemed like a series of fortuitous events would lead to such dire consequences. He had envisioned a brighter future for the Lin family, yet now, Lin Ming's eyes, filled with fury and indignation, remained fixed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian, have you forgotten how your mother died? Lin Tian halted, his fists clenched, a surge of anger coursing through him, causing his entire being to tremble. He turned to face Lin Ming, his eyes brimming with overwhelming murderous intent. Indeed, he could not forget. Every time he closed his eyes, he recalled his mother standing in front of him, fatally struck in the heart by this treacherous uncle. He would never forget the grotesque expressions of those so-called kin as he wept in anguish. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Qin Hao quickly interjected, urging his younger brother to remain calm, reminding him that Lin Ming was merely attempting to provoke him. You're still young, with ample time ahead of you and a bright future. There is no need to engage with him. Let the law punish him. Trust me, he will receive his just deserts. Lin Tian shook his head, expressing gratitude to his elder brother, but asserting, I wish to kill him with my own hands. He understood that even if everything were investigated thoroughly and Lin Ming faced justice, the penalties would likely amount to the nullification of his cultivation and a life sentence in exile, or perhaps relegation to a frontline cannon fodder battalion. Now, he yearned only to slay his treacherous uncle himself. Qin Shixian looked at Lin Tian with worry. Indeed, Lin Tian, it is not worth risking your life against such a rabid dog. Exactly, uncle. Once you break through to the Xian grade, dealing with him will be a trivial matter. Chapter 24. Explosive news across the internet. Lin Tian's identity exposed. He comprehended the rationale. Presently, Lin Ming was merely a grasshopper in autumn, with little time left to leap. However, he too harbored a desire to eliminate Lin Ming. He wished to make him experience the agony of losing loved ones, to make him taste the bitterness of having everything stripped away. He longed to use his iron fist to show Lin Ming what it felt like to die in hatred after having his heart shattered. He sought vengeance for his mother. Very well, I accept your challenge. Tomorrow shall be your death day. Haha, you little beast. You are just as insufferably confident as your dead father. Await your demise. Soon. They both signed a death warrant, adhering to the rules of the base city. Any grievances must be settled either outside the city in a fight to the death, or through a signed death warrant. Within the city, there existed a designated arena for such personal vendettas. Alas, brother, the die is cast, Qin Hao lamented, uncertain of what more to say. The youth was far too impulsive, allowing himself to be riled into a frenzy by mere words. But fear not, regardless of the outcome. My Qin family will spare no effort to ensure your safety. Uncle, while your bravado was commendable, it was indeed too reckless. The disparity between yellow and Xian grades is vast, especially considering Lin Ming's advanced Xian grade. Qin Shixian scoffed, striding past Lin Tian. Foolish man, enjoy your final moments. Hey, madwoman, you could have just walked past. Lin Tian exclaimed, clutching his foot, which had been crushed by her high heel. This seemingly frail woman had surprisingly heavy feet. Serves you right, uncle. Why provoke a woman? Qin Hao chuckled as he patted Lin Tian's shoulder and sighed, moving toward the square's exit. Brother, take this time to see if you can make a final push to break through to the Xian grade. Perhaps there is still hope. Could you all have a bit more faith in me, please? Lin Tian pleaded, hurrying to catch up. Before long, the entire Douyin platform ignited with a flurry of messages. Each headline more sensational than the last. Shocking. The first to conquer the heart of the world S furnace with miniature technology and forge the world's first yellow-grade mecha. is none other than Lin Tian, the once exiled scion of the Lin family. 5 years in the east, 5 years in the west. The abandoned scion of the Lin family returns as a king, causing a ruckus at the Lin family's top scholar banquet. Confirmed. Lin Tian is the true identity of the mecha master who captivated the entire internet with his silver mecha. Oh my. Lin Tian has selflessly contributed miniature technology for the heart of the world's furnace. And with our mother's intervention, Lin Tian rightfully garners all manner of heavenly honors. Unbelievable. The world's first yellow-grade mecha was born in a dilapidated repair shop named Tian Yuan, exploring the top 10 shocking secrets of the Lin family and how they drove themselves into the abyss. A relic igniting a 3-generation dispute. How tragic. A family torn asunder. The relic is... Lin Tian is set to engage in a life-and-death duel with Lin Ming tomorrow. Can he emerge victorious? With the groundwork laid by the previous silver mech, each title instantaneously captivated the attention of millions of fans, igniting a veritable explosion in the comment section. Huh. What does it mean to be unable to create and yet not perish? The Lin family stands as the prime example. According to reliable sources, Lin Hui of the Lin family returned from an otherworldly expedition gravely injured while bearing a priceless treasure, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. The second son, consumed by greed, murdered his elder brother's wife and appropriated the treasure for himself, further devising a scheme to frame his brother's only son, Lin Tian, for murder, stripping him of all rights and leaving him severely injured, casting his lifeless body into the old city. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian miraculously survived, dedicating himself to the meticulous study of the heart of the heaven and earth furnace's miniature technology in a dilapidated repair shop. After 5 years of diligent effort, he returned with the might of a king, demanding retribution from the Lin family. Hey upstairs, your words are plentiful. I commend you. Do you know what that relic is? I dare say it would frighten you. A piece of heavenly tier, 10,000-year-old cold iron, the principal material for forging the isotribute heart of the heaven and earth furnace. Its value immeasurable. TSK. Heavenly tier materials? Such treasures cannot be bought, even with wealth. Aren't you tempted? No wonder the Lin family turned against each other over it. It is utterly inconceivable, with unwavering determination amidst adversity, dedicating oneself to research. Lin Tian, General Lin, ought to be a paragon for us men. The Tian Yuan repair shop. Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, I've been there before. I was quite literally frightened away by the prices. Alas, how disappointing otherwise. I would have been the first to experience the heaven and earth mech. How could that be? Has Lin Tian lost his mind? A yellow tier mech master facing a profound tier mech master, and a high-level one at that. There's no chance of victory. Huh, who knows? Perhaps a series of accolades has gone to his head. He is still so young, having developed the miniature technology of the heaven and earth furnace. How could he not feel proud? Qin family, father, what does this mean? Placing Lin Tian in the eye of storm is no trivial matter. I thought he would be kept in seclusion. Old Master Qin chuckled. Perhaps we've enjoyed peace for too long. Some have forgotten the endless threats that lie beyond these towering steel walls. Many pests have emerged within the Great Xia, causing social unrest. This is not without its opportunities. I know what you're thinking. Lin Tian is very much to my liking. Intelligent, sensible, with unparalleled mechanical talent and grand vision. He is the pillar of Great Xia's future. That individual has already arrived in the Magic City, so your concerns are unwarranted. By the way, what are your thoughts on this boy's life and death battle? Do you believe he is courting death? Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully. The disparity is vast, with no possibility of a turnaround. Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. I believe he possesses a well-thought-out plan. I suspect he has some hidden cards up his sleeve. You still do not understand him well enough. This is also a test from above, aimed at gauging just how extraordinary he can become. There is no need for excessive concern. Assistance will arrive in due time. However, we must remain vigilant. Though this is merely an opportunity for him to hone his skills, we must ensure he does not come to harm. You go on with your tasks. I'm weary and wish to rest for a while. All right, father, take care. Upon returning to the Tian Yuan repair shop, Lin Tian intended to scroll through videos before sleeping, only to find the entire Douyin platform brimming with accounts of his exploits. After perusing a few, he couldn't help but chuckle at the exaggerated tales of his resilience and the notion of being discarded in the old city. Had he truly risen from the dead? Some expressed sympathy for his plight, while others criticized him, but soon they were drowned out by a chorus of impassioned supporters, making him feel that these netizens were rather endearing. As for the government's lack of action to suppress these narratives, he had his suspicions. However, as long as he could ensure his safety, why not act as bait? The more he showcased his value, the safer he would be. Chapter 25. Woman. Are you playing with fire? Lin Tian, what time is it? You still have the leisure to look at your phone? Upon entering the repair shop, Qin Shixian was incensed to find Lin Tian lounging in a rocking chair, engrossed in his phone. Crazy woman, what brings you here? Startled by her sudden appearance, Lin Tian was taken aback. This madwoman seemed to haunt him incessantly, even in the comfort of his home. Initially, he had intended to visit the research institute in the Magic City, but old Master Qin insisted he rest and prepare for the upcoming life-and-death battle. This madwoman, however, relentlessly dragged him into training, insisting he must break through to the profound tier tonight. Whether or not he achieved this breakthrough was uncertain, but he was on the verge of tears from her relentless torment. Chasing him while piloting a mech under the guise of training, she was clearly more interested in beating him up than anything else. To make matters worse, Qin Ruoxua, the fearless little demon, was cheering her on. Just as he returned to the Tianyuan repair shop, he was accosted by a throng of people demanding modifications to their mechs, some even offering full payment for the Heaven and Earth mech. Fortunately, after a lengthy and earnest explanation, he managed to convince them to pause operations for a couple of days, and they, being reasonable, gradually dispersed, understanding he needed to prepare for the life-and-death battle tomorrow. Lin Tian, the life-and-death battle is tomorrow. Are you not worried at all? The strength of Lin Ming is formidable. I might not even be able to defeat him. Are you truly unafraid of death? Lin Tian shot her an exasperated glare. What does it matter to you whether I live or die? Focus on your research and leave me be. How does it not matter? You still owe my brother an order. If you die, who will we turn to? With that, she angrily stomped her foot on his, causing Lin Tian to spring upright in pain, rubbing his foot vigorously. Ouch! You crazy woman. You can talk without using your hands. Which I saw me use my hands. Fine, fine. Let's not play word games, madwoman. Move aside. I want to sit. Qin Shixian forcefully shoved Lin Tian aside and settled into the rocking chair, her curves accentuated in a way that left Lin Tian momentarily parched, his nostrils inexplicably damp. He hastily averted his gaze, thinking to himself how this crazy woman had aged a bit but was undeniably alluring. TSK. This scene did not escape Qin Shixian's notice, as she muttered, a guy with lustful thoughts but no courage. Upon hearing this, the suppressed fire within Lin Tian flared up. Leaning closer with both hands braced against the armrests of the chair, his face mere inches from hers. Woman, are you aware you're playing with fire? Feeling the heat of his breath, Qin Shixian suddenly felt flustered. Throughout her life, aside from her father, no man had ever been this close to her, especially in such an intimate posture. What? What do you want? Panic flickered in her eyes as she prepared to escape from the rocking chair. However, in the next moment, she lost her balance and fell against Lin Tian, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. With a resounding thud, they landed heavily in the chair, creating an awkward tangle. Gazing into his face, feeling his heavy, warm breaths, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Yet, her arms remained clasped around his waist, leaving them in a remarkably ambiguous position for several seconds, until Qin Shixian, a mix of embarrassment and anger, kneed him in the backside. Get off me. You're pressing against me. Lin Tian rolled his eyes at her. Then you need to let go of me first. Huh? Oh. Realizing the situation, Qin Shixian suddenly became aware that her hand was still tightly wrapped around Lin Tian's waist. Her already flushed face turned incandescently hot, and she quickly withdrew her hands. Crazy woman, you initiated this, so don't accuse me of taking advantage, she thought. With that, Lin Tian crouched down and swiftly made his way towards the room. This madwoman was utterly infuriating. Watching Lin Tian flee in distress, for some inexplicable reason, a flicker of joy blossomed in Qin Shixian's heart. However, she quickly regained her composure and began cursing him. What do you mean I initiated it? I merely tripped and fell, all right. After a while, Lin Tian emerged from the room, clearly satisfied. He spotted Qin Shixian sitting there, engrossed in a blueprint. Crazy woman, why haven't you left yet? The sun is about to set. Do you plan to spend the night here? Just so, I only have one bed, so don't think about squeezing in with me. Qin Shixian rolled her eyes at his words and turned back to the data on her blueprint, muttering to herself occasionally. Seeing that Qin Shixian was ignoring him, Lin Tian began to adjust various mechanical devices, his nimble fingers executing a series of programming tasks. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shixian had set aside her design and approached him from behind, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Are you planning to create a new mech? Lin Tian nodded yes. Your elder brother placed an order for 10 Huang-tier mechs, and the payment has already been made. We can't just sit idly by. Just the day before, Qin Hao had sent in the types and functions of the mechs he needed, along with a staggering 100 million star coins. Truly a magnate, he thought. with 10 million per unit being a generous offer. Without hesitation, he purchased the complete guide to Xiantier Mechs, depleting his wealth once again. Lin Tian, you don't need to rush the order for my brother. Your immediate priority should be your training. Consider how to break through. It would greatly enhance your odds in tomorrow's life and death battle. Lin Tian chuckled and waved her off. You don't understand. For me, crafting mechs is part of my training. Rest assured, I'm not as weak as you think. Do you believe I could suppress you in a fight if I unleash my full power? His face bore a mischievous grin, particularly emphasizing the word suppress. Oof. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. You can go die, she retorted, stepping on Lin Tian's foot before turning to leave with a graceful silhouette, returning to her rocking chair. Oh, crazy woman, you are utterly unreasonable. Are you a donkey? Cursing Qin Shixian in his mind. Lin Tian returned to his task of crafting mechs. As for training, that was an impossibility. He would never get around to it. Earning money to grow stronger was far more appealing. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the workshop, Lin Tian stretched and looked at the towering 12-meter-tall crimson mech with satisfaction. The surge of celestial energy that coursed through his body didn't weigh heavily upon him. It merely swept away the fatigue from an all-nighter spent crafting the mech. What shall we name this mech? Qin Shixian, who was sketching on her blueprint, gazed at the fiery red creation with glimmering eyes. Last night, as she compared her designs to Lin Tian's work, she quietly observed him build a mech from scratch, benefiting immensely from the experience. She couldn't help but marvel at Lin Tian's extraordinary talent. While other engineers took weeks or even months to complete such a task, he had done it in a single night, without mistakes or waste, as if everything was under his control. Lin Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes lighting up as he declared, I shall name it Thunderfire. It possesses formidable close combat explosive capabilities, with the fire attribute Celestial Furnace Heart providing it with ferocious output. However, its weaknesses are apparent. It lacks in speed and defense, making it ill-suited for prolonged battles. His innate skill, Thunder Half-Moon Slash, could unleash a flurry of strikes during a full energy burst, powerful enough to make even seasoned Xiantier mech engineers cautious. Qin Shixian murmured, Thunderfire indeed suits this mech's characteristics. Still as a spark, yet swift as thunder. Take your time, Lin Tian replied. I'm going to catch some sleep. Just remember to wake me later. All right. You didn't rest either last night. Would you like to sleep together? Qin Shixian shot him a fierce glare. Go die. She couldn't comprehend how this guy could be so nonchalant. Not only did he squander an entire night not training, but he was also focused on tinkering with mechs, all while they were about to face a life and death arena battle. What kind of person was he? In the Demon City, the Killing God Mech Arena stood as the largest of its kind, frequented by many desperate souls and the wealthy elite. It was said that any mech engineer who emerged from this place was a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, the arena's largest fighting stage was surrounded by throngs of spectators, many of whom had their filming equipment ready. They had come to witness a battle that seemed devoid of any chance of victory. Yet, on the stage, only Lin Ming sat cross-legged meditating, completely unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd. What time is it? Lin Tian won't really bail on us, will he? We're all here to see a show. If I told you so. He.S. just boasting. He.S. probably cowering in some corner right now. Shut up. Don't slander my idol. He will definitely show up. Exactly. Without Lin Tian, there's no hope for us Huangtier and Xiantier mech engineers. Whether he comes or not, he remains my idol. Win or lose. I fully support Lin Tian. If the Lin family dares to act against him, I'll call upon all my relatives. No matter how skilled Lin Tian is. He.S. just a Huangtier mech engineer. I don't believe he could break through to Xiantier in just one night. Even if he did, the gap between him and Lin Ming would still be vast. A dog can't spit out ivory. If Lin Tian were the same age as Lin Ming, he could easily pin him down. Is it reasonable for an elder to bully a junior? Scoundrel, if you have any guts, don't ever buy Huangtier or Xiantier mechs again. Amidst the crowd's chatter, a voice suddenly rang out. Sorry, everyone, I overslept. All eyes turned to the striking figure, followed by uproarious laughter. I told you, Lin Tian doesn't even regard Lin Ming as a threat. Just look at his attitude. Who can compare? Wow. Have you noticed? Lin Tian seems to have become incredibly handsome today. Shut up. My idol is always super handsome, but with that beard shaved and hair tidied, he does look different. Noticing the crowd's attention on him, with cameras flashing, Lin Tian shot a glare towards a particular VIP box. It was all that crazy woman's fault for insisting he shave and tidy up. He lamented the loss of his hard-earned sexy stubble. Inside the box, watching his handsome face, Qin Ruoshua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Annie, I told you, the uncle looks even better without his beard. P.S. Simply stunning. Absolutely a handsome man. Annie, if you don't make a move, I might just take the initiative. Qin Shixian shot her a disapproving look, you little rascal. Always so frivolous. Old Master Qin chuckled as he observed Lin Tian stepping onto the stage, glancing at his slightly flushed daughter, nodding with feigned seriousness. I must say, young Lin Tian is quite impressive. Such a fine young man is a rarity indeed. Should you hesitate, you may find yourself merely watching from the sidelines in the future. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Once it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The more exceptional individuals often possess a stronger allure. Qin Shixian, in a fit of anger, stomped her foot, exclaiming, "What are you saying, Dad? That scoundrel? Who would ever fancy him?" However, no sooner had she uttered these words than she felt a multitude of eyes fixated upon her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "I shall ignore you all and watch the match," she declared. Qin Hao nodded eagerly, chiming in, "Yes, yes. Let us focus on the match and see how long my elder brother and our brother-in-law can endure." Qin Tian interjected with a peculiar tone, "Brother, you must pay close attention. Do not let our brother-in-law come to harm. Indeed, the competition is about to commence. Let us watch closely." With a thunderous sound, two mechas, one tall and one short, emerged into view, creating a stark contrast. Lin Ming wasted no time and launched an attack, aiming to crush Lin Tian with his overwhelming size and strength. The Wujiak Chaos Mecha leapt into action, akin to a delicate foot tapping the surface of a lake, skillfully landing a kick on the thigh of the Black God Mecha, causing it to soar once more, aiming a kick at its head. The Black God Mecha, however, would not yield so easily, retaliating with a powerful punch. The crowd held their breath, anticipating a certain hit. But the Wujiak Chaos Mecha evaded the blow at an astonishing angle. It executed a mid-air flip, delivering another kick to the side of the Black God Mecha's head. The clash of metal echoed as sparks flew, forcing the Black God Mecha to stagger back several steps before regaining its balance. In an instant, the arena erupted in cheers. Good heavens! Truly a master. This sequence of movements is nothing short of textbook perfection. How on earth did he manage that? The agility of that mecha is simply astounding. Chapter 27. The fire dragon shines bright, shocking all. With a resounding thud, the Black God Mecha swung a punch, only to miss entirely. While it held the advantage in strength, its movements were clumsy in comparison to the Wujiak Chaos Mecha, which darted about with remarkable speed and reflexes, even soaring through the air to strike freely. This exemplifies what it means to avoid the sharp edges and capitalize on strengths. An agile dance of serpentine evasion and precise strikes. This is a classic battle of the weak against the strong. It seemed that every time Lin Tian launched an attack, he struck at the weak points of the Black God Mecha's energy transmission system with remarkable precision. As long as he leveraged his speed advantage, he would remain invincible. What brilliance! This tactic of turning defense into offense is nothing short of genius. In the future, should he encounter a formidable beast, he would not simply flee, but could maneuver and strategize using his own strengths. What do you think? Does everyone possess such terrifying combat awareness as Lin Tian? Have you not observed how Lin Ming's every move is anticipated by Lin Tian, who dodges with preternatural speed? If it were anyone else, they would have been reduced to scrap metal by the Black God Mecha long ago. In the arena, Lin Ming, once brimming with confidence, now exhibited signs of agitation. Despite having greatly overestimated Lin Tian's combat awareness and skills, he found himself ensnared in the rhythm of his opponent's battle from the very start. If this deadlock continued, defeat would be inevitable for him. This stark disparity between the Tianji Mecha and the nuclear power mecha was evident. One could absorb dark matter energy from the environment to replenish its consumption, while the other would need to be recharged once its nuclear energy was depleted. Is this the source of your confidence, you little beast? Do not think for a moment that this will allow you to defeat me. Such delusions are laughable. Suddenly, a barrage of laser beams shot forth from the arms of the Black God Mecha. As its shoulder-mounted cannons rotated, two massive black barrels locked onto the Wujiak Chaos Mecha. Boom! 6 miniature nuclear bombs were launched. Since he could gain no advantage in close combat, he opted for overwhelming firepower. He doubted that a mere yellow-tier mecha could withstand his onslaught. No matter how swift it was, it could not outpace his laser beams. It seemed Lin Ming was cornered and resorted to long-range fire suppression, leveraging the innate advantages of his mecha and weaponry. Indeed, he should have taken this approach from the beginning. Attempting to best Lin Tian in close quarters was a fool's errand. I dare say that even an Earth-tier mecha master would struggle against Lin Tian in melee combat. Such an extraordinary combat awareness and skill set are simply beyond the realm of the ordinary. The Wuxia Chaos Mecha had no intention of dodging. With such a dense barrage of fire, even the most accurate foresight could not guarantee complete evasion. Roar! 9 fire dragons erupted, encircling the Wuxia Chaos Mecha in an impenetrable shield of fiery energy. The laser beams pummeled against the 9 dragons' flame shield, creating ripples of energy. As the tremendous impact sent the Wuxia Chaos Mecha hurtling backward, flipping through the air several times before landing. Meanwhile, more of the laser beams collided with the arena's protective barrier. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. How could this be? It actually held up? The defensive shield formed by the 9 fire dragons was astonishingly robust, especially given that it was a top-tier weapon system capable of obliterating a yellow-tier mecha with a single strike. What sort of defensive weapon is this? I've never heard of such a thing before. It seems almost monstrous. How could a yellow-tier mecha possibly possess this? Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, the Wuxia Chaos Mecha now faced 6 miniature nuclear bombs that had locked onto it at close range. The Wuxia Chaos Furnace roared fiercely as 81 fire dragons swirled around Lin Tian, igniting the battlefield with their sheer presence. My goodness, the dragon soars through the heavens. This is beyond belief. This is not merely a mecha battle, but a divine clash. The spectacle was mesmerizing, and one could not help but think, I must acquire a fire dragon like that. 81 fire dragons coalesced into a 9-layered 9 dragons flame shield. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated, shaking the entire arena. The deafening sound and shockwaves radiated outward, though the boundary's protective shield managed to contain the chaos. Even so, many spectators turned pale with fear. In the VIP box, Qin Shixian was ashen-faced, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze fixed on the epicenter of the explosion. Qin Laozi and the others observed the unfolding drama with knowing smiles, but chose to remain silent. Qin Hao gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Little sister, there is no need to worry. Since he has not made a move, everything is under his control. Besides, Lin Tian is not as weak as you imagine." Realizing something, Qin Shixian relaxed her grip and shot Qin Hao an annoyed glare. Who cares about that scoundrel? She understood that for Lin Tian's sake, the nation had dispatched a celestial-tier mecha master to protect him, ensuring he would not come to harm. Her worries were merely instinctive. The others shared knowing smiles, remaining silent. Is this the power of a high-level celestial-tier mecha master? It is truly terrifying. A yellow-tier mecha would be reduced to mere scraps. What could possibly be happening with Lin Tian? With such overwhelming might, would the fire dragon's shield withstand the onslaught? Alas, just as he pondered these concerns, a silver mecha emerged slowly from the center of the explosion, its sheen still radiant and untarnished. Goodness! After such a terrifying attack, Lin Tian remains unscathed. How is this even possible? Even the once contemptuous smile of Lin Ming, seated within the black god mecha, became rigid upon his face, replaced by an expression of sheer incredulity. He harbored unwavering confidence in his miniature nuclear bomb, a formidable weapon that he believed would spell doom for not only yellow-tier mecha masters, but even for some intermediate and advanced Shin-tier mecha masters. To his astonishment, the little beast emerged unscathed, with not a single scratch upon its mecha. At that moment, Lin Tian, inside the infinite chaos mecha, couldn't help but let a smirk grace his lips, a grin that even AK would find hard to suppress. He yearned to test the maximum defensive threshold of his 9 dragons leaving fire shield, to see if it could withstand the simultaneous explosion of 6 miniature nuclear bombs. As anticipated, the 9-layered 9 dragons leaving fire shield was obliterated in an instant, yet the residual force failed to inflict any harm upon the infinite chaos mecha, not even triggering the passive ability of his immortal golden body. Immortal golden body LV1, passive when a mecha sustains damage. This ability activates, automatically repairing the mecha with a speed contingent upon the skill's level, while also restoring 10 of all attributes of the mecha master. Note, this passive has no cooldown. This passive was notoriously hard to trigger, for his infinite chaos mecha was forged from the indomitable infinite chaos divine iron, a seamless entity of unparalleled hardness. The most terrifying aspect lay in the final words of the skill's description, no cooldown, which suggests an unyielding resilience, akin to an indestructible cockroach, akin to possessing a health cheat. It must be said, the immortal golden body truly lived up to its name, at only level 1. What monstrous capabilities would it wield upon reaching its zenith? Your trifling moves have been exhausted. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 28. The Infinite Chaos Mecha unleashes its terrifying might. The Infinite Chaos Mecha extended its arms, with 2 swirling vortices rotating in its palms. as terrifyingly intense energy brewed within. Whoosh, 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 a barrage of fiery aurora rays struck the black god mecha. Though they did not penetrate, they left behind craters akin to scorch marks. Lin Ming's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that a yellow-tier mecha's rays could inflict damage upon his black god mecha, one of the most formidable defensive mechas among the Xian tier. Meanwhile, the infinite chaos mecha, wielding its flaming longsword, closed the distance, delivering a decisive strike aimed directly at Lin Ming's forehead. Clang! Amidst the shower of sparks, a charred crack marred the head of the black god mecha. Ding, 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 warning. Warning, external armor damage at 3%. Gazing up at the flickering red exclamation mark on the screen, Lin Ming was utterly dumbfounded. As he looked down at the flaming longsword held by the infinite chaos mecha, a deep sense of trepidation washed over him. Where did this little beast acquire such formidable weaponry? It was a sheer waste to affix it to a yellow-tier mecha. As the black god mecha's twin arms unleashed beams of dark energy, it swiftly created distance from the chaos mecha. Yet, retreating was not so easily achieved. The infinite chaos mecha activated the 9 dragons leaving fire shield and charged forward, engaging the black god mecha with an agile combination of fiery aurora rays and the infernal sword. Clang, 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 a cacophony of sparks erupted as the metallic clash resounded incessantly. At this moment, Lin Ming felt utterly constrained. At this rate, his black god mecha would be ground into a heap of scrap metal by that little beast, already riddled with craters and scorch marks. In a fit of rage, he thought, "You've danced long enough. Now, perish." Black God's hellish prison. An invisible wave of black energy emanated from the black god mecha, swiftly engulfing the entire arena, instantaneously slowing Lin Tian's movements. Clang! Seizing the opportunity, the black god mecha delivered a powerful punch to the infinite chaos mecha, sending it hurtling backward, crashing into the protective barrier with a resounding thud. What overwhelming gravity! Struggling to regain its footing, the infinite chaos mecha felt the omnipresent gravitational force pressing it toward the ground. This sudden reversal of fortune left the onlookers in shock. Goodness, that's the black god's hellish prison, the ultimate weapon of the black god mecha. It's over now. This completely counters Lin Tian. The advantage of speed that Lin Tian once possessed was now obliterated, a stark reminder of the insurmountable gap in power. No amount of skill or strategy could bridge it. Lin Tian concede. You've performed admirably. Surrendering is not shameful. Huh, are you jesting? This is a life-and-death arena, not a sparring match. Only the victor may walk away. Perish, little beast. The black god mecha leaped forward, delivering a crushing blow toward the infinite chaos mecha. In the VIP box, Qin Shixian could no longer conceal her anxiety. Turning to Qin Hao and pleading, "Brother, save him." Qin Hao remained silent, nodding toward another box. At that moment, Lin Tian's voice resonated from within the infinite chaos mecha. "I'm not finished yet. The only one who will die is you, law of heaven and earth." With a thunderous roar, akin to a beast unleashed from its shackles, the infinite chaos mecha broke free from the gravitational restraint, instantly doubling in size to a staggering 20 meters, though still slightly smaller than the black god mecha. The terrifying aura it exuded sent chills down the spines of all present. What in the world is this? A talent skill? Or some kind of technology? This mecha can grow in size in an instant. What a revelation. Boom! The infinite chaos mecha struck with a fist, colliding with the black god mecha in a fierce exchange. Clang! Sparks flew as the deafening sound of metal on metal reverberated through the air, causing spectators to cover their ears in shock, their faces paling. The two mechas skidded backward several meters. How is this possible? This little beast. Lin Ming could hardly believe his eyes. His furious full-force strike had somehow met the infinite chaos mecha's might evenly. The flaming longsword reappeared in the right hand of the infinite chaos mecha, and with a leap, it descended with a deadly slash. In the VIP box, Qin Shixian released her tightly clenched hands, trembling slightly as she gazed at the silver mecha in the arena, a smile gracing her face. "Uncle, you're amazing. I want one just like this." Qin Ruoshu clapped her hands, her eyes glued to the arena, utterly ecstatic. At that moment, the elder Qin rose to his feet and glanced at his son. "What did I say? This boy has been hiding a tremendous secret." Qin Hao nodded. "Father, your foresight is unparalleled. This talent skill is not merely about doubling in size. It enhances overall strength exponentially, truly incredible." Now his rays and the swords might had both increased by a factor of 2, rendering the black god mecha's defenses insufficient. The outcome was no longer in doubt. I wondered why this boy seemed so confident. It turns out he had such a trump card. However, I suspect that such a formidable talent skill must come with its drawbacks. Observing Lin Tian's demeanor, it seemed he wished to conclude the battle swiftly, likely due to the immense consumption this talent skill demanded. In another VIP box, an elderly man with graying beard rose, his gaze fixed on the silver mecha, relentlessly overpowering the black god mecha. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes as his previously raging aura began to calm. Without looking back, he commanded, increase Lin Tian's seed level by 1 notch. Our Great Xia has birthed a peerless prodigy. With the prowess of a yellow-tier mecha master overpowering an advanced Xian-tier mecha master, who would dare believe it if spoken aloud? This boy is truly worthy of the title Peerless, the Peerless Mecha Master, the Peerless Mechanic, an unprecedented achievement in the century-long history of our Great Xia. Furthermore, please ensure that the video of today's life and death battle is meticulously recorded and subsequently designated as a classic instructional video for distribution to various educational institutions and military units. Beside him, a bespectacled dignitary bowed respectfully before turning to exit the VIP box. In the arena, the Black Divine Mech, under a barrage of fierce assault from the Infinite Chaos Mech, had been almost completely dismantled. The Infinite Chaos Mech reverted to a 10-meter stature, while the despondent Lin Ming was dragged from the shattered cockpit like a lifeless dog, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? How could I lose to that little beast?" Within the Infinite Chaos Mech, Lin Tian let out a long sigh of relief, feeling utterly exhausted, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Goodness, this law of heaven and earth is indeed formidable, albeit rather taxing. He then placed a foot upon Lin Ming, intent on reducing him to a puddle of blood. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from the VIP box. Stop. The figure of the Lin family's elder appeared before the crowd, his face etched with a plea. Xiao Tian, cease your actions. Regardless of his faults, he is still your second uncle. If you can spare him, I will agree to any conditions. However, the response was a resounding thud as Lin Ming was crushed into a mass of mire, and the Infinite Chaos Mech strode away from the arena without a backward glance. Lin family elder, his eyes vacant, slumped into his chair, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 29, How Soft. Lin Tian dreamt of piloting a mech, slaughtering through a horde of colossal beasts. Just as he was reveling in the carnage, he suddenly felt the Infinite Chaos Mech become pliable. Groggily, he opened his bleary eyes, following his arm to discover his fingers resting upon a rounded surface, which he couldn't resist squeezing. A voice, laced with indignation, drifted into his ears. Soft. Is it? Instinctively, he replied, indeed quite soft. Realizing his impudence, he sprang upright from the bed like a startled fish, meeting the fiery gaze of Qin Shixian, whose eyes were ablaze with embarrassment and fury. He feigned composure, expressing mock astonishment. Crazy woman, what are you doing here? Qin Shixian glared at him, exasperated. This is my home, my room, my bed. Why shouldn't I be here? Lin Tian, taken aback, surveyed his surroundings and recalled the evident size of his ill-fitting clothes. He glanced at Qin Shixian, sheepishly asking, I must apologize. I drank too much last night. You didn't take advantage of me, did you? He vaguely remembered returning from the life and death battle, taking a brief nap, and being urged by the Qin family's elder brothers to partake in celebratory drinks. Beyond that, his memory was a blur. Get lost. At her words, Qin Shixian, incensed, stomped on Lin Tian's foot. I spent the night with Ruoshu, and you were the one who vomited all over. It was my brother who changed you. She felt helpless, having shared a cramped space with Ruoshu after Lin Tian had been unceremoniously tossed into his own room. Lin Tian, relieved, patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Phew, thank goodness. After guarding my virtue for over 20 years, I couldn't let go to waste so easily. Lin Tian, go to hell. Slap. In a fit of rage, Qin Shixian struck Lin Tian's face, and then, as if not having vented enough, she lunged at him, biting his cheek. Crazy woman. Not only are you stubborn as a mule, but you also bite like a dog. Just then, the door burst open, and Qin Ruoshu entered with a bright smile. Uncle, it's time to eat. Upon witnessing the scene, her eyes widened in shock. From her vantage point, her aunt was nestled against her uncle, kissing his cheek, while half of his face was obscured by her hair, revealing his apparent delight. She quickly covered her eyes, exclaiming, I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. Aunt, uncle, you carry on. I'll wait for you to finish before we eat. With that, she dashed out. Ugh, you scoundrel. This is all your fault. Now, I'm misunderstood. Qin Shixian released her grip, still seething, while Lin Tian rubbed his sore face, grimacing in pain. This madwoman truly bites hard. Crazy woman, just wait. I will have my revenge for this bite. I'll be waiting. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. It seemed this insufferable man, under the firepower of his mech, was indeed formidable. The two of them entered the living room, where the round dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. The enticing aroma wafted to Lin Tian, who inhaled deeply. However, the Qin family and the elder were absent, leaving only Qin Hao and his family gathered around the table. Upon their arrival, Qin Hao eagerly beckoned, "Little brother, little sister, come and eat." Seeing this warm scene, Lin Tian felt a pang of nostalgia. Reminiscent of the times when his own parents had gathered around the table, waiting for him. He could almost hear them calling, "Xiao Tian, hurry up and eat. The food will get cold." As they settled, Qin Hao glanced at Lin Tian's face, noticing the crescent-shaped bruises that adorned it. "Little brother, what happened to you?" Lin Tian's muscles twitched at the memory of the sharp pain, but he smiled and waved it off. "Nothing, just a dog bite." Thud. Pain shot through his foot again, causing him to gasp. He could only endure the agony, shooting a fierce glare at the nearby madwoman. Meanwhile, Qin Shixian maintained a stoic expression, as if nothing had transpired. Uncle, eat this. It's highly nourishing. My aunt personally made it." Qin Ruoxue offered a piece of meat to Lin Tian, accompanied by a knowing smile. Lin Tian shot her a disgruntled look, thinking, as if I'm in need of nourishment, yet he still picked up the meat and tasted it. Instantly, his eyes lit up. It was surprisingly delicious, with a hint of herbal aroma. He hadn't expected this crazy woman to possess such culinary skills. Let's eat. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Qin Hao to break the silence with a chuckle. He then turned to Lin Tian, stating, "Little brother, do you have time to help train some of my men? We don't have any other requests. We just need half of them to become top-tier mech engineers." At that moment, he envisioned his military unit shining at the national military exercises, capturing the championship title. He could hardly contain his excitement. With Lin Tian personally crafting the Mechs and training the personnel, there was no way they wouldn't win. He was acutely aware of how rare and extraordinary Lin Tian's creations were. Ever since the Magic City Research Institute received the miniature technology for the heart of the heavenly furnace from Lin Tian, they had summoned all scientists and engineers to replicate another Windbird mech based on the original. However, they discovered that the combined efforts of the Institute's finest yielded a mech far inferior to Lin Tian's version. Ultimately, they concluded that while technology is essential, Lin Tian is unparalleled, and they finally understood why he was hailed as the only unparalleled mech engineer of the past century by the nation. Lin Tian displayed a troubled expression. "Brother, you know that becoming a top-tier mech engineer is purely reliant on talent. You should understand how difficult it is to cultivate one. I find myself utterly powerless." Upon hearing those words, Qin Hao could easily discern Lin Tian's thoughts, and with a smile, he raised a single finger. "My dear brother, I initially intended to bestow upon you 100 million as a token of gratitude, should you manage to cultivate a top-tier mecha engineer for me, with no upper limit. Since you have expressed your sentiments so candidly, I shall not impose upon you any further." As soon as these words were uttered, Lin Tian sprang to his feet, grasping Qin Hao's hand, more accurately, that finger, with fervent indignation. "Your affairs are my own, elder brother. Regardless of the trials and tribulations that lie ahead, I shall forge ahead, braving all obstacles to alleviate your burdens." Chapter 30. What Goddess Rankings? The remaining women's list is more like it. After dining, Lin Tian instinctively retrieved his phone to scroll through videos, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a startling announcement. Guo Wanming, the captain of the security team at the M23 District Police Station, has been found guilty of accepting bribes, abusing his power, and has participated in the fabrication of 12 wrongful convictions. All his civil rights have been revoked, his mecha confiscated, and he will face execution in 3 days. The comments section erupted in outrage. Bah, such a corrupt official deserves nothing less than execution. In ancient times, he would have faced the most torturous punishments imaginable. It seems he has finally encountered a formidable opponent. Otherwise, this would have been the 13th wrongful conviction. The delayed justice is laughable. Had it not been for Lin Tian's intervention, this scoundrel would have continued to harm countless innocents. Serves him right. Such corrupt officials deserve death. How else can we appease the common people's anger and ensure their peace of mind? I believe a thorough investigation is warranted. There must be bigger fish to fry. Lin Tian chuckled, his phone dimming as he contemplated the situation with profound reflection. This outcome was only possible due to the pressure exerted by the Qin family. Otherwise, This scoundrel would have likely faced only life imprisonment. Despite the Qin family's vast influence, the intricacies of this metropolis are labyrinthine, with many individuals and factions silently observing them, waiting for a misstep, at which point they would be met with collective disdain. A new dominant family would inevitably rise, perpetuating the cycle of power in this world. Should the three pillars of the Qin family, old Master Qin and his brothers, fall, the family would be on the brink of disintegration. Perhaps this is the very reason the Qin family seeks to collaborate with him, or perhaps he has become irrevocably entwined with them. They require his potential to secure their future, while he, in turn, needs their protection. This is why he feels remarkably secure within the Qin family. At present, it might very well be the Qin family that least desires to see him encounter misfortune. What are you pondering? Qin Shixian approached Lin Tian, casting a glance at his striking profile, one that could evoke envy even among women. This insufferable man looks rather appealing when focused. Too bad, he tends to speak too much. As she mulled over this, Lin Tian nonchalantly remarked, I was contemplating whether you took advantage of me last night. After all, I was utterly inebriated and would be none the wiser if you had. Upon hearing this, Qin Shixuan's fury ignited, her teeth clenched. Lin Tian, you scoundrel, go to hell. With that, she stomped on his foot and stormed away, her anger palpable. Yet, moments later, she turned back, casting a cold glance at Lin Tian, who was still nursing his foot. To the research institute, hurry, I want to pilot your mecha. Lin Tian, somewhat absent-minded, nodded and summoned the mecha in the courtyard. A beam of light enveloped them, drawing Qin Shixian into the cockpit. The Wujixing Chaos Mecha transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Ground combat mechas were prohibited within the city, as one misstep could damage countless public facilities, but flying mechas were an exception. Registered mechas were permitted to traverse the urban heights. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Tian summoned transparent crystal seats to rise within the spacious cockpit, surrounded by flickering virtual screens. A crystal coffee table in the center held an array of fruits and tea. Make yourself comfortable. No need to stand on ceremony, he beckoned, settling back onto a sofa, resting his head on his hands and crossing his feet in sheer comfort. This scene left Qin Shixian utterly astonished. The overwhelming sense of technology assaulted her senses. This was no mere cockpit. It resembled a lavishly adaptable lounge, offering an experience far beyond piloting a mecha. As she settled onto another sofa, a melodious, youthful voice resonated. Welcome, Miss Qin. I am Chaos, the artificial intelligence assistant of the master. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Shixian smirked, observing Lin Tian, who feigned sleep on the sofa. I never imagined you had such peculiar tastes. Lin Tian, disinterested, brushed her off. This woman, she often seemed unhinged, alternating between fits of madness and rage. Ms. Qin, misunderstandings abound. Chaos is still in its juvenile phase. Hence this typical voice. Furthermore, the master does not fancy young girls. Initially, Qin Shixian nodded thoughtfully, but upon hearing the latter part, her curiosity piqued. What type does your master prefer? The artificial intelligence of Lin Tian's mecha exceeded her expectations. I cannot disclose that. It's a matter of the master's privacy. Your anticipation and disappointment levels have fluctuated significantly, Ms. Qin. Chaos deduces that you possess a 99% likelihood of being fond of my master. Upon hearing this, Qin Shixuan's displeasure surged. You are mistaken. Even if every man on earth perished, I would never harbor feelings for your master. I belong to that remaining 1%. Chaos retorted, the remaining 1% is merely exhibiting stubbornness. Ms. Qin, your heart rate has accelerated. The probability has now risen to 99.9%. I suggest you confess your feelings to my master. Chaos wouldn't mind having multiple mistresses. The pursuit of men requires great effort, while women only need a delicate touch. Best of luck. In an instant, Qin Shixian felt her cheeks flush with heat, silenced by embarrassment. This artificial intelligence mirrored Lin Tian's absurdity, exhibiting analytic thought and a fluid conversational ability that eclipsed contemporary technological advancements. The journey continued in silence. The Wujixing Chaos Mecha swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Research Institute at Magic City University. Disembarking from a mecha, they stood side by side at the grand gates, gazing at the imposing stone inscription that read Magic City University. A smile flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He yearned to proclaim, I, Lin Tian, have returned. Once, he too was a student here, brimming with aspirations for the future. Regrettably, during his first year, the year of his awakening from mecha cultivation, he failed to awaken his talents and was compelled to switch from the mecha department to the liberal arts department. Before the end of his freshman year, the Lin family's troubles arose, Otherwise, he would have graduated and been toiling away at some institution, earning a meager salary. Truly, how unpredictable life can be. As they merely stood there, they became a breathtaking spectacle, quickly drawing the attention of onlookers. My goodness, is that our mecha department's Professor Qin Shixian? She has consistently topped the goddess rankings, exclaimed one. And next to her is Lin Tian, the renowned figure. Oh my goddess, don't you think Lin Tian and Professor Qin make a splendid pair? They embody the perfect combination of talent and beauty. Many hastily pulled out their phones to capture this beautiful moment. Hearing the chatter around him, Lin Tian muttered under his breath, "What goddess rankings?" The remaining women's list is more like it. This incited irritation in Qin Shixian, her teeth grinding in frustration. Yet she refrained from expressing her anger in front of the crowd. Chapter 31. The Magic City Research Institute. In the heart of the Magic City lies the prestigious Research Institute of Magic City University, divided into the inner and outer courtyards. The outer courtyard serves as the experimental zone for the university's research department, while the inner courtyard is the institute itself, accessible only to experts, professors, scholars, and academicians who have obtained specific permissions. As the two individuals stepped into the Research Institute, they were greeted by a large assembly gathered around the expansive testing ground. Engrossed in discussion, at the center of the testing area stood a towering black mech, exceeding 30 meters in height. With a thunderous command, the earth-shaking furnace of the heavens, and earth roared to life, emitting a deafening sound. The mech took a powerful step forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. As its speed increased, the black mech galloped wildly across the testing ground, eliciting smiles among the onlookers. However, the elder Qin, positioned at the forefront, furrowed his brow and turned to a companion, declaring the endeavor a failure and ordering a halt. The crowd, puzzled, looked to Elder Qin for clarification, yet nodded in agreement without question. In the next instant, a sudden exclamation erupted from a mech, signaling a crisis. The energy was surging uncontrollably, and the mech had lost all semblance of control. At that moment, 5 thick iron cables shot forth from various directions, ensnaring the mech's limbs with unyielding force. Despite this, the black mech continued to struggle fiercely, akin to a wild stallion refusing to bow to fate, desperately attempting to break free from his shackles. This must be an issue with the energy transmission formula. It's inconceivable. We have adhered strictly to the calculations provided by the Vice Dean. One voice lamented. Elder Qin sighed. It is not merely the energy transmission formula. The transmission channels are the crux of the problem. We have remained ensnared in our own experiences with terrestrial and celestial mechs, entering a blind spot, mistakenly believing that the transmission channels for heavenly mechs are uniform, differing only by rank. However, we overlooked a critical factor. Lin Tian's technology surpasses the current world's advancements by at least 50 years. In his theoretical framework, each rank, and even each model of mech must possess its unique transmission channel to maximize energy efficiency. By rigidly applying our previous data on terrestrial and celestial mech transmission channels, we have already strayed from the correct path in developing the Huang-tier heavenly mech. The Fengyao. One mech has been constructed, yet its overall capabilities pale in comparison to Lin Tian's Fengyao number 0. While it may function adequately in the short term, numerous issues will inevitably arise over time. Now, as we attempt to create the Xin-tier heavenly mech using the same flawed methodology, the energy from the heart of the furnace is not merely a quantitative change, but a qualitative transformation. The same transmission channel will undoubtedly prove ineffective. A mech is akin to a human. Its transmission channel resembles the veins and meridians of the body. If these channels reject the mech's own structure, it will lead to a failure of the channels, resulting in a blockage and impaired vitality, followed by various complications. Conversely, if we master this unique channel technology, the power of all mechs in the Great Xia will experience a significant enhancement, and it would be a permanent solution, eliminating the need for exorbitant annual maintenance or replacements. The gathering nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the heart of the furnace alone would not suffice. The primary challenge lies within the energy transmission channels. Without a specific direction, their efforts would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as the assembly furrowed their brows in contemplation, a voice resonated from behind. Elder Qin is correct. The transmission channels for every rank and model of mech are indeed distinct. Turning to the source of the voice, they beheld a remarkably handsome man and an exquisitely beautiful woman approaching side by side. The Vice Dean. The crowd's eyes lit up. The arrival of the principal was bound to facilitate a solution. He appears even younger than in the videos. Yet, they held no condescension or arrogance. for they understood the meritocratic nature of academic research better than anyone. Although they had severed all ties with the outside world, fully immersing themselves in their studies. They were astounded when the dean shared a video with them just days prior, revealing a prodigious talent they never imagined existed. Lin Tian's creation of the Thunderfire mech. Having secured Lin Tian's consent, Qin Shixian had copied the video and presented it to Elder Qin, who felt no resentment upon Lin Tian's appointment as vice dean. Instead, they were exhilarated, as this heralded the emergence of a new luminary in the realm of research, destined to illuminate the entire Great Xia. Greetings, esteemed elders. Lin Tian bowed respectfully, acknowledging those who had dedicated their lives to research in the nation. The crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting satisfaction as they observed the young man before them. He exuded maturity and composure, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with youth. The elderly gentlemen, who were accustomed to being addressed in such a manner, felt a sense of warmth and respect rather than indignation, their hearts swelling with joy. Elder Qin stepped forward, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder. "Ah, you finally arrived? Come, let's discuss this further inside." Within a conference room, the elderly scholars fixated intently on a series of complex formulas scrawled upon the blackboard, their pens scratching fervently on their notepads. "Esteemed elders, I have derived a universal formula for transmission channels. It allows us to calculate the transmission channel formulas needed for any mech, perfectly aligning with the mech in the heart of the furnace. I will now explain the reasoning behind this. Though many aspects may transcend the current technological understanding of our world, however, they can all be validated through existing formulas." Initially apprehensive, Lin Tian felt a surge of nerves as he was unceremoniously thrust onto the podium by Elder Qin. The audience comprised the foremost scholars from the Kyoto Dragon Institute and the Magic City Research Institute, and it was natural to feel some trepidation. Yet, as he observed the esteemed elders listening intently, occasionally displaying expressions of realization or jotting down notes, he gradually relaxed, transitioning from logical reasoning to a more abstract elucidation. The compendium of Mechs contained numerous groundbreaking technologies and theories that surpassed contemporary knowledge. However, these venerable scholars proved their mettle as leading researchers, their capacity to embrace new concepts extraordinary. They grasped the principles swiftly and even drew broader implications from them. After concluding his lecture, Lin Tian hastily exited the conference room, feeling overwhelmed by the penetrating gazes of the elderly scholars, as if they were ravenous beasts. He feared that lingering even a moment longer would result in being ensnared within the confines of the meeting room. These scholars were utterly engrossed in their research, eager to drag him into an extended discourse on specific formulas that could span millennia. Behind him, Qin Shixian hurried to catch up, her eyes gleaming as she fixated on his head, her fervor startling Lin Tian. "What do you intend to do, you madwoman?" he quipped, half-jokingly. "I wish to dissect your brain to uncover what lies within." Lin Tian reflexively retorted, "What's inside? Just thoughts." However, he immediately regretted his words as he met Qin Shixian's gaze, her large, doe-like eyes shimmering with a warmth that felt as if it could melt centuries of ice. A shiver ran down Lin Tian's spine. Something was off. "Wait a moment, madwoman. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? Quickly tell me what you like about me. I can change." Qin Shixian glared angrily at Lin Tian, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Get lost. Let me tell you, even if every man in the world were to perish, I would never harbor feelings for a narcissistic, arrogant, shameless man like you." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian, filled with trepidation, patted his chest and sighed. "Well, that's a relief. You deserve to remain single for a lifetime. No worries, I'm still young. Unlike some people who are already 28 and still unwanted, perpetually topping the list of leftover women at Modi University. You, Lin Tian, are my sworn enemy. If I don't make you pay today, I swear I'm not a Qin." Just then, a notification chimed, indicating that 10 billion star coins have been deposited into his account. Do not misunderstand, this was not the voice of the system, but rather the wealth notification Lin Tian had customized. He checked his phone and saw that it was from Old Man Qin, presumably the promised annual research funding of 10 billion. This sum was entirely personal, directly credited to his account, filling Lin Tian with an inexplicable excitement. 10 billion. This was an entire 10 billion. Without hesitation, he converted it all into wealth value. However, when he glanced at the system panel, he was taken aback. System. What is this mysterious upgrade button? This button had appeared since the system upgraded to version 20. Host. This feature allows for one-click upgrades of the complete mech crafted by the host. Lin Tian's eyes lit up at this revelation. This function was simply marvelous. He would no longer need to waste time gathering materials to painstakingly upgrade each component of the mech. System, please elaborate on how the upgrade process works. The host merely needs to spend a certain amount of wealth value, and the system will autonomously search the system mall for the materials required for the mech upgrade. The prerequisite is that the host must have obtained the complete data package for the corresponding stage of the mech. The upgrades are categorized into ordinary, advanced, and perfect upgrades, and how much wealth value is needed for the upgrade of the infinite chaos mech. Ordinary upgrade: 1. 8 billion. Advanced upgrade: 2. 3 billion. Perfect upgrade: 29. 8 billion. Upon hearing these figures, Lin Tian could not help but exclaim, "Damn, that's exorbitant." This meant that with his current wealth value, he could only afford an advanced upgrade. However, given the option for a perfect upgrade, he naturally aspired for perfection. Host, the infinite chaos mech has already surpassed its peers significantly, so the materials and energy required for the upgrade have escalated correspondingly. Lin Tian suddenly realized something was amiss. The material costs were not actually that steep. Upgrading it himself would only take more time. Come clean, you deceitful system. How much profit are you making off this? Host, your distrust deeply saddens this system. You may check them all. The perfect upgrade for the Chaos Furnace alone requires 10 billion for the fiery crystal and extreme cold ice. And the total for the other components amounts to exactly 8 billion. These are merely the material costs. The system is entirely at the service of the host and does not charge any handling fees. Even if the host were to upgrade manually, the expenses would remain the same, and it would consume significantly more time. Lin Tian pondered thoughtfully and nodded. All right then, system, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. With a wave of his hand, a piece of ice blue stone radiating cold appeared on the console. System, please assess how much this ancient ice cold iron is worth in star coins. Detected. Ordinary quality, heaven tier, ancient ice cold iron. Detection complete. Worth 9 billion star coins. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. System, is that all? This is heaven tier material. He could hardly fathom that the inferior tier fiery crystal and extreme cold ice were valued at 10 billion each, while this heaven tier piece was worth only a fraction of that. Host, while the fiery crystal and extreme cold ice required for the upgrade of the infinite chaos mech are merely inferior tier, their quality is exceptional. This ancient ice cold iron, although heaven tier, is of ordinary quality, making them incomparable. Very well, system, just add a zero and call it 400 billion. Seeing 9 billion triggers my OCD. The system remained silent for a long moment before the value of the ancient ice-cold iron finally adjusted to 400 billion. Haha, system, I adore you. The system was referred to as system when needed and as deceitful system otherwise. Oh dear, this host is truly a handful. Would the host like to liquidate? Yes. With a whoosh, the ancient ice-cold iron vanished from the console, replaced by an increase of 400 billion in his wealth value, leaving him in high spirits. System, upgrade the infinite chaos mech boom. A terrifyingly vibrant energy surged into the mech space, expanding the surrounding area slightly while more of it merged into the infinite chaos mech. Before the naked eye, the mech rapidly enlarged, soon towering at a staggering 30 meters. Upgrade complete. Infinite chaos mech level. Inferior tier, dominion level. Height, 30 meters. Weight, 1,080 tons. Furnace, infinite chaos furnace, LV2. Talent skills, elemental sovereignty LV2, active. Immortal body LV2, passive. Law of heaven and earth LV2, active. Equality of all beings LV2, active. Lin Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. The Grand Taiji sword. What a remarkable addition. He was thoroughly satisfied with this new weapon. Elemental sovereignty aimed to control all elements of heaven and earth, with each upgrade allowing mastery over one more element. Having already mastered both water and fire elements, his overall might had significantly increased compared to possessing just one element previously. Chapter 33, Breakthrough, Inferior Tier, Breaking Extremes. Would the host like to immediately accept the feedback of heavenly energy from the infinite chaos mech? Yes. In an instant, a vast, gentle wave of heavenly energy enveloped Lin Tian, refining his body and spirit. He closed his eyes, relishing the experience as he felt his physical prowess undergoing a remarkable transformation. Time passed. He had no sense of its passage until the final trace of comfort dissipated. He opened his eyes, feeling the immense power coursing through him, a smile creeping onto his lips. His realm had directly ascended to inferior tier, breaking extremes. Host, Lin Tian. Realm, inferior tier, breaking extremes. Strength, 150 tons. Speed, 220 ms. Neural reaction, super divine level. Combat skills, super divine level. Talents, perfect mastery, super divine consciousness, unity of heaven and earth. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Tian could not help but smile. Without comparison, there could be no harm. An ordinary mech technician, even at the peak of the inferior tier, would max out a strength of merely 10 tons. Yet here he stood at a staggering 150 tons, illustrating the terrifying potential of reaching the breaking extremes in any realm. With such physical prowess, even without a mech, merely donning an exoskeleton suit would grant him formidable combat capabilities. An idea formed in his mind, refusing to dissipate. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. What if he donned a suit of steel armor alongside the mech? If he could craft the steel armor with the heart of the heavenly furnace at its core, would it not mean that ordinary individuals without awakened mech cultivation talents could also embark on the path of cultivation and empowerment? After all, the essence of mech cultivation lies in the mech's feedback of heavenly energy, refining the body and thus enhancing strength. If he approached the creation of steel armor with this philosophy, would it not be a form of miniature mech? Could this truly realize the dream of universal cultivation? Although ordinary individuals are unable to venture into the realm of mecha, the future development of spatial technology is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the challenges inherent in this endeavor are formidable, to say the least. In his compendium of mecha technology, there exists no mention of such advanced armored suits, only the miniature technology of the heart of the heavenly forge, which is merely small in comparison to its colossal counterparts. In reality, the smallest models can only achieve a meter scale, and to reach the decimeter or even centimeter levels, he must rely entirely on his own ingenuity, navigating the unknown like crossing a river by feeling for stones. Nevertheless, with the wealth of knowledge contained in the yellow and profound grade mecha compendiums stored in his mind, he stands upon the shoulders of countless giants at the forefront of various technological tides. The breakthrough of this technical conundrum may merely be a matter of time. As he surveyed the expansive factory, he could not help but marvel at the impressive array of research equipment. Adjacent to him, a vast storeroom was filled with a myriad of metallic materials. With such scale, it was entirely feasible to fabricate earth and heaven-grade mecha. Now, this workshop belonged entirely to him. After familiarizing himself with the various devices, he selected a substantial quantity of metal materials from the storeroom and exchanged some rare metals from the system marketplace, directing the mechanical arms to cast them into the roaring furnaces. With all preparations complete, a group of elderly gentlemen, led by old Master Qin, quietly entered the workshop, pens and notebooks in hand, standing by and observing intently, behaving as obedient students in a classroom. Lin Tian, however, paid them no mind, engrossed in his tasks. This was a practical lesson requested by old Master Qin, a means to establish his authority while also allowing the elders to witness a marvel. The series of operations performed by Lin Tian indeed delivered an unparalleled visual spectacle to the elder gentlemen. They were so apprehensive about interrupting him that their eyes widened in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with awe. Lin Tian, meanwhile, accelerated his pace. Unperturbed by the elder's ability to keep up, nor did he need to explain his actions. Throughout the entire process, save for the cacophony of machinery, silence reigned, a testament to the profound expertise of the old gentleman. For them, crafting profound grade mecha was no arduous task. The real challenge lay in Lin Tian's astonishing maneuvers and his formidable intellect. By nightfall, the mecha had taken shape. At that moment, a man in his 30s entered the workspace, approaching the eminent figures present. Dean, esteemed colleagues, yet before he could finish, old Master Qin raised a hand to silence him. No need, he replied curtly. The other elders nodded in agreement, their eyes glued to Lin Tian, who was oblivious to their presence. The man, resigned, turned to leave. Having witnessed a scene that would leave him in awe for a lifetime, a cadre of top-tier scholars from the Dragon Academy and Research Institute quietly seated, listening to a lecture delivered by a young man barely in his 20s. Even the elusive dean was quietly observing from below. It was only later that he learned this young man was the chief mechanic of the Great Xia and the chief engineer of Great Xia Heavy Industries, simultaneously serving as the deputy dean of the Kyoto Dragon Academy and the Modu Research Institute. The weight of these titles left them aghast, realizing that this seemingly youthful figure was, in fact, their superior's superior. The following morning, as a ray of sunlight streamed into the factory, illuminating Lin Tian's somewhat fatigued visage, he finally ceased his labors, exhaling deeply. The creation of a profound grade mecha was indeed incomparable to that of a yellow grade one. Even at his fastest, he had labored for a full day and night. the resultant fatigue exponentially greater. However, as a surge of immense elemental energy coursed through him, the weariness dissipated significantly. The assembly of dignitaries rubbed their bloodshot eyes and hurriedly approached him, expressions brimming with joy. "You've done well, little Tian, Deputy Dean," they exclaimed. Lin Tian smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, gentlemen, it's ready for testing. I'm off to catch some sleep." With that, he yawned and stretched before turning to leave, only to collide with Qin Shixian head-on. "Hey, you lunatic! I can understand blocking my path, but colliding with me is crossing the line," Lin Tian exclaimed. Qin Shixian, who had just returned from a mission, was livid, her teeth clenched in anger. "You scoundrel! You rogue!" she retorted. Meanwhile, the testing facility confirmed the stability of the heart of the Heavenly Forge. Energy output was steady, energy transmission channels were functioning normally, and all systems, including the power, operational, weapon, and armor systems, were all confirmed to be stable. As they beheld the earthy-hued mecha standing quietly in the testing area after a series of evaluations, the elder gentlemen were filled with uncontainable delight. Excellent. The Ba Tian mecha boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, complemented by its innate skill, the Ba Tian shield, and 3 formidable defensive weapons, truly the pinnacle of profound grade tank mecha. Even novice Earth-grade mecha artisans would find it challenging to breach its defenses. Admittedly, while it may be somewhat cumbersome, its speed is not inferior to that of typical profound grade mecha. If each squad could be equipped with such a mecha, their survival rates would dramatically improve. Alas, despite our utmost efforts to minimize errors in production, there remains a considerable gap between the finished product and this mecha. I cannot fathom how the Deputy Dean achieved this solely with his hands and intellect. Perhaps this is the hallmark of an extraordinary genius, a talent that ordinary individuals might strive for all their lives yet never attain. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Lin Tian was roused from his slumber by the blaring of his phone. Reflexively, he answered the call, greeted by an exuberant voice on the other end. "Little brother, I heard you started crafting profound grade mecha. I've already wired over 10 billion. Ensure you use the highest specifications." Instantly awake, Lin Tian felt the remnants of sleep vanish as he replied, "Don't worry, big brother, I'll take care of it." After hanging up, he noticed a text notification that had arrived moments ago. Staring at the long string of zeros, he couldn't help but marvel at his brother's boundless generosity. 10 billion for a single profound grade mecha. He thought to himself, if this is what a good big brother entails, I could use 100 of them. Not long after ending the call, Qin Hao contacted him, and Lin Tian suspected the two brothers had conspired together. "Big brother," he answered, greeted by a cacophony of sounds on the other end, reminiscent of a team in training. "Little brother, I've been eagerly waiting. When do you plan to come over?" The urgency in Qin Hao's voice was palpable as he observed a group of soldiers struggling through mud, realizing that with only 2 months remaining, the recruits were nearing completion. While they might achieve commendable results, his goal was to secure first place. Lin Tian slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about this matter. "Big brother, I've just wrapped up my current tasks. I'll head over to assess the situation right away." On the other end of the line, Qin Hao's excited voice rang out. Great. Little brother, just wait in the magical city. I will arrange for someone to come and pick you up." After the call ended, Lin Tian took a moment to gather his thoughts, only to realize that a multitude of matters awaited his attention. He still owed Brother Qin 9 Huang-level heavenly mechas, a training task for a top-tier mecha master, and owed second Brother Qin a Xian-level heavenly mecha. Sigh, what a burdensome existence. Fortunately, Qin Shixian had classes today and was not there to nag him. Yet, the very next moment his phone rang again, and to his dismay, it was Qin Shixian calling. A frown appeared on his forehead. Were the 3 siblings in cahoots? Without a second thought, he hung up. Meanwhile, Qin Shixian, having just exited her class with a bright expression, dialed Lin Tian, contemplating inviting him for a meal and asking for his assistance in upgrading a mecha. To her astonishment, this scoundrel hung up without a moment's consideration. "Lin Tian, you scoundrel! How dare you hang up on me? You're dead meat." Furious, Qin Shixian clenched her fists, her teeth gritting as she glared in a particular direction. The boys who had been stealing glances at the goddess were suddenly frightened, scampering away as if they wished they had 2 more legs. "Oh my goodness, the goddess is terrifying when she's angry." "Lin Tian? Who is this unfortunate soul? Why does the name sound somewhat familiar?" At the plaza of Magic City University, a camouflaged helicopter landed, instantly inciting gasps of astonishment. "Wow, a military helicopter has arrived. Which bigwig are they here to pick up? Oh my, those 2 soldiers are so handsome. I once dreamed of serving the military for my country, but alas, my aspirations are lofty while my stature is but 1.5 meters. How tragic." Look quickly, a general's uniform. Good heavens. This is my first time seeing one in real life. It looks so imposing and magnificent. Gosh, a young major general. I know, this must be Major General Lin Tian, the youngest major general in the history of our Great Xia. As the crowd gazed up, they beheld Lin Tian, clad in a general's uniform, adorned with a star on his shoulder, striding towards the helicopter. Good day, sir. Two soldiers saluted solemnly, their eyes glimmering with respect and excitement. Lin Tian returned the salute and boarded the helicopter, which whirred to life, ascending into the sky amidst a sea of envious, excited, and adoring gazes. In the distance, Lin Tian spotted Qin Hao waiting at the military camp's entrance, eagerly looking out for him. Big brother. Haha, little brother, you finally arrived. If you had taken any longer, I would have come to personally drag you here. Qin Hao approached and playfully punched Lin Tian's chest, complimenting him. You look remarkably spirited in that uniform. The soldiers on either side snapped to attention, greeting, good day, sir. Come on, little brother, everything is arranged. We've been waiting for you. Soon, the two arrived at an expansive arena that resembled an endless prairie, filled with various military installations that dazzled Lin Tian's eyes. A squad of soldiers stood in formation under the scorching sun, their bodies glistening with beads of sweat, eyes sharp as swords, and postures as upright as lances. As the two approached the formation, an officer in camouflage, adorned with two insignias, stepped forward and saluted. Report, sir. The first batch of Mechs Special Operations team members should number 123, and we have 123 present. Please advise. Qin Hao waved his hand and looked at Lin Tian. I believe you're all familiar with this individual, Major General Lin Tian. He will also be your combat instructor moving forward. A thunderous chorus of good day, sir, resonated through the air. Excitement flickered in the soldiers' eyes. They revered the combat videos of Lin Tian as classics, aspiring to glean even a fraction of his prowess, which would be a significant breakthrough for their tactical development and combat awareness. They had not anticipated that the commander would invite the very person himself to be their combat instructor, a fact that filled them with exhilaration. Lin Tian surveyed the assembly, silently admiring the caliber of the soldiers before him. Unsurprisingly, a third of them had reached the Xian level, with 10 possessing physical attributes at the pinnacle of that tier. The remainder were advanced Huang-level soldiers, about half of whom had also hit the upper limits of that level. To put it bluntly, those who had reached their limits only needed combat awareness and fighting skills to become outstanding top-tier mecha masters. However, if becoming a top-tier mecha master were so effortless, there wouldn't be so few in the Great Xia to this day. Lin Tian turned to Qin Hao. I want to test their capabilities. He observed the proud soldiers before him, a glint flashing in his eyes. They were akin to walking ATMs. A top-tier mecha master is worth $1 billion. 2 would be 2 billion. And 3, Qin Hao's eyes brightened. Little brother, feel free. From now on, these individuals are under your command. Do as you please. These soldiers were elite forces selected through extensive vetting from the entire military district, each a king among special forces. While their combat awareness had not reached the pinnacle, they were not far off. Yet, no matter the methods employed, they could not break through that bottleneck. Top-tier combat awareness seemed to be an innate trait, a matter of talent. Lin Tian took a step forward, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing the soldiers to change their expressions. Qin Hao's eyes widened, astonished. Good heavens! When did my brother break through to the Xian level? And that terrifying aura feels even more formidable than some initial-level, Earth-tier mecha masters. This is simply monstrous. Come, everyone, attack me with all your strength. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, and one shouted, Report. Speak. Instructor, do we not need to be equipped with armed mechas? The other soldiers shared the same bewilderment. Lin Tian waved his hand. You must have encountered Huang and Xian-level heavenly mechas before, correct? They completely transcend the traditional nuclear-powered mecha driving mode. Your limits will no longer be constrained by the mechas. The mecha amplifies the mecha master's capabilities and is an extension of your body and consciousness. What you are capable of, the mecha can replicate flawlessly. There's no need for doubt. Upon mentioning the heavenly mechas, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Ever since the commander had brought back the Wind Bird mecha, each had experienced the thrill of piloting it, a sensation that defined what it truly meant to be a mecha master. It was simply exhilarating. Thus, you must first break through your personal limits and not allow traditional thinking to constrain your thoughts and consciousness to surpass the mecha's limits. Do you understand? In unison, they shouted yes. Observing the spirited soldiers, Qin Hao stepped forward and remarked, You little rascals should know that General Lin is not only an unparalleled mecha master, but also an exceptional mechanic. I promise that in the upcoming 2 months, Whoever breaks through to become a top-tier mecha master will be rewarded with a heavenly mecha personally crafted by General Lin. Therefore, get your all. Don't let me down. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' eyes lit up, and they chorused, "Thank you, Commander." Their voices thundered with fervor. Lin Tian inwardly grumbled, "Big brother, your plan is quite astute. It's essentially a no-lose investment. To cultivate a mecha master, he'll spend at most 1 or 2 billion. If they fail, he still doesn't lose. Plus, with me, an unparalleled mecha master, training alongside them for 2 months, they will surely gain substantial insights. Come on." At his command, the crowd dispersed, encircling Lin Tian entirely. Attack! Lin Tian resembled a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, transforming himself into a living weapon. Every part of his body became the most advantageous weapon, and with each passing second, another adversary fell. Within 30 seconds, not a single individual remained standing. Sprawled upon the ground were soldiers, writhing in agony, yet stifling their cries. Lin Tian clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face, for these soldiers' combat awareness exceeded his expectations. He had restrained his strength and speed to the level of the yellow rank breaking extreme realm, engaging in a contest of consciousness and technique. Most managed to exchange a blow or two with him, while a few even held their ground for 4 or 5 strikes, which was commendable. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, who was timing the bout, found himself at a loss for words. He had previously suppressed his own realm to the limits of the profound rank, taking a full 3 minutes to incapacitate the entire group. Yet Lin Tian, merely 30 seconds, and it appeared his speed and power were still at the yellow rank level. Was the disparity truly so vast? Yet he could not deny that Lin Tian was undeniably a prodigy. His movements appeared deceptively simple, yet they delivered the most effective and lethal strikes, as if all others moved in slow motion before him. He could foresee every incoming attack, deftly employing techniques of force absorption, division, and counterforce with astonishing mastery, surpassing all flamboyant maneuvers. How could such a terrifying genius exist in this world? The soldiers struggling on the ground gazed at the impeccably dressed man with a mix of awe and reverence. His strength was almost unfathomable. It felt less like facing a mere mortal and more like contending with an ethereal deity. In the military, strength was paramount. Every individual was duty-bound to obey orders while venerating the powerful. Soon, some soldiers, enduring excruciating pain, began to rise. Despite their suffering, the honor of a soldier forbade them from remaining prostrate on the ground. Lin Tian turned to Qin Hao, saying, "Brother, I have gathered a general understanding of their basic conditions. There is little to discuss regarding their physical attributes. We should focus on their mental acuity. I already have a rough idea in mind, and will devise a plan once I return." Qin Hao nodded in agreement. "All right. Thank you for your hard work, brother." He feared Lin Tian would declare it impossible. As long as there was even the slightest chance, he was willing to explore it, whether for the sake of the national military exercises or cultivating talent within the military district. Upon leaving the military district, Lin Tian declined the offer of a private jet, opting instead to pilot his mech towards the Tianyuan mech repair shop. Just as he was about to open the shop door after disembarking from the mech, he furrowed his brow, sensing an unseen pair of eyes upon him. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Previously, while in the mech, the radar system of the Wujihunden mech had detected no anomalies. Deciding not to dwell on it, he opened the shop door and stepped inside, feeling secure within its confines. Far from Tianyuan mech repair, atop a dilapidated building, an elderly man with a grizzled beard smiled to himself, murmuring, "This lad possesses remarkable perception." He then cast his gaze in a particular direction, his eyes narrowing as he perceived that some little mice had begun to take an interest in the young man. With that, the old man vanished from the ruins in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36. Assistance from a Big Brother. The yellow rank heavenly mech valued at 10 million. News of the reopening of the Tianyuan mech repair shop spread rapidly. Lin Tian had barely taken a nap in his room when he was startled by a cacophony of voices. As he approached the door, he was taken aback to see a throng of people eagerly awaiting outside. Out of respect for the owner of the mech repair shop, they refrained from barging in, instead forming a queue outside. Upon seeing Lin Tian emerge, their joy was palpable. "Boss Lin, please forge a yellow rank heavenly mech for me, no matter the cost." "Master, I seek to learn mech piloting skills under your tutelage. Any tuition fee is acceptable." "Boss, could you upgrade my mech to the highest configuration available?" "Boss Lin, Miley family is eager to establish a long-term partnership. I have the contract ready for your review." Hearing the urgent pleas to fill his pockets with money, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming temptation. Each person appeared to be a lucrative opportunity, and he longed to usher them all inside. Unfortunately, He could only manage with his 2 hands and feet, and even if he were to exhaust himself, he would be overwhelmed. He raised his hands to signal for silence and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for visiting my humble shop. It is an immense honor. This establishment offers comprehensive services related to mech repair, maintenance, upgrades, design, and crafting. However, as you can see, I am the sole worker here, and the workload is quite substantial for one person. Additionally, this area is the old city, where colossal beasts may occasionally roam, making it unsafe for everyone to crowd here in line. Here is what I propose. I have created a small program. You can find it by searching for Tianyuan Mech Repair Shop on Xiaoxin, which will serve as an online marketplace for my shop. Each day, I will release 10 task tokens. Those in need can compete to obtain one. The fortunate ones can input their task requirements on the token. I will evaluate your requests and provide a quote. If agreeable, we can proceed with the transaction. Upon task completion, there will be notifications on the link, at which point you can come to collect and inspect your items with payment made online. The task tokens will only be valid for the day of issue and cannot be transferred. This way, you won't have to risk wasting time in line. And I can assure you of my dedicated service." As soon as he finished speaking, a great number of people pulled out their phones, engrossed in their tasks. "Huh, I got one. I got one too. This method is great. I can place orders every day now. Oh no, I just logged in and they're all gone. You all are too quick." Exactly. I clicked in and got a message saying today, S tokens are all gone. In an instant, excitement and disappointment mingled in the crowd, with some laughing foolishly, while others silently returned their phones to their pockets. Yet, most turned their attention back to Lin Tian. "Boss, could you release more task tokens? 10 is far too few." "Yes, Boss Lin. Please make more tokens available. If you're overwhelmed, you could hire some mechanics to assist. I'm sure many would be willing." "Boss, I'm here. I'd like to learn mechanical skills from you." Hearing this, Lin Tian shook his head and replied, "Everyone, although our prices may be high, the value is unmatched. I trust that you all chose Tianyuan Mech Repair Shop for this very reason. Please take your leave for now. Those who manage to obtain a token for repairs or modifications may stay. It is not that he is unwilling to invite a mechanic for assistance, but rather that it is unnecessary. Firstly, Tianyuan Mechanic Shop operates on a high-end trajectory, reaping substantial profits. Trivial matters merely squander time and energy. Secondly, in due time, as the heart of the world's furnace technology unfolds, various mech centers will witness a wave of transformation and reform, at which point the influx of individuals will dwindle, leaving only the true affluent and influential to grace these establishments. Upon hearing this, the crowd departed with a hint of dissatisfaction, yet their eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. With a sigh of relief, Lin Tian allowed a smile to grace his features. This would mean a bustling future and an additional stream of income. He subsequently entered the workshop to commence crafting mechs. Qinhao still had 8 orders for yellow-tier mechs yet to be fulfilled, but now that he had broken through to the profound stage, his efficiency in crafting yellow-tier mechs had significantly increased. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to complete them within 2 days. The following day, Lin Tian rubbed his slightly bloodshot eyes and shook his somewhat weary hands, gazing at the 4 freshly minted mechs in the workshop with satisfaction. Having toiled from the previous afternoon until now, he had finally completed the 4 mechs, though it had left him utterly exhausted. He then took out his phone to check the messages from clients who had secured tokens the day prior. Unsurprisingly, they all inquired about crafting yellow-tier mechs. Unfortunately, ever since he provided the quotes, they had all fallen silent. Thanks to his older brother's assistance, the price for the yellow-tier mechs had skyrocketed to 10 million, while the raw materials remained under 100,000, allowing him to pocket a staggering 990,000, his hard-earned reward for design, late nights, manual labor, mental effort, and processing costs. Thus, when calculated, 10 million is not exorbitant. As for why they chose silence, even forfeiting the opportunity for a token, it can only be said that they are not true wealthy individuals. Today, he released another 10 tokens, hoping that a big catch would eventually present itself. With no one crowding his door, the Tianyuan Mechanic Shop returned to its erstwhile tranquility, standing solitary amidst a city in ruins. Lin Tian took a brief nap in his room before rising to resume his endeavors. He noticed that since breaking through to the profound stage, his vitality had surged, and he no longer felt the incessant drowsiness of yore. Perhaps this is the boon that cultivation bestows. Just as he was reveling in the sight of a crystal coffin before him, a voice akin to a dragon's roar pierced the air. "Lin Tian, come out here!" Startled, Lin Tian jumped. How did that crazy woman arrive? It was merely a matter of not answering her call. One would think any anger should have dissipated by now. Women, truly an enigma. He ignored her, focusing instead on the exquisite crystal coffin, which he found increasingly pleasing to the eye. The sound of high heels clacking against the metal floor approached, evoking memories of the terror imposed by those heels in recent days. His toes tingled with unease. Turning, he met a pair of icy eyes. Crazy woman, aren't you supposed to be in class today? What brings you here? He glanced at his phone. April 20th, 22:25. Thursday. Yesterday had been overcast, transitioning to rain today. He felt an ominous chill. Chapter 37. What to do? I've upset Qin Shixian to the point of tears. Initially fuming, Qin Shixian, upon seeing Lin Tian seated atop the crystal coffin with a mischievous glint in his eye, let out a huff. Stinky man. Look at you being so self-aware, even preparing a coffin. Lin Tian shot her an exasperated glance and chuckled. This is specially prepared for you. Such words sent Qin Shixian, already irked, into a frenzy. She reached out to tug his ear, reminiscent of an elder sister reprimanding her younger brother for not understanding the beauty of flowers. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian seized her delicate hand, his gaze brazenly scanning her curvaceous form. Qin Shixian attempted to withdraw her hand. But no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape his grip, staring at him in disbelief. You've broken through to the profound stage? Panic washed over her. She had previously relied on her superior physique to bully this insufferable man, but now his strength seemed to far surpass hers. How is this possible? It had only been a short while, and this freak had already reached the profound stage? Furthermore, even if he had broken through, should he be at the initial level? Why couldn't she sense his realm? The overwhelming force emanating from him made her feel utterly dwarfed. Crazy woman, did you not see this coming? Accept your fate. This coffin is prepared just for you. Since this place is desolate, I shall first take my pleasure. Then again and again. Lin Tian wore a wicked grin, emitting the signature cackle of a villain. Having spent years in the research lab, Qin Shixian had never encountered such a scenario. Her face turned pale, and she let out a panic scream. Lin Tian, you bastard. Let me go. Seeing this, a sly smile crept across Lin Tian's face. Scream all you want. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Don't resist. The more you resist, the more excited I become. I assure you, you will come to love this coffin. It has been tailor-made for you. In that moment, Lin Tian was filled with delight. Crazy woman, you often bullied me. Now, it's my turn. He yanked her forward, positioning her over his knee. Let me go, she protested, struggling fiercely, but a powerful hand swiftly subdued her. With a firm grip, he raised his fingers and delivered a resounding slap to her pert backside. Smack! Qin Shixian was momentarily stunned, her struggles intensifying. Ha, crazy woman. This is what you get for bullying me all the time. Now it's my turn to have a little fun. Smack! Yet after this slap, Qin Shixian, who had been resisting vigorously, suddenly ceased her struggles. Lin Tian, thinking she had surrendered, lifted her chin, eager to see her defiant face soften. However, the next moment, he was utterly bewildered. He hastily placed her down, and she slid to the ground, huddling with her arms wrapped around her knees, burying her face in them, her body trembling and faint sobs escaping. Oh no, Lin Tian was taken aback. He had only intended to frighten her, never anticipating it would go too far and reduce her to tears. What should he do? He never expected this typically bold and proud mature woman to cry like a little girl, appearing so fragile and pitiable. A wave of guilt washed over him, and he anxiously scratched his head, unsure of how to console her. Hey, crazy woman, no, dear lady, please don't cry. I was merely trying to scare you. Please stop crying. To his dismay, his attempts at comfort only escalated her tears, her sobs growing louder, her body trembling more violently. Dear lady, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have frightened you. I'm a jerk. Lin Tian nearly fell to his knees, wishing he could slap himself for his mischievousness. He had no idea how to calm her down. Initially, he attempted to lift her, but she shoved him away and continued to cry. Please don't cry. Uncle will buy you lollipops, all right? He recalled how television often coaxed children. Annie, could you please stop crying? If you keep crying, I might start crying too. In that moment, Lin Tian truly grasped the essence of torment. Why was it so challenging to console a woman? How about I create a mech for you? The best and the most powerful one? What I just said was a ruse. That is not a coffin, but a virtual pod, custom designed just for you. Auntie, what must I do for you to cease your tears? Would you like me to give you a good beating? I promise not to retaliate. Lin Tian spoke until his mouth was parched, yet Qin Shixian, crouched on the ground, continued to sob. Helpless, Lin Tian bent down, supporting her back with one arm while slipping the other under her knees, lifting her entirely and walking towards the room. At that moment, Qin Shixian showed no signs of resistance, merely burying her face and softly weeping, seemingly still terrified by the earlier scene. He gently laid her on the bed, tucking her in with the blanket. She appeared to have cried herself to exhaustion, slipping into a deep, eerie silence. Lin Tian watched her with furrowed brows, feeling that this madwoman seemed to be affected by more than just fear. When he held her moments ago, he distinctly sensed her hands clutching his shirt tightly, as if overwhelmed by fear. Subsequently, he exited the bedroom, his mind devoid of thoughts about his research, yearning only for a moment of quiet to gather his scattered thoughts. After some time, Lin Tian, lost in contemplation on the threshold, was jolted back to reality by a booming sound. Qin Hao entered with a wide smile, leaving Lin Tian momentarily flustered. Oh no, how am I to explain this? He braced himself and approached Big Brother. Internally, he steeled himself for a potential beating. Ha! Little brother, you spoke so mysteriously over the phone. I had to come and see what secret you were working on. In truth, Qin Hao was unable to contain his curiosity. Lin Tian had mentioned researching something intriguing, but then ceased communication, prompting him to come in person. Big brother, there's something I need to discuss. Could you please go easy on me later? Chapter 38. Lin Tian pondered. If he liked her, then so be it. As long as the funds were in order, it was certainly feasible. This is how it is, big brother. Come on. I am ready. You may proceed. Lin Tian had prepared himself for a beating, yet he watched as Qin Hao sighed and walked towards the store's entrance. He quickly followed, perplexed, until they reached the vast, open area outside. Qin Hao then clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the endless ruins, sighing, Little brother, we do not consider you an outsider. There are matters I must address directly with you. In truth, my little sister does not bear the surname Qin, but rather Yi Shixian. Lin Tian was taken aback, momentarily dazed by the sheer magnitude of this revelation. This madwoman was not the biological daughter of Old Man Qin? You must have heard of the horrifying tragedy that occurred 20 years ago. Lin Tian nodded, a contemplative gleam in his eyes, acknowledging he had heard whispers of it. That incident had sent shockwaves throughout the entire realm of Daxia. The Yi family of Kyoto was once a colossal entity, wielding immense power and wealth, rivaling or even surpassing the current Qin family. Yet, this grand family was annihilated overnight, with corpses strewn everywhere, blood flowing like rivers, all consumed by flames, engulfed in the annals of history. Qin Hao sighed, his eyes filled with unending sorrow. Indeed, my little sister was the sole survivor of the Yi family. At the time, our families were close. When my father and I arrived, all that remained were charred remains. The horrific scene remains vivid in my mind. Later, we discovered my sister beneath a charred body. She was only 8 years old, having witnessed her parents fall into a pool of blood. Seeing the enemy wielding a slaughtering knife, grinning wickedly as they struck down her loved ones. We took her back to the Qin family, publicly declaring her my father's daughter, naming her Qin Shixian. You cannot imagine how fragile she was back then. Every time she slept, nightmares would awaken her, crying out for her parents, evoking profound pity. Gradually, as time passed, she grew from a reticent little girl into a bold young woman, seemingly having forgotten her past. However, we are aware that many memories remain etched in her mind, images permanently seared into her consciousness. She appears so strong outwardly, projecting an aura that deters others. Yet we all understand this is merely a facade she constructed to mask her inner fears. This is why, for all these years, she has immersed herself in research, distancing herself from human connection, even from us. Only that carefree girl, Ruoxue, perhaps, can make her lower her defenses. Qin Hao's eyes reflected a hint of bitterness, soon replaced by a smile. But now, things are different. I have noticed a change in my sister's eyes. She seems to harbor unique feelings for you. I can see that she likes you. Though her way of expressing it is different, she often resorts to her assertive manner to convey her emotions. Upon finishing, Qin Hao's gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian, seeking the answer he desired. Lin Tian's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that this madwoman bore such a tragic past. He had thought her haughty and strong-willed demeanor was a product of the Qin family's pampered lifestyle. It turned out that beneath her beautiful exterior lay a fragile soul. She is our family, our little sister, always has been. Whatever she desires, we will provide, even if it means standing against the world. Lin Tian sensed the ferocity and madness emanating from Qin Hao. Big brother. At that moment, a soft sob interrupted, and Qin Shixian appeared behind them, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qin Hao turned to her, a smile gracing his face. Sister, always remember and believe we are family. After a final glance at Lin Tian, he stepped forward, already donned in his mech, his voice resonating from within. Little brother, I await you. Lin Tian waved, comprehending the layered meaning behind Qin Hao's words. He turned to face Qin Shixian, whose face bore traces of tears, yet she maintained her proud demeanor while looking at him. Well, now you know everything you needed to know. Are you satisfied? Her tone trembled slightly, yet it carried an indomitable spirit. Lin Tian approached her step by step. And Qin Shishuan's eyes displayed a stubbornness, refusing to yield. Perhaps her pride would not allow her to retreat. In the next moment, she stood frozen, enveloped in his broad and warm embrace. Her delicate form quivered involuntarily, as if she had found a warm haven amidst a tempest, providing an unparalleled sense of security. A gentle evening breeze caressed them, stirring a hint of blush in this refuge. Lin Tian held her tightly, inhaling her unique fragrance, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Madwoman, why didn't you just say it? If you like me, say it. What is there to be shy about? As long as the money is in place. It's certainly doable." Initially, Qin Shishuan had been quietly savoring the warmth, but in an instant, she transformed into an irate little dog, biting down on Lin Tian's shoulder. Muffled growls escaping her lips. "Lin Tian, you scoundrel, I'll bite you to death." At this moment, she was seething with anger. The fleeting sense of calm she had managed to muster was abruptly shattered by this scoundrel. "Ah, madwoman, are you a dog?" I offered my heartfelt consolation, and not only did you rebuff my kindness, but you also retaliated with such ferocity. The pain was indeed excruciating. This lunatic truly bit down hard, as if she had summoned every ounce of strength within her. Thud! It seemed she was not yet satiated, for she stomped her foot down heavily upon his instep. "You wretched scoundrel, are you satisfied now? Letting you bully this lady?" Qin Shishuan swiftly extricated herself from Lin Tian's embrace, her expression one of vindictive glee. However, with her pouty lips and adorably furious demeanor, she exuded a certain charm. Ouch, that hurt immensely. Lin Tian, hunched over, rubbed his shoulder with one hand while massaging his foot with the other, limping toward the store. The pain was one matter. In truth, he was merely using it as a ruse to disguise the little tent that had sprung up. Inwardly, he couldn't help but grumble about this madwoman. She was utterly insufferable. Fortunately, this lady had finally calmed down. Observing his disheveled state, Qin Shishuan let out a cold snort, and a smile finally graced her face. Returning to the factory and standing by the crystal coffin, Qin Shishuan gazed at Lin Tian with curiosity. Previously, she had truly believed it to be a coffin, an exquisitely advanced crystal coffin. At that, considering its appearance bore a striking resemblance to an actual coffin. Lin Tian, now shedding his playful demeanor, mused with a hint of pride that his elder brother had tasked him with training a cadre of elite mech engineers. With this contraption, he could not claim to produce elite mech engineers in bulk, but it would significantly increase the likelihood of awakening any individual with even a modicum of consciousness. Burdened with the responsibility of crafting mechs for profit, he couldn't afford to waste time merely serving as a sparring partner. Otherwise, he would end up lamenting both lost time and unearned money. After 2 days of diligent effort, amalgamating knowledge from his mind, he had fashioned this remarkable device, and he felt quite satisfied with it. What? A mere shabby coffin? Qin Shishuan was clearly incredulous. If becoming an elite mech engineer were truly that simple, the number of top-tier engineers in the Great Xia would not be so scant. No, madwoman, this is not a coffin. I have named it the virtual pod, with boundless potential. To speak frankly, its value surpasses that of a celestial tier mech. Originally intending to call her sister casually, he quickly amended himself under the dangerous gaze directed at him by Qin Shishuan. Virtual pod. Virtual gaming? Qin Shishuan inquired with intrigue, aware that although Lin Tian could sometimes be frivolous, the things he created were invariably extraordinary. Lin Tian nodded, then shook his head. Well, it's somewhat akin, but infinitely more exhilarating. Do not be deceived by the diminutive size of this virtual pod. It houses the heart of a world-forging furnace within. When a mech engineer reclines in the pod and their consciousness enters the virtual realm, the energy of the world continuously nourishes and refines both their spirit and body, albeit not as dramatically as mech feedback. A single slumber within is far more rejuvenating than ordinary sleep, facilitating a dual breakthrough of consciousness and physicality. The virtual world is a creation of my own design and programming, achieving 100% realism, allowing for the training of a mech engineer's awareness. It contains 7 layers of space, which I have dubbed the 7 degrees of space. As a mech engineer traverses each degree, their consciousness ascends to a higher level. Thud! Ah, madwoman, what are you doing? Just as Lin Tian was passionately expounding, a sudden sharp pain erupted from his foot. Raising his head, he found Qin Shishuan glaring at him with clenched teeth, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson that quickly faded. She then waved her hand dismissively, as if nothing were amiss, and said, I just found you displeasing. Continue. Lin Tian rubbed his foot and shot her a fierce glare, feeling utterly powerless against this madwoman. What if he made her cry again? He mentally noted to tread carefully and resumed speaking. Those who can successfully navigate the 6 degrees of space will undoubtedly become elite mech engineers. Qin Shishuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Lin Tian's claims held true, then the value of this virtual pod indeed far outweighed that of celestial tier mech. Curiously, she inquired, "And the seventh degree of space?" A sly smile crept onto Lin Tian's lips. "What do you think? I think you're just being coy and evasive. If you want to say it, say it. Why not give it a try and find out?" "How do I do that?" Lin Tian rolled his eyes. "Why, you simply lie down inside. Do you intend to sit atop it?" As he spoke, he pressed a button on the virtual pod, and with a click, the hatch slowly opened to reveal a somewhat misty interior. He then turned, a playful glint in his eye. "Go on, lie down. Do you need me to carry you in?" "You." Qin Shishuan shot him an indignant glare, her fists clenched, itching to deliver a blow to Lin Tian's smug face. Suddenly, she recalled something, and a blush crept back on her cheeks. Composing herself, she obediently lay down. Just as the hatch was about to close, Lin Tian feigned bending down to enter as well. Startled, Qin Shishuan's face paled, and she quickly sat up. "What are you doing?" Lin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Why, I'm going to lie down and guide you. Do you know how to operate it? Moreover, this is a dual-person virtual pod. My lying beside you is hardly akin to being on top of you. Is such a reaction truly necessary?" Yet before he could finish, Qin Shishuan interrupted him. "That won't do." She attempted to rise and flee, her heart racing with panic as she glanced back at the snug space that could accommodate only two side by side. Lying within alongside Lin Tian would be no different than sharing a bed. Besides, if he were to attempt anything untoward, with his current strength, should she resist or comply? Lin Tian, oblivious to the tumultuous conflict raging within Qin Shishuan, merely observed her blushing visage, the hue extending to her ears as she glared at him unblinkingly. "Madwoman, do you think I desire to lie beside you? If it weren't for the fact that this virtual pod has just been produced and requires testing, I wouldn't willingly put myself in such a position. Furthermore, once we lie down, our consciousness enters the virtual world. Even if you wish to do something to me, you wouldn't be able to. Do you think I would so easily grant you the opportunity to draw close to me?" "You." Qin Shishuan was incensed, her teeth grinding in frustration, wishing she could land a punch on this scoundrel's deceitful lips. "Clearly you." "What do you mean, you? Madwoman, do you still wish to experience this? Are you not curious about what it feels like? Hurry up, do not delay my testing." Qin Shishuan furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Tian, as if she had made a monumental decision. "Fine, if you dare to lay a hand on me." With that, she reclined, her hands crossed over her flat abdomen, her entire form taut with tension, clearly nervous, as she closed her eyes and awaited what was to come. "Rest assured, madwoman, I have no interest in aging spinsters." Without waiting for Qin Shishuan to unleash her fury, he too lay down. With a snap, the hatch sealed shut. In that cramped space, both could hear the sound of each other's labored breaths and racing heartbeats as they closed their eyes. At this moment, Qin Shishuan's delicate face was flushed with warmth, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Lost in a whirlwind of emotions, she suddenly heard a voice imbued with warmth and a magnetic resonance. She instinctively closed her eyes, savoring the soothing warmth emanating from the arm beside her, which brought a sense of tranquility, gradually calming her racing heart. In the next instant, she found herself in an entirely different realm. Surveying her surroundings, everything appeared to be the remnants of a cataclysm, a desolate ruin scattered with crumbling walls, faintly permeated by the scent of blood in the air. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the apocalyptic emergence of colossal beasts 2 centuries prior. Just as she was furrowing her brow in contemplation, a voice resonated behind her. "How is it? This virtual world feels remarkably real, doesn't it?" Lin Tian's figure materialized behind Qin Shishuan, a broad smile gracing his features. A bold idea flickered in his mind, but upon meeting her gaze, which glimmered with lethal intent, he quickly dismissed it. "How should we play this?" Qin Shishuan mused, treating it as a game, her eagerness to experience it bubbling to the surface. Meanwhile, she began to form some tentative conjectures. Lin Tian remarked, "Becoming a top-tier mech designer isn't as insurmountable as it seems. Beyond those innately endowed with such talent, one can also achieve it through diligent effort, albeit with greater difficulty. The scarcity of those who succeed is likely due to insufficient battles fought, or perhaps too few lives lived. Those who have weathered numerous conflicts can develop formidable instincts and awareness of danger. In the virtual world I have designed, peril emanates not only from monsters but also from the environment, NPCs, natural disasters, weaponry, resources, and survival itself. Danger lurks in every corner. To endure here, one must be utterly vigilant, amplifying their perception to observe everything around them, anticipating threats, and taking appropriate self-rescue measures. By the way, I must emphasize that dying here, while not true death in the conventional sense, will impart an experience of death that you are unlikely to wish to encounter again. So, my fierce woman, strive to survive. Qin Shixia nodded thoughtfully, attuning to her body. Her advanced realm was intact, yet she found herself unable to summon her mech, casting a sidelong glare at Lin Tian. How am I supposed to combat those colossal beasts without my mech? Lin Tian responded, exasperated. Come on, this is to train your awareness. Without the mech, a mech designer becomes utterly useless. Rest assured, the monsters here have been proportionately reduced. They aren't as exaggerated, though their strength remains formidable. The best way to conquer fear is to confront it. Go forth and fight. With that, Lin Tian's figure vanished from sight. Qin Shixia surveyed her surroundings, selected a direction, and stepped forward, making her way towards the edge of the ruins. In the next heartbeat, sharp spikes shot up from the ground. Her expression shifted dramatically as she deftly evaded them, though one spike pierced through her shoulder, blood gushing forth, causing her to grimace in pain. Her eyes fixated on the ground ahead. Had it been a more delicate woman, she would have crumpled to the ground, weeping helplessly and awaiting the comfort of a devoted admirer. Just then, Lin Tian's voice echoed in her ear. I mentioned before that danger lurks everywhere here. Anything could claim your life. However, all dangers leave traces behind. Observe closely and feel deeply. Qin Shixia focused her gaze, but sensed no hint of his presence. Suddenly, a flurry of spikes shot forth, and the ground heaved, a mound of earth surging towards her. Qin Shixia executed a series of agile maneuvers to dodge the spikes, finally leaping onto a fragment of the ruins. Now, she was exceedingly cautious, scrutinizing her surroundings. Yet in the next moment, a blade pierced through her heart from behind. Gazing down at the bloodied tip, an indescribable agony flooded her mind as she collapsed in despair. Before she fell, she glimpsed a figure emerging from the ruins. A triumphant smile etched across its face. With a gasp, Qin Shixia reopened her eyes, panting heavily, her gaze darting to her heart, and scathed. She realized she had resurrected. Yet the torment of that death was suffocating, leaving her yearning to forego the experience altogether. It felt as though she had truly perished once, her desire for life reaching a crescendo. She finally comprehended the sensation Lin Tian had described. Lin Tian's voice returned to her ears. Now, you should reflect on why you sought refuge in that ruin. The traps in the ground are merely bait, forcing you to move atop the ruins. The real danger lies beneath, where NPCs lie in wait. Did you not sense the impending threat while standing on the ruins? I have stated that all danger leaves traces. It is up to you to discern and respond accordingly. Qin Shixia gritted her teeth, aware that Lin Tian was guiding her. Yet, a fierce determination surged within her. No matter how arduous, she would press forward. Above, Lin Tian observed this scene with a smile. Perhaps this was the virtue of her stubbornness. She required no coaxing or consolation, for she would find a way to overcome all obstacles. This temperament was not without merit. Life is an unending struggle, with some bearing burdens while others bow to fate. Thus, despite having the same trajectory, countless differing outcomes emerge. Consequently, Qin Shixia advanced through repeated deaths and Lin Tian's counsel, scavenging for resources to survive. Initially, she would perish shortly after setting out, but gradually, she ventured farther, acquiring weapons and resources. Eventually, Lin Tian's voice faded entirely from her ears, and she began to acclimate to this world. As evening fell, a soft click echoed as the virtual pod door opened. Lin Tian emerged, glancing at Qin Shixia, who lay within, her eyes wide yet expressionless. A flicker of sympathy crossed his gaze. This was the aftermath of death, leaving one to question existence, caught between virtuality and reality. He bent down to lift her, carrying her to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed and tucking her in before turning to leave. However, once outside the room, he noticed her large, beautiful eyes blink as a tear slipped down her cheek, silently trailing to the pillow, devoid of any sound, her body remaining still, so tranquil. In the empty factory, Lin Tian closed his eyes, deep in thought. Within the virtual realm, he could distinctly sense Qin Shixia's fervent yearning for strength, her unwavering desire for power. Even after enduring countless deaths, she pressed on with resolute determination. Perhaps, compared to being a mechanic, she might prefer the path of a mech designer. With that, he directly accessed the system shop. "Sigh, my fierce woman. I wonder if I owe you something from previous life. Now, you truly owe me a considerable debt. He felt a pang of regret as he spent 2 billion from the system shop to acquire 2 exceptionally rare materials, Nirvana Divine Iron and Divine Phoenix Blood Crystal. Both among the pinnacle of materials within the advanced tier, with the former ranking in the top 10 of the Divine Materials list. He intended to forge the second-ranked mech in the series, the Undying Divine Phoenix Mech. Now, all the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated had vanished in an instant, leaving him with a feeling of helplessness. Chapter 41. Smelly Man, Come Fight. On the following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight gently infiltrated the workshop, casting their glow upon a magnificent 36-meter-long white mech resting on the machine bed, Lin Tian finally set down the mechanical wrench, nodding in satisfaction. A chime resonated, indicating the detection of the host's self-crafted mech, undergoing evaluation. Its designation, Undying Divine Phoenix Mech Grade, Profound. Type, Hybrid. Height, 36 meters. Weight, 314 tons. Furnace, Nirvana Furnace, LV1. Innate skill, Nirvana Flame LV2, Passive. The Nirvana Flame, a perpetual force, allows the mech to consume the Nirvana Flame to automatically repair damage, with the speed of restoration contingent upon its level. Undying Divine Phoenix Wings LV2, Active. The Divine Phoenix spreads its wings, soaring through the heavens, augmenting its speed by a percentage based on level, currently providing a 200 boost. Twilight of the Gods LV2, Active. Harnessing 90 of the mech's energy to unleash overwhelming annihilation power in the twilight. All gods shall perish. Note, activating this skill will place the mech in an energy lock state. Use with caution. Weapon, Vermilion Feather Imperial Wing, Phoenix Crying in the Skies. Divine Phoenix from Another Dimension, Divine Phoenix Sword. Evaluation complete, rated as Profound, Unparalleled Grade. The mech is currently channeling energy back to the host. A surge of terrifying celestial energy enveloped Lin Tian, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort, invigorating every cell in his body. Compared to the previous celestial energy feedback from crafting the mech, this time the enhancement was no trivial increase. He felt a significant boost in all his physical attributes. Although the quality of the energy did not reach the threshold for a breakthrough to Earth grade, it horizontally expanded his physical prowess. Name, Lin Tian. Realm, Profound Breaking Extremity. Strength, 160 tons. Speed, 250 ms. The substantial increase in strength and speed was evidently remarkable. He preferred this lateral enhancement to the notion of a realm breakthrough, as it instantaneously fortified his foundation. If he were to craft several more unparalleled mechs, he mused, but then reconsidered. Such endeavors were not something his current self could frivolously afford. Moreover, this enhancement was not without its limits. It was evident that the magnitude of improvement would diminish over time. The raw materials alone cost over 20 billion, and with his pricing, the selling price would start at a minimum of 20 trillion. It was absurdly more expensive than a celestial grade mech. How many could afford such an expense? Those with such wealth would have long indulged in celestial grade mechs rather than expend such a fortune on a profound grade mech. Regardless of its extraordinary capabilities, it remained a profound grade mech. Just as Lin Tian was admiring the Undying Divine Phoenix mech before him, a delicate sound broke his reverie. Turning around, he beheld Qin Shixian, her small mouth covered, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the Undying Divine Phoenix mech, identical to her own, same white hue, same alluring contours, yet adorned with additional phoenix motifs, enhancing its air of mystery and nobility. Lin Tian flashed a smile, testing the waters. Crazy woman from now on. Make sure to repay me honestly. If he were to sell it, he would have to list it starting at 30 trillion. Wouldn't he? Lin Tian, is this for me? Qin Shixian asked, still incredulous as she regarded Lin Tian. What else could it be? He replied with a knowing glance. Isn't it obvious? Why else would I craft it to look exactly the same? Receiving a definite answer, a smile, different from her usual demeanor, blossomed on Qin Shixian's face as she entered the cockpit. As the mechanical bed propelled the mech outside, the entire construct rose to its feet, striding toward the open space. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled beneath its weight. Moments later, ecstatic shouts erupted from the cockpit. My heavens, is this really the mech I know? This is utterly outrageous. A pair of exquisite wings unfurled from behind the mech, and with a powerful flap, it soared into the sky. The ground was swept by a fierce wind, sending dust and debris flying, as the colossal mech transformed into a mere speck, vanishing from Lin Tian's sight. Boom! In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed, flames leaping high into the air as a terrifying shockwave radiated toward the heavens, visibly obliterating a wasteland from view. Countless energy sword feathers cascaded down like meteor showers, cloaking the sky. With a mighty rumble, an entire uneven expanse of ruins was flattened. A white silhouette glided toward him, suspended in the air, wielding a white sword, the blade pointed toward the ground. From the mech, Qin Shixian's confident voice rang out. "Smelly man, come and fight." Lin Tian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. It seemed the undying divine phoenix mech had rekindled some confidence in the crazy woman. However, without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, instantly activating the boundless chaos mech, charging toward the white mech, a massive sword of red and blue appearing in his hand. Its hilt adorned with an yin-yang taiji emblem, not in the conventional black and white, but in resplendent red and blue. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the sky was filled with sparks, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. Yet, before long, a white mech plummeted from sky, pinned down by a silver mech. Its arm pressing heavily upon the white mech's neck, half of its body restrained beneath. The white mech propped itself up with one mechanical arm, supporting the silver mech's head as they both descended toward the earth. Boom! The ground shook violently, dust and debris swirling into the air, creating a massive crater where the two mechs lay entangled, their position decidedly intimate. "You let go of me!" Qin Shixian's voice, laced with embarrassment and anger, emerged from the mech. Struggling in vain against the overwhelming force of the boundless chaos mech, she felt as though Lin Tian was pressed against her, igniting a blush that crept to her ears. Crazy woman, are you still feeling smug? Don't think that just because you have the undying divine phoenix mech, you can surpass me. Not to mention that in terms of piloting skills, this crazy woman was wholly outmatched by him. Even though the undying divine phoenix mech surpassed all current profound grade mechs, it still fell short when compared to the boundless chaos mech Lin Tian. "You jerk. Let me go." "I concede. Is that sufficient?" At this moment, Qin Shixian was overwhelmed with emotions, both embarrassed and furious, but also deeply shaken by the power of the undying divine phoenix mech and the monstrous capabilities of Lin Tian's boundless chaos mech. She was certain that even with her current advanced profound realm, she could easily overwhelm some novice Earth-grade mech masters with the undying divine phoenix mech. This was not blind confidence. The undying divine phoenix mech was genuinely extraordinary. Unlike typical mechs that possessed only one innate skill, the undying divine phoenix mech boasted three, each more formidable than the last, along with weaponry of extreme prowess. Chapter 42. This wave is not a loss, even a small profit. How much? Upon returning to the shop, Qin Shixian shot Lin Tian an exasperated glare, clearly still irked by being thoroughly bested by a moment ago. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, you can't afford it." At this remark, Qin Shixian's anger flared anew, and with a stomp of her foot, she retorted, "What a joke. It's merely a profound grade mech. Do you think I can't afford it? Just name your price. If I frown even a little, I'm a puppy." "Let us say 30 trillion, Lin Tian replied, a sly grin gracing his lips. It wasn't that he was extorting an outrageous price, but rather that the top 10 mechs in the mech compendium were all worth their weight in gold, possessing terrifying powers and boundless potential. "Ah, juste 30. Qin Shixian's previously proud smile froze on her face, her expression a mixture of disbelief as she stared at Lin Tian, questioning, "How much?" "Say that again." 30 trillion. I knew you couldn't afford it." "Well, how about this? If you bark like a little puppy, I'll just give it to you after all. I cannot let you go back on your word." 30 trillion. You insufferable man. Are you really that desperate for money?" The words lingered on her lips, yet she found herself unable to utter them. Contemplating the myriad of extraordinary abilities possessed by the undying divine phoenix mech and its formidable capabilities, she suddenly felt that perhaps 30 trillion was quite reasonable. However, the stark reality was that she truly lacked such funds. With a flick of her wrist, a sleek black bank card materialized in her palm. Pouting, she grasped Lin Tian's hand and pressed the card into his palm. "If it's 30 trillion, then so be it. It's not as if I can't produce it. This card holds 580 billion. Take it for now, and I'll gradually repay the rest." Lin Tian wore a broad smile, not hesitating to accept it. He thought to himself, splendid. Not only had he recouped the material costs, but he had also made a tidy profit of 300 billion, all while ensuring that the madwoman would work off her debts. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Clearing his throat, he suppressed his mirth and said, "Ahem, madwoman, you must work diligently to earn money. The cost of upgrading the undying divine phoenix mech is quite exorbitant." "You know," Qin Shixian shot him a glare, clearly unamused. However, as she pondered the situation, a headache struck her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to tear her hair out. Indeed, with such a powerful mech, future upgrades would surely demand even more funds. What a calamity! Qin Shixian lamented. Even selling herself would not be worth such a sum. Ah, well, one step at a time. With that, she turned her gaze toward the virtual cabin, her mood brightening considerably. With a wave of her hand, she stored it within the mech space. The mech space, aside from housing mechs, was a place where most individuals allocated a portion for storage purposes. Hey, madwoman, what do you think you're doing? That's my private property, Lin Tian exclaimed, watching in dismay as she silently claimed the virtual cabin. This contraption certainly wasn't cheap. The materials alone cost hundreds of thousands, equivalent to crafting a profound-tier Earth mech. Qin Shixian regarded him with a teasing smile. Did I not hear someone say it was custom-made for me? She quipped. What, are you denying it now? Lin Tian felt a flush of embarrassment. What was this madness? This madwoman had a knack for twisting his words, making it sound as if he had betrayed her in some way. Actually, I was joking. Don't take it seriously. Indeed, he had merely intended to provoke her. But now he found himself out several $100,000. Oh, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, it's mine now. Besides, you have no use for it. I could blink an eye at 30 trillion. What a little gift to me. She was determined to continue honing her skills to become a top-tier mech master. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed with warmth, solidifying her resolve to keep the virtual cabin for herself. Who said it was useless to me? Fine, let us just consider it a gift. But I must advise you not to rush things. Haste makes waste. Lin Tian sighed in resignation, initially planning to hand the virtual cabin to Qin Hao for a handsome profit, only to be thwarted. Humph, not that you care, Qin Shixian retorted coldly, turning to leave, her alluring silhouette captivating as she approached the door. Just as she reached the entrance, she recalled something and shot Lin Tian an angry glare. Right, Xiaobai. I'll send someone to retrieve it later as a keepsake. If you dare to dismantle it, she threatened, raising her fist at him, before summoning the undying divine Phoenix mech, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Xiaobai, of course, referred to the white nuclear-powered mech that Qin Shixian had discarded after acquiring the undying divine Phoenix mech, sighing. Lin Tian lamented the lack of opportunities from this madwoman. He had hoped to dismantle that mech for some raw materials, but instead, in the afternoon, Lin Tian arrived at the military district, accompanied by a convoy transporting 9 yellow-tier Earth mechs. Qin Hao surveyed the array of mechs before him, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he patted Lin Tian's shoulder. Huh, brother, you've worked hard. I thought it would take longer for you to finish, yet here we are. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together in eagerness. By the way, about that thing you mentioned on the phone. Lin Tian nodded, waving his hand to summon a crystal coffin that appeared before Qin Hao, albeit half the width of Qin Shixian's, designed for one person. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had heard Lin Tian speak of such virtual cabins before and was eager to try it out. Brother, how do I use it? Let me give it a go. Lin Tian nodded, pressing a crystal button on the virtual cabin. With a click, the cabin door opened, revealing a cloud-like space within, just large enough for a person. Just lie down inside. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao removed his hat and lay down within. Click. As the door closed, the crystal patterns on the cabin glimmered momentarily, displaying an intricate and beautiful design before settling into silence. Lin Tian smiled as he checked his exquisite mechanical watch. With a flick of his finger, a virtual screen materialized before him, showcasing Qin Hao's adventures in the virtual realm. It was undeniable. Qin Hao, a seasoned general and top-tier mech master, demonstrated extraordinary prowess, far surpassing Qin Shixian in every aspect: capabilities, awareness, response strategies, and foresight. He effortlessly navigated the first space without a scratch, advancing to the second, and only began to sustain injuries in the fourth space. By the fifth, he faced death, ultimately resulting in 38 fatalities before successfully passing through the sixth space. Such an accomplishment was nothing short of remarkable, considering Lin Tian had set the difficulty to hellish levels. However, in the seventh space, he met his demise over 300 times, each death akin to being instantly obliterated, compelling him to exit the virtual world. Chapter 43. Who really profited? Qin Hao emerged from the virtual cabin, his eyes reflecting the profound experiences of life and death, lingering in a state of bewilderment. Yet, true to his nature as a warrior who had emerged from blood-soaked battles, he quickly regained his composure, exhaling a long breath. Gazing at Lin Tian, he managed a stiff smile, giving a thumbs up. Brother, this virtual cabin is truly extraordinary. I was skeptical at first about how something could cultivate top-tier mech masters, but now I'm 100% convinced. This virtual cabin is indeed phenomenal. Virtual technology had been developed in Xia, with many online games utilizing it. Yet none approached the terrifying realism of the seven spaces. Were it not for the virtual cabin beside him, he might have thought he had traversed another world and returned. Then, as if recalling something, he scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe, unable to suppress a grin. Brother, I genuinely wish to see how your exceptional battle instincts and combat skills were cultivated. In the virtual realm of the seventh dimension, he initially presumed it would resemble other dimensions. However, it turned out to be merely a void of starlit emptiness. Contrary to his expectations of peril, he encountered only one entity, Lin Tian, or rather, a virtual projection of Lin Tian, who served as the ultimate boss of the seventh dimension. His own capabilities were suppressed to the same level as this virtual Lin Tian, leading to a mere contest of combat techniques and awareness. Regrettably, he found himself defeated time and again, each instant resulting in instantaneous annihilation that nearly shattered his resolve, forcing him to exit the virtual world. After all, he was a top-tier mecha master. To be so thoroughly outmatched was an affront to his pride. It was then that he comprehended the terrifying prowess of Lin Tian, realizing that his previous encounters had not been the pinnacle of achievement, but rather a testament to his adversary's overwhelming strength. Lin Tian merely smiled, choosing silence over words. The virtual projection was a program he had crafted based on his own essence. While it did not represent his optimal state, it possessed a formidable strength of 30 under a transcendent consciousness. If Qin Hao were to succeed against it, that would indeed be miraculous. Qin Hao, with fervor ignited in his eyes, gazed at the virtual pod and, with grand gestures, exclaimed, "Brother, is it possible to procure this virtual pod in bulk? What is the price? I shall buy them all." The thought of widespread distribution within the military district of Magic City ignited his ambitions, envisioning a significant enhancement in overall strength and the emergence of elite mecha masters. Having personally experienced the pod's extraordinary capabilities, he harbored no doubts regarding its potential to cultivate top-tier mecha artisans. Any soldier with even a modicum of talent and a fearless spirit would possess immense prospects. It was no exaggeration to assert that the value of a single virtual pod was equivalent to that of a heavenly tier mecha. Lin Tian could not suppress a roll of his eyes at his elder brother. While the virtual pod appeared compact, its creation was rather intricate, and the associated costs were exorbitant. To suggest widespread adoption was far-fetched. Even producing a mere 10 would be a luxurious endeavor. Despite his eagerness to profit, he refrained from exaggeration. Crafting the virtual pod was more challenging than constructing a profound tier mecha, demanding considerable time and effort. Qin Hao, reflecting upon this, nodded in understanding. He had been too hasty. The more extraordinary the creation, the more arduous its fabrication, rendering it all the more precious. Very well, brother. Create as many as you can within a month. I shall purchase them all. Name your price. Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. Brother, we are family, so let us forego formalities. If you require my assistance, I shall exert my utmost effort. However, I have a more convenient and cost-effective idea. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Tian continued, I intend to construct an ultra-large virtual pod capable of accommodating dozens or even hundreds of individuals simultaneously. This would yield the same effect, while significantly reducing costs and facilitating tactical development and synergy within teams. He had already contemplated this on his journey, envisioning a large-scale furnace capable of facilitating group entry into the virtual realm. The sole drawback? Mobility would be limited. Excellent idea, Qin Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I shall procure it all. At this, Lin Tian's expression shifted to one of concern. Brother, constructing such a large virtual pod will require a considerable amount of raw materials. Understanding dawned upon Qin Hao, and with a flourish of his hand, he proclaimed, Would 100 billion suffice? The prospect of creating an ultra-large virtual pod that could simultaneously host dozens or even hundreds of participants in the virtual world was exhilarating. He would not hesitate to invest even 1 trillion if necessary. Let us build it, he declared fervently. The potential to continuously cultivate talent for the military district and secure victory in national military exercises rendered every expense worthwhile. Lin Tian feigned contemplation, furrowing his brow in a calculated manner, while internally, he was elated. He had initially planned to request 100 billion from Qin Hao. Yet here he was receiving an offer of 1,000 billion. Truly, a windfall beyond compare. He delighted in the prospect of quietly amassing wealth. All right, brother, that should suffice. Choose a location, and I shall commence construction. It should be completed in a matter of days. Very well. I appreciate your hard work, brother. At this moment, he was filled with satisfaction, having merely tested the waters with his quote, only to be met with the astonishing sum of 1,000 billion. What a bargain. If Lin Tian were privy to his thoughts, he might very well have struck himself in disbelief, realizing how naive he had been. By the way, brother, I've heard you've begun crafting profound tier mechas. I intend to place another order for you to assist with the creation of a batch of profound tier mechas. I'll send you the details shortly. Also, when do you plan to start working on Earth tier mechas? At this time, the military district had a commander who had just broken through to the rank of Earth tier mecha master, and he was eager to upgrade the commander's mecha. While he had considered utilizing the military's dedicated mecha center for the upgrade, he knew that no one else's mechas could compare to Lin Tian's. He even contemplated having Lin Tian modify his own Haoyan mecha. Lin Tian shook his head. Brother, I do not yet have plans in that direction, but it should be forthcoming. It wasn't due to a lack of desire, but rather that the system required an upgrade to version 30 to unlock the complete guide to Earth tier mechas. The requirements for upgrading the system had increased. 1. Wealth value must exceed 100 billion and consume 100 billion in wealth. 2. Personally slay 3 Earth tier apex beasts, specifically fire, water, and earth types, to obtain 3 corresponding elemental cores. Compared to previous upgrades, an additional condition had been added, as the system's response indicated its commitment to cultivating unparalleled mecha masters and engineers. Moreover, during the upgrade to Earth tier mechas, the chaotic furnace would need to assimilate these 3 cores, signifying that the next elemental mastery he would acquire would be Earth. The first condition posed little challenge for him. The second, however, was daunting. As evening descended, Lin Tian returned to the Research Institute and began his work in the control room of the workshop. He planned to fabricate all the necessary materials and equipment here before transporting them for installation. Simultaneously, he would begin crafting the profound tier mecha for his second brother, especially since payment had already been provided, 100 billion. After careful consideration regarding the design of the mecha, he resolved to invest 20 billion in raw materials to construct the advanced mecha Xing Tian, ranked 25th in the mecha hierarchy. Although he would only profit 80 billion, considerably less than his usual 100-fold markup, he was willing to accept a modest loss for the sake of his brother. As he pondered how to effectively allocate his time to fulfill both tasks, a voice, cold yet tinged with a warm, gentle melody, pierced through his thoughts. Lin Tian. Turning around, he beheld the striking figure of Qin Shixian, clad in a white lab coat, her elegant silhouette partially obscured yet unmistakably alluring. A smile graced her lips as she approached. That crazy woman, what brings you here? Lin Tian averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced past her. Do I look good? Her soft voice held a hint of irritation. Instinctively, he nodded, yes, you look good. Realizing his response, he hurriedly distanced himself, attempting to divert the conversation. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Why are you so idle all day? He was deeply apprehensive that this deranged woman might inadvertently strike him again. Every time he beheld the high-heeled shoes she wore, a shiver would run up his instep. This madwoman was nothing short of a devil. However, in the next moment, Qin Shixian seemed oblivious to his trepidation and, surprisingly calm, offered an explanation. I don't have many classes, and besides, attending lectures is merely a side endeavor for me. I am an academician at the Research Institute and the director of the Mecha Research Laboratory. Why shouldn't I be here? At the mention of this, Lin Tian almost forgot that he had recently become the deputy director of the Research Institute, now overseeing the Mecha Research Center. In that light, this madwoman was in fact a member under his purview. As Lin Tian pondered how to persuade this eccentric woman to assist him, Qin Shixian, somewhat bashfully, spoke up. I've encountered a problem and would like to consult you. Her voice diminished with each word, dwindling to a whisper at the end, and her delicate face flushed with a faint blush. As a prodigious researcher, she was accustomed to others seeking her expertise, and any queries she had were typically directed towards the venerable Qin Leoi. Now, however, there was an additional person, a Lin Tian who was 3 years her junior. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, captivated by her flushed cheeks and her gentle, rain-like tone. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Was this still the madwoman he knew? He feigned ignorance, asking, "What did you say?" Originally intending to repeat herself, Qin Shixian looked up and met his half-smirking face, and suddenly her suppressed irritation flared up. Did you hear that? The familiar recipe, the familiar sensation, and the familiar pain in his instep made Lin Tian finally comprehend that the madwoman remained unchanged. It was just that he understood this a bit too late, and he could only cradle his suffering foot and rub it in lamentation. Ouch. This madwoman's strikes were as forceful as ever. Why had he chosen to provoke her? Wasn't he enough to simply appreciate her rare moments of gentleness? Observing Qin Shixian revert to her aloof, regal demeanor, Lin Tian finally exhaled in relief. That's more like it, he thought, for without her usual disposition, he felt a lingering sense of unease. He quickly gestured for her to take a seat, and they settled beside the control platform in the operations center. With a playful grin, Lin Tian poured her a glass of water, only to receive a disapproving glare from Qin Shixian, who mused inwardly about how her efforts to manage her emotions were wasted. After all, she had come to seek his counsel and ought to present herself with a semblance of decorum. Little did she know that this rogue was already sipping from the glass of water he had offered her, while inserting a hard drive into the supercomputer at the control console. What I'm currently researching is the compatibility of the cockpit's power platform. However, despite numerous experiments, I have yet to replicate the kind of cockpit you have created. She had delved deeply into the Mechs Lin Tian designed, aware that each cockpit possessed an extraordinarily terrifying compatibility, allowing for the fusion of Mechs of the same type or model. Yet, she understood that the rejection between different heavenly furnaces was alarmingly severe. Not only would different attributes be at odds, even similar attributes exhibited a strong repulsion. Forcing a fusion could lead to disastrous consequences, including self-destruction. However, Lin Tian's cockpits exhibited none of these issues. She even suspected he could achieve fusion between Mechs of different attributes and types, which was nothing short of extraordinary. This problem was also being studied by her father, but progress was minimal, as it did not fall within the mainstream research direction of Mechs. Therefore, Qin Leioi, when he had the time, would ponder it, but it had not been integrated into the mech research framework. Yet, Qin Shixian was exceptionally devoted to this direction. In her theory, if Mechs could achieve fusion, the strength they would unleash would not merely be a sum of parts, but an exponential enhancement. Lin Tian chuckled at her words, his fingers deftly tapping the floating virtual screens before him. It's quite simple. Your direction is misguided. In truth, fusion is not as complex as you think. It is not about merging, but about combining. First, the Mechs must possess the structural ability to transform and combine from the moment they are built. Second, it involves the heavenly furnaces. The energy of fusion does not require you to meld all energies into one. Believe me, I cannot accomplish that either. He contemplated, akin to the current infinite chaos mech, which could not achieve complete elemental fusion. Yet, when it upgraded to perfection in the future, it would certainly be able to integrate all elements. That is the chaotic element, the ultimate form of elemental dominion. Remember, it's not fusion, but rather twisting the energies of several furnaces into a single strand, enabling a 1 + 1 greater than 2 capacity. The pivotal role in this process is played by the energy channels. Lin Tian's hands moved ceaselessly across the virtual screens, demonstrating various transformations. As he gestured, Qin Shixian's beautiful eyes widened, not daring to miss a single detail. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she stole glances at his focused and handsome profile. Lost in thought, after a considerable while, Qin Shixian, furrowing her brow, contemplated the ultimate form of the model displayed on the virtual screen. Lin Tian understood that she needed a moment to gather her thoughts, and thus he spoke. How about this? I happen to have something related to the energy channels. If you can create this, then the fusion of Mechs will not pose a challenge. With that, he placed before her the meticulously prepared design blueprints, a gleam of triumph flashing in his heart. This is a gift you've brought to me, dear madwoman. After all, you still owe me quite a bit. Asking for your assistance is hardly unreasonable, is it? These blueprints detail the designs for every part of the super-large virtual cabin. Once she completed all the components, he would merely need to piece them together and finalize the programming, and the super-large virtual cabin would be complete. 100 billion would be effortlessly within reach, allowing him to embark on crafting Mechs. Qin Shixian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the sheets of design blueprints before her, each template intricately woven with numerous energy channels, interlacing and connecting to form a dense, crystalline pattern. This complexity far exceeded that of the energy channels within Mechs. Lin Tian was correct. If she could thoroughly research and realize these blueprints, would mech fusion still be an issue? All right, leave it to me. She understood that this was Lin Tian's way of providing her with practical challenges to help her grasp the theory more quickly. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but smile, even her lips curling into a faint grin. This insufferable man isn't so bad after all. He just talks too much. Chapter 45. The War God Xingtian Mech. Ding. Host detected self-crafted mech. Assessment in progress. Name, War God Xing Tian mech level, profound. Type, comprehensive. Height, 39 meters. Weight, 1,680 tons. Furnace, War God Xing Tian Furnace, LV2. Talent skills, War God S Fury LV2, active. 8-dimensional shift LV2, active. Unyielding War God LV2, passive. Weapons, War God S Flame Sword, Xing Tian Light Bomb, Fire Punishment Gun. Infinite Divine Light. Assessment complete, rated from profound to advanced. Now feedbacking heavenly energy to the host. Sensing the heavenly energy merging within him, Lin Tian thought, as expected, this is indeed advanced energy. His strength and speed had only marginally increased, almost imperceptibly. Lin Tian, is this the mech you crafted for my second brother? Gazing upon the imposing mech, resplendent in crimson hues and adorned with golden accents, Qin Shishuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She could distinctly perceive the formidable aura emanating from this mech, rivaling her own undying phoenix mech in its overwhelming presence. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Lin Tian's head, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him, a fervent curiosity igniting within her. She yearned to dissect his mind, to uncover the secrets behind the creation of such extraordinary mechs. What is the name of this mech? She inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Tian responded, his own eyes ablaze with fervor, Warlord Xing Tian. At that moment, he envisioned a scene where a domineering CO commanded the Warlord Xing Tian, wreaking havoc on the battlefield, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He was confident that Qin Urge would be utterly captivated, or rather, every male mech engineer would find themselves powerless against the allure of the Warlord Xing Tian. Qin Shixian diverted her attention back to the energy channel layout on the template at the workstation, and thus, the sun and moon alternated in illuminating the workshop for 9 days and nights. Both immersed themselves in their respective tasks. Their occasional conversations often concluding with Lin Tian receiving a swift reprimand from her high heel. As Lin Tian observed the 20 variously colored profound grade Mechs lined up in the display chamber, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within him. After all, he had struck gold. The price of a single profound grade mech had been inflated to an astronomical 3 billion by his elder brother, while these mechs, though regarded as the pinnacle of technology, had a mere production cost of around 1 million. This disparity had led to Qin Hao monopolizing the Tianyuan mech repair shop, with others merely shaking their heads in disbelief at such exorbitant prices. The miniature technology of the heart of the heavenly furnace had become a proprietary asset of the Great Xia, gradually proliferating across major mech centers. The most expensive profound-grade mech available on the market was priced at 8 million, a figure that remained unattainable for many, let alone the Tianyuan mech repair shop's starting price of 3 billion. However, to label Qin Hao as a fool would be a grave mistake. He understood that the mechs personally crafted by Lin Tian were unparalleled, an existence that could not be purchased with wealth alone. Lin Tian himself was indifferent. His sole desire was to earn money, crafting mechs for those who could afford them. Meanwhile, the industrious Qin Shixian paused, manipulating the robotic arm to stack the final template into the storage. Fatigue was etched upon her delicate features, yet her captivating eyes sparkled with excitement. Impressive, Lin Tian remarked from a distance, giving her a thumbs up, his heart swelling with joy. He couldn't help but marvel at this extraordinary woman's prodigious talent. Though her pace was somewhat slow, her precision in fabricating those energy channel templates surpassed that of many. What are you staring at? Qin Shixian shot him a glare, her exhausted visage tinged with annoyance. Yet she felt inexplicably pleased, akin to a child receiving praise from a parent for exemplary exam results. Seeing how hard you've worked. I'll cook for you later. The noodles I make are exquisite. Lin Tian mused that the madwoman had assisted him in fulfilling a 100 billion order. Thus treating her to a meal would be a fitting reward. Qin Shixian furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss, yet she could not articulate it. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, her heart brimming with anticipation. She had spotted several vegetable greenhouses behind the Tianyuan mech repair shop, leading her to wonder if this rogue could indeed cook. With preparations complete, they set off. Soon, massive military trucks lined up outside the factory, transporting meticulously crafted equipment and mech from the research institute. The moment Qin Hao received the news, he was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly waiting at the military district's entrance. Upon seeing the duo, he burst into laughter and approached them. Little sister, brother-in-law, I've been waiting for you with bated breath. The past few days had left him restless. Had he not been barred from entering the research institute, he would have rushed in to expedite their progress. Qin Shixian shot him an exasperated glance, yet she refrained from voicing her irritation. Stealing a furtive glance at Lin Tian, she noted him engaged in conversation with a nearby soldier, seemingly oblivious to her presence. A sigh of relief washed over her, though a strange sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. Her warning gaze directed at her elder brother rendered even the commanding officer of the military district somewhat bashful. Scratching his head awkwardly, Lin Tian approached, a broad smile lighting his face as he clasped hands with the excited Qin Hao. "Brother, I deliver on my promise. Everything is ready. You've worked hard, little brother." "Not at all. It's my duty to relieve my elder brother's burdens. Let us go. Today we must celebrate together. No returning until we're thoroughly intoxicated." "Ha, then I shan't hold back." The two exchanged jovial banter as they made their way towards a nearby building, their thoughts known only to themselves. Qin Shixian observed the two, arms draped around each other's shoulders, a strange sensation stirring within her. Without further contemplation, she followed behind the virtual cabin-esque materials truck. As dusk fell, she assisted a tipsy Lin Tian toward the Qin family courtyard, his arm draped over her shoulder, occasionally brushing against her chest, sending waves of warmth and coolness coursing through her, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. "You fool, if you can't handle your liquor, drink less. Umph, you heartless wretch, running off to drink while leaving me to toil all afternoon." In a fit of frustration, she stomped on his foot, yet he appeared utterly oblivious to her irritation. "And you scoundrel, deceived me into letting my brother pay 1,000 billion, making me your free labor. Just wait. Tomorrow I'll show you what happens when you cross me." Unbeknownst to her, Lin Tian had stumbled over a threshold, momentarily staggering but quickly regaining his composure. Chapter 46. The celestial blue dragon mech descends. The Shenlong army strikes. The following morning, a stray beam of sunlight filtered through the window, swiftly followed by an enraged roar. "Ah, Lin Tian, you scoundrel! Don't let me catch you. Today was a momentous occasion." At that moment, Lin Tian ambled along the path to the Tianyuan mech repair shop, humming a cheerful tune, a broad smile adorning his face. In his heart, he praised his own cleverness, for he had anticipated the madwoman seeking retribution. He had slipped away at dawn, envisioning her furious expression upon discovering his absence, which only fueled his mirth. However, the next instant, a resounding boom echoed as dozens of black mechs descended before him, encircling him step by step and stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, fixating on the towering black mech at the forefront, nearly 100 meters tall, muttering to himself, after nearly a month. Have they finally mustered the courage to act? One advanced Earth-grade mech master and 12 advanced profound-grade mech masters. They truly hold me in high regard. He had sensed the presence of observers lurking in the shadows over a month ago, but their concealment was too adept, and their distance rendered him only vaguely aware of their intentions. Nevertheless, as long as no Earth-grade mech masters or colossal beasts intervened, he felt no fear. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the boundless chaos mech. Moreover, he possessed an even greater source of confidence. Yet, he found himself curious as to why all these mechs were uniformly black, differing only in stature while resembling one another so closely. Was this the work of a singular organization? Soon, Lin Tian found himself encircled by 13 towering mechs, rendering him a mere speck in the midst of such imposing machinery. From within one of the nearly 100-meter-high black mechs, a voice emerged, low and gravelly. "Lin Tian, come with us obediently." As the words fell, a tremendous figure descended from the heavens, seemingly blotting out half the sky. A palpable shadow enveloped the onlookers, revealing a colossal azure mech, adorned with dragon-like features and covered in scales, standing a staggering 120 meters tall. Each step it took sent tremors rippling through the ground, and the black mechs groaned under the immense pressure emanating from the azure behemoth, creaking as if they might disintegrate at any moment. From within one of the lower-tier mechs, a voice trembled, the azure dragon mech. Though Lin Tian had anticipated that the Great Xia would dispatch formidable protectors for him, he never imagined they would send a heavenly tier mech master, particularly the esteemed Elder Mu Qing, the pinnacle of heavenly tier mech artisans. Gazing at the azure dragon mech, Lin Tian displayed no surprise, only an expression of appraisal and intrigue. Is this the azure dragon mech from the Heavenly Palace series that has safeguarded the Great Xia for 2 centuries? The sense of oppression it exudes is indeed formidable. An elderly voice resonated from within the azure dragon mech. "Xiao Tian, do not resist." Almost immediately, a claw resembling that of a dragon swiped at the black mechs, while a beam of azure light enveloped Lin Tian, pulling him into the cockpit. Bowing respectfully to the gray-bearded elder before him, Lin Tian greeted, "Greetings, Elder Mu." He had long been informed of this elder's existence through Qin Hao, and was aware of some details regarding the fishing enforcement operation above. A faint smile graced the elder's aged face, his eyes reflecting satisfaction as he regarded Lin Tian. Xiao Tian, you must call me Grandpa. This old man is your father's father-in-law. Huh? Lin Tian was taken aback, quickly realizing that even with skin as thick as a city wall, he couldn't help but blush. Thus he bowed again, addressing him respectfully as Grandpa Mu. Haha, splendid. Xiao Tian, it brings me great joy to see you, my dear grandson. I had anticipated encountering significant adversaries today, yet it appears they are merely small fry. Amidst their conversation, several of the lower-tier mechs had already been reduced to heaps of scrap metal by the Azure Dragon's claw, sparking as they smoldered. The mech operators within were crushed into mere remnants, intermingling with the debris like a disheveled dish of scrambled eggs. Under such overwhelming power, these mechs crumbled as if made of paper, and another claw fell, dispatching the remaining few fleeing lower-tier mechs to the same fate. Only one black mech remained, retreating step by step, manifesting its pilot's dread, trembling in fear. An irate voice from Elder Mu echoed, a bunch of worthless scum, forsaking their humanity to become puppets. With a resounding crash, the lower-tier black mech was struck, a gaping hole punctured through its chest, revealing the dark green energy core within. A muscular, bald man with a tattoo of a black flower on his bare arm bellowed, "You old fool buried in the dirt. Do you not understand? The Master is the true sovereign of this world, the source of all life. The Master's glory illuminates all, guiding us toward a brighter future." Azure Dragon Master, keep your eyes peeled. Though your arrival is somewhat unexpected, do you truly believe you can safeguard Lin Tian? With that, he crushed a shimmering jade piece in his hand, unleashing a golden beam that shot skyward within the giant city of Magic Capital. A thunderous roar echoed from the distance, and the entire ruin trembled incessantly. Before the naked eye, massive bee silhouettes grew larger against the rising sun, with one even overshadowing half of it. Kakik, Azure Dragon Master, did you not anticipate this? Today marks the beginning of your downfall in Magic Capital. As those enormous beast silhouettes charged toward the city, Elder Mu's expression darkened considerably. This is troublesome. It's the heavenly tier behemoth, the Xindiao, along with its legion of sea beasts. Wait, how could Huang Quan possibly command the Xindiao? It must be that golden beam, coercing the Xindiao to assault the city. Huang Quan is certainly up to no good. Lin Tian, too, witnessed this unfolding scene. The terrifying silhouettes became increasingly discernible, their roars resonating in his ears. The overwhelming pressure, akin to an army of thousands, bore down upon him, enough to weaken the legs of any ordinary person. In his perception, a monstrous creature resembling a colossal serpent, crowned with dragon-like horns and adorned with red mane along its neck, roared fiercely, accompanied by various bizarre beasts surging toward the Magic Capital. The terrifying aura seemed intent on demolishing the grand city. Without a moment's hesitation, Elder Mu dashed toward the Xindiao, determined to prevent the beast from approaching the city. As for the heavily damaged black mech, he no longer had the heart to concern himself with it. Grandpa Mu, let me out. I will deal with that fellow. No way, Xiao Tian. It's far too perilous. You are no match for him. I'll take you down to the city. You must return quickly. Although the mech was injured, it still represented a high-tier mech master. Even he would require time to resolve the situation. Trust me, Grandpa Mu. Don't forget, I possess a talent technique that enhances my strength with my current level. Deploying it will be effortless. Facing Lin Tian's resolute gaze, Elder Mu ultimately chose to place his trust in him, aware that this youth had consistently defied the odds. Very well, Xiao Tian, be cautious. If the situation becomes dire, retreat to the city. Lin Tian was expelled from the cockpit, suspended momentarily in the air, when a flash of silver light appeared. Limitless Chaos Mech armed. Chapter 47. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus Perish. Lin Tian. There is an old saying in the Great Xia. Those who know how to adapt are true talents. Today, the Magic Capital shall fall. You would do well to accompany me. The Master's attention upon you is your supreme honor. Watching the retreating Azure Dragon Mech, the black mech's muscular man scoffed with delight, rising to look down upon the silver mech, barely reaching his thigh, erupting into a raucous laugh. Your so-called master is nothing before me, merely a lowly scoundrel engaged in petty, underhanded dealings unworthy of my attention. Baka, Lin Tian, how dare you insult the glory of my master? Very well, since you refuse to recognize my kindness, I shall have to shatter your limbs and drag you back. An islander? Lin Tian's expression darkened significantly within the limitless chaos mech, an uncontrollable rage bubbling within him. He had initially been curious about the Huang Quan organization spoken of by Elder Mu, yet he never anticipated that his adversary would be an islander. D. Law of Heaven and Earth, activate. No longer able to contain his fury, Lin Tian unleashed his talent technique. With a resounding roar, the silver mech, initially shrouded in shadow at merely 30 meters, surged to 60 meters in height. Activate again. As Lin Tian howled, the limitless chaos mech, now towering at 60 meters, doubled in size to an astonishing 120 meters, casting its shadow over the black mech below. The bald man within the black mech gaped in disbelief, aware of Lin Tian's ability to enhance his strength. Yet this was simply beyond the realm of reason. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the limitless chaos mech sent chills down his spine. With a resounding clash, the limitless chaos mech's formidable fist collided with the punch thrown by the black mech. The sound of metal meeting metal reverberating as the mechanical arm twisted and contorted under the force. How is this possible? Within the obsidian mech, the bald, muscular man listened in disbelief to the incessant reports of damage. A single punch, merely one punch, had inflicted over 50 damage to his right mechanical arm and had utterly obliterated the weapon system mounted upon it. The boundless chaos mech delivered another strike, this time aimed directly at the furnace heart, which already bore a gaping hole. With a resounding clang, the fist crashed into the mech's suddenly manifested honeycomb energy shield, and with a sharp crack, fissures rapidly spread across its surface. The entire black mech was propelled backward by the sheer force, carving deep trenches into the earth beneath. The boundless chaos mech offered him no respite, surging forward once more to unleash another blow. Boom! The already fragmented shield shattered completely, and at that moment, the black mech seemed to awaken from the onslaught. The furnace at its chest roared, and as the shoulder armor rotated, two dark openings emerged. With a swift hiss, two green lasers shot forth. A glimmer of triumph flickered in the bald man's eyes. At such close range, his opponent could scarcely evade his laser beams. Although he had been momentarily stunned by the earlier assault, the energy shield had afforded him a precious opportunity for a counterattack, and he had awaited this precise moment. Indeed, the boundless chaos mech exhibited no intention of evading. A red-blue, celestial canopy instantly materialized before it. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted at the center, sending both mechs hurtling away. In that instant, dust and debris were thrown into the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. Amidst the swirling haze, a series of lasers erupted, manifesting the water and fire dragon. A roar echoed through the heavens as two colossal energy dragons, one red and one blue, entwined in a spiraling dance, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent dragon of red and blue that collided with the barrage of lasers. Thunderous booms reverberated as if the very void had come alive. The intertwining colors of red, blue, and green exploding in a cacophony of energy. The shockwaves rippled against the celestial canopy, creating concentric ripples, yet failed to inflict any harm upon the boundless chaos mech. The red-blue dragon, however, surged like it had been invigorated, breaking free from the explosive confines and crashing directly into the black mech. Crack! The reformed energy shield crumbled upon impact, and a look of terror flickered in the bald man's eyes as he staggered to the side. Yet, the water and fire dragon continued its relentless onslaught, engulfing half of his body. No, how could this happen? He screamed in agony, feeling his entire mechanical arm and part of his shoulder evaporate in an instant. He could scarcely believe that a mere Mystic tier mech master could unleash such a dreadfully potent attack. The energy felt as if it could consume all, and in the moment of their collision, it seemed capable of vaporizing all matter. Such a weapon was beyond his experience. He had neither seen nor even heard of anything like it. Fortunately, the shield had provided him with a fleeting moment of reprieve. Otherwise, he feared he would have been entirely consumed. Lin Tian, you have forced my hand. Even if I cannot enslave you, I must eliminate you. A being like you cannot be allowed to exist in this world. The bald man's voice echoed through the black mech, a mixture of terror and wrath. The furnace at his chest roared anew, green energy swirling around his mech. With a series of ominous clicks, a large dark opening emerged from the mechanical armor at his chest, where terrifying green energy began to brew. Lin Tian, within the boundless chaos mech, licked his lips, a frenzied expression lighting up his face. Then come, I shall send you back to that desolate island where no bird dares to defecate. With arms outstretched and palms facing upwards, the boundless chaos mech revealed two energy lotuses, one red and one blue, slowly rotating above his hands. As he drew his palms closer together, the surrounding water and fire energy surged violently, causing the very fabric of reality to shift in hue. Mythic, Lin Tian bellowed, straining to control the conflicting forces, his teeth grinding audibly. The terrifying water and fire energy churned violently between his palms, intertwining and gradually forming a larger, red-blue lotus blossom. Yet, with the emergence of this form, the energy became even more volatile and fearsome, causing the mechanical armor of the boundless chaos mech to begin to dissolve under its intensity, creeping toward his arms. The mech sustained damage, triggering the passive ability of the immortal body, which initiated repairs. At that moment, a wondrous force began to mend the mech while a violent energy wreaked havoc. The two forces achieving a precarious balance. The red-blue lotus blossom finally took shape between his palms, seemingly harboring a power capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Buddha's wrath fire lotus, perish. Chapter 48. Qin Hao, when did my little sister become so formidable? With a resounding explosion, the emerald energy beam collided with the striking red and blue lotus, casting a pall over both heaven and earth in that singular moment. The surrounding energy surged violently, as an even more ferocious and terrifying force brewed at the epicenter. At an instant, when this energy reached its zenith, the lotus erupted in a cataclysmic blast, obliterating the green energy beam in an instant. No. The dreadful energy swept across the landscape, instantly melting the ruins as the earth itself began to vanish. The bald, muscular man could only watch in horror as he was consumed by this malevolent force, evaporating in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the limitless chaotic mech had already soared into the air, having escaped the explosion's core just seconds before the lotus detonated. However, even this swift retreat could not shield it from the terrifying shockwave that sent it crashing violently against the debris of a nearby building, where it finally came to a halt. The building crumbled with a thunderous roar, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. In the wake of the chaos, the limitless chaotic mech, now restored to its 30-meter height, emerged from the rubble. Lin Tian gazed in awe at the horrifying pit in the distance, involuntarily gasping at the formidable display of the Buddha's wrathful lotus. Such terror, the black mech seemed a distant memory, and he felt relieved that he had managed to flee in time. The energy unleashed by the collision of water and fire was simply too terrifying. The notion of instantaneous evaporation was not merely hyperbole. The thought sent shivers down his spine. The limitless chaotic furnace had now mastered both water and fire elements. Yet it did not exist in a state of fusion, but rather manifested a Tai Chi-like equilibrium within the furnace. Conversely, the Buddha's wrathful lotus forcibly merged these elemental energies, erupting with an overwhelming might. This technique, akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon oneself to harm a foe, coupled with the activation of the immortal golden body, drained him of considerable energy, causing the celestial phenomena to falter and revert to their original forms. Fortunately, he had vanquished a high-tier mech master of the Earth level. With that, he turned away from the abyss and sprinted towards the distant battlefield. The entire steel wall of the demon city now seemed to come alive, enveloped by a nearly translucent plasma energy shield that barred the descent of aerial beasts. Though this assault predominantly featured marine creatures, with only a small fraction being aerial beasts and not particularly strong, it was imperative to prevent these creatures from setting foot within the city. Boom! A swarm of flying beasts relentlessly collided with the semi-transparent barrier, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Zing! 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 Laser beams shot forth from the city below, striking the airborne monsters with precision. On the steel walls, squads of armed mech soldiers continuously aimed at the beasts below, unleashing a cacophony of terrifying energy weaponry. Countless energy projectiles and lasers rained down upon the horde, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, with blood and gore scattering in all directions. Yet, those monstrous creatures pressed on, trampling the fallen as they climbed towards the walls like a living tower. This was the reality of the Beast epic 2 centuries later, where the monsters, now commanded by apex-level beasts, no longer roamed alone. This development posed a grave threat to human survival. The steel wall had been erected following a prior crisis involving a small-scale wave of monsters. At this moment, Qin Hao, clad in a general's uniform adorned with 3 stars, gazed grimly at the relentless tide of beasts below. Without turning his head, he inquired, "Have we identified the source of the chaos?" A man behind him, also dressed in military garb with a single star, replied, "Commander, we have discovered it. It is a dragon blood crystal, and a heavenly tier 1 at that. It seems Huang Quan has been plotting for some time and has invested heavily. Thankfully, we have Elder Mu with us." At this revelation, a heavy silence fell upon the group. Without the presence of a heavenly tier mech master, a single apex-level beast could easily flatten an entire base city. No matter how high or thick the steel walls were, facing off against the bizarre abilities of Earth and heavenly tier beasts would render their defenses futile. It was only a matter of time before they were breached. The primary function of the steel walls was to stave off vast hordes of lower-tier beasts, while the higher-tier monsters would ultimately need to be confronted by the mech masters. Wang. A cold glimmer flickered in Qin Hao's eyes, and a wave of murderous intent surged from him, causing those nearby to shift uncomfortably, a suffocating aura enveloping them. These yellow-tier and mysterious-tier beasts pose little threat. We can systematically eliminate the corpses below with our firepower. We must ensure that those Earth-tier beasts remain outside our fire zone. They must not approach the walls. Is everyone assembled? The man behind him nodded, but appeared troubled. Everyone is here, but Commander, even with all the Earth-tier mech masters, we may still find ourselves at a disadvantage. This wave is unlike any we have faced before. There are 15 Earth-tier beasts. Qin Hao nodded, glancing back at the group. No need to worry. I've already requested reinforcements. Our mission is to hold the line. Let us move. Boom. 9 towering Earth-tier mechs, each standing around 80 to 90 meters tall, descended behind the horde of beasts, positioning themselves before the monstrous creatures that were charging towards the great city. Let's engage. Everyone. Qin Hao piloted the black and gold Haotian mech, single-handedly confronting 4 of the beasts. As the furnace of heaven and earth roared, terrifying energy erupted, forcing the monsters to retreat. Kill. Other mechs quickly targeted individual beasts, with 2, 1 black and 1 white, collaborating to intercept 4 of the creatures. These 2 were the strongest Earth-tier, high-ranking mech masters in the Demon City, aside from Qin Hao, known as the Black and White Duo, and they shared an unparalleled synergy as a couple. However, even they found themselves struggling against the 4 beasts. Boom! Countless energies intertwined, and spheres of energy exploded. Just then, a piercing cry of a phoenix resonated through the air, momentarily stunning the beasts and causing their movements to falter. Yet, they quickly regained composure. A white mech adorned with fiery phoenix patterns soared in from a distance. Within the Haotian mech, Qin Hao was initially taken aback, then glared furiously. Little sister, stop this nonsense. This is no place for you. Return at once. He had not anticipated that his younger sister would arrive at the Zhuhai Pass. Regardless of her being merely a mysterious tier mech master, even an Earth-tier mech master should not be placed on a battlefield. It was not a matter of privilege. Every mech master was an invaluable asset to the base city, and it was unthinkable to send them to the front lines. This was explicitly stated in the rules of the base city. Yet, the undying Divine Phoenix mech had already plunged into the fray, intercepting an ordinary Earth-tier beast before the Black and White Duo. Wielding a white longsword, it severed one of the beast's tentacles with a single strike. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed, and in that brief moment of distraction, a terrifying beam of light shot from the creature's eye, piercing through its head. Boom! The massive beast collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. When did my little sister become so formidable? Qin Hao, amidst the chaos of battle, stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He then noticed the mech's distinct features, realization dawning upon him, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration, Brother Lin's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. Chapter 49, Mech Fusion, Dragon, and Phoenix Harmonize. The other mech masters were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. An Earth-tier beast had been annihilated in an instant, albeit the weakest among them, yet the display was utterly astonishing. That mech was peculiar, especially during the phoenix's cry. They could distinctly sense the beast being momentarily suppressed, their eyes glazing over, allowing several mechs to catch their breath and retaliate. That sound, penetrating straight to the brain and soul, was either a unique innate ability or some sort of sonic weapon. With a thunderous roar, the pressure on the black and white dual mechs diminished significantly as the 2 mechs combined their might to gradually overpower the 3-headed behemoth. A resonant cry akin to a phoenix's song echoed through the air as the undying phoenix mech took to the skies, its wings unfurling and shimmering under the sun, creating the illusion of countless radiant feathers dancing in the light. Move aside, came a sharp command from within the mech, as Qin Shixian unleashed a flurry of luminous feathers from its wings, transforming them into razor-like projectiles that surged toward one of the octopus-like titans. The creature, struck by the onslaught, was forced back, its tentacles carving deep furrows into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, a black mech swiftly dodged aside, unleashing a barrage of light blades that detonated upon contact with the octopus, shattering the thin veil of water surrounding it and spraying crimson mist into the air. A piercing wail erupted from the octopus as several of its massive tentacles lashed out toward the skybound, undying Phoenix mech. Yet, with a swift flap of its wings, the mech vanished from sight, effortlessly evading the creature's desperate strikes. From within the black mech came the weary voice of the elderly Lin family patriarch. Thank you. He had recently ascended to the rank of Earth-tier mech pilot, and though his mech had just undergone an upgrade, facing an ordinary Earth-tier beast alone was already a daunting task, let alone contending with a formidable Earth-tier lord like the octopus. At that moment, a colossal axe materialized in the black mech's grasp, and with a swift swing, it severed two of the octopus's tentacles that had ensnared the mech's waist. The immediate pain sent the creature into a frenzy, its tentacles fully extending as it unleashed a barrage of energy water arrows toward the undying Phoenix mech. Unlike the black mech, it was particularly intent on obliterating the white mech that had inflicted so much damage upon it. Inside the undying Phoenix mech, Qin Shixian remained composed, despite her disdain for the obstinate Lin patriarch. For now, they were comrades united by a common cause, with personal grievances set aside in the face of their struggle for survival in the Demon City. The barrage of water arrows was met by a shield formed from the Phoenix's wings, absorbing the terrifying energies that exploded upon impact. Though the shield held firm, the force of the shockwave sent the mech reeling backward as intertwining tentacles formed a cage around the undying Phoenix mech. Simultaneously, the octopus began to gather a terrifying energy in its maw, accompanied by a series of howls that blended agony with a hint of exhilaration, as if it believed it had finally cornered the elusive prey. Be careful, warned the Lin patriarch from within the black mech, as it leapt into action, aiming to distract the beast with a powerful swing of the axe aimed at the octopus's head. Unfortunately, the massive axe was halted by a dense wall of water, failing to penetrate even an inch. A blinding beam of white light erupted from the octopus's mouth, casting a pall over everything in its vicinity. Sister, watch out! Qin Hao shouted from a distance as he observed the unfolding chaos, unleashing the formidable Haiyan divine light from his chest, which detonated against the four beasts, causing them to stagger backward. Yet, glancing back at the ensnared, undying Phoenix mech, he lamented the distance that rendered any rescue attempt futile. The onlookers, filled with anxiety and helplessness, channeled their frustrations into the titanic creature before them. Fully aware of the octopus's innate ability, the Arctic Divine Light, a perilous beam capable of dissolving most energy shields and possessing devastating penetration power that could severely cripple even the most resilient Earth-tier mechs. Meanwhile, the undying Phoenix mech spread its wings, preparing for a desperate struggle. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the battlefield, as a red and blue dragon surged forward to meet the Arctic Divine Light head-on. The ensuing explosion of energy momentarily dimmed the world, as the octopus's tentacles that formed the cage were annihilated in the cataclysmic clash. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the octopus, while the undying Phoenix mech was propelled backward by the shockwave, yet miraculously sustained no damage thanks to the protective shield. It landed heavily in a somewhat firm embrace, sparks flying upon impact. A gentle voice reached Qin Shixian's ears. Are you all right? Her expression brightened upon realizing that the undying Phoenix mech was cradled in the arms of the infinite Chaos mech, dissipating the force of the collision in a rather intimate posture. Blushing, she extricated herself from the embrace and floated alongside it in midair. Haha, brother, you finally arrived, Qin Hao exclaimed excitedly from afar, feeling a sense of relief now that Lin Tian was present, for he was a true Earth-tier powerhouse. Crazy woman, let us merge, came the urgent call. Huh, is that really possible? Qin Shixian was taken aback, her cheeks flushing deeper as she recalled something. Her undying Phoenix mech and Lin Tian's infinite Chaos mech were neither the same series nor a tribute, yet could they truly unite? Nevertheless, she harbored no doubts about Lin Tian's words. If he said it was possible, then it certainly was. Absolutely, let us do it. With a shared thought, the two mechs began to transform. With a resounding cry, a phoenix of white flames soared into the sky, its song echoing through the heavens, while a silver dragon coiled around it with a thunderous roar. Amidst the astonished gazes of the gathered mech pilots, the two mechs fused into a singular entity, a striking 70-meter-tall mech adorned in silver with fierce dragon patterns and a lower body featuring fiery phoenix motifs. It wielded a tricolored longsword and boasted a pair of magnificent wings, truly a sight to behold. Had the scene been witnessed by the masses online, it would have undoubtedly ignited a frenzy, sweeping through the internet like wildfire. The crowd of mech pilots stood momentarily dumbfounded before returning their focus to the battle against the colossal beast. No way this is possible? Qin Hao's eyes nearly bulged from his head in disbelief. He was aware of the extraordinary prowess of the mech his brother had crafted, but this was simply beyond comprehension. The capability for mechs to merge was unprecedented. I must have my mech modified by my brother. This is simply too enticing. Chapter 50. The Gift of the Heavens. Equality for all. Inside the cockpit, "Crazy woman, you focus on defense while I take the offensive," Lin Tian instructed. As the expansive cockpit housed two power platforms floating side by side, he and Qin Shixian exchanged a determined glance, bracing themselves for battle. Understood. At that moment, Qin Shixian's mind felt somewhat hazy, her gaze fixed on the face so close to her own, her beautiful eyes rippling with emotion. This moment felt utterly surreal. We really merged. Moreover, the combined energy now radiated with Earth-tier intensity. The silver-white mech brandished the tricolored longsword, vanishing into the sky with a flash. A terrifying sword light descending upon the octopus, which had already been gravely injured. The blade cleaved through the water curtain, striking its forehead with tremendous force, leaving behind a ghastly wound that oozed blood, eliciting a heart-rending scream from the creature. "We've got this covered." Lin Tian's voice, neither warm nor cold, reverberated, leaving the black god mecha, poised to assist, momentarily stunned. After a sigh emitted from within the mecha, it plunged into the fray of the black and white twin devils. The silver-white mecha raised its left arm, unleashing a dimensional cannon upon the gaping wound, instantly obliterating flesh and blood. With a clang, a sword descended once more, severing the remaining two tentacles into multiple segments. Roaring in agony, the octopus, now more aptly named the zero-tentacle fish, let out a pained bellow, shooting forth water arrows that were effortlessly thwarted by a tricolored celestial barrier, not even causing a ripple. The dragon phoenix, 100 slashes ensued, amidst the flurry of wings. The silver-white mecha transformed into a myriad of afterimages, with sword lights cascading onto the colossal form of the octopus, enveloping it in a mist of blood. What remained of the creature was a futile roar, powerless against the silver-white mecha. The octopus emanated a terrifying white energy, drawing in the surrounding elemental forces, culminating in the release of the ultimate Arctic divine light. 9 red and 9 blue dragons entwined in the void, morphing into a colossal red-blue dragon. A testament to Lin Tian's mastery over the water and fire dragons, now terrifying in its potency. A massive energy mushroom cloud erupted at the center of the octopus, unleashing a cataclysmic energy storm that shook the very earth beneath. Spectators were left awestruck by the horrifying scene, the residual energy waves even encroaching upon their battlefield. "What a monstrous mecha!" Qin Hao exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with intensity. In the aftermath of the chaotic energy, only a vast crater remained, within which a pearl the size of a human head was retrieved by the silver-white mecha. With a sweep of its wings, the mecha soared into the air, casting a watchful gaze over the battlefield. Within the cockpit, Lin Tian's expression grew grave as he turned to Qin Shixian. "Madwoman, let us create a grand spectacle." "All right," Qin Shixian responded, her power platform hovering beside Lin Tian, silently lending her support. He then shouted to the battlefield below, "Everyone, please drive the giant beast together." His command took the mech operators by surprise. Their original task was to segment the battlefield and hold off the numerous colossal beasts until reinforcements arrived. Now, Lin Tian was asking them to abandon their current strategy and consolidate the creatures. However, Qin Hao laughed heartily, choosing to unconditionally trust Lin Tian. "All right, brother." He then turned to the other mech operators, commanding, "Everyone, follow Lin Tian's orders. I will bear all consequences." Understood. With their highest commander giving the directive, even those with furrowed brows were compelled to herd the monstrous beasts towards the center. Moments later, 9 mechas encircled the 13 giant beasts within the crater left by the earlier explosion, effectively confining them. Lin Tian let out a long breath, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Madwoman, prepare to witness a magnificent display of fireworks." He then shouted, "Everyone, retreat as far as you can." At his words, the mech operators, led by Qin Hao, swiftly retreated. The beasts roared in pursuit, but suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the expanse. "All beings equal." A terrifying tricolored energy surged from the silver-white mecha, enveloping the earth below in a realm of its own. The formidable elemental energies coalesced, frantically pouring into the domain, which isolated itself from the world, forming a barrier beyond the confines of reality. The mech operators turned, their faces etched with disbelief as they witnessed the scene. The surrounding energies of heaven and earth raged violently, and proximity meant instant obliteration. The sheer force of energy sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to distance themselves from the impending doom. Now, they understood Lin Tian's intent, to gather the beasts for their annihilation. Such audacity, such a terrifying innate skill. Qin Hao mused as the anguished roars and cries of the beasts echoed from the heart of chaos. Yet Lin Tian's voice rang out again, retreat further. Without hesitation, the operators fled into the distance, driven by an instinctual urge warning them that what they were witnessing was merely the harbinger of the catastrophic might about to be unleashed. Run. The farther, the better. As the crowd distanced themselves, a manic grin spread across Lin Tian's face within the silver-white mecha. Law of heaven and earth. Unleash. The mecha surged from 70 meters to a staggering 140 meters in an instant. Continue. With the second level of the law of heaven and earth, all attributes doubled, and the mecha reached an alarming height of 280 meters, surpassing even some heavenly-grade mechas and colossal beasts. Coughing, Lin Tian's complexion paled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian, Qin Shixian exclaimed, her eyes filled with deep concern, wanting to approach, but he raised a hand to stop her. It's fine. I must ensure these beasts cannot return. You will take control of the mecha and leave at the fastest speed. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Tian pressed down with the silver-white mecha. The barrier of all beings equal expanded exponentially, as the elemental energies around it seemed to be drained. Pouring into the energy barrier, the beasts within let out horrifying screams. As the barrier reached a terrifying magnitude, it began to contract at an alarming pace. At a crucial moment, Lin Tian, gripping the controls, was drenched in sweat, turning to Qin Shixian. Prepare. His clenched hand signaled the command. In the instant before the explosion, Qin Shixian's expression turned grave as she swiftly switched places with Lin Tian, propelling the silver-white mecha at full speed away from the impending catastrophe. With a resounding boom, it was as if the world had shattered. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the barrier, sending beams of light skyward, the energy aura radiating outward. At that moment, the very heavens dimmed, and everything was swallowed into nothingness, including the towering ruins and hills, while the earth trembled with a mournful cry. The void twisted under the onslaught of energy. Chapter 51. Deception and Retaliation. Silence enveloped the world, a gentle breeze sweeping through, caressing the scars left by the brutal battle, carrying an inexplicable complexity. The air was thick with an aura of death as a bottomless chasm cleaved the battlefield, leaving behind a striking desolation. Qin Hao, accompanied by the mech operators, stood at the edge of the abyss, gazing down in awe. No one could fathom that such divine and cataclysmic power could stem from a mere mecha. They searched for remnants of the giant beasts, but all traces had been obliterated by the overwhelming force. Indeed, all beings were equal in the face of such might. Qin Hao sighed, casting a glance across the abyss before turning to leave with the others. Lin Tian, please hold on. I'll get you back. Amid the ruins, Qin Shixian cradled the coughing Lin Tian, tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with the blood on his pale face, saturating the air with profound sorrow. An overwhelming fear spread within her. Lin Tian, you bastard, don't die. I can't bear to lose you. Cough, cough. Madwoman, I may not make it back. Lin Tian slowly opened his somewhat hazy eyes, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful visage before him. The once aloof and composed demeanor had long since vanished, replaced by a palpable blend of love and fear shining in her eyes. As he attempted to speak, the blood that had accumulated within his chest surged forth once more. Hush, Lin Tian. Do not utter a word. You will not perish. You must hold on. I will take you home. Qin Shixian, her face a mask of panic, desperately wiped the blood from Lin Tian's face. Her entire body trembled as she endeavored to lift him, a faint, unnatural blush appearing on her pale cheeks. With a muffled groan, she collapsed to the ground, realizing her own strength had evaporated. The cataclysmic explosion she had barely escaped from had left her battered and bruised. Her mech disintegrated, and her own injuries were grievous. Foolish woman, do not exhaust yourself. Sit and rest for a moment. I wish to converse with you. Lin Tian reached out, caressing her delicate face, warmth mingling with a hint of icy coolness as he gently wiped away her tears. Qin Shixian supported his back, cradling him against her chest, her bloodied hand pressed firmly against the one that was tenderly caressing her face. She clung to the warmth emanating from his palm, as if desperately trying to retain the hand that seemed on the verge of slipping away. I am here, Lin Tian. Hold on. My brother and the others will arrive shortly, and we shall return home together. Cough, do not cry. You will ruin your beauty. It brings me joy to know you. Lin Tian's voice was weak, yet he continued, Alas, I had hoped to earn a fortune, to marry a lovely wife, and to live a fulfilling life. How materialistic of you, still fixated on wealth at such a time. Do not speak. You will be fine. As long as you survive, I will give you all my money. I shall be your wife. Will that suffice? Lin Tian, I love you. I want to be with you, you scoundrel. Do not think of leaving me alone. At this moment, Qin Shixian was utterly dissolved in tears, gripping Lin Tian tightly, her face pressed against his blood-soaked one. Her body trembled with emotion, oblivious to the glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Is what you say truly sincere? You heartless scoundrel, do you not yet comprehend my feelings? I love you, Lin Tian. Shall we be together? Upon our return, we shall marry, work hard to earn money, and live happily. But you were the one who proposed this, madwoman. You cannot renege on your word. As his feigned death was revealed, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Her sobs ceased as Qin Shixian lifted her gaze, seeing the smile blooming on his pale face, a glint of cunning in his eyes. It dawned on her that she had been deceived. Lin Tian, you rascal. You delight in tormenting me. I shall have you for this. I will bite you for pretending to be dead. She then playfully bit his bloodied face, tears streaming down her cheeks in a mixture of joy and relief, tightening her embrace around him. Ah, madwoman, you're going to strangle me. Lin Tian grimaced, blood once more spilling from his mouth. Although he was merely pretending, he had indeed danced perilously close to death's door. Were it not for the existence of the immortal golden body's bloodlock, he might have truly perished. The magnitude of the explosion had been overwhelming. The fusion of Mechs and the unleashed might of the heavens had nearly turned his body to mush. Yet even so, he bore severe injuries, internal organs damaged, multiple bones fractured, and a considerable amount of blood pooling within him, leading to his desperate coughs. It was this very frailty that allowed Qin Shixian to see through his ruse without a flicker of anger. She felt the weakness emanating from him. Just wait until we return. I shall have my revenge for your deceit. Qin Shixian glared at him with tear-streaked eyes, quickly loosening her grip and cradling him carefully. Little sister, brother-in-law, we finally found you. We were so worried. At that moment, Qin Hao and the others rushed in, their faces etched with concern. Upon seeing Lin Tian, bloodied and battered, they were taken aback. Qin Hao swiftly led them into the mech cockpit, soaring into the sky, racing towards the city. Go and clear the battlefield. At that time, it seemed that the wave of beasts had retreated, perhaps due to the onslaught they had faced, abandoning their siege. Yet, the mechanized troops pursued relentlessly, a myriad of mechs surging forth to engage the beast horde. Brothers, charge! The opportunity for glory and spoils has arrived. Let's not let these beasts escape. Kill them. After this, I will definitely upgrade to a better mech. A cacophony of battle cries erupted, thousands of mechs pursuing the beleaguered beasts, unleashing devastating energy blasts. Everyone recognized this as an opportunity to earn fame and fortune, recklessly charging into the fray. The mighty Mechs, renowned for their prowess, led the charge against the beasts, some showcasing terrifying power, dominating their own battle circles. Among them were Qin Ruoshue's Star Moon Mech, Qin Tian's Xingtian Mech, and others like Thunderfire, Vanguard, Overlord, and Windbird No. 1. Amidst the chaos of battle, all eyes were drawn to the 20 or so elite mechs at the forefront, piercing deep into the beast's tide, unleashing their formidable might. Some fighters even broadcast the exhilarating spectacle live, capturing the hearts of many while drones hovered above, documenting the battlefield. These damned beasts dare to attack our magic city. Let us exterminate them. I regret not having a mech. I want to join the fight and collect the spoils. Is it even appropriate for me to witness this at my age? Why do I feel so invigorated? I have decided. I shall enlist and serve my country on the battlefield. Wow, those mechs are incredible. Why do they seem so much more powerful than mine? Could those be the mechs personally crafted by Lin? I've heard they're exorbitantly priced but offer unparalleled performance. Indeed, the rumors held true. The craftsmanship was astounding. How could a mere yellow-grade talent unleash such capabilities that rivaled higher tiers? The realization dawned. Even with similar foundational technology, the mechs crafted by different individuals bore striking differences. Lin was truly an unparalleled artisan, and those who criticized him were merely envious, harboring ulterior motives. I must possess a mech crafted by Lin, even if it means spending my entire fortune. Good heavens, that crimson gold mech is magnificent. I declare my dream machine. Wow, those soldiers are amazing. Why do I feel like many of them while not top-tier mech masters, surpass advanced levels in combat skills and awareness. How is this possible? Calm down, everyone. This is the elite unit of our Magic City military district. Such performance is to be expected. Yet, I remember last year's national military exercises didn't showcase such extremes. Behold the spectacle. Could it be that our Shanghai is destined to witness the emergence of a premier mech pilot this year? The anticipation for the national military drill is palpable. You wretched beast, don't you dare escape. Qin Ruoxua, piloting her mech with a long spear in hand, was enveloped in surging blue lightning as she relentlessly pursued two yellow-tier apex predators, delivering a series of devastating blows. Her gaze was fervently fixated on a formidable azure beast of the mysterious tier as she unleashed a lightning-infused strike that pierced through the skull of a yellow-tier behemoth. With a swift motion, she retracted the source core and leapt upon the carcass, soaring towards the majestic creature, eager to test both her limits and those of the Xingyue mech. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, commanding the war god Lin Tian mech, wreaked havoc upon his foes. As if traversing a realm devoid of beasts, the yellow-tier monsters fell almost instantaneously, while the mysterious tier giants were cleaved as effortlessly as vegetables beneath his sword's might. His exhilarating exploits ignited a frenzy among countless netizens. Ah, what bliss! This is the true allure of Mechs. There's no joy quite like it. Lin Tian was utterly intoxicated by the thrill of battle, akin to a battle god, charging in and out of combat with fervor. Even contemplating a life forsaking the pen for the sword, he discovered an insatiable passion for this exhilarating chaos, far surpassing the mere accumulation of wealth. After all, what man could resist the intoxicating ecstasy of piloting a mech amidst the fray? This mech is simply marvelous, living up to the name of war god Lin Tian. Is 100 billion too little for my younger brother? Given its performance and experience, it's worth 1,000 billion. No, I must rectify this upon my return. Lin Tian, are you abandoning all caution? Hurry, lie down. Qin Shixian glared at Lin Tian, who was awkwardly maneuvering amidst the machinery, his body nearly enveloped in bandages. Her eyes blazed with frustration. She could not fathom why this insufferable man, having just regained some strength, would neglect rest to tirelessly forge mechs. Fear not, my dear wife. This is my talent. Crafting mechs accelerates my recovery. Lin Tian replied without turning, continuing his work with a mechanical wrench. His words held truth. Successfully forging a mech would allow him to absorb the surrounding energy, hastening the healing of his injuries, a dual benefit. Hearing this, Qin Shixian, initially fuming, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his. You, who said you were my wife? Don't think that just because you're injured, I'll refrain from punishing you. Of course it is you. You promised to be my wife. What do you wish to renege? You scoundrel. That was merely a moment of panic, set out of fear for your life. Qin Shixian stamped her foot in irritation, wishing to slap that smirking face. Yet upon seeing Lin Tian, nearly swathed like a mummy, she could only stand there, fists clenched, her face burning with a mix of anger and embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Tian finally paused, turning to approach Qin Shixian step by step. As he advanced, she retreated until her back collided against the wall, her body shivering slightly, her voice unsteady. What do you intend, Lin Tian? I warn you. Qin Shixian's eyes widened in surprise, struggling to articulate her thoughts, only to feel the warmth of his lips against hers. In an instant, her already flushed face burned hotter, her breath quickening, her body succumbing to a tingling sensation. Her hands, initially poised to push him away, froze in midair, unable to find a place to rest. As he boldly pried open her lips, their tongues entwined. A thunderous roar reverberated in her mind, rendering her momentarily senseless. Slowly, she closed her eyes, her hands wrapping around his robust form. After a long while, their lips parted. Lin Tian gently squeezed her exquisitely flushed face and whispered, "Fear not, my wife. I shall recover swiftly. Grandfather Mu is still holding back that Xindyao. Since the island nation has bestowed such a grand gift upon us, as a great nation, we must reciprocate the gesture. This is the essence of mutual respect in diplomacy." As the overpowering aura dissipated, Qin Shixian finally opened her eyes, now hazy with a hint of allure, and refrained from refuting the term wife. Realizing the implications, she gazed at Lin Tian with concern. "What are you planning? Don't act recklessly. You're still injured." Lin Tian offered a mysterious smile, but remained silent. Chapter 53. Indeed, these are the valiant soldiers of the Great Xia. At the Zhenhai Pass, a gentle sea breeze carried with it a damp, briny scent interlaced with the metallic tang of blood. The waves crashed furiously against the shore, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within. By the seaside, the towering Shendiao dragon lifted its proud head, its crimson eyes aflame with fury and bloodlust, its scales shimmering with cerulean light. The massive creature's tail thrashed wildly in the water, while before it stood the 120-meter-tall Qinglong mech, wielding a blade resembling a dragon crescent, preventing the Shendiao from advancing. The sea lashed against both titans, failing to extinguish the palpable tension in the air. With a deafening roar, the Shendiao unleashed a torrent of blue light that converged into a dreadful beam from its gaping maw. The ocean roared in response, churning into monstrous waves. The cerulean scales of the Qinglong mech animatedly shed themselves, coalescing into a protective shield that absorbed the terrifying blast, erupting in a brilliant display of sparks. The Qinglong's crescent blade descended upon the Shendiao, ringing like clashing metal, yet failing to breach its formidable defenses. The Shendiao retaliated with energy beams erupting from its maw, while its colossal form lunged at the Qinglong mech, seeking to crush the impediment before it. Thus, the battle entered a new phase of offense and stalemate. Underneath the steel ramparts, the skirmish concluded swiftly with the intervention of numerous Earth-tier mech pilots, annihilating all encroaching beasts. The mech pilots wore expressions of elation, having reaped a bountiful harvest. In the conference room of the Zhentian Pass headquarters, figures anxiously watched the screen displaying the conflict between the Qinglong mech and the Shendiao, their hearts racing while worrying not at them. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes, realizing that the Shendiao was resolutely intent on breaching Shanghai, driven by an insatiable desire for the dragon blood crystal. Upon hearing these words, all gazes converged upon the stone, roughly the size of a human head, resting atop the central conference table. Their expressions turned grave. The stone, shaped like a droplet of water, was ensnared with a web of crimson veins, resembling blood vessels. Remarkably, it radiated a golden glow. Had it not been encased in a square crystal box, one might have suspected that the luminous beam would soar skyward. For a fleeting moment, the conference room fell into a hushed and oppressive silence. My foremost concern was that after such a prolonged stalemate, Elder Mu's frail body might soon succumb, especially given that he was a man in his 40s, clad in a white t-shirt and cropped pants, with flowing white hair and even white irises. This individual was none other than Lin Tian, the white fiend of the black and white duo, one of the two esteemed Earth-tier mecha masters of the Magic City base, known for his fierce combat prowess and his striking all-white appearance. As the weight of the moment settled, silence enveloped the room once more. The venerable Qinglong Zhu, who had single-handedly confronted 3 heavenly-tier behemoths 50 years prior, achieving a glorious record of 1 slain, 1 injured, and 1 escaped, bore irreversible injuries that left his already waning vitality teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, the Great Xia had made remarkable strides in medical advancements over the last century, pouring every resource into aiding this elder's recovery. Yet, in recent decades, he had seldom taken to the field, leading many to speculate that he might once again rise to confront the heavenly-tier tyrant, the Shendiao, holding it at bay at customs for a full day and night. In times past, with his fiery temper and unmatched strength, he would have undoubtedly dispatched it with ease. Yet now, he could merely stall its advance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian spoke. "Commander, is it not possible to summon another elder to the Magic City? Eliminating this Shendiao would restore peace to the customs and alleviate concerns of maritime threats in the East China Sea for at least the next century." Sighing, Qin Hao replied, "Does the upper echelons not wish for such a resolution? However, this time, the underworld has escalated matters considerably. Turmoil has arisen across the nation. While not as severe as the siege in the Magic City, unrest is brewing. The colossal beasts are growing at an alarming rate, their emergence outpacing that of human heavenly-tier mecha masters, leaving us increasingly beleaguered. Time is of the essence. If only we had 5 years, no, 3 years, perhaps we could entirely eradicate this dire situation and even bring an end to the era of giants." The assembly nodded in unison, their eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. The appearance of Lin Tian had sparked that hope within them, and they harbored no doubts, given ample time. The universal training in mecha would proliferate, leading to countless breakthroughs. The Great Xia, or humanity at large, was not merely in need of mecha masters, but was particularly lacking in Earth-tier and Heavenly-tier masters. Yet, in this precarious moment, they saw but one viable path forward. All present instinctively turned their eyes toward the dragon's blood crystal, for it was this very object that the Shendiao coveted. A man clad in military garb, adorned with 2 stars on his shoulders, stepped forward and bowed respectfully, determination flashing in his eyes. "Commander, I shall take on this task. Before Qin Hao could respond, one officer after another rose, declaring in fervent voices, "Commander, I will go. Commander, as a flying mecha pilot, my speed is unmatched. None are more suited than I. Commander, entrust this mission to me. I shall ensure its successful completion." The conference room erupted with impassioned and resolute declarations, while the other mecha masters remained silent. They were not soldiers and could not embody the selfless courage that characterized these warriors, fully aware of the perilous implications of such a mission. Yet, they admired these individuals immeasurably. Indeed, it was such valiant soldiers who bore the burdens of sacrifice, shedding blood for the peace that the Great Xia now enjoyed. Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively and shot an irritated glance at the officers. "Enough. There is no need for your bravado yet." Upon hearing these words, the others quickly grasped his intent and began to voice their concerns. "No, Commander, you cannot go. You must remain to oversee the broader strategy." "Commander, I will go. I assure you I will succeed." "Commander, allow me to take this on." As the fervor grew, the conference room doors swung open, revealing a dashing young man in military attire, adorned with a single star on his shoulder. "Brother, why are you here instead of recuperating?" Upon sighting the newcomer, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, his tone laced with concern and surprise. He was acutely aware of Lin Tian's injuries, damaged internal organs, and multiple fractures. Yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed, which left Qin Hao astounded. Every eye in the room brimmed with profound respect and that unique reverence reserved for those who confront greatness. "Brother, leave this to me." "Absolutely not." Qin Hao firmly rejected, unceremoniously instructing others to escort Lin Tian away. He acknowledged that his younger brother was indeed extraordinary, having single-handedly vanquished all Earth-tier behemoths, thus tipping the scales of victory and quelling the recent turmoil. However, the cost had been dire. Lin Tian had nearly been lost in the process, and Qin Hao still regretted allowing him to undertake such a perilous mission. The memory of seeing his sister weeping in the medical ward haunted him still, and he could hardly bear the thought of any harm befalling Lin Tian. If anything were to happen to him, the repercussions for the Great Xia would be catastrophic, and for the Qin family, an unbearable blow. Now, he could not permit Lin Tian to risk his life again, lest his father and sister turn their wrath upon him. "Rest assured, brother, I am truly fine now. I have recovered significantly. As for speed, none here can match mine, and my strength is not far behind yours. This is completely feasible." Lin Tian demonstrated his well-being with a series of movements, affirming that he had recovered to nearly 90% of his capacity, thanks to the energy feedback from a day and night of mecha crafting. Qin Hao surveyed the room and waved his hand. "You may all leave for now." The attendees departed with understanding, casting one last reverent glance at Lin Tian, their eyes reflecting boundless respect and a hint of shame. Soon, the conference room was left with only Qin Haolin and Lin Tian, an oppressive atmosphere subtly permeating the still air. The distant onlookers were curious about what transpired within the confines of the room, yet their exchanged glances did not dare to utter a word. In their eyes, Lin Tian had transcended from merely a junior with reputation and ability to a hero, a war god, a figure surpassing even Commander Qin, deserving of their utmost respect. Previously, they recognized Lin Tian as the founder of the miniature technology behind the heart of the World S Furnace, an unparalleled mech engineer, and the youngest major general in the Great Xia. Today, Lin Tian needed no titles to embellish his identity. As their curiosity piqued, Lin Tian emerged from the conference room, a radiant smile on his face. In a flash of silver light, the infinite chaos mech transformed into a streak of brilliance, vanishing into the horizon. A deep sigh resonated within the conference room. "System, are you certain there is no mistake? Is this thing truly worth so much?" Within the cockpit, Lin Tian held the dragon blood crystal in his hand, still incredulous about the information the system had scanned when the golden pillar of light erupted in the city of Magic Metropolis. The name was Dragon Blood Crystal, classified as a heavenly grade treasure, valued at 1 trillion billion. Indeed, 1 trillion billion. Initially, he thought he had misread. A heavenly grade dragon blood crystal was available in the system's marketplace for merely 120 billion star coins. But this 1 trillion billion? What on earth? The system had clarified, yes. Host, the intrinsic value of this dragon blood crystal is only 120 billion, yet conceals a drop of the blood of a cosmic dragon, a drop of exceptionally high grade and quality. Thus, it is not the dragon blood crystal that is valuable, but the hidden dragon blood within. This was the very reason he was determined to acquire the dragon blood crystal. It was a superlative gift delivered right to his doorstep. They likely had no inkling of its true worth. Otherwise, even the most foolish would not be so generous. It was no wonder the Shandong had gone mad, intent on flattening Magic Metropolis. If this creature were to consume the dragon blood crystal, it would undoubtedly transform into a true dragon. However, things had turned out favorably for him. This was 1 trillion. He had never seen such wealth in his life. Converted into materials, how many mechs could he forge? Yet he was not foolish enough to convert it into wealth points. System, what is the use of this dragon blood? How do I utilize it? Host, merging the dragon blood will allow your life level to undergo a qualitative leap. Given the quality of this drop of blood, it can entirely transform your physical constitution into that of a high-level life form, endowing you with a formidable physique and with a stroke of luck. You might even gain some of the Cosmic Dragon's innate abilities. And what level does my current life state represent? This notion of life levels was novel to him, igniting his curiosity. Carbon-based, a foundational life form, not even qualifying as a low-level life form. A what? Lin Tian was somewhat bewildered. He felt immensely powerful now, capable of defeating a yellow-tier behemoth with a single punch. Yet here he was, not even qualifying as a low-level life form. How formidable would a high-level life form be? He felt a flicker of anticipation. How do I use this? You're not suggesting I simply consume the dragon blood crystal, are you? Host, this system will extract the drop of dragon blood from the dragon blood crystal. At that time, during your breakthrough to the earth tier, you will infuse it with the energy of heaven and earth, merging it to enhance your life essence, significantly improving your life quality, and increasing your chances of obtaining the dragon's innate abilities. Good. Lin Tian was overjoyed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Having the system was indeed reassuring. In no time, propelled by the speed of the infinite chaos mech, he beheld the vast ocean and the colossal beasts and mechs engaged in combat by the shore. It appeared that the Shandong sensed the approaching aura of desire, and its eyes erupted with a terrifying luminescence as it gazed towards the sky, letting out an exhilarated roar. Little Tian, the azure dragon mech, looked skyward, emitting a voice tinged with weariness. Grandpa Moo, take a good rest. This beast is under my charge. The infinite chaos mech nodded, provocatively beckoning the Shandong with a finger before soaring toward a direction deep in the sea. Indeed, the Shandong roared, disregarding the azure dragon mech, turning instead to pursue deeper into the ocean, its massive body churning the waters into tumultuous waves. It shot forth energy rays, attempting to strike down the diminutive ant flying above. However, the back of the infinite chaos mech seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, evading each attack effortlessly as if it had foreseen every move, accelerating its flight. Little Tian, old Master Moo's expression shifted as he attempted to intervene, only to realize the infinite chaos mech had already vanished into the depths of the sea alongside the Shandong. Lin Tian felt the menacing presence trailing closely behind him, and he dared not be negligent. Activating his super god consciousness talent, he skillfully evaded the onslaught of energy beams, his gaze fiercely fixated on a certain direction. Island Nation. Since you seek death, then let it come. Chapter 55, Yellow Springs. My heavens, what is that? Is it a colossal beast? This aura, it's the heavenly tier overlord level beast. The Shandong. How could this creature possibly breach our maritime defenses to attack our island nation? Activate ultimate battle readiness. We cannot allow this beast to pass. Otherwise, our island nation will be doomed. Requesting support from headquarters. Ultimate energy activated. Super rift cannon ready. Heavenly carrier activated. Mech fleet prepared. Boom, boom, boom. Countless beams of energy surged from the coastal defenses, accurately striking the massive Shandong approaching from the sea, unleashing a catastrophic tsunami. The terrifying energy exploded, yet failed to halt the Shandong's advance. Instead, the Shandong, agitated by the sudden loss of the dragon blood crystal's aura, grew even more frenzied. Roar! The Shandong unleashed an enraged bellow, opening its gaping maw to unleash a colossal blue energy beam. Boom! A massive naval vessel, spewing various energy lasers, was engulfed by the blue energy beam, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that illuminated the sky amidst billowing smoke. Another swipe of its tail shattered nearby fleets, sending them plummeting into the ocean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Aircraft surged from the heavenly carrier, surrounding the massive Shandong, unleashing torrents of energy beams without hesitation. Roar! The Shandong howled at the heavens, its previously formless sound waves morphing into expanding ripples of sound, materializing into tangible waves. Bang, bang, bang. Over 30 aircraft exploded midair, plummeting into the sea amidst clouds of smoke. Baka, beast, D. The remaining few aircraft that had just joined the fray filled with fury at the sight, fired wildly at the Shandong. Boom! The roar of the heavenly furnace resonated as Mechs launched from the heavenly carrier, unleashing an array of energy weapons towards the Shandong. Yes, just like that, fire. Shoot to your heart's content. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, concealed in the depths of the sea, reveled in the spectacle of the fierce battle, witnessing Mechs, aircraft, and naval vessels reduced to wreckage sinking into the ocean. He was exhilarated, having long harbored the intent to retaliate against the island nation given their involvement in the beast tide. With their own methods turned against them, those who offend the Great Xia shall be punished, regardless of distance. This mere speck of land dares to harbor ill intentions. Had it not been for a certain ugly father protecting them, they would have vanished 200 years ago. At the same time, he felt an immense sense of fortune that the second element controlled by the primordial chaos mecha was that of water, akin to being the sovereign of the ocean. In the depths of the sea, he thrived like a fish in water, capable of enduring prolonged periods underwater, effortlessly commanding the forces of the ocean. However, his current prowess was limited, unable to conjure the titanic waves akin to those of celestial sea beasts. Nevertheless, within a certain radius, he could exert absolute control, which allowed him to evade attacks from any marine creatures and utilize the water curtain for better concealment. Reflecting on all the information that Qin had shared regarding the Yellow Spring, a cold glimmer appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. The Yellow Spring, a preeminent evil organization on a global scale, revered the faith of colossal beasts, aspiring for their dominion over the world. Their sovereign was not human, but a black flower from the other shore, a plant-based celestial behemoth. Due to its unique talents, it not only possessed power eclipsing that of most celestial beasts, but was also an intelligent organism. Human scientists speculated that this flower had consumed some mysterious substance, granting it extraordinary intelligence, enabling it to communicate mentally with humans. Even more terrifying was its secondary ability, the seeds of the other shore flower. It was said that any person or creature that ingested these seeds would bear the black mark of the flower, becoming entirely subservient to it, unconditionally venerating it as the master of life and the world. This gave rise to the vast and enigmatic Yellow Spring organization, which had deeply infiltrated numerous nations worldwide, with some countries even rumored to collaborate willingly with them. Fortunately, there had been no reports of them controlling celestial mecha masters or celestial beasts. Otherwise, the world might have been utterly dominated by such a force. Contemplating this, Lin Tian quietly appreciated the sci-fi spectacle unfolding on the island nation while marveling at the ocean's wonders. The ocean could be described as a realm that humanity had yet to fully explore, harboring many mysterious locales. Prior to the era of colossal beasts, exploration was hindered by technological limitations, and following the eruption of the beasts, humanity had lost interest in delving into the ocean. Yet, nearly 70% of the terrestrial and celestial beasts were believed to be concealed beneath the waves, posing significant obstacles to human exploration. Scientists even speculated that the ocean's depths might conceal some unknown and mysterious substance. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for so many terrestrial and celestial beasts to emerge. The more ominous conjecture suggested that something dreadful was gestating in the ocean's abyss, awaiting the day of its emergence. With the understanding that a battle would not be resolved swiftly and fueled by curiosity, he piloted the primordial chaos mecha deeper into the ocean. Thanks to his command over the water element, the mecha's speed was not impeded, but rather enhanced in the water, and he felt no trace of the terrifying pressure from the deep sea. Meanwhile, in the command meeting room of the island nation's wartime headquarters, the arrival of the Dragon of Mirage cast a heavy shadow of death over the high-ranking officials. Baka, how could this be? Wasn't the Dragon of Mirage supposed to be in the Great Xia's Magic City? Now, not only is Magic City perfectly fine, but the Dragon of Mirage has turned its attention to our nation. What do you Yellow Spring intend to do? You assured us everything was fine, yet now you go back on your word. We have given you what you wanted. What more do you seek? Baka, we must at all costs prevent the Dragon of Mirage. Otherwise, our nation is doomed. A group of officials trembled in fear, urging their leader to remain calm. A figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a mask sighed. My lord, we cannot truly blame the Yellow Spring this time. Everything was progressing smoothly until you all witnessed the Dragon of Mirage, indeed, leading the beasts of its domain to attack the Great Xia's Magic City. We did not anticipate that the Azure Dragon would be there to confront the Dragon of Mirage, leading to the annihilation of its 15 terrestrial beasts and the complete destruction of the beast horde. Even our action team from Yellow Spring was obliterated, and to this day, we remain unaware of the specifics of what transpired. As for why the Dragon of Mirage turned towards our nation, I suspect it may be related to that dragon blood crystal. Regardless of the reason, the priority now is to halt the Dragon of Mirage. Miyamoto Ryu. Though the Celestial Mecha Master is merely at the initial tier and cannot withstand the Dragon of Mirage, you should request support from the ugly country promptly. I have nothing further to discuss. With that, the cloaked figure disregarded the reactions of the others and the murderous gaze of the Lord, turning to exit the meeting room. Baka, accursed yellow spring, cursed Great Xia. Chapter 56. Wood Source Crystal, breaking through the terrestrial tier. With a thunderous boom, a towering yellow mecha, standing at 150 meters and emblazoned with a white sun on its head, descended and delivered a powerful blow to the forehead of the Dragon of Mirage, halting its advance onto the shore. Upon witnessing this scene, the islanders erupted in excitement. Haha, Lord Ryu has arrived, splendid. Kill, slay this accursed beast. Go, Lord Ryu. However, just as their cheers reached a crescendo, they plummeted into despair as their proud yellow mecha was struck aside by the Dragon of Mirage's tail and subsequently blasted at point-blank range. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the yellow mecha. Ah, flee, run. Even Lord Ryu cannot withstand this beast. It is over, utterly over. Flee? Where can we escape to? The iron wall cannot possibly withstand a beast of this caliber. What now? Are we to await our doom? Request support. Quickly request assistance. Have the ugly father send Celestial Mecha Masters. It's too late. Distant waters cannot quench present thirst. Lord Ryu cannot hold out until help arrives from the ugly father. The only viable option left is the Great Xia. They're the only ones with the strength to intervene. Yes, request support from Great Xia. They have 10 Celestial Mecha Masters, and even 2 of them could vanquish the Dragon of Mirage. As fellow members of the Human Alliance, they surely will not stand by and watch us perish. In Great Xia, a senior leader, an elderly man with gray hair, sitting in a wheelchair, waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern ourselves with them. They invited the Dragon of Mirage as a guest. What business do we have in their affairs? Just inform them that we are facing a beast tide across the nation and are unable to assist. However, out of humanitarianism, we shall symbolically send a token of our regard in the form of a DF to comfort them. Understood, Chief. Just then, Lin Tian had already submerged into the depths of the ocean, observing a group of colossal beasts fiercely competing for a crystal radiating a dazzling green light. He halted his advance, and at this depth, while the number of visible beasts was few, they were all terrestrial beasts. For only such creatures could survive in the depths of the ocean. As he watched the terrestrial beast chase after the soccer-sized crystal, curiosity compelled him to follow closely behind, and the beast seemed completely oblivious to his presence. Before long, after witnessing a series of brutal skirmishes, a nearly 100-meter-long orca emerged victorious, regardless of its numerous wounds, eagerly swallowing the crystal. Just as Lin Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sight before him jolted him back to reality, revealing a look of astonishment in his eyes. The previously battered orca, upon consuming the crystal, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and astonishingly, its already massive body expanded even further, its aura growing increasingly formidable. The reason for his momentary distraction was due to the system scanning and uncovering information about the crystal. Wood source crystal? System. Are you suggesting that this substance can be directly absorbed and refined for cultivation by the human body? Lin Tian could not help but be astonished by the function of such crystals. One must recognize that the enhancement and breakthroughs in the current mecha cultivation system of humanity stem from the absorption of natural energy feedback from the mechas during self-cultivation, which is an entirely unattainable feat for the human body, as it cannot perceive or actively absorb the natural energy from the environment. Only when the mecha provides energy feedback can one feel oneself growing stronger. However, these crystals allow direct absorption and refinement for enhancement and breakthroughs. This implies that if an abundance of such crystals were available, both cultivation and breakthroughs would become significantly easier. The recent surge in the orca's aura has already testified to this fact, while colossal beasts can also grow stronger through mutual devouring. This process requires an extensive period of time spent in a dormant state for gradual digestion and breakthrough. In contrast, the immediate effect of directly consuming a crystal is strikingly apparent. Indeed, host, these crystals are the highly pure and condensed manifestations of natural energy. However, it is worth noting that the solar system began generating natural energy only 2 centuries ago, insufficient to form such source crystals. Source crystals also vary in elemental properties. The one previously encountered was a wood source crystal. Are you implying that such entities are extraterrestrial? How can a human body absorb them? He furrowed his brow, glancing deeper into the abyss of the ocean, pondering silently. Yes, host. Source crystals can only be generated on planets where the concentration of natural energy has barely reached a lower tier. Currently, the concentration of natural energy in the solar system can only be classified as subpar, indicating that this source crystal must have originated from beyond the solar system. As for its appearance on Blue Star, it is likely that it was brought by an extraterrestrial species. Lin Tian exhaled a long breath, his gaze profound. While he was aware that the universe was shrouded in mystery, potentially harboring more advanced civilizations or other life forms beyond the solar system, the emergence of this source crystal coincidentally corroborated this notion. Additionally, the drop of blood from the celestial dragon also hailed from the vastness of outer space. The infinite chaos mecha decisively executed its maneuver, instantly expanding from 30 meters to 120 meters. With a roar, 9 water dragons surged forth, converging into one, and struck the orca, which was still reveling in its newfound strength. The orca's head exploded without a hint of resistance, and in a swift motion, its massive body was dismembered. A spirit core the size of a human head and a crystal that had already diminished in size by half appeared in the cockpit, while the infinite chaos mecha vanished into the depths of the ocean once more. System, how is this to be utilized? Holding the wood source crystal, Lin Tian could sense the rich and pure natural energy within, yet he found himself unable to absorb it. Host, although this source crystal can be devoured and absorbed, only beings with special racial talents can autonomously absorb it, or those whose life forms have reached a preliminary level can do so. Currently, humanity on Blue Star, including the heavenly tier mecha masters, are classified as basic life forms, insufficient for autonomous absorption and refinement of source crystals. The colossal beasts can devour them because they're spirit cores, in essence, are crystallizations of natural energy and innate abilities. Basic life forms can only absorb such energy through the aid of the natural furnace for refinement, which is then fed back to the mecha masters. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes brightened, and he promptly tossed the crystal into the chaos furnace. As soon as it entered, the infinite chaos furnace roared, instantly refining the crystal into an exceptionally pure form of natural energy that merged into Lin Tian's body. In an instant, his already precarious realm surged forward, breaking through to the earth tier. The energy continuously cleansed and invigorated his body, with specks of green light infusing every cell, bringing him such comfort that he nearly moaned in pleasure. Even the injuries sustained from the previous battle healed almost instantaneously. Chapter 57. The Fall of the City, the Origin Fire of Heaven and Earth. It's over. This time, it is utterly finished. The heavens have forsaken our island nation. Help us, who will come to our rescue. Where is that ugly father? Did they not promise to protect us? Why have they abandoned us? Run. We must flee for our lives. With a thunderous bang, a terrifying blue beam pierced through a yellow mecha, and amidst the horrific explosion, a vast black hole appeared in the mecha's chest, with hints of blood surging within. Cracks spread from the hole, spiderwebbing across the mecha's exterior. With a resounding crash, the mecha's outer armor shattered into fragments, cascading down, and the entire skeletal structure collapsed into the sea, rapidly engulfed by the surging waters. At that moment, the entire island nation was engulfed in a thick shroud of death, plunging into boundless terror for their guardian. The only heavenly tier mecha master, Gongbin Meipi, had fallen. He did not rise again. With a tremendous rumble, the earth trembled as the horrific Shundao landed, crushing all surrounding defenses beneath its massive form. With a triumphant roar, the Shundao unleashed a sound of exhilaration, seemingly venting the pent-up frustration from the Daxia demon city and that detestable mecha. Blue light flickered along its body, converging towards its head along the reverse scales. A colossal blue energy beam shot forth, striking the towering iron city walls. With a pop, a layer of honeycomb-like defensive shield barely withstood the assault for a moment before disintegrating like a burst bubble. The terrifying energy erupted against the iron walls, the shockwaves ravaging the spiritual energy weapons mounted upon them, even engulfing some mechas that could not escape in a conflagration. Help! Save me, I don't want to die. Countless anguished screams resounded, the scene resembling a hell on earth, woven together in blood and fire. The towering iron walls were blasted open, exposing the thick rebar within, which began to dissolve under the onslaught of that dreadful energy. Behind the walls, multitudes fled in terror, their frantic roars echoing with despair and fury. With another series of colossal blue beams crashing down upon the damaged iron walls, the already crumbling structure was obliterated, creating a pathway. As beastly roars sounded, a horde surged forth from the ocean, eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty sheen. stepping onto the soil of the island nation. Previously held at bay by the towering iron walls and wary of the numerous laser weapons, they now saw their final line of defense shattered by a formidable force. And it seemed as if a feast of blood awaited them. The mecha masters of humanity were their most delectable prey, relished for the thrill of tearing apart a mecha to savor the delights within, and they reveled in claiming territories that rightfully belonged to humans, asserting their dominance over the land. In that moment, Lin Tian remained oblivious, having submerged into the depths of the ocean, reveling in the terrifying surge of power within his body, his joy unmistakable. Though merely at the initial stage of the Earth tier, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. This was yet another instance of him transcending his limits without relying on the feedback of the infinite chaos mecha to harness the energies of heaven and earth. Now, once he accomplished the mecha upgrade, he would undoubtedly emerge as a bona fide junior mecha master at the Earth tier. He then turned to gaze into the depths of the ocean beneath him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He was convinced that the Mu Yuan crystal originated from the abyss below, where a vast, shadowy chasm seemed to devour everything in its path. From the dark, profound depths of the ocean floor, chilling sounds echoed intermittently, suggesting that this place could very well be a paradise for the colossal beasts of the celestial tier, or perhaps an even more mysterious realm harboring secrets unknown to humankind. This was a territory beyond human reach, irrespective of whether a celestial tier mecha master could venture here. Surviving the encounter was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. He hesitated, pondering whether to delve deeper. If he could discover more source crystals or even trace their origin, a voice within him urged him to uncover the secrets hidden within. However, despite having become the sovereign of the water element within this marine expanse, his rank remained merely that of a junior at the Earth tier, and his mecha had yet to be upgraded. How would he cope with any dangers that might arise? What if he attracted the attention of a celestial tier beast? After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against rushing into exploration. He would wait until his mecha was upgraded. At that point, he could attain the peak Earth tier, with combat prowess rivaling that of the celestial tier, thus granting him greater assurance in his explorations. With this resolve, he turned and soared towards a distant beam of light. Shortly thereafter, as he prepared to leap from the shimmering surface of the sea, his gaze fell upon a volcano in the distance that was belching thick smoke, seemingly on the verge of eruption. The system's prompt sounded ding, detected the presence of primary Earth source fire, locked on. Simultaneously, Lin Tian sensed the infinite chaos furnace emitting an excited roar. Staring incredulously at the volcano, he recalled that this should be one of the infamous volcanic mountains from the islands, known for frequent eruptions. To his astonishment, it harbored Earth source fire. Although he was uncertain about the nature of this phenomenon, he understood that anything detected by the system was far from ordinary. System, what is Earth source fire? Host. Earth source fire is a type of flame, seed born from the fusion of heavenly and earthly energies accumulated over time within extreme fire regions or subterranean magma. The infinite chaos furnace can consume this Earth source fire to fully ignite the chaos fire, enhancing the elemental fire energy that the infinite chaos mecha can wield, thus enabling it to truly possess a fragment of chaotic power. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such benefits were beyond his expectations. Without a second thought, he piloted the infinite chaos mecha towards the volcano's mouth. Roars erupted from the colossal beasts, but unfortunately, they could only watch helplessly as he turned back to venture inland towards the island. Lin Tian felt no compassion for the plight of the islanders, indifferent to their desperate cries for help. With a swift motion, he unleashed a laser that obliterated a nearby Earth-tier beast. A fiery red shield enveloped the infinite chaos mecha as he leapt into the volcano. For the mecha, which commanded the element of fire, traversing deeper into the volcano posed no challenge. Shortly after entering, he encountered a massive winged dragon engulfed in flames charging directly towards him. With a swift shot, a laser pierced through the dragon, sending its carcass plummeting into the depths of the volcanic rock path. A fierce roar emanated from the depths, causing the surrounding walls to tremble. It appeared there was another Earth-tier beast lurking below, ideally a fire-type overlord. Rather than feeling fear, Lin Tian's excitement grew, and he descended with increased speed, dispatching any winged dragons that crossed his path with ease. Chapter 58, The Two-Headed Winged Dragon, System Upgrade. Before him lay an underground magma world. Lin Tian was astounded. He had not anticipated such a vast and magnificent space beneath the earth, resembling a realm of fire, filled with the scent of flames, and exuding heat akin to a fiery steamer. A river of magma flowed ominously, releasing an aura of terrifying heat and destruction. As if sensing an intruder, a familiar, immense roar rang out once more. A massive two-headed winged dragon, adorned with intricate fiery lava patterns on its earthy brown body, emerged from the magma, circling in the air before roaring at the infinite chaos mecha. Strangely, this beast possessed two heads, one crimson and the other earthy yellow, both eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light and confusion, as if contemplating how the mecha had arrived in this realm. After all, this was the subterranean magma world, where the unbearable temperatures could vaporize most entities. Human mechas could not possibly survive here. Only creatures like them, born to thrive in the magma, could endure. Intriguingly, it was a dual-element Earth-tier Overlord winged dragon. Lin Tian scrutinized the two-headed dragon with curiosity and excitement. He had been searching for a suitable beast to fulfill his system upgrade conditions, and here it was, offering multiple advantages. Without hesitation, he chose to engage. The 30-meter infinite chaos mecha instantly transformed into a 60-meter giant, then further to 120 meters. A terrifying presence enveloped the area as a colossal red-blue sword descended from the heavens. The clash between the sword and the dragon's claws produced sparks in a cacophony of metal against metal. A fiery beam erupted from the crimson dragon head, and a tremendous energy detonated across the yin-yang sky. Seizing the momentum, the infinite chaos mecha executed a roll, unleashing a barrage of water and fire dragons that howled forth. Instead of merging, they exploded directly upon the two-headed dragon, which let out a frenzied roar, its lava-like body mangled and bloodied, further igniting its ferocity. As the two massive jaws opened, they unleashed pillars of flame and earthy light. The surrounding fire elemental energies surged wildly, and 9 colossal fire dragons fused instantaneously. The world of magma trembled with the sound of cataclysmic collisions, sending shockwaves that shattered the rocky walls into fragments. Lin Tian felt as if the surrounding fire elemental energies had been entirely siphoned away. A fearsome fire dragon spiraled from his arm, merging with the sword in his grasp. With a single stroke, he cleaved downwards, and amidst the shower of sparks, the earthy yellow head of the dragon was severed cleanly. A laser shot forth, obliterating the severed head, showering the area with gore, while a sizable earthy yellow pearl, the size of a basin, was retrieved into the cockpit of the infinite chaos mecha. The winged dragon emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its aura diminished yet still formidable compared to many Earth-tier Overlord beasts. Its remaining eyes burned with boundless fury, and as the lava patterns on its body shimmered ominously, it prepared to unleash a devastating attack against the mecha, enraged that not only had a head been severed, but its core had been taken before its very eyes. A grievous affront. Damn it! Water and fire, dragon slay. A multitude of water and fire dragon serpents converged in the sky, transforming into a colossal red and blue dragon that surged directly towards the pterosaur. With a thunderous clash, the two formidable energies collided. In an instant, the fiery beam was engulfed by the water and fire dragon, subsequently consuming the pterosaur. The terrifying energy erupted, scattering blood and flesh across the heavens as if a crimson mist rained down. Limbs and severed arms plummeted into the magma below, while the immense pterosaur's body was reduced to a mere skeletal frame, descending towards the chasm. With a swift motion, a silver flash darted by as the Wuji Chaos Mecha deftly captured a fiery red orb into the cockpit, completing the collection. Lin Tian, within the cockpit, gazed at the two floating spirit cores, one red and one yellow, with barely concealed excitement in his eyes. Soon after, he produced a blue spirit core, positioning it to form a triumvirate before him. Thanks to the preceding battle, he had vanquished 15 colossal beasts, acquiring their corresponding 15 water spirit cores, including 2 of superior Earth-tier dominance. This windfall was rightfully his. With wealth amassed and spirit cores secured, he effortlessly met the requirements for a system upgrade. System upgrade, he commanded. Ding. Upgrading. Upgrade complete. The invincible mecha system version 30 is at your service. As he witnessed his wealth plummet by 100 billion, he remained unfazed. Such a sum was trivial in light of his current fortune. Previously, he had completed 2 substantial contracts for Qin Hao, yielding an impressive 106 billion, augmented by 58 billion from Qin Shixian, along with his own meager balance. Subsequently, Qin Erge generously bestowed an additional 100 billion upon him, which he reluctantly accepted, his heart soaring with gratitude, wishing for countless more such benevolent brothers. Presently, his wealth surpassed 260 billion, the minor fractions unworthy of his attention. Should he liquidate the dragon blood crystal, it would not be an exaggeration to declare him the richest individual globally. System. How much wealth is required for the perfect upgrade of the Chaos Mecha? 500 billion. Such an exorbitant amount? Lin Tian gasped, suddenly aware that his balance was not as substantial as he had believed. Host, upgrading the Wuji Chaos Mecha to Earth tier necessitates the complete ignition of the Wuji Chaos Furnace, transforming the controlled elements into chaotic elements, namely, chaotic fire, chaotic water, and chaotic earth. Only then will the true might of the Wuji Chaos Mecha be unleashed. To fully ignite the Chaos Furnace, 3 fundamental elemental resources are required: primary earth fire, primary earth water, and primary earth soil, each valued at 100 billion. Yet, he had already acquired a fragment of primary earth fire, which could reduce the cost by 100 billion. Nonetheless, he still faced a deficit of 400 billion. Even with his 260 billion fortune, he would also need to procure the complete guide to Earth tier mechas. Alas, it appeared he remained a pauper. Yet, the prospect of acquiring an additional 100 billion for free lifted his spirits. One must learn to be content, for contentment breeds happiness. With renewed resolve, he turned his gaze towards the vast river of magma beneath him. The Wuji Chaos Mecha was enveloped in a fiery red protective shield as he plunged headlong into the molten depths. 100 billion, here I come. Chapter 59, Fire Crystal, the mysterious majestic gate of extravagance. Is that fire crystal? Lin Tian had initially envisioned the earth fire as the flames burning within the subterranean magma. However, upon entering the molten depths, even through the fiery shield, he could sense the extreme heat that seemed capable of melting everything. A fiery red crystal flowed past the Wuji Chaos Mecha, and he grasped it, securing it within the cockpit. The fire crystal, a raw material for constructing a fire attribute earth furnace, glowed a vibrant red, with flames seemingly flickering within. The piece he obtained was merely a low-grade yellow tier, valued at nearly 10,000, but he had no intention of letting it slip away. After all, even the smallest ant is still meat. Moreover, this bore a striking resemblance to found money. Thus, he continued upstream, following the system's guidance in pursuit of the source of the molten river. Since slaying the 2-headed pterosaur, he had not encountered any other colossal beasts. Perhaps this was due to his encroachment on their territory. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Tian finally emerged before a grand magma fountain, gazing in awe at the breathtaking spectacle. Below, a whirlpool of magma continuously erupted from the depths, forming a super fountain pool with a diameter of several thousand meters, an extraordinarily magnificent molten river. He could not fathom where this fountain led, perhaps to the mysterious and unknown underworld. Without a second thought, he dove back into it. By heavens, I'm going to strike it rich. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Lin Tian's eyes widened in exhilaration, exclaiming in delight. The walls of the fountain were embedded with glimmering red crystals, the fire crystals. The sight of countless fire crystals nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes. Just moments ago, he had scarcely collected 10 fire crystals on his upstream journey. Yet here lay an entire expanse. It became evident that the fire crystals flowing within the molten river originated from this very spot. With a swift motion, he summoned his great sword, striking the rock face, causing dozens of fire crystals to break free and be collected into his possession. The hardness of the rock exceeded his expectations, and the rebound force caused the Wuji Chaos Mecha's arm to tremble. Nevertheless, nothing could deter his heart from reveling in the prospect of newfound wealth. As he struck repeatedly, more fire crystals cascaded down. Although they were all yellow-tier fire crystals of modest quality, their sheer quantity was gratifying. What puzzled him was that, after circling around, he found that only the rock face in front of him was adorned with fire crystals. Observing their spread, it appeared they did not extend around the fountain's rock face, but rather descended downward. After collecting the last fire crystal, he looked down and decisively flew further down. The system indicated that the earth fire lay directly beneath him. And after acquiring over 10,000 yellow-tier fire crystals, he felt a greedy urge to explore deeper for potentially higher-tiered specimens. As he ventured deeper, he distinctly felt the temperature of the magma rising. Fortunately, he commanded a domain of fire attribute elemental forces, and thus it posed no threat to him. Occasionally, he encountered scattered fire crystals, all of which he diligently collected. Indeed, they're Shenjie Huojin Shi, mysterious tier fire crystals. In the distance, he spotted a glimmering crystal light and excitedly flew toward it. With a familiar motion, he struck, revealing 3 crystals significantly larger than those he had previously acquired, each the size of a bowling ball, shimmering in the cockpit. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Even the lowest grade of Shenjingshi would fetch a starting price of 100,000. A smile curved upon his lips, his gaze radiant with anticipation. Regrettably, unlike the previous encounter where the crystals had formed a contiguous wall, these were scattered across the rock face, cascading downward. The sound of metal clashing echoed amidst the magma, and Lin Tian reveled in the chaos as the molten streams roared upward, never interfering with his quest for riches. At one moment, a massive fiery red eye flickered into view within the depths of the fountain, exuding an air of confusion and curiosity before vanishing from sight. Was that merely an illusion? Lin Tian felt an inexplicable sensation, casting his gaze into the depths beneath him. He had just sensed a disquieting feeling of being observed by an unseen entity, sending a chill down his spine. After meticulously scanning the surroundings with the Wuji Chaos Mecha and detecting no signs of life, he exhaled a slight sigh of relief, though it only heightened his caution as he remained perpetually on guard. This place was undeniably shrouded in mystery. He resolved to locate the source fire of heaven and earth and make a hasty retreat. As he furrowed his brow in thought, a flicker of flame at his feet jolted him back to reality. Astonishingly, it was a ground-level fire crystal. As he had anticipated, the deeper he ventured, the higher the grade of the fire crystals became, albeit in much scarcer quantities. Embedded within the rock wall beneath him was a superlative fire crystal, as large as a basin. He was elated. A high-quality, ground-level fire crystal. How fortuitous. Such a piece could be worth tens of millions. Clang, clang, clang. He struck the crystal with his sword multiple times before it finally began to loosen, its hardness almost defying belief. Had he not been certain that these rock walls were not composed of some rare metal, he would have wished to carry every shard back with him. Continuing his excavations, he uncovered over 20 ground-level fire crystals, most of which were of lower quality, with only 3 being of high quality and none of the finest grade. Perhaps he had been overly greedy. Lin Tian gazed incredulously at the scene before him, gasping as a wave of astonishment surged within. Before him lay a broad platform, seemingly hewn by human hands, with a towering crimson gate standing majestically at the far end of the rock wall. The gate fit together seamlessly, appearing as a single entity, adorned with an intricate array of patterns that rendered it almost indistinguishable from a mere door. Its craftsmanship was breathtaking, appearing as if it had been shaped by nature itself. To his shock, the entire structure was composed of fire crystals, and not just any. These were high-quality, heavenly fire crystals. Lin Tian cursed vehemently, overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of such a grandiose door being entirely constructed of high-quality, heavenly fire crystals. His eyes reddened with greed. Clang, clang, clang. Unfortunately, despite his relentless strikes, the enormous door stood resolute, leaving not a single mark upon its surface. It was utterly infuriating. The treasure lay before him, yet remained unattainable, fueling an intense desire to upgrade his Wuji Chaos Mecha to a heavenly grade machine. After considerable effort, he could not manage to extract even a fragment from a gate, leading him to conclude its worth was incalculable, a priceless treasure. Calming himself, he began to scrutinize the magnificent gate. The intricate patterns adorning it were entirely unfamiliar to him. He initially thought them to be characters, only to realize they were cryptic symbols beyond his comprehension. In this terrifying world of magma, such an extravagant gate existed. When had it appeared? What existence had crafted it? What secrets lay hidden within? A cascade of questions flooded Lin Tian's mind, yet no answer surfaced. Perhaps the blue star was not as simplistic as he had imagined. While humanity had explored nearly every inch of the surface, the oceans and subterranean realms remained largely uncharted. He was convinced that without the Chaos Mecha's dominion over fire elements, he would never have arrived here, let alone any other being. Even with Blue Star's current technological prowess, reaching such depths would be impossible. Reflecting on the depths of the ocean and this molten world, Lin Tian realized he had stumbled upon a multitude of mysterious realms inaccessible to humanity. Could this suggest the existence of another civilization on Blue Star long ago? Or perhaps that extraterrestrial beings had once visited? All of this might require formidable strength to uncover. Retrieving his gaze from the gate, he noticed a large square crystal beneath it, measuring nearly a meter on each side and radiating a fiery red hue. Undoubtedly a fire crystal, yet upon closer inspection, he saw a vibrant flame flickering within it. Enlightened, he recognized this flame as the source fire of heaven and earth the system had referred to. Without hesitation, he absorbed it into his system space. The value of this heavenly grade fire crystal was extraordinary, and soon after, the system confirmed its worth. 80 billion for the crystal alone. and with the source fire included, a total of 180 billion. Despite the sizable value of this crystal, it paled in comparison to that of the dragon blood crystal, as the latter's formation was far more challenging. Gazing around, Lin Tian ultimately felt disheartened as he found no other traces of fire crystals. Yet he felt a sense of contentment. Glancing back at the grand gate, a tinge of melancholy washed over him, quickly replaced by resolve. He mentally noted that the secrets hidden behind this imposing structure would eventually be his. Once he broke through to heavenly grade, he would return, no longer a mere spectator, but a rightful seeker of treasure. He then turned and soared towards the fountain's mouth, feeling no lingering attachment to the depths beneath. Truth be told, with his current strength, reaching this point was already an extraordinary feat. Venturing further could jeopardize his safety. Although he sensed no immediate danger, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was watching him, sending shivers down his spine. Perhaps the emergence of the Grand Gate served as a warning. Regardless, with the island nation obliterated, he would be free to come and go as he pleased, provided his strength was sufficient. With this thought, he accelerated, retracing his steps. Time passed, and with a thunderous roar, a surge of molten lava erupted, cascading down the volcano. A silvery glimmer shot forth from the flames, hovering above the crater. The Wuji Chaos Mecha surveyed the desolate landscape below, which lay in ruins, drenched in blood and shrouded in thick smoke, staining the earth and sky. The only sounds now were the intermittent roars of beasts, as the cries for help had vanished, leaving behind a haunting silence. It seemed this place had become a haven for monstrous creatures. A sardonic smile crept onto Lin Tian's face within the Wuji Chaos Mecha. Those who brought calamity upon themselves would not survive. Without lingering any longer, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The island nation had fallen silent, yet the world erupted in turmoil. Shockwaves reverberated globally, with some celebrating while others mourned. The internet was ablaze with sensational reactions. Can you believe it? The island nation has been annihilated. Isn't it under the protection of the ugly kingdom? Aside from the Great Xia and the Great Bear, which country would dare to act against them? Upstairs, you seem unaware. The colossal Shenlong from the East China Sea attacked the island nation, breaching their defenses. Their sole heavenly grade mecha master, Miyamoto Major, perished. The iron wall fell, coinciding with a tide of sea beasts. Reliable sources confirm that not a single soul from the island nation survived, not even those who attempted to escape by sea. Such matters are hardly astonishing. It is merely a minuscule expanse, a mere speck of land, devoid of any strategic depth. With the demise of the heavenly tier mecha division and the breach of the iron wall, what awaits but a slow demise? It is miraculous that his disgraceful father did not descend to assist. Now, the younger brother is doomed, and who would dare to rely on his shameful country henceforth? My nation has already dispatched reinforcements, though distant aid cannot quench immediate fires, leaving us helpless. Yet, his Great Xia, possessing both the might and the time for rescue, remains inactive, passively observing the obliteration of the island nation. Are we not justified in feeling that Great Xia's heart is rather callous? To those above, I do not concern myself with your antics, but if you insist on making a spectacle, I shall not intervene. Yet, how can you claim that Great Xia stands idly by? My nation is in turmoil, with beastly hordes erupting across various regions, and the capital faces an unprecedented onslaught. In these dire circumstances, we have managed to eliminate a formidable beast horde, granting the islanders a precious respite. We are all aware of the underlying truth. Dare you assert that the formidable creature vanquished was merely for the sake of spectacle? I am inclined to believe that it was more akin to celebratory cannon fire. Who does not know of the enmity between Great Xia and the island nation? In stark contrast to the fervor online, the citizens of Great Xia maintain a serene demeanor. Each household quietly preparing for the New Year's festivities, adorned with lights, igniting fireworks, and enjoying a nationwide holiday. Those who have toiled away return home to reunite with family and friends, celebrating together. The world knows Great Xia has ushered in the new year ahead of time. Chapter 61. Homeward bound, the night sky of Great Xia. The dying rays of the sun cast a gentle glow upon the towering iron wall, cloaking the solitary and grand city in a delicate halo, sacred and inviolable. A graceful figure stands atop the Zhenhai Pass, gazing into the distance, her silhouette tinged with loneliness, her eyes betraying deep concern and anticipation. The evening breeze caresses her flowing hair, brushing against her pale and weary visage as she faces the setting sun, seemingly awaiting something. Little sister, fret not. Our dear brother is destined for safety and will return. You should return now. With me here, do you still feel uneasy? Upon his return, I shall be the first to inform you. Yet, the figure, with her back turned, remains unmoved, her eyes fixed on the horizon beyond the gates. Alas, Qin Hao sighs. For Lin Tian has been gone a day now, and still there is no news. Despite his unwavering faith in Lin Tian's prowess, an undercurrent of worry stirs within him. He is at a loss for how to comfort his younger sister, perhaps merely waiting here, so she may first behold his return. Would ease her heart. Once more, a gentle breeze sweeps by. A silvery flash streaks across the sky, akin to a stone plummeting into tranquil waters, sending ripples cascading outward. A hint of color ignites in her eyes, and her entire being trembles involuntarily. He has finally returned. Qin Hao cannot contain his excitement, a smile gracing his face as the tension within him dissipates. Watching the figure approach bathed in the sun's fading light, beaming with radiant joy. He nods in acknowledgement and discreetly turns to leave. The once weary countenance brightens with a breathtaking smile upon seeing that familiar face, tears of joy cascading down her cheeks. Lin Tian steps before Qin Xian, gently brushing away the tear-streaked traces on her cheek, enveloping her trembling form in his embrace, whispering tenderly in her ear, "I have returned." The person in his arms utters not a word, allowing herself to be held in silence, feeling the warmth radiating from his chest and the rhythm of his heartbeat. In this moment, an unparalleled sense of peace envelopes her. "You foolish girl, are you daft?" Sensing her quivering form, Lin Tian tenderly smooths her tousled hair, as if to calm the tempest of worry within her heart. Having raced back, he envisioned countless homecoming scenarios, yet upon catching sight of her silhouette, eagerly awaiting on the city wall, his heart quivered uncontrollably. In that instant, he longed to cast aside everything and embrace her. Let's return home. A flash of silver light flickers as the primordial chaos mecha vanishes from the city wall, soaring towards the interior. In the evening, the Qin family courtyard is aglow with light. Though it lacks the overwhelming exuberance found in other neighborhoods, it is suffused with an indescribable joy. The Qin family gathers, radiating warmth and happiness, differing from the last grand banquet where they were fewer in number. "Come, little Tian, let's share a drink. Had it not been for you, this old body of mine might have met its end here." Old Master Mu raises his cup, a benevolent smile illuminating his face, his eyes brimming with affection for Lin Tian. "No, it is I who should toast to you, for without your guardianship, where would Great Xia find its current peace and prosperity? You see, from a young age, I aspire to be a mecha master like you, old Master Mu, chasing your legendary footsteps, allowing me to stand where I am today." Lin Tian grins, lifting his cup in salute, his words heartfelt. For which man does not harbor dreams of mecha? Heroic aspirations? Since childhood, he yearned to be a formidable protector like the heavenly tier mecha masters, subduing monstrous beasts and safeguarding Great Xia, even dreaming of bringing an end to the era of giants. Good. Old Master Mu laughs heartily, downing his drink in one gulp, his aged face flushing with delight, whether from the wine or his contentment. "Father, do not ply little Tian with too much drink. Come, let us toast together, or we may find ourselves on the receiving end of disapproving glares later." Old Master Qin fills Old Master Mu's cup once more, casting a glance toward a certain direction, catching a glimpse of a cryptic look. "Ah, yes. Little Tian, eat some dishes, indulge yourself, do not mind us old geezers." Old Master Mu belatedly notices the direction of his gaze, smiling as he turns back to toast with Old Master Qin. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian eagerly raises his cup, looking at his brother Lin Tian. "Come, we must share a drink. I absolutely adore the war god Xing Tian Mecha, fulfilling a childhood dream of mine. You must drink this cup. What my second brother says is true. It brings me great joy to assist you." Observing the two as they lift their cups, conversing amicably, Qin Hao rolls his eyes in exasperation. "Enough, we are all family. Why the formality? Eat, drink, and do as you please. Come, brother. Tonight we shall not leave until we are intoxicated." As a soldier, he has always been forthright, disliking the insincere niceties of the commercial world, which is the sole reason for his differing philosophy from Qin Tian. To him, devoid of any ulterior motives, he has long considered Lin Tian as a brother, a family member, a brother-in-law, someone he feels an undeniable camaraderie with. "Come, let us drink." The three men raise their cups in a fervent toast, nearly resembling the bonds of the peach blossom garden. Meanwhile, the women and children sit quietly, enjoying their meals and drinks, engaging in light conversation. After a few bites of their meal, Qin Wen and Qin Wu exchange glances and slip away from the dining table, departing the hall without a word. "Qin Ruoxue, Seated beside Qin Shixian was a crescent-shaped smile, her gaze flitting between Lin Tian and Qin Shixian, occasionally bursting into a peculiar chuckle, her thoughts a mystery to all. As Qin Shixian intermittently picked up a morsel of food to savor, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon a certain silhouette. Outside the courtyard, the sudden crackle of firecrackers and the explosive bursts of fireworks resonated, illuminating the distant night sky with a cascade of brilliant lights, occasionally accompanied by muffled detonations. This spectacle added a layer of festivity and tranquility to an otherwise restless night. On this evening, the vast expanse of the Great Xia's night sky shimmered with dazzling, resplendent hues, and the once familiar roars of beasts faded into silence, as if they too were relishing this rare moment of serene peace. In stark contrast, the nation of Zhou found itself engulfed in profound unease and fury, their rage spilling forth in reaction to the demise of the island nation. For them, the loss of a subordinate was merely the surface of a deeper, enigmatic essence slipping away. Chapter 62. The upgraded infinite chaos mecha, merging with dragon blood. The following day, as the first rays of the morning sun cascaded down, Lin Tian stepped out of his door, stretching languidly in the dawn light, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. He gazed upon the rows of entirely refurbished Yuan mecha repair shop, now significantly larger than its predecessor, and felt a wave of resignation wash over him. This was no longer the dilapidated workshop on the outskirts of the old city, but rather a newly constructed facility purchased by Qin Tian within the bustling metropolis. Far grander and better equipped than before, complete with state-of-the-art machinery capable of crafting celestial-grade mechas. The shop retained the name Tianyuan Mecha Repair Shop, a name Qin Tian insisted upon, citing the dangers of the old city's vicinity and the inconvenience of frequent commutes. After much persuasion, Lin Tian found himself compelled to acquiesce. System, 解除原机修电绑定, 重新绑定新机修电. Ding, rebinding in progress, binding complete. Now that it belonged to him, he felt no need for modesty. Previously in the old city, there had been no recourse, but now that he had returned to a better environment with superior facilities, he could earn money more effectively. It was far more convenient for customers to visit. Goodness, how did so many orders accumulate so quickly? After several days of neglecting the online connection to the repair shop, Lin Tian was taken aback by the flood of incoming orders. 32 for yellow-grade mechas, 12 for mechas, all of which had been fully paid, totaling an astounding 39. 2 billion star coins. It dawned on him that the mechas he had crafted during the recent Beast Tide battle had garnered significant acclaim, prompting wealthy clients to finally place their orders. With a wry smile, he considered the overwhelming number of orders and the busy days ahead. Yet, invigorated with determination, he clenched his fist. It was only logical to seize the opportunity to generate revenue. He promptly updated the link to the new address for customer pickups and settled down at the workstation to tally his newfound wealth and the spoils from his recent outing. He had obtained a piece of dragon blood crystal, which had been refined into 120 billion wealth value, a top-tier heavenly fire crystal worth 80 billion. Over 10,000 yellow-grade fire crystals valued at approximately 200 million, more than 100 giga fire crystals worth around 600 million, and over 20 earth-grade crystals valued at about 1.2 billion. He decided not to convert these into wealth value, as he did not require the additional 10 billion. Instead, he intended to utilize them entirely for crafting mechas, which would yield a 100-fold return. He possessed 14 earth-grade spirit cores and over 200 giga in yellow-grade cores, amounting to around 200 million in total wealth value, which he chose to convert. His total wealth value now stood at over 464 billion. System exchange for Djia. With a surge of vast information flooding into his mind, deeply imprinting itself, his wealth value diminished by 5 billion, which stung a bit. Yet it paled in comparison to the ability to craft earth-grade mechas and upgrade the infinite chaos mecha. System, upgrade the infinite chaos mecha. This was the first task he needed to undertake after redeeming the information package, as his wealth value swiftly dwindled to just over a billion. The world essence fire and the 3 spirit cores merged into the heavenly melting furnace. Boom! As a torrent of terrifying world energy descended, the mecha space violently expanded, swiftly enlarging to a 100-meter space. The silver of the infinite chaos mecha became even more brilliant, its dragon patterns intricate and complex, faintly echoing a dragon's roar. The mecha's height finally stabilized at 80 meters upon completing the upgrade, now named the Infinite Chaos Mecha. Level, Earth-grade ruler class. Type, comprehensive. Height, 80 meters. Weight, 13. 500 tons. Furnace, Infinite Chaos Furnace LV3. Innate skills, Elemental Sovereign LV3, active. Immortal Body LV3, passive. Law of Heaven and Earth LV3, active. Equality of All Beings LV3, active. Weapons: Chaos Blue Lotus LV3, Chaos Ancestral Dragon LV3, Chaos Divine Sword LV3, Chaos Bell LV3. Staring in astonishment at the mecha's upgraded attributes, Lin Tian finally comprehended that only after completely igniting the infinite chaos furnace did the infinite chaos mecha truly possess an essence of chaotic power. Remarkably, the elements governed by the infinite chaos mecha had transformed into chaos fire, chaos water, and chaos earth, signifying an essential metamorphosis. A genuine mastery over elemental forces, a breakthrough in both quality and quantity. The innate skills reached level 3, their potency swelling beyond tenfold. The most striking transformations occurred with the 4 primary weapons. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus evolved into the Chaos Blue Lotus, also at level 3, likely to upgrade further from his foundation. The Water Fire Flood Dragon Kill morphed into the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, a leap from dragon to ancestral dragon, signifying a fundamental change. The Great Sword finally embraced its true name, the Chaos Divine Sword. No longer a mere red and blue longsword, but restored to the same brilliant silver as the mecha itself. The Yin-Yang Celestial Canopy upgraded into the Chaos Bell. Whether it resembled his imagination remained unknown, but its defensive capabilities surely reached an extraordinarily formidable level. This upgrade represented a complete metamorphosis. Spending 500 billion was indeed a worthy investment. Host, would you like to immediately accept the mecha feedback and simultaneously merge with the Dragon Blood? Please note that this process will shatter all existing foundations of the host body, reconstructing it and completing a leap in life. This process may involve a degree of pain. Please prepare yourself. Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Tian accepted. As for the pain the system had mentioned, he had already endured far greater suffering. A mere trivial ache? Before he could revel in his decision, a terrifying surge of world energy surged into his body, while a drop of golden blood exploded within him, unleashing an indescribable agony that made his body convulse involuntarily, his very soul trembling. System, you wretched thing. Is this what you mean by a little pain? The immense suffering caused Lin Tian's veins to swell, as if they might burst at any moment, adding a more sinister aspect to his already pained expression. He felt as though an overwhelming force was systematically shattering his bones, flesh being mercilessly torn apart. His internal organs threatened to explode like a bomb at any instant. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host, please endure. Within this drop of dragon blood lies a trace of ancestral essence. Should the fusion succeed, you may attain a supreme dragon lineage talent. Chapter 63, Breakthrough, Advanced Life Form, Instantaneous Movement. Pain, an ineffable agony, enveloped Lin Tian, transporting him to a realm beyond the mundane. He exhausted every effort to numb his senses, his being reminiscent of a figure pulled from water, drenched in a mixture of sweat and dark crimson blood, staining the ground beneath him. His complexion transformed from a ghastly pallor to a visage contorted in anguish, as if his very features were on the verge of merging into one another. Fortunately, this torment was but a fleeting moment, receding like a tide, replaced by a dreadful presence that permeated the air, exuding an oppressive force reminiscent of a superior life form, causing the atmosphere around him to resonate with a low hum. In a particular instant, he opened his eyes, and a fleeting brilliance flickered within them, akin to a kaleidoscope reflecting countless dragon patterns. A faint yet resonant dragon's roar emanated from within him, as if an enraged dragon coursed through his spine, releasing a thunderous roar that augmented his already formidable presence with an air of dominion. Drip! As a droplet of blood fell, Lin Tian vanished from his spot, reappearing instantaneously in another workshop. Was this the dragon lineage talent bestowed upon him through the fusion of ancestral essence? The ability to teleport? Lin Tian gazed at his hands in disbelief, acutely aware of the transformations within him. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had transcended all barriers, arriving at his desired destination in an instant. This innate ability was nothing short of extraordinary. He scrutinized his newly elevated physical attributes. Name, Lin Tian. Realm, Earth-grade breaking boundaries. Life level, Advanced Life Form. Strength, 10,000 tons. Speed, 3,600 ms. Neural reaction, Super Divine level. Combat awareness, Super Divine level. Talent, Perfect control, Super Divine consciousness, harmonious existence, instantaneous movement. Indeed, a new talent for instantaneous movement had appeared in his repertoire. a gift derived from the fusion of that drop of dragon blood. Compared to his prior information, there was now an additional life level, advanced life form. Although he had yet to fully grasp the extent of his newfound powers, the sheer magnitude of his strength and speed sufficed to speak volumes. He had utterly surpassed the limits of a basic life form. Even an Earth-grade mecha master, at the pinnacle of physical prowess, would only possess a strength of around 40 to 50 tons, while a heaven-grade mecha master would max out at approximately 500 tons. Lin Tian, however, had reached a terrifying threshold of 10,000 tons, meaning that, in terms of physical capability alone, he could effortlessly overpower certain Earth-grade mecha masters without the aid of armored mechs. An apt description would be nothing short of monstrous. Moreover, he had not been foolish enough to engage in direct confrontation with metal. His senses had sharpened remarkably, and the vibrant life force within him suggested that his physical recovery, endurance, and resilience had all ascended to an astonishing level. His abilities had undergone a qualitative transformation, and more alarmingly, he could no longer perceive the shackles of lifespan, indicating that he had acquired a much more prolonged existence. Indeed, being an advanced life form was undeniably extraordinary. Lin Tian clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Whoosh! In a mere thought, he vanished once more, returning to the workshop where he had been training. After repeating this process numerous times, he began to feel a hint of fatigue and finally discerned the maximum distance of his teleportation ability and the number of times he could utilize it within his current realm. This talent seemed intrinsically linked to his physical attributes. As Lin Tian reveled in the series of miraculous transformations, a voice jolted him back to reality. Bro, have you broken through again? Qin Hao gazed at Lin Tian with incredulity. How long had it been? He had already reached the pinnacle of the Earth grade, and it seemed far more than just a simple limit. For reasons unknown, the aura radiating from Lin Tian instilled a primal fear deep within Qin Hao's soul, coupled with an overwhelming sense of pressure that even he, a top-tier Earth-grade mecha master, could not shake off. Moreover, this breakthrough was astonishingly abnormal. While others painstakingly ascended through the ranks, laboring endlessly to achieve even a minor breakthrough, Lin Tian had leapt forward in a singular stride. From the yellow grade to the current Earth grade, every breakthrough had catapulted him to the summit, and his pace was staggering. It had only been about a month since he first met Lin Tian, yet he had already become an Earth-grade mecha master, a realm unattainable for many, even in a lifetime of effort. Furthermore, he understood that with the limitless chaos mech and Lin Tian's inherent prowess, he now possessed the strength to directly confront heaven-grade mecha masters and titanic beasts. Was this truly a world of prodigies? Indeed, comparisons among individuals could be disheartening. Hastily, Lin Tian concealed his aura, refraining from further elaboration, for he could scarcely articulate it himself. Had it not been for the system, he suspected he would still be a mere waste of potential. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, recalling the purpose of his visit, and stated bluntly, Bro, can you forge an Earth-grade mecha now? A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes, and his heart raced with anticipation. He had long coveted the Xing Tian mecha belonging to his second brother, and the desire for Lin Tian to upgrade his mech grew ever stronger. Lin Tian smiled, Big brother, I can, but it might be a tad expensive. Qin Hao responded with an understanding glance, extending 3 fingers. Lin Tian's expression turned pained as he shook his head. Big brother, that may not suffice. He assumed his older brother was referring to 300 billion. While that amount would be adequate for crafting a standard Earth-grade mecha, it would fall short for a supreme Earth-grade mech. The materials alone would cost more. As his older brother, Lin Tian felt he should not labor in vain, even if he couldn't earn exorbitant profits like in other businesses. Business is business, but relationships must also be nurtured. In response, Qin Hao, feeling the pinch, raised another finger. Bro, 400 billion is all I have. Beyond that, I truly have nothing left. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's heart raced with excitement, astonished by his brother's financial prowess. All right, big brother, leave it to me. Even if it means selling off everything I own, I'll craft you a super mech. Lin Tian wore an expression that conveyed a sense of duty, patting his chest in assurance, all the while secretly relieved that he hadn't been the one to make the initial offer. He would have truly suffered a loss. Thank you, bro, Qin Hao exclaimed with delight, pulling Lin Tian into a hearty embrace, his face alight with uncontainable joy. As he sighed in relief, he felt a swell of pride. Realizing he had saved 1,000 billion, he resolved to repay his younger brother handsomely in the future. By the way, bro, there's something very important I need to discuss with you. Given your monumental efforts in rescuing the Magic City from peril, You have earned tremendous merit, and the higher-ups have decided to elevate your military rank to general. Chapter 64. Promotion and the Hidden Terrifying Power of the Great Xia. I have also reported the situation regarding the virtual pod, and the Commander-in-Chief is taking it very seriously. You have been appointed as the Chief Instructor of the Great Xia Mecha Corps. This upcoming national military exercise will serve as a showcase of the entire Army's strength and progress, while also selecting elite mecha masters to form a training camp. Set to be based in the Magic City Military District, with you at the helm as the Chief Instructor. Top mecha masters from various military districts will be summoned, forming a cadre of instructors, with you serving as the leader of this distinguished team. Most importantly, you have been included in the reserve elder list for focus training. However, I believe with your current strength, you should already possess heaven-grade combat capabilities, allowing you to bypass the reserve stage and directly undertake mission assessments to become the 18th elder of the Great Xia. As Qin Hao spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his gaze towards Lin Tian radiated a brilliant light. In his eyes, Lin Tian had transcended the boundaries of mere genius with extraordinary talent, evolving into a formidable being of unparalleled strength. The terrifying power of equality among all beings still left him somewhat apprehensive. Now, with a breakthrough in his realm, the possibility of defying the heavenly tiers was no longer out of reach. Although Qin Hao was also a reserve elder with a history of slaying heavenly beasts, that was under the circumstance of facing an already injured creature of ordinary bloodline. Against a lord-level or even a sovereign-level beast, he would have no choice but to flee. However, Lin Tian was different. With his current level and the talents of law of heaven and earth and equality among beings, he could undoubtedly hunt heavenly beasts alone, a notion he held with unwavering conviction. Lin Tian paused, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Brother, doesn't our Great Xia only have 10 elders? When did the 10 heavenly mech masters of Great Xia, Qin Hao interjected with a mysterious smile, are indeed referred to as the 10 elders, recognized both nationally and globally as the strongest. They are the reason Great Xia stands resilient against the fear of other nations. However, it is but a public facade. In truth, our Great Xia has already surpassed 17 heavenly mech masters in the past century, though this remains a tightly guarded secret, known only to a select few in the reserve elders. It is no wonder you are unaware. This is Great Xia's hidden strength. I was once the most likely candidate to become the 18th, but now it seems that honor may belong to you, my dear brother. Lin Tian gasped in astonishment at the revelation of 17 elders, an overwhelming force capable of reshaping the world. Goodness, to think that even the so-called mighty countries, like the ugly country, boast only 9 heavenly mech masters, and the northern Great Mao country has merely 7. Combined, they still do not surpass Great Xia. Most other nations possess only 1 or 2, with some lacking any entirely, surviving only as vassals to the ugly country. Lin Tian did not deny that he had indeed acquired heavenly combat prowess, yet the specific extent of his abilities could only be gauged through experience. Thus, a question arose in his heart. Brother, if that is the case, then why has no one from above come to assist during the demonic beast tide in Modu? Before he could finish, Qin Hao interrupted with a knowing smile. Dear brother, you cannot genuinely believe that Great Xia is limited to this small territory on Blue Star. Can you? He gestured toward the sky above, and Lin Tian suddenly understood. After the birth of the Heaven and Earth Furnace a century ago, the Southern Gate series of Great Xia had officially commenced. Concepts such as the Great Xia Spaceport, the Phoenix Sky Mothership, space elevators, and space bases were all initiated at that time. While other nations were preoccupied with the threat of giant beasts, they perceived these developments merely as propaganda from Great Xia. Little did they know that Great Xia had already begun its foray into space a century prior, a fact that caught all nations off guard. In truth, it was accurate to say that Great Xia has 10 elders. These 10 guard Blue Star, while the other 7 are stationed in space. The situation above is not as straightforward as we imagine. When the time is right, I shall take you up there, and you'll understand. Therefore, the reason for the demonic beast tide in Modu is not due to a reluctance to deploy hidden forces, but rather an inability to do so. Firstly, the Yellow Springs has invested heavily, stirring turmoil across the nation, necessitating guardianship. Secondly, with Elder Mu present, though his power may have waned over the years, he can still contend with a heavenly beast without issue. Your intervention indeed came as a surprise to everyone, including those above. This led to the establishment of the Genius Training Camp, not with the expectation of producing another extraordinary being like you, but at the very least, to cultivate more top-tier mech masters for Great Xia. It is even possible to bring forth a few more elders. Furthermore, Aside from elevating your military rank, you have gained a privilege, the authority to mobilize all mech masters below the rank of elder. This has already been made public within the military, with all major military districts receiving the official notice. This means that your current authority ranks just below those few and the elders in critical moments. Even I must heed your commands. Once you pass the elder assessment and become the 18th elder, you will truly be one above all others. Congratulations, dear brother. From now on, I shall rely on you. As he spoke, Qin Hao handed Lin Tian a box containing his new military uniform, rank insignia, and related credentials. Lin Tian accepted it with a genuine smile, knowing that Qin Hao had been instrumental in helping him ascend to the pinnacle of Great Xia. Thank you, brother. Qin Hao chuckled, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder before recalling something. By the way, brother, when you have time, help me evaluate those youngsters and share your insights. We will then head to Kyoto together, as their SA competition for instructors in the national military exercises, and you must showcase your skills. Don't forget to participate in the elder assessment. I believe you will pass with flying colors. Absolutely, brother. I am quite close to the military district, and I can easily find time to go. By the way, do you know what the assessment for the elders entails? He pondered, thinking that being prepared would be beneficial. After all, becoming an elder would mean standing at the zenith of Great Xia, a dream he had nurtured since childhood. Qin Hao shook his head. The assessment criteria are determined by those few, and each elder's evaluation differs. However, you need not worry. Given your strength, the probability of passing is quite high. You will become the youngest elder in Great Xia and the one who ascended to such a rank at the Earth level. There has never been anyone like you before, and whether there will be in the future remains to be seen. Haha. Chapter 65. Hao Qian Mech with a beaming smile, Qin Hao departed, leaving Lin Tian in deep contemplation. Ultimately, he spent 98 billion to acquire a vast array of Earth-tier materials. Whether by coincidence or fate, he discovered that a mech on the rankings bore the same name as Qin Hao's mech, the Hao Qian Mech, ranked 13th among the supreme mechs, a pinnacle mech among the highest tier. In the compendium of mechs, there are countless types, yet only 100 are deemed supreme, overwhelmingly surpassing even those considered the apex mechs of the universe. The Chaos Mech, standing at number 1, is the sole Dominator-level mech, an unchallenged king without a crown. The 2nd to 10th ranks are occupied by supreme mechs, succinctly described in the compendium as 9 Heavens mythology. The 11th to 100th ranks consist of the highest mechs. After dedicating a full 10 days, Lin Tian finally completed the Hao Qian Mech, a towering black gold mech standing at 90 meters, now resting on the factory floor. Ding! Host has successfully crafted a mech. Detection in progress. Name, Hao Qian Mech level, Earth tier. Type, comprehensive. Height, 90 meters. Weight, 25,000 tons. Furnace, Hao Qian Furnace. Talent skills, Hao Qian Divine Radiance LV3, active. Hao Qian True Form LV3, passive. Decree of Divine Seal LV3, active. Weapons, Hao Qian Sword LV3, Hao Qian Divine Light LV3, Hao Qian Mirror LV3, Hao Qian Domain LV3. The detection has been completed, with a rating from the Earth tier ascending to the advanced level. A terrifying surge of celestial energy has surged into Lin Tian's body. Unfortunately, despite his already formidable physical prowess, there was no discernible change. However, he distinctly sensed a difference. The vital energy within him had become markedly more vibrant. His information panel also exhibited a slight alteration, almost imperceptible at first glance, indicating he had reached the level of an advanced life form, 001-100. System. What is the meaning of this? Host. You have now become an advanced life form. Through cultivation or the consumption of life energy, you can transcend to the pinnacle of life. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully, though the sight of the progress bar was somewhat daunting. A machine from the Earth tier only exhibited a progress of 001. How many machines would it take to reach 100? Would it take an eternity? Nevertheless, he finally had a sense of direction. He had already deeply experienced the benefits of being an advanced life form. He could only imagine the extraordinary capabilities of a top-tier life form. In essence, the energies he had previously assimilated, while they did not allow him to break through his realm, had expanded the limits of his physical existence, or rather, his life level. At that time, as a basic life form, this transformation remained unnoticeable. In the afternoon, upon receiving news, Qin Hao hurriedly arrived at the site. From a distance, he spotted a machine identical to his own Hao Qian Mech, towering above it, and could hardly contain his excitement. Brother, I have not let you down. Lin Tian smiled and waved, though fatigue lingered on his face. For the past 10 days, he had dedicated the majority of his days to crafting the Hao Qian Mech. training as a sparring partner in the military district during the afternoons, and immersing himself in research at night. He had been utterly consumed by his tasks, with meals delivered daily by Qin Shixian from the Qin family estate. Thank you for your hard work, little brother. Qin Hao grinned, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder before swiftly entering the cockpit of the new Haotian mech. With a thunderous roar from the Haotian furnace, the entire mech sprang to life. The ground trembled as it soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of black and gold. In an instant, bursts of sparks and thunderous sounds erupted above. Moments later, the Haotian mech landed, and Qin Hao's excited voice resonated from the cockpit. Ha, little brother, this mech is simply magnificent. I feel incredibly powerful to possess 3 extraordinary talents. How did you manage this? It's utterly astonishing. And these 4 formidable weapons, are they even available in this era? I won't be polite. Little brother, I'm heading to hunt some heavenly beasts. We must celebrate together later. As his words trailed off, the black gold mech again transformed into a flash of light, vanishing into the horizon. A smile flickered across Lin Tian's face. Qin Hao was already a top-tier mech master, and with the Haotian mech in his possession, he undoubtedly possessed the combat power of a heavenly tier, capable of independently slaying ordinary heavenly beasts. This would significantly enhance the overall strength of Magic City and even of the Great Xia. He turned back towards the workshop, commencing a new round of mech crafting. The online orders accumulated steadily, yielding a substantial income. However, since he had listed the Earth-tier mech tasks, not a single order had materialized. The reason was apparent. It was prohibitively expensive. With the Huang-tier mech priced at 10 million, the Xian-tier at 300 million, and the Earth-tier at 500 billion. Such astronomical sums rendered them unattainable for the average person. Even wealthy individuals would feel the strain. While they understood that Lin Tian's Mechs surpassed the highest echelon of contemporary machines, most were reluctant to part with such exorbitant sums. After all, even the top-tier Earth Mechs on the market were priced in the tens of billions. Nonetheless, Lin Tian remained unperturbed. Most of his orders were concentrated in Magic City, anticipating a surge in demand following the national military exercises when everyone would once again experience the shock brought by his crafted mechs, particularly from other military districts. Time for dinner. Just as he finished crafting his 4th Huang-tier mech and received the energy feedback, a melodic voice pierced the air, accompanied by the delightful sound of heels clicking against the floor. Today, Qin Shixian entered the workshop clad in a sleek black fitted skirt, accentuating her alluring figure. With a smile, she carried a thermal container, setting out a feast on the operating table. The rich aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, and upon noticing Lin Tian, still standing in a daze, she shot him a playful glare. What are you waiting for? It's time to eat. Lin Tian responded with a cheeky smile. Crazy woman, you look particularly stunning today. Are you trying to seduce me? His gaze roamed appreciatively, secretly marveling at her beauty when not in her work uniform. She was truly a mesmerizing enchantress. Get lost. You think you can charm me with flattery? If you don't eat, fine. Starve to death for all I care. Seeing her heels, which seemed even more delicate than yesterday, Lin Tian quickly retracted his teasing demeanor and grinned as he accepted the chopsticks. Eat, eat, eat. How could I refuse a meal personally delivered by my esteemed wife? Chapter 66. The Celestial Battle Armor. What is this? Noticing Lin Tian devouring his meal with gusto, Qin Shixian nodded in satisfaction, her gaze falling upon a stack of scribbled white papers on the operating table. They depicted a design resembling iron battle armor along with various parameters. Curiosity piqued. She picked them up and began to peruse them, frowning in contemplation as she glanced at Lin Tian. Is this the Celestial Battle Armor? Whether it was the Celestial Battle Armor or exoskeletal armor, they become mainstream in today's world, instilling courage in many ordinary individuals to confront colossal beasts. However, the core power source for such devices was nuclear energy, specifically nuclear reactors. She was well aware of what the series of components and data on the blueprints represented. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. To be precise, it is the Celestial Battle Armor. Upon hearing the term celestial, Qin Shixian's eyes widened in realization, instantly grasping the implications of the blueprints. Are you researching the heart of a celestial furnace on a decimeter or even centimeter scale? She could hardly believe it. The current meter-scale furnaces had only just breached the minimum threshold, with countless individuals still delving into research. Even the few heavenly-tier mechanical engineers marveled at the technology of the celestial furnace heart, regarding it as miraculous. Yet this man was already pursuing the study of decimeter and centimeter scale celestial furnaces. She yearned to delve into his mind to uncover the source of such genius. How on earth can you be so extraordinary? Yet Lin Tian sighed. I'm still in the research phase. It's somewhat challenging, but I should be nearing a breakthrough. There was no other choice. The smallest furnace in the mech compendium was meter-sized, as Mechs did not require anything smaller. To create the celestial battle armor he envisioned, he had to overcome technical barriers on his own. Fortunately, with the vast database from the mech compendium as his foundation, conquering this challenge was merely a matter of time. In truth, I was pondering, if Mech can break through realms through the feedback of celestial energy, could the celestial battle armor do the same? Yet for ordinary individuals lacking awakened mech talents, I wonder if the celestial energy feedback from the armor could empower them to transcend their limits. In his heart, he contemplated that the reason mech engineers could harness the feedback of celestial energy from their mechs to grow stronger was due to their awakened mech talent. This innate ability, coupled with the mech as a conduit for energy transmission, enabled these engineers to transcend their limitations. Conversely, ordinary individuals were deemed ordinary precisely because they had failed to awaken their mech cultivation talent, thus unable to embark on the path of mech cultivation. Furthermore, even if an ordinary person could indeed gain strength through celestial battle suits without accessing the mech space, it posed yet another formidable dilemma. What difference would it make compared to wielding nuclear-powered mechs a century ago? Qin Shixian nodded thoughtfully, her eyes suddenly sparkling as if an idea had struck her. This was indeed a possibility. The moment the path of mech cultivation emerged a century ago, the Great Xia had likely been discreetly researching mech spaces. Or rather, mech-like spaces designed to create an independent, portable mech space. This resembled a project currently being explored by the Kyoto Lonka Institute, focusing on spatial and nanotechnology, aiming to develop something akin to the storage rings or storage bracelets found in fantasy novels for the convenient transport of mechs. However, while nanotechnology had matured significantly, spatial technology remained mired in data models and theoretical analysis. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He recalled his teleportation talent, which was also a form of spatial manipulation. Yet, transforming this innate ability into a universal technology was no trivial task. Nevertheless, he possessed a unique advantage and perhaps might attempt it in the future. Ultimately, the primary purpose of creating the celestial battlesuit was to benefit us, the mech engineers. Consider this. Mech combat is inherently perilous, especially with celestial mechs. Although they possess innate abilities to manipulate celestial energy and are vastly superior to nuclear-powered mechs, they also come with heightened risks. The backlash from celestial energy and the pressure from energy resonance are terrifying forces to withstand. Regardless of how high a mech engineer's realm or how powerful and swift they may be, they remain vulnerable before celestial energy and steel. Should they don such a celestial battle suit, not only could it enhance their survivability, but even without a fully armed mech, they would possess considerable combat prowess. The concept of the celestial battle suit had germinated long ago, but had remained merely an idea. However, after experiencing severe injuries from the terrifying backlash of celestial energy during his last use of the all-beings equal talent, his resolve to create it intensified. Just days ago, he had set about researching the centimeter-level celestial furnace core, yet the task proved exceedingly daunting. Qin Shixian furrowed her brows. She had yet to fully grasp even the meter-level furnace, let alone assist Lin Tian. Not just her, but all contemporary engineers and scientists were unlikely to aid him. This arduous path must be tread alone. Yet she firmly believed that if Lin Tian asserted it was possible, it would indeed come to pass. It was merely a matter of time. If Lin Tian could truly break through to the centimeter-level celestial furnace, it would herald not just the advent of the celestial battlesuit, but also a monumental leap in energy weaponry. Just imagine when ordinary handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles were equipped with celestial furnace cores, what a scene that would be. At that time, even ordinary people would wield unfathomable combat capabilities. Crazy woman, could you procure for me a copy of the Lonka Institute's research materials on mech-like spaces from the old man? Qin Shixian smiled, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully as she gazed at Lin Tian. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? There are no flowers, but rather a desire to discern whether he was boasting or genuinely oblivious. You are now the vice president of the Lonka Institute. Your words carry more weight than my father's there. Asking for a document is but a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian remembered his title as vice president of the Lonka Institute, feeling a tad embarrassed as he offered Qin Shixian a sheepish smile. My apologies, I completely forgot. But there's no rush. I'll stop by the Lonka Institute during the national military exercises. By the way, crazy woman, what kind of celestial battle suit do you desire? I'll draft the design for you when I return. I believe I should be able to master the furnace core technology soon, and at that time, I'll craft a suit for you. Qin Shixian pondered briefly and nodded, feeling quite pleased. As for discussing the price, she had already entrusted her salary card to Lin Tian, so she couldn't be bothered to inquire. Chapter 67. Infinite Chaotic Battle Suit, Immortal Divine Phoenix Battle Suit, Generous Rewards. At last it is complete. Lin Tian gazed at the operational data and models on the supercomputer, his face alight with indescribable excitement. After nearly a month of relentless research, he had finally succeeded in deducing a centimeter-level celestial furnace core. Though still merely a data model and not yet a finished product, having yet to undergo operational testing, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to bring it to fruition flawlessly. Beep. Detecting host's self-developed celestial furnace core microtechnology, now recorded. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the title of Research Star. You are rewarded with a special mechanical tool, the Universal Wrench. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have pioneered new mech technology and obtained the title of Unparalleled. Note, this title grants a percentage bonus to research in new fields and breakthroughs in existing technologies, with higher focus resulting in increased bonus percentages, with no upper limit. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a new product development gift pack, now stored in the system space. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned by a flurry of system notifications flooding his mind, quickly recovering to experience a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that his development of new technology would yield rewards from the system. With a wave of his hand, a strangely shaped silver wrench materialized in his grasp, capable of morphing in size and shape at his will. Dubbed the Universal Wrench. Grade none. Function, size adaptability, endlessly variable, indestructible. Goodness. The straightforward functionality description delighted him immensely. With this wrench, he could cast aside his cumbersome toolbox, filled with an array of complex tools. As this miraculous item could alter its form at will, it was a true artifact. Next, he explored the unparalleled title, and as he immersed himself in a thought, a torrent of ideas surged forth in his mind, akin to a tempest of research, birthing countless concepts. Simultaneously, he found himself in a state of tranquility, his consciousness merging with a myriad thoughts, feeling the transformations brought about by each research direction. In his mind, data models began to form, akin to an indomitable supercomputer autonomously processing and analyzing the feasibility of countless data points. Wow! Lin Tian inhaled sharply. This title was simply extraordinary. It was tailor-made for research. And with it, overcoming century-old conundrums and obstacles was merely a matter of time. In fact, he would possess an unparalleled advantage in the realm of new technology development. With this title, he could leap from the realm of manufacturing into the domain of creation, encompassing all fields comprehensively. System, I am utterly enamored with you. Lin Tian felt an overwhelming urge to extract the system from his mind and embrace it fervently. All right, system, open the research gift pack. With two extraordinary rewards in hand, he eagerly anticipated the luxurious prizes awaiting him in the gift pack. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 trillion star coins. Automatically transferred to wealth value. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine-level talent, divine bestowal. Lin Tian's heart raced, excitement coursing through him until his eyes gleamed with fervor. 10 trillion. System, you are far too generous. In an instant, his wealth value skyrocketed to over 13 trillion, a true windfall, simultaneously revealing to him a faster path to amassing wealth. Name, Lin Tian. Realm, Earth stage, breaking the extremes. The pinnacle of life forms, possessing a strength of 10,000 tons and a velocity of 3,600 ms. Neural reflexes they're transcendent and an extraordinary combat consciousness. His innate talents are perfectly mastered, embodying a divine awareness, harmonizing with the universe, enabling instantaneous movement and bestowing divine gifts. A new godly talent has emerged in his repertoire, and its capabilities left him in awe, eyes widened in disbelief. This divine gift can bestow, modify, upgrade, and even create, exemplified by the heart of the universe's forged talent technique. This talent is astonishingly powerful. Lin Tian couldn't suppress an expletive, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Previously, he had pondered how to resolve the compatibility issues between the universe battle suit and the mech. Now, the solution had presented itself as if a pillow had appeared just as he was about to doze off. The singular challenge was effortlessly overcome. With this divine talent and the unparalleled title, he could forge an entirely new universe mech, a mech not found in the existing compendium. All mech data could be reconstructed and shaped to his whims, allowing him the freedom to create at will. However, this talent is tied to his wealth, and he could easily imagine this would become a significant financial burden. With everything in place, it was time to begin. Excitement gleamed in Lin Tian's eyes as he raised his hand, a silver stone the size of a basketball landing upon the machine's workbench. The clang echoed. This was leftover material from the creation of the Infinite Chaos mech, perfectly suited for crafting his Infinite Chaos battlesuit. He had checked the system's marketplace for this material, only to find it was not available for sale. The system explained that the previous piece of Infinite Chaos Divine Iron was one of a kind, unique in the world. Thus, despite the plethora of divine materials in the marketplace, none of the Infinite Chaos Divine Iron could be found. For the next 2 days, the factory reverberated with the sounds of clanging and the creaking of mechanical axles. Lin Tian discovered that with the aid of the universal wrench, crafting mechs or any other items had become significantly easier, with efficiency doubling. In the early dawn of the following day, as a ray of sunlight quietly infiltrated the factory, illuminating the 2 sets of battle suits, one silver, the other white, Lin Tian set aside the universal wrench, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently developing the universe battlesuit. Initiating detection. Name: Infinite Chaos Battlesuit. Grade: Earth Tier. Type: Comprehensive. Forge: Infinite Chaos Forge. Talent Technique: Trinity. Detection complete. Rating: Earth Tier, Dominator level. Name: Undying Divine Phoenix Battlesuit. Grade: Earth Tier. Type: Comprehensive. Forge: Nirvana Forge. Talent Technique: Trinity. Detection complete. Rating: Earth Tier, Supreme level. The system is now feedbacking universe energy to the host. Boom! 2 streams of formidable energy surged into Lin Tian's body, albeit significantly less than the energy generated when upgrading the Infinite Chaos mech to Earth Tier. It was understandable, given that the battlesuit's universe forge was ultramicro in scale and incomparable to the mech. Although it didn't elevate his realm, he could sense a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. Fortunately, the progress bar for his life level was no longer stagnant. Having finally fluctuated after days of intense mech crafting, now reading Advanced Lifeform 003. The journey ahead remains arduous. What thrilled Lin Tian most was the creation of a new talent technique for the Universe Forge, Trinity. The battlesuit not only could fully merge with the mech without any energy repulsion, but could even receive energy enhancements. Most importantly, the abilities possessed by the mech were also inherent to the battlesuit, albeit adjusted according to energy ratios. This meant that the battlesuit was a miniature version of the mech, and the mech was a magnified version of the battlesuit, both sharing the same energy source and capabilities, directly binding them together. Initially, he had thought the ultra-micro universe forge, due to its diminutive size, would only yield one talent technique, and he had long been ensnared in a difficult decision regarding the fusion of energies between the battlesuit and mech. After all, this was not akin to mech fusion. Rather, it involved wearing the battlesuit and integrating into the mech's core, a unique form of amalgamation that could only occur if both shared the same origin. Now, with the divine talent bestowed upon him, after considerable brainstorming, he had created a wholly novel talent technique. However, it had cost him an astonishing 200 billion wealth points to manifest the Trinity. Fortunately, this new talent technique had been recorded by the system, allowing him to bestow it upon other battlesuits in the future for merely the cost of materials. In an instant, the silver Infinite Chaos battlesuit, identical in appearance to the Infinite Chaos mech, enveloped Lin Tian entirely. So powerful, he clenched his fist, feeling his attributes significantly bolstered by the battlesuit. This was the extraordinary nature of the Trinity talent technique. Mech Master, battlesuit, mech, unified as one, harmonized in essence. He felt that even without the mech, he possessed formidable combat prowess, no longer needing to fear bodily harm. A flash of silver light passed, and a long silver sword appeared in his hand, over 3 feet in length, exuding an ancient grandeur. Intricately embossed with complex dragon patterns, a miniature version of the Chaos Divine Sword. With a swift swing, he cleaved through a piece of earth-tier scrap material left over, producing a smooth, reflective cut, radiating a chilling aura like a mirror. This sensation was delightful. Now his incredibly formidable physical capabilities had found a purpose. And with the universal talent technique of his armed mech, he no longer needed to worry about backlash from the universe energy. Dinner time. Qin Shixian, as usual, arrived punctually with a thermal container, bringing his meals. From a distance, she caught sight of the Infinite Chaos battlesuit, her eyes sparkling with delight. and then she noticed the white flame phoenix pattern battle suit standing beside the machine, her joy indescribable. Let's try it. Lin Tian beamed with pride. All right. Setting down the thermal container, the undying divine phoenix battle suit automatically flew onto her, instantly enveloping her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Lin Tian, this is simply unbelievable, Qin Shixian exclaimed, her fists clenched, feeling the suit's prowess. She hadn't expected that the universe battlesuit he spoke of was not merely a replacement of a nuclear reactor in a steel battlesuit with an ultramicro universe forge, but something so extraordinary. The Trinity had entirely surpassed her understanding of battlesuits and mechs. Such technology, could it truly belong to this era? Though she sometimes donned battlesuits or combat gear during missions for protection against unforeseen assaults, those items paled in comparison to the universe battlesuit she now wore. Do you like it? Yes. I absolutely adore it. This battlesuit is simply incredible. How did you conceive of this? Clang, as the sound of metal clashing echoed. Qin Shixian had transformed into something akin to a sloth, hanging onto Lin Tian, her long, slender legs wrapped around his waist, arms draped around his neck. Crazy woman, you should at least take off the suit before clinging to me, Lin Tian grumbled, though his hands instinctively embraced her delicate waist. Hee, you wish, you dirty man. You only think of taking advantage of me. Hey, taking advantage of my own wife is fulfilling my duty, okay? Puffed. Who is your wife? I haven't agreed yet. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. You're stuck with me for life. Put me down. No way. Hurry up, I have a surprise for you. Be good, call me husband, and I'll let you down. Clang. You're insufferable. Always so unruly. Qin Shixian chuckled lightly, releasing her entwined legs and leaping down from Lin Tian's embrace. With a playful gesture, she beckoned him to engage her in combat. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. Is there any reward? Guess, she replied coyly. Crazy woman, you'd better be cautious. I'm now a tiered mech master. With a swift punch, Lin Tian struck, carefully calibrating his strength to match Qin Shixian's. The air resonated with the clashing sounds of their fists. As they exchanged blows in the spacious factory, the metallic clang echoing continuously, accompanied by the occasional spark. Not bad. Crazy woman, you've broken through to become a top-tier mech master, Lin Tian exclaimed, seizing Qin Shixian's incoming fist, pulling her into his arms. Indeed, my dear, your talent is formidable. Qin Shixian let out a soft huff, feeling the rapid beating of their hearts even through their battle gear, despite their increasingly frequent intimate encounters. A blush crept across her cheeks. Enough already, you perverted fool. She genuinely believed Lin Tian was a bit of a creep, as she had been either engrossed in her research or immersed in a virtual realm honing her consciousness. Just last night, she had finally ascended to the ranks of the top mech masters, yet during their spar, Lin Tian had managed to dominate her throughout. A mere glimpse of his true potential. The memory of that projection in the seventh dimension sent shivers down her spine. How could there exist such an extraordinary individual? Was a peerless mech master merely a slight upgrade from a top-tier one? My dear, let me share a secret. This celestial battle gear can selectively remove portions of its armor. Try removing the headpiece. It's quite convenient. Lin Tian tightened his grip around Qin Shixian's waist, releasing the head armor, a grin spreading across his face. At his suggestion, she activated the mechanism and removed her own headpiece. In the next moment, a handsome face leaned in, silencing her with a kiss, as she felt a warm, electrifying sensation on her lips. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Focus, dear. As his assertive lips parted hers, the air seemed to vanish, her breaths becoming shallow and heavy. Closing her eyes, she wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck, letting the moment envelop her. After a while, Lin Tian finally pulled back, gazing at her flushed face, unable to resist teasing. How about you stay the night? Qin Shixian, aware of the fiery intensity in his eyes, felt her cheeks burn even hotter. Flustered, she scrambled to her feet. I still have things to wrap up in the lab. You should eat. Don't let it go cold. With that, she hurriedly exited the factory. Chapter 69. The Underworld's Stronghold in Magic City. In the evening, after crafting a mech, Lin Tian was about to retreat to the lounge for a brief rest when he heard the sound of metallic clanging echoing from the factory floor. Approaching footsteps resonated closer, and a figure clad in a black nanocombat suit entered the factory. As he approached Lin Tian, he removed his headgear, revealing a serious expression on Qin Hao's face. Brother, what is going on? Lin Tian asked, surprised at Qin Hao's demeanor, which bore an unusual gravity, accentuated by the still fresh bloodstains on his nanosuit. Little brother, I need your assistance. With a wave of his hand, he produced a white gauntlet that exuded a cold, metallic aura, directly handing it to Lin Tian. This is the latest generation of nano-combat gear from Xia. Put it on. I'll take you somewhere, and we can discuss along the way. Sensing the urgency in Qin Hao's voice, Lin Tian took the gauntlet without hesitation, slipping it onto his hand. In an instant, the white metallic essence of the suit began to envelop him, transforming his entire body into a gleaming white, the reactor at his chest illuminating with a blue electrical glow. Lin Tian clenched his fist, marveling at the advanced technology of this suit, designed to be compact yet formidable. Though it lacked the terrifying capabilities of his celestial battle gear, its defensive strength and integrated weaponry made it a compact yet lethal instrument, capable of empowering even an average person to considerable combat prowess. Observing this, Qin Hao stepped forward, with Lin Tian following closely behind as they transformed into two streaks of light, a black and a white, vanishing into the horizon. In midair, Qin Hao, leading the way, broached a significant topic. Little brother, we located the headquarters of the underworld in Magic City. Lin Tian finally understood the urgency behind Qin Hao's visit. It seemed his elder brother was determined to take substantial action, having unearthed the lair of the underworld. It made sense. Previously, the underworld had engaged in inconspicuous activities. But this time, they had escalated their operations dramatically, proving that those who revel too much in their freedom often meet their demise swiftly. Now that old Master Mu had left Magic City, Lin Tian had become the strongest force there in Qin Hao's eyes. Brother, during the Beast Tide, we managed to capture a significant figure from the underworld, but publicly, we claimed there were no survivors. For some time, they had extracted information from him through various means, tracing their path to the underworld's lair while systematically eliminating all their external branches. However, they discovered that the cunning of these creatures exceeded their expectations. Their stronghold was not located above ground, but deep underground, forming a terrifying subterranean base they referred to as the Yellow Nest. Inside, numerous traps and hidden passages proliferated, along with an arsenal of weapons lining the corridors. The underworld's members donned steel battlesuits and exoskeleton armor, boasting formidable combat capabilities. We completely sealed off the exits of the Yellow Nest, planning to catch them unawares. Qin Hao explained. I ventured down to explore, and it was nearly disastrous. The most critical issue is that the Mechs cannot maneuver effectively within the Yellow Nest. We can only engage in guerrilla warfare against those beasts. They had attempted to breach the Yellow Nest through explosive methods, but the entire structure was forged from thick molten iron, a veritable fortress. Worse still, the underworld had ingeniously excavated vast tunnel networks underground, connecting much of the subterranean world beneath Magic City. Any forced demolition could lead to a catastrophic collapse, jeopardizing the surface as well. This enormous undertaking could not have been completed overnight and likely had been operational long before the new city was constructed. Upon reviewing the records, Lin Tian learned that the area had initially been contracted to a developer for real estate, but the project was abandoned halfway when the developer absconded with the funds, leaving it as a derelict site. Subsequently, as the old city fell apart, the new city was built, enveloping that area entirely. Perhaps this had been a conspiracy from the beginning. The Beast Tide that year surely bore the underworld's mark, shattering the old city and forcing Magic City into a predetermined position. I suspect they have an even more sinister plot at play. Otherwise, they wouldn't expend such effort and time to create the Yellow Nest. Even now, despite our blockade, they are confident that we won't dare to risk everything and engage them in a do-or-die confrontation. This maneuver must be executed with utmost ruthlessness. Had they not been so audacious in their frolicking, leading us to uncover a few telltale signs, we would never have located Huangchao, nor discovered that these beasts lurked right beneath our feet. After much contemplation, I resolved against dispatching a multitude to encircle them. First, due to our unfamiliarity with the subterranean realm, which would only result in unnecessary casualties. Secondly, the essence of warfare lies not in sheer numbers, but in precision. I intend to temporarily assemble a select elite squad to strike decisively at the heart of Huangchao as command center. Trailing closely behind Qin Hao, Lin Tian quietly absorbed all the information relayed through their communication line, and a plan began to coalesce in his mind. Little brother, the elder brother wishes for you to lead this elite squad, while I shall serve as your deputy. Together, we shall confront these beasts. He was acutely aware of Lin Tian's unparalleled combat instincts and his acute awareness of the surroundings, both of which would serve as invaluable assets in the battle against Huangchao. Moreover, given Lin Tian's current prowess, he could be deemed invincible unless faced with a heavenly tier mecha master. If such a being truly existed, they would not be lurking in the depths, conducting their nefarious activities. They would have long since laid siege to the demon city at the onset of the beast tide. There undoubtedly existed Earth-tier mecha masters. He had encountered one during his previous descent, a novice Earth-tier mecha master who nearly thwarted his ascent due to their familiarity with the underground world and their array of traps and weaponry. Yet that was the extent of it. With Lin Tian's involvement, he was confident they could peer straight through to the heart of Huangchao. Very well. I have no objections. This would provide him an opportunity to test the might of the infinite chaos battle suit against these beasts. With the extraordinary talent of super divine consciousness at his disposal, he harbored no fears regarding the traps and hidden dangers. Besides, he had the ability to teleport. Chapter 70. Entering Huangchao, the resonance of chaos. The two descended into what appeared to be a hastily constructed temporary base, where two rows of soldiers stood at attention. Clad in black nanocombat uniforms with their headgear removed, exuding an aura of formidable strength. To his astonishment, all were advanced Earth-tier mecha masters, with two among them being Earth-tier, one intermediate and one novice. Upon their arrival, the intermediate Earth-tier mecha master stepped forward and saluted. Report, Commander. The temporary combat team was to comprise 20 individuals, and we have assembled all 20. We await your orders. Qin Hao removed his headgear and nodded at Lin Tian, who had similarly removed his. General Lin, your instructor, is also the captain of this special operations team. This mission is not merely to obliterate the Huangchao Command Center. It is also an opportunity for you to demonstrate the results of your training thus far. I hope you will not squander the efforts of your instructor during this period, nor your own diligence. I have but one request. While striking down the enemy, do everything in your power to ensure your survival. I want all of you to emerge unscathed from within. All eyes were fixed on Lin Tian, filled with respect and excitement, their spirits ignited. This was the youngest general in the history of the Great Xia, a formidable presence, their invincible instructor. Lin Tian scanned the determined and resolute faces before him, meeting their fervent gazes. Without uttering a word, for none were needed, he waved his hand to signal their departure. Before long, under Qin Hao's leadership, they arrived at the edge of a deep pit, evidently created by an explosive blast. Surrounding it lay shattered debris and molten iron fragments, while a chilling aura emanated from the dark depths below, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour. Stepping forward, Lin Tian's attire transformed from white to silver, enveloped in the infinite chaos battle suit. This sight left all present awestruck. Little brother, what is this? Qin Hao swallowed hard, gazing at the battle suit, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the infinite chaos mecha, especially as he sensed the primordial energy radiating from the furnace on its chest. A name suddenly flashed in his mind, the Heavenly Earth Battle Suit. Lin Tian smiled. Brother, this is the newly developed Heavenly Earth Battle Suit. I will elaborate later. He relished the gleam of excitement in his elder brother's eyes. Without hesitation, he leaped into the pit, plunging towards the tunnel below, with the others following suit like dumplings in water. Though the tunnel was dark and deep, their ranks, bolstered by their nanocombat uniforms, found visibility akin to daylight. Clang! Soon, the group landed on a steel platform. The heavy sound of metal clashing echoed. Before them stood a massive steel door, which had been sliced open by some fearsome weapon, leaving behind a gaping hole at head height. The thickness of the door was astonishing, measuring a full meter. Without specialized weaponry, breaching it would prove exceedingly difficult. Upon passing through the iron door, they entered a passageway 3 meters in width and height, its walls forged from molten iron, emanating a chilling draft. Caution! There's a row of laser weapons ahead, capable of effortlessly slicing through advanced-tier metallic materials. Qin Hao warned from behind. Lin Tian nodded, and as he stepped into the passage, every detail around him imprinted itself on his mind. Even the concealed traps lay bare before his eyes. Raising his hand, he unleashed a crimson laser, which obliterated an iron wall in an instant, destroying all hidden laser emitters. Qin Hao stared in disbelief at this feat. Looking towards the passage ahead, at a loss for words. He had previously attempted to dismantle those laser emitters, but they would retract into the thick steel walls after a single shot, and the weaponry mounted on the nanosuit was utterly insufficient to breach such formidable barriers, let alone destroy the emitters. Yet here was Lin Tian, effortlessly neutralizing the source with a single laser shot, leaving Qin Hao questioning whether such terrifying power could truly be harnessed by the battlesuit. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, this was the Heavenly Earth Battle Suit, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth, vastly superior to nuclear power. His gaze fell upon the infinite chaos battle suit, excitement shining in his eyes. His younger brother never ceased to amaze him. Lin Tian, unfazed by the astonished expressions of his comrades, continued to forge ahead. Every weapon encountered in the dark passages was swiftly dismantled, instilling a profound sense of security among the others as they closely followed in his wake. Deep beneath the earth, in the command center, alarms blared incessantly beside rows of supercomputers. The central screen displayed various modules illustrating Lin Tian and his team advancing through the tunnel. However, with each step they took, more modules flickered into darkness. Buzzing. Unknown squad has breached G zone. Passage 5. Number of personnel 22. Interception in progress. Interception failed. Buzzing F zone. Passage 3. All weapons and traps have been destroyed. We have lost control of this passage. Buzzing. E zone. Passage 2. Weapons and traps have sustained 80 damage. Buzzing. Target squad has advanced into D zone. Buzzing. Squads 1, 3, and 5 have lost contact. Signal re-establishing. Connection failed. Squad 12 has gone dark. The leader, a one-eyed man clad in a suit, slammed his fist down on the supercomputer before him. Incompetent fools. What are you all doing? A mere 22 individuals dare to intrude upon my Huang Quan stronghold? They are courting death. If they dare to come, let it be so. They shall never return. With a resounding clang, Lin Tian cleaved the last individual clad in a yellow, iron battlesuit in two. He paused, gazing down the corridor. This marked the 13th Yellow Spring squad they had obliterated since entering the passage. Each squad consisted of 20 members, all equipped with long-range laser weaponry, firearms, and melee arms, boasting considerable strength. Fortunately, their special operations team was comprised of the elite among the elite from the entire Magical City Military District, featuring 4 Earth-tier mech masters and 18 profound-tier mech masters, including 5 top-tier masters. Apart from Qin Hao, the remaining 4 had achieved breakthroughs in the virtual realm, with Lin Tian leading them. They swiftly cleared the outermost dozen corridors. Suddenly, a blinding aurora illuminated the entire passage as a terrifying energy beam surged towards them, melting the surrounding iron walls. At that moment, the resonant toll of a bell echoed through the air as an ancient energy clock, shimmering with countless mysterious runes, positioned itself before them. Chapter 71. The Heart of the Celestial Furnace, Annihilating the Earth-tier Black Tiger Mech. The Chaos Bell rotated slowly, dissipating the overwhelming force of the collision while simultaneously absorbing the excess energy. After the energy rampaged through, the corridor lay in ruins. The surrounding iron walls had melted into a lava-like state, glowing red and hissing as molten iron bubbled forth. This was only due to the Chaos Bell consuming the majority of the energy. Otherwise, the entire corridor would have been utterly destroyed and collapsed. A collective gasp emanated from Lin Tian's companions, as a chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. These beasts were truly ruthless, disregarding their comrades' lives to annihilate them here with a super celestial weapon. Thankfully, Lin Tian was present. Otherwise, they would have suffered devastating losses. This terrifying power could easily overcome the nuclear-powered battlesuit shields or energy barriers. Simultaneously, they were astounded by the might of the silver celestial battlesuit. Sheltered behind the Great Bell, they felt no energy erosion and were completely shielded from the oppressive force of the energy impact. Qin Hao's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had indeed materialized. The Yellow Nest possessed a super celestial furnace supplying energy to the entire underground base. As they ventured deeper into the core area, they would encounter increasingly large celestial weapons. The Yellow Springs clearly intended to bury all intruders here. Initially, he had suspected there might be merely a super-large nuclear furnace. For constructing such a massive celestial furnace was no simple feat. Lin Tian, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Brother, I will seek out that celestial furnace. You lead the team to continue clearing the passage. Let us regroup at the command center. Qin Hao nodded. All right, be cautious. Little brother, this was indeed the best course of action. Lin Tian's solo endeavor was more expedient, and he was the most capable of locating the celestial furnace. If they could sever the energy supply to the celestial furnace, the entire Yellow Nest would be incapacitated. However, conversely, the protection surrounding the celestial furnace would undoubtedly be paramount, perhaps even surpassing that of the command center. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it the most perilous location. With that, Lin Tian bolted forward, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished into the end of a passage. Qin Hao and the others pressed onward through the corridor. Boom! 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 As Lin Tian zipped by, the celestial weapons and traps within the passages failed to activate, obliterated by a terrifying silver energy dragon. Roar! The chaos ancestral dragon bellowed, as if intent on devouring the entire corridor. A squad of 20 burst forth, only to be instantly engulfed, evaporating in an instant. Buzz, buzz. The incessant buzzing and alarms in the central command room continued to blare. Buzz, buzz. A single target has breached Zone B. Control over B1 passage is declining. 80, 50, 30 buzz, buzz. Teams 18, 19, and 22 have suffered complete annihilation. Target heading towards the celestial furnace center. The one-eyed man's expression darkened, resembling a corpse's visage. As he roared in fury, "Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. What the hell are they doing? Are those celestial weapons mere decorations? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this, capable of obliterating 4 of my elite squads in such a short time? Closing in on Zone A? No. Even if it is a monster, I will exhaust every means to eliminate it. It must not be allowed to reach Zone A. At all costs. It cannot approach the celestial furnace center. Otherwise, everything is lost. Didn't T expect you could make it this far, but this is where it ends. A beast like Mech, resembling a black tiger and towering nearly 70 meters, raised a massive paw to strike Lin Tian. A chilling white light flashed through the air. Clang! Sparks flew as the sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the underground space. Lin Tian evaded the attack in a flash, reappearing atop a 100-meter wide, earthy yellow sphere, surveying his surroundings. This was a chamber approximately 150 meters high, with numerous energy conduits intricately woven into the iron walls, extending throughout the yellow nest. The source of these conduits was the sphere beneath him, roaring with potent celestial energy, a super-large celestial furnace, the energy core of this underground yellow nest. It was no exaggeration to say that detonating this celestial furnace would not only obliterate the entire yellow nest, but could also devastate a significant portion of Magical City. What kind of bizarre capability is this? A man with a scar on his face, inside the black mech, wore a grave expression. He and T even glimpsed how the silver figure had evaded his attack. Rising to his full height, the mech transformed into a towering black construct, nearly 80 meters tall, with a pair of icy, glinting claws aiming once more at Lin Tian. Clang! Once again, sparks erupted, and Lin Tian vanished yet again, having evaded the strike. After a moment, the black tiger mech ceased its assault, seemingly attuned to something. The presence of a newcomer instilled a sense of dread within him. Even without an armored mech, the aura exuding from Lin Tian was enough to send shivers down his spine. Especially concerning was the ability to disappear and reappear at will, which cast a thick shadow of foreboding over his mind. This newcomer was undoubtedly an Earth-tier top-level mech master, while he himself was merely a mid-tier Earth master. If the opponent wielded an armored mech, he would stand no chance of retaliation. However, after these initial exchanges, he sensed that the opponent had no intention of employing an armored mech. It was logical, should 2 mechs engage in battle here. The ensuing chaos would likely damage the energy conduits of the celestial furnace, leading to energy leakage and potentially triggering a catastrophic explosion. In such a scenario, not only would his yellow nest be doomed, but everyone descending, including the entire Magical City, would meet their demise. Considering this, the scarred man allowed a smug smile to creep onto his lips. The yellow nest was indeed the true domain of their yellow springs. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian appeared in an instant, the diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead flickering briefly as a tricolored laser shot forth, effortlessly piercing through the cockpit of the black tiger mech with a sound akin to slicing through tofu. The smug smile of the scarred man had yet to dissipate when his head exploded like a watermelon, causing his body to topple straight down. The black tiger mech was left with a gaping hole the size of a thumb, revealing a chilling emptiness as cracks began to spread, shattering the armor of its upper half, which fell away in fragments. In a flash, several silvery sword lights danced, and the fallen mech was swiftly dismembered, collapsing into a heap of scrap metal, still emitting sparks. Lin Tian sheathed the chaotic divine sword and raised his gaze towards the furnace of heaven and earth, contemplating the systems, scanning information. For him, dealing with a mid-tier Earth-grade mech did not necessitate the use of an armed mech. Chapter 72, Devouring the Furnace of Heaven and Earth, Breaking Through to the Celestial Stage. Ding! Scanning reveals the presence of a mid-tier Earth source crystal, now locked on. Lin Tian's eyes glinted with fervor as he fixated on the furnace of heaven and earth before him. He had not anticipated encountering a source crystal here. It seemed that the yellow spring harbored significant secrets. He promptly located the main control switch of the furnace, shutting down the energy supply while sealing off the energy of heaven and earth within. Instantly, the previously bright underground space dimmed, with the yellow nest descending into a state of paralysis. Success, little brother. In the corridor, as Qin Hao and the others grappled with the formidable heavenly weapon before them, it suddenly lost all power, suspended in midair, allowing them to bombard it with laser fire until it was utterly shattered. They then advanced swiftly towards the end of the corridor, dispatching every squad they encountered after fierce battles. In the command center of the yellow nest, the once bright command center became shrouded in darkness, as if extinguished, with all supercomputers ceasing operation and the incessant buzzing and alarms abruptly halting. The suited man, now fully aware of the situation, slammed his fist onto the control panel in fury. Damn it! The center of the furnace of heaven and earth has fallen. What are you waiting for? Activate the backup energy. Deploy all squads. Okay, you lead the charge. We must reclaim the center of the furnace of heaven and eliminate all intruders. We cannot allow them to set foot here. Furthermore, prepare for the worst-case scenario. Erase all data and initiate the base's self-destruct sequence. Everyone, prepare for battle. As his words echoed, the command center flickered back to life, though the outer panels of the main screen were all black, leaving only the central command area illuminated with a faint glow. Deprived of the energy supply from the furnace of heaven and earth, the backup energy could only sustain the operation of the core area. The personnel at the supercomputers of the Yellow Spring commenced a series of operations, backing up data as progress bars filled across various screens. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, now within the center of the furnace of heaven and earth, gazed at the fist-sized, earth-yellow crystal that floated like a cube in the center of the furnace, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Although this earth-source crystal was not as large as the wood-source crystal he had discovered in the deep sea, it was of mid-tier quality, vastly superior. No wonder the Yellow Spring could produce such an immense super furnace. It turned out that this earth-source crystal served as the core, continuously absorbing the Earth's energy to create a pseudo-furnace of heaven and earth. Clearly, there were capable individuals in the Yellow Spring who had stumbled upon a unique alternative to the furnace of heaven and earth. They must have also uncovered some secrets regarding source crystals, or perhaps various nations and organizations were all researching this phenomenon. He pondered how the Yellow Spring had acquired such a sizable source crystal. Where had it come from? Did other countries or organizations possess source crystals as well? This was certainly something to inquire about later. If he could find a sufficient quantity of source crystals, or even the source of these crystals, he might uncover hidden secrets of Blue Star. Source crystals were not a product of Blue Star, or even a solar system. Yet multiple pieces had appeared on Blue Star. This was at least the second one he had obtained. Boom! The boundless chaotic mech was summoned forth, standing within the center of the furnace, voraciously consuming the terrifying energy of heaven and earth accumulated within. This energy could not be wasted. Without the constraints of the Earth source crystal, it would eventually dissipate. It was better to let the boundless, chaotic mech devour it, extracting some residual value. Simultaneously, he tossed the Earth source crystal into the boundless chaotic furnace. With a resounding roar, the boundless chaotic furnace absorbed the Earth source crystal at a visibly rapid pace, refining it along with the frenzied influx of heaven and earth energy. While both absorbed and refined, the chaotic furnace was far more domineering, directly consuming it. The exceedingly rich and pure energy of heaven and earth flowed into Lin Tian's body, with an entire furnace's worth of energy and a mid-tier earth source crystal. He felt unprecedentedly empowered. Boom! His realm instantaneously surged to the celestial stage, continuing to ascend with overwhelming momentum, reaching the initial level of the celestial stage and then halting at the intermediate level. Lin Tian cast a lingering glance at the once earth-yellow, now transparent furnace of heaven and earth. The sheer magnitude of energy that could elevate several individuals from the limit of the earth stage to the pinnacle of the celestial stage was astonishing. However, since the upgrade of the boundless chaotic furnace, all energy was refined into the same attribute of chaotic energy, which was several hundred times more potent than ordinary energy. Moreover, with his life essence having ascended to that of a high-level life form, the energy required for breakthroughs was nothing short of monstrous. Only the boundless chaotic furnace could devour this vast amount of energy in such a short time and swiftly complete the refining process. This was why a mech ranking existed. Not only did it reflect the comprehensive performance of the mech, but also the efficiency of absorption and refinement of its respective furnace, which was advantageous for the cultivation speed of mech masters. Those supreme high-level mech furnaces each possessed unique energy absorption and transformation methods, along with special energies that ordinary mechs could not compare to. System, what are the conditions for upgrading to version 40? Host, the requirements for system upgrade are as follows. 1. Wealth value must exceed 100 billion and consume 100 billion to upgrade the system. 2. Personally hunt 4 celestial stage overlord-level beasts of fire, water, earth, and wood, and acquire their respective elemental cores. System. How much wealth is needed for the perfect upgrade of the boundless chaotic mech? 108 trillion. How much? Lin Tian thought he had misheard. The previous upgrade to the Earth stage had only cost 500 billion, and now it was 108 trillion? Where would he procure such an immense sum? Even selling his younger brothers might not yield that amount. And as for his wife, no, he could never sell his wife. Host. The boundless chaotic battle garb and the boundless chaotic mech have been bound together and require synchronous upgrades. Additionally, once the boundless chaotic furnace reaches the celestial stage, a new innate skill will be added, hence the exorbitant wealth consumption. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes brightened. An innate skill. He felt a flicker of anticipation within. Although he could also create innate skills, they likely wouldn't team match the extraordinary nature of those generated by the chaotic furnace. And even if they did, the wealth required would probably be astronomical. Thinking of this, his face fell. 108 trillion was already staggering. What would be necessary to break through beyond the celestial stage? Did such realms even exist beyond the celestial stage? At least, for humanity, none had been discovered thus far. Forget it. I won't dwell on this. Better to focus on making money. With that, he turned and stored the now disassembled black tiger mech into the system space. System liquidate. His spoils of war, naturally, constitute his wealth. After all, it is a tier 1 mech, and with an intact furnace, it can yield some raw materials. He then turned and disappeared into a passageway, hastening toward the command center. Chapter 73. The Hell Plan, Shura. My lord, trouble is brewing. That squad has breached Zone A and is advancing toward the command center. Lord K is attempting to hold them back. However, he may not be able to do so for long, as there are 3 tier 1 mech masters among them, with Qin Hao at the forefront. Upon hearing Qin Hao's name, the suited man fell silent, uncharacteristically refraining from displaying anger. He turned to an elderly man in a white lab coat with a grizzled beard behind him and inquired, "What is the status on your end?" The elder sighed and shook his head. "My lord, if we could wait a little longer for the A-grade serum to stabilize, it might be feasible. However, at present, the situation remains uncontrollable. Nonetheless, the condition of Subject 1 has notably improved. We have just completed sampling and analysis and produced an upgraded version of the A-grade serum. Unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunity to test it yet, but it surely surpasses Subject 1. With a grim expression, the suited man extended a mechanical arm toward him. The elder opened a nearby box, retrieving a glass vial filled with a mysterious green liquid, and handed it to the mechanical arm. Just as he was about to turn to leave, he heard the suited man's voice, laced with suppressed fury. "Open the floodgates. Since Qin Hao seeks to obliterate us entirely, let us engage in a mutually destructive confrontation." The countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically at these words, and the elder spoke gravely. "My lord, we must not. If those experimental subjects are released now, the plan will be irretrievably ruined. The current subjects are frenzied and devoid of reason, merely becoming slaughter machines, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. Please grant me a little more time. I will strive to produce more A-grade upgraded serum, and perhaps the situation won't be so dire." The suited man waved his hand dismissively, surveying the assembly. "It is not that I am unwilling to wait. It is Qin Hao who will not afford us the luxury of time. We are out of options. Rather than allowing these experimental subjects to fall into the hands of the Great Xia, it is better to embrace chaos. At least we cannot allow the magic city to thrive. Alas, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. If we could only have a bit more time, once the egg at headquarters hatches, we could decisively capture the Great Xia. Enough, it is fate. Proceed, and remember to destroy all experimental data." "Oof, Qin Hao, I allowed you to escape last time. This time, fortune will not favor you." A figure clad in yellow iron armor, emblazoned with a large black K, stood defiantly before Qin Hao and his comrades, flanked by the remaining 40 or so. He let out an excited roar, and Qin Hao scoffed. "Who gave you the audacity? This time, I've come to send you on your way. Previously, if not for the advantageous circumstances, a mere tier 1 junior mech master would not dare to act so arrogantly before him." He then addressed his comrades. "Let us end this swiftly. Kill." In an instant, the two factions clashed violently, with lasers firing, energy explosions erupting, sparks flying, and the passageway reverberating with chaos. Despite the numerical advantage of the Yellow Springs faction, they were merely a collection of battered remnants from previous skirmishes, their morale significantly diminished. Their iron armor and weaponry were also inferior compared to the Magic City squad, compounded by the presence of 3-tier 1 mech masters on the latter's side, leading to an overwhelming defeat in battle. Clang, clang, clang. Relying on his supreme mastery and heightened awareness at the Tier 1 pinnacle, Qin Hao swiftly subdued Old K, who was rendered momentarily speechless. A flurry of sparks erupted around him, and within moments he lost an arm. Qin Hao delivered a powerful kick that sent Old K crashing against the iron wall of the passageway. In a flash, he transformed into a blur and lunged forward. His fingers splayed as they clasped around Old K's head, radiating a dazzling light. Boom! Before Old K could comprehend his fate, his skull was obliterated, showering the ground with red and white remnants. Clang! The headless corpse slid down the iron wall, lifeless. Turning back, he saw that his companions had swiftly dealt with the remaining foes, and just as they regrouped to advance further, a series of frenzied roars echoed from the end of the passageway. A group of beings, resembling both man and beast, charged toward Qin Hao and his team in a state of madness. Some bore scales, others had serpentine tails with tiger heads, and some were covered in bristles. What on earth are these creatures? A chill ran down everyone's spine, not due to the creature's strength, but because the sight was utterly terrifying. Orcs? Qin Hao exuded a terrifying aura, realizing that this was indeed the Hell Plan as described by the Yellow Springs. These must be the products of the amalgamation of humans and colossal beasts, referred to as Shura. Everyone, be cautious. We must eliminate them first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lasers shot forth from Qin Hao's palms, detonating the first wave of orc attackers. His comrades immediately opened fire, creating a dense web of firepower that enveloped the entire passageway. However, from several passageways behind, a seemingly endless torrent of orcs surged forth, quickly encircling the group. Qin Hao raised his hand and fired several lasers, followed by a furious shout to retreat while fighting, fall back to the exit. There was no other choice. These orcs were utterly fearless, devoid of pain, and knew nothing of fear, only the instinct to kill. Their numbers were overwhelming, quickly filling multiple passageways. They had no option but to retreat toward the exit. The energy reserves of their iron suits were not infinite like the furnace of heaven and earth. If they were trapped here, they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Currently, the best course of action was to withdraw and secure the exit. As for Lin Tian's safety, he held no concern. Clad in the armor of heaven and earth, and possessing formidable strength, he was practically invincible in this subterranean realm. Remaining here would only serve as a hindrance to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lasers exploded among the orc horde as the group rapidly retreated. Roar. The orc throng pursued relentlessly. In the Yellow Springs Command Center, the suited man held a syringe filled with green liquid, a sinister smile gracing his face. This time, I shall overturn the entire Magic City. With that, he plunged the syringe into his chest, his face contorting in agony, revealing a ghastly visage. In mere moments, his body began to swell, tearing his clothes asunder. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Terrifying scales began to sprout across his body, while spikes erupted from his limbs, transforming him into a monstrous figure. Yet, his aura grew increasingly potent, ultimately breaking through the confines of his previous form. Boom! A pressure unique to a Tier 2 mech master enveloped the area. The creature lifted its head, eyes now a blood-red hue, examining the scales and spikes adorning its limbs, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through its veins. A twisted grin spread across its face, truly a masterpiece. This is the true Shura. At last, I have the opportunity to wield it. Magic City, Tremble. Chapter 74, Life Source Liquid, another breakthrough. The chaotic ancestral dragon roared. Roar. Boom! A tricolor giant dragon soared toward the end of the passageway. As it passed, all the orcs were instantaneously vaporized, as if they had been melted away. If Qin Hao and his companions were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly stare in wide-eyed astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. They had expended countless energy points to eliminate each orc, while Lin Tian, a chaotic ancestral dragon, instantaneously obliterated the entire corridor. In a flash, it arrived at the passage's end, gazing upon an immensely expansive space, where an array of energy pods filled with dark green liquid were meticulously arranged. However, at that moment, apart from a substantial portion of dark green energy fluid, the experimental subjects within these pods had vanished without a trace. This spatial layer comprised over 100 levels, each remarkably similar. Once again, it vanished from its original location, reappearing in a control room bustling with individuals clad in white lab coats, diligently working at an array of supercomputers. Chaos. Infiltrate the core computer here and back up all data. Understood. Master, resonated the ethereal voice of the spirit of chaos. All present naturally beheld Lin Tian, with the elder leading them, his beard flecked with gray, displaying an expression of astonishment. How did you? In the very next instant, a laser pierced through his forehead, causing him to collapse, eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Even in death, he could not fathom how this individual had breached the core control room of the experimental zone, which he had meticulously sealed off. Little did he know, there existed a talent known as teleportation, which transcended all barriers. Everyone was rendered speechless by this scene. Some regained their senses and turned to flee. Swiftly, lasers struck true, finding their mark in each individual's forehead, leaving the control room littered with lifeless bodies and pooling blood. Master, we have successfully infiltrated the Huangchao core computer. Some data is currently being deleted. The process has been halted. All data is being backed up. A smile graced Lin Tian's face. The spirit of chaos was a super artificial intelligence, now having evolved to a terrestrial level, rendering it capable of infiltrating virtually any place in the contemporary world. Just as he prepared to depart, a system notification chimed. Ding! Secondary life source liquid detected. Locked on. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Tian vanished in the direction indicated by the system. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast expanse where a colossal glass sphere, measuring 200 meters in diameter, stood prominently at the center, filled to the brim with dark green liquid. Surrounding it were hundreds of thick pipes extending upwards and downwards. System, is this disgusting substance what you refer to as secondary life source liquid? Lin Tian queried, gazing at the enormous green glass orb, utterly speechless. This liquid served as the energy source for those experimental pods. To put it bluntly, it was merely a preservative for corpses. Host. This liquid is derived from the energy and life force extracted from the corpses of colossal beasts, essentially a substandard version of life source liquid. This system can refine the energy and life force within it to condense a drop of secondary life source liquid, which can elevate the host life tier. Then why are you still hesitating? Are you waiting for me to praise you, or what? Yes, host. Commencing refinement now. As he spoke, the dark green liquid within the enormous glass sphere began to boil instantaneously, with the liquid in the surrounding pipes rapidly converging towards the center. In precise terms, the dark green energy was amalgamating, transforming visibly from dark green to light green, then to pale green, until it ultimately became a colorless, transparent liquid. At the core, a small droplet, resembling dark green water, emitted a dazzling emerald glow before vanishing into the sphere. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed once more. Refinement complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 drop of secondary life source liquid. Would you like to fuse it immediately? Fuse. Boom. A terrifying surge of life energy erupted within Lin Tian, engulfing his entire being, nourishing every cell, and cleansing his soul, eliciting a near sigh of ecstasy. Yet this sensation was fleeting, dissipating in an instant. Lin Tian glanced at his information panel. Name, Lin Tian. Realm, High Tier, Celestial. Life Tier, Advanced Life Form 2. Strength, 129, 600 tons. Speed, 13, 500 ms. His realm had once again transcended to a higher tier, now reaching High Tier Celestial, with his life tier soaring from the previous 0, 3 directly to 2. The prospect of attaining a top-tier life form was now within reach. Correspondingly, his overall physical attributes experienced a minor, yet significant transformation. At this moment, he truly comprehended the vast chasm between advanced life forms and fundamental life forms. Host, strive to enhance your life tier. Not only will it extend your lifespan and foundation, but achieving a top-tier life form will also upgrade your teleportation talent. Top-tier life forms are a rarity throughout the cosmic expanse, and so too are top-tier talents. This system will endeavor alongside you. Keep pushing forward. All right, thank you, brother system, Lin Tian expressed sincerely. The multitude of opportunities he had encountered was entirely owed to the system. He felt immense gratitude towards his dear brother, realizing that this journey had not been in vain. All the years of effort invested by Huangchao had ultimately culminated in his own advancement. One could only imagine the rage of the Huangchao leader upon discovering this. In the next moment, Lin Tian's figure materialized in the Huangchao command center, surveying the now desolate space, devoid of life save for a few supercomputers. Just then, the voice of the spirit of chaos resounded. Master, all data has been successfully backed up. The base has initiated its self-destruction protocol. This process is irreversible. In 10 minutes, the base will implode. Very well. Lin Tian nodded, vanishing once more. On the ground, Qin Hao regarded a soldier beside him with a grave expression. Have we evacuated everyone? Since his emergence, he had been mobilizing the entire military district to disperse the populace from the central area, preparing for the worst-case scenario, effectively isolating a 10-kilometer radius into a combat zone. Report to the commander. All have been evacuated. Good. Qin Hao nodded, a semblance of relief washing over his worried countenance. Yet in the next instant, a thunderous rumble shook the earth as a massive spike erupted from beneath the ground. The soil heaved, buildings crumbled, and a colossal beast emerged, resembling a pangolin. Gasps of disbelief echoed. How is it possible for a celestial-tier beast to emerge from the ground? Qin Hao's gaze sharpened as he beheld the entire form of the pangolin, towering at 150 meters. It is not a celestial-tier beast. It is a celestial-tier beast-shaped mech. Simultaneously, a voice echoed behind him. Brother, leave this to me. You take the people and evacuate. Dressed in a limitless chaotic battle suit, Lin Tian looked up at the pangolin mech, seemingly perceiving the frenzied beast-man within the cockpit, adorned with spikes and scales, a smile gracing his lips. Limitless chaotic mech armed. Chapter 75. The terrifying power of the chaotic blue lotus. The 80-meter-tall, limitless chaotic mech stood before the towering 150-meter pangolin mech, appearing somewhat diminutive. Yet, in the next moment, clang, the massive claw and fist collided, sending sparks flying in all directions as a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. The pangolin mech was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, carving deep trenches into the ground, ultimately unable to withstand the force, toppling over. Boom! Along its path, towering buildings were reduced to rubble, dust clouds billowing. Thankfully, by this time, everyone had already evacuated. A bloodthirsty, raspy roar emanated from within the pangolin mech. Lin Tian, you must die. Yet, the primordial chaos mech, with its feet deeply embedded in the ground, remained utterly unmoved. Brother, this is simply extraordinary, Qin Hao exclaimed from a distance, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that, in a mere clash of strength, his brother would exhibit such an overwhelming dominance. It is worth noting that this was merely the initial form of the primordial chaos mech, which had not yet employed its innate talent of law of heaven and earth. What he was unaware of was that Lin Tian's own power was already terrifyingly formidable, coupled with the all-encompassing enhancements of the primordial chaos battlesuit. Culminating in the trinity of the primordial chaos mech, its power had reached an extraordinarily monstrous level. In the next moment, the speed of the primordial chaos mech surged to its zenith, a flash of silver light streaking through the air. The armadillo mech, still in the process of standing, had yet to react when a silver fist descended heavily upon its midsection, bending the entire mech into a shrimp-like shape. With a clang, a knee strike sent the armadillo mech soaring into the air. The latter attempted to retaliate with a sweeping tail, aiming to knock the primordial chaos mech away, but it was seized by a pair of merciless hands and hurled skyward. Simultaneously, a three-colored ancestral dragon soared into the heavens, the chaos ancestral dragon, roaring fiercely. At this moment, the armadillo mech seemed to finally recover from the series of brutal strikes. Its external armor contracted, revealing a pitch-black vortex from which a terrifying earthen energy was brewing. In the next instant, two waves of horrific energy collided, resulting in a deafening explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the sky, illuminating the night with a resplendent radiance. Fortunately, this spectacle unfolded in the air. Otherwise, such a strike would have obliterated all nearby urban structures. The ground beneath the primordial chaos mech buckled under the immense force. Yet it hesitated not for a moment, propelling itself upward in pursuit of the armadillo mech, which was being thrust higher into the sky. In midair, executing a somersault, the mech inverted, its legs transforming into a flurry of afterimages as it delivered powerful kicks to the armadillo mech's waist. With each impact, sparks erupted, propelling the armadillo mech skyward at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a terrifying trail of fiery shockwaves, akin to a meteor hurtling into outer space. Countless spectators gazed skyward, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Is it the Lord of Huangqiao, a celestial mech master, hiding in our magic city for so many years? What a chilling thought. That so-called mech master, he's a fiend from the underworld. Can you sense that aura? It's as ferocious and bloodthirsty as a beast. He can hardly be called human anymore. The energy is unstable, emanating a nauseating aura. He must have employed some nefarious means to achieve this power. Otherwise, if he truly were celestial mech master, he wouldn't have waited until now to unleash it. Thank goodness we evacuated in time. Otherwise, I would have perished countless times from the aftermath of this battle. Wow, Lin is incredible. Is he truly still a terrestrial mech master? He is utterly overwhelming, this celestial mech master. Indeed, he is the only unparalleled mech master in the world today. His combat prowess is truly extraordinary. Have you not noticed a terrifying fact? Not long ago, we witnessed Lin overwhelming a mystic mech master, and now, here he is, easily defeating a celestial mech master? This is absurd. Lin Xiaojiang, oh no. He should be Lin Xiaojiang now, has undoubtedly become the true strongest figure in our Magic City. I wonder if those celestial behemoths will dare to rampage here again. It's hard to imagine that Lin is merely a terrestrial master. Once he breaks through to the celestial stage, what kind of scene will that be? Could he truly sweep away all celestial behemoths, ending the era of giants? That is no longer a dream. Indeed, it's quite possible. Given the combat power Lin has displayed, he is fully qualified to become the 11th Elder, and the youngest Elder in the history of our Great Xia. Haha, indeed. I will acknowledge no one but Lin. He is truly deserving of the title of Elder. Sure, don't speak carelessly. Becoming an Elder requires more than just combat power. I've heard there are assessments to pass. Elders symbolize not only strength and status, but also serve as guardians of our Great Xia. I don't care. I wholeheartedly support Lin. Look quickly. Lin seems intent on dealing with the armadillo mech in midair. As they watch the streak of light vanish like a meteor across the pitch-black sky, excitement surged within them, albeit tinged with regret for not witnessing the demise of the Lord of Huangqiao, the celestial mech master, firsthand. Boom! In the sky, the armadillo mech had transformed into a blazing fireball, propelled by an overwhelming force toward outer space, while the primordial chaos mech hovered in place, suspended in the void. Simultaneously, 3 streams of terrifying energy, one red, one blue, and one yellow, shot forth from its hands and brow, converging before it and igniting a cascade of dreadful energy sparks. The boundless energies of heaven and earth coalesced, revealing a 3-colored lotus that flickered with intensity. As the inexhaustible energies surged, a ferocious power ravaged the surrounding space. Crack! The external armor of the primordial chaos mech began to melt away as its indestructible form activated. The mech's hand armor sustained damage, but was in the process of repair. The forces of destruction and restoration reached a dynamic equilibrium, creating the illusion of the hands twisting. The central 3-colored lotus gradually stabilized, ultimately transforming into a pale, azure lotus. Harboring unfathomable energy, the Chaos Azure Lotus, now beginning to reveal its might. As the Chaos Azure Lotus spun between its hands, it began to rotate slowly. In the next moment, the lotus unfurled its 9 petals, and the terrifying energy within burst forth like a torrent, surging toward the armadillo mech. The very fabric of space appeared distorted, and the brilliant light illuminated the entire night sky. Boom! The armadillo mech instinctively unleashed a full-power laser in retaliation, only to be instantly overwhelmed. Ah, no. The entire mech was vaporized in mid-air without a trace of resistance. What a pity! Lin Tian's voice echoed from within the primordial chaos mech, shaking his head in lament. After all, it was a celestial mech. If I could have recovered it, it might have been worth something. Unfortunately, the Chaos Azure Lotus was too domineering, leaving not even a scrap behind. I only restrained its power, or else I would have unleashed the full force of the Chaos Azure Lotus, which would have affected even me. This is precisely why I dare not employ this technique on the ground or near the surface. Chapter 76, The Father of the Virtual, Great Xia's Celestial Realm. With a thunderous roar, the entire earth trembled violently, wide fissures forming in the ground, with some areas collapsing entirely. Buildings crumbled, and the cacophony of destruction echoed, reminiscent of countless hearts already shattered by grief, now fracturing anew. Fortunately, the heavenly melting furnace had been removed in advance by Lin Tian, resulting solely in the self-destruction of Huangqiao, which caused the ground to cave in and fissure. Everyone had evacuated beforehand, ensuring no casualties. As for the financial losses, they were unavoidable. However, the complete eradication of Huangqiao resolved the greatest threat to Magic City, making all sacrifices worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already departed after dealing with the armadillo mech, leaving the aftermath for his elder brother to manage. Yet across the internet, the eruption of Huangqiao and Lin's stunning display of power ignited a new wave of fervor. Major bases across Great Xia initiated a new round of purges against Huangquan, not only in Great Xia, but adhering to the principle of not allowing others to slumber upon one's own resting place. Nations worldwide launched their own campaigns against Huangquan. The eruption of Huangchao in Magic City served as a wake-up call for all countries, providing invaluable experiences for the purges. In no time, Huangquan became akin to a rat crossing the street, with everyone clamoring to strike it down. Certainly, there are exceptions, such as the current state of the ugly nation, where no one could have anticipated that the headquarters of Huangquan would be hidden within its dilapidated structures. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the screen, displaying dark and indistinct images, enveloping the room in silence. After a prolonged pause, a sigh echoed through the conference hall. Alas, I never expected the actions of the Great Xia to be so swift. It seems they must have sensed something amiss and acted preemptively. Regrettably, the Huangchao in a magic capital was a crucial component of my Huangquan Hell plan, and we have squandered a vital trump card. This has resulted in severe losses across various branches in the Great Xia, uprooted in a single night. It appears that we are not the sole actors. The Great Xia must have awaited this moment for quite some time, their response so rapid that we scarcely had the chance to react. The foundations, most of which were laid prior to the Global Steel Wall Initiative, have now been completely eradicated. Continuing to remain hidden within the Great Xia has become exceedingly difficult. A wave of despondency washed over the assembly, their eyes brimming with anger and resentment. Huangquan, a product of the collaboration between the ugly nation and that black flower of the other shore, is undeniably part of the ugly nation's influence. How could they not feel pain at its devastation? The original intention behind the establishment of Huangquan was to clandestinely accomplish tasks that the ugly nation could not undertake openly, aiding it in uniting the Blue Planet, particularly against the Eastern Great Xia and Northern Great Mao, which have always been thorns in the ugly nation's side. Thus, they allied with the Tiger, seeking the Black Flower, and while both parties appeared to agree, each harbored ulterior motives, giving rise to the current Huangquan. Ostensibly, the Black Flower is the master of Huangquan, yet it is divided into two factions, the human and the beast divisions, both enslaved by the seeds of the Black Flower. The Black Flower leads the beast division, while Meiji dominates the human division, both claiming to be the sovereigns of Huangquan, albeit in contrasting light and shadow. Subsequently, they crazily devised an experiment to combine humans and beasts in hopes of creating a new species that embodies comprehensive evolution, known as the Hell Plan. Unfortunately, just as the plan was nearing a critical juncture, the Great Xia intervened, uprooting the Huangchao entirely. The greatest oversight this time was Lin Tian. I never anticipated his rapid growth. The series of plans we devised against him had yet to be implemented, and he has already attained heavenly tier combat prowess, surpassing everyone's expectations. Otherwise, even if the magic capital's Huangchao had been exposed, it could have dealt a significant blow to the magic capital. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Great Xia will gain yet another elder, and he will be the youngest and most extraordinary of them all, defying the heavenly tier with earthly tier strength. It is unimaginable how formidable he will become once he breaks through to the heavenly tier. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into silence. Previously, even if Lin Tian was remarkable, they had never regarded him with much concern, for a prodigy that perishes is no prodigy. However, now, unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian has evolved into the world's strongest, a nightmarish presence in their minds. The Great Xia, already formidable beyond compare, with 10 elders overshadowing contemporary figures, has now gained Lin Tian, casting a dense shadow over the assembly. It seems that contending with him again has become virtually impossible. Fortunately, all experimental data has been destroyed, preventing it from falling into the hands of the Great Xia. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Although the Hell Plan has encountered obstacles, we are not without opportunities. The egg is on the verge of hatching, and ISNT, the Great Xia, planning a nationwide military exercise? Perhaps we could present them with a grand gift. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia congregated in a virtual conference room within the virtual realm, gazing at the alarming data and documents displayed on the screen. All silently clenched their fists, their eyes radiating an astonishing murderous intent. The leading elder, with graying whiskers, closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The next moment, he opened them suddenly. Huangquan and the ugly nation have played a clever game. We have been too accommodating for far too long. Do they truly believe they can trample upon the Great Xia? He then turned and addressed Lin Tian, saying, "This time, I truly must thank you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With you in the Great Xia, it is a blessing for our nation and its people. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Great Xia and the entire populace." As he spoke, the elder deeply bowed to Lin Tian. Lin Tian hurriedly stepped forward to prevent the elder from bowing, exclaiming, "No, no, you mustn't do this. As a citizen of the Great Xia, it is my honor to serve. This is what I ought to do. Please, do not be so formal. The elder laughed heartily, a kind smile illuminating his face. I have indeed become sentimental. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. If you do not mind this old man, just call me Grandpa Xia. Lin Tian smiled, replying, Grandpa Xia, you flatter me. I have always wanted to call you Grandpa, after watching you speak on television since childhood. Now, I finally fulfill that dream. At this moment, he felt a surge of joy, for this elder is the foremost leader of the Great Xia, the head of the military. He had not anticipated that merely submitting those documents and data to the state would lead the top leader to wish to meet him personally. Furthermore, he had not foreseen that the last time he submitted the virtual pod technology, it would directly lead to the establishment of a unique virtual world for the Great Xia, named after one of the characters in his name, the Great Xia Tianjia. Moreover, he was granted the highest privileges within the Great Xia Tianjia. This marks the official arrival of the virtual age in the Great Xia. Following the title of the unparalleled national hero, he has now acquired another title, the father of the virtual realm. Haha, splendid, the elder exclaimed joyfully, his demeanor revitalized. The gloom from Huangquan and the ugly nation dissipating entirely. His gaze towards Lin Tian resembled that of a grandfather looking at his beloved grandson, increasingly satisfied. Indeed, little Tian, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you, regarding your conferment as an elder. Do you have a preferred title? Lin Tian was taken aback. Isn't it customary for elders to undergo evaluations? How is it that I am being conferred directly? Chapter 77, Lord of Chaos. 10,000 times the computing power of the supercomputing center? Lin Tian pondered for a moment before inquiring, Grandpa Xia, ISNT, there's still an evaluation? There's no rush. We can consider it after I pass the assessment. He was confident in his abilities and believed passing the evaluation would pose no issue. Xiaohua patted Lin Tian's shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face as he spoke earnestly. My child, all your contributions to the Great Xia have already proven your worth. No evaluation is necessary. Our original intention was to confer you as an elder upon your breakthrough to the heavenly tier, but it seems we old men underestimated your potential. Lin Tian felt the warmth and affection in the elder's tone, filling him with a sense of comfort. Nodding, he replied, All right, Grandpa Xia, I will heed your words. My mecha is the infinite chaos mecha. Let us name my title Lord of Chaos. Xiaohua's eyes gleamed with delight. Excellent. Chaos, the Lord of Chaos, it shall be. Little Tian, once we finalize arrangements here, we will hold a ceremony to confer you as an elder, allowing the entire nation to know that our Great Xia has gained another guardian. Now that the virtual world has taken shape, I plan to make it accessible to the entire populace. At that time, many things can be integrated into the virtual realm, marking a significant reform for our Great Xia. Firstly, it will cultivate more talents for the Great Xia, facilitating nationwide technological and talent exchanges. Secondly, it will allow the citizens to step out of the base cities, even amidst the era of the colossal steel beasts, to witness diverse landscapes, enhancing interactions among various base cities and fostering national cohesion. Most importantly, I have an immature notion to meticulously replicate the real world within the virtual realm, establishing entertainment zones, exploration areas, military districts, research sectors, and challenge zones. Numerous perilous experiments and military drills could be simulated in this virtual environment, significantly mitigating unnecessary casualties. However, as our virtual team endeavored to lay the groundwork for this digital universe, we were met with a series of technical challenges. At this point, Xiaohua turned to introduce a gentleman in his 60s standing beside him, stating that this esteemed individual was the principal architect behind the virtual world's development. Academician Lu Feng. As soon as the introduction concluded, the elder, Lu Feng, eagerly approached Lin Tian, grasping his hand with palpable excitement. Vice President, our colleagues at the Lonka Institute have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The elder's eyes seemed to carry an immense sense of grievance, as if he yearned to confide in Lin Tian. Historically, the Lonka Institute in Kyoto and the Research Institute in Modu had been peerless leaders in scientific advancement. Yet, ever since Lin Tian emerged like a brilliant star on the global stage, the Modu Research Institute had surged ahead uncontrollably. Initially, they took a commanding lead in the research and development of miniature technologies for the heavenly furnace, followed by breakthroughs in the fusion technology of mecha, heralding a transformative leap for mecha engineers. Subsequently, they witnessed a rapid rise in the evolution of various celestial weapons, akin to divine intervention. As for the latest advancements in virtual technology, were it not for Dean Li's audacity in competing with Elder Qin. It's likely that the Lonka Institute would not have had the opportunity at all. Lu Feng felt that the vice president was showing undue favoritism. Both research centers boasted equal status and were striving equally hard for the prosperity of Daxia. Yet, watching his close ally advance at breakneck speed while they remained stagnant was a bitter pill to swallow. Lin Tian could distinctly sense the flicker of resentment in the elder's eyes, reminiscent of a neglected child silently expressing his grievances. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Lin Tian replied with a polite smile, feeling the tension and excitement radiating from the elder. It seemed Lu Feng had no intention of releasing his grip, as if afraid Lin Tian might vanish at any moment. Elder Lu, is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Tian felt an odd sensation and discreetly withdrew his hand. With his title of unparalleled, he believed that all challenges were merely a matter of time. Realizing his moment of awkwardness, Lu Feng cleared his throat to ease the tension. "Ahem, Vice President, based on the virtual technology you provided, we aspire to construct a flawless Daxia celestial realm. Yet we have encountered numerous technical difficulties. The most formidable challenge is the perfect replication of everything in reality to form virtual data within the digital world. Furthermore, we face issues regarding virtual media. Currently, our access to the virtual realm relies on the virtual pods. While this top-tier medium is perfectly suitable for use, its nationwide proliferation is another matter." As he spoke, Lu Feng cautiously glanced at Lin Tian, noticing a contemplative expression cross his face, which filled him with hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, consulting the vice president would lead to solutions for the virtual world's subsequent challenges. Heaven knows how exhilarated their team had been upon acquiring the virtual pod technology. It represented a monumental leap into a new era. Unfortunately, the essence of the virtual pod technology merely created a seven-dimensional space, primarily designed to enhance the combat awareness of Daxia soldiers. However, utilizing this to establish the Daxia celestial realm presented challenges that exceeded their expectations. All present regarded Lin Tian with eager anticipation, their excitement indescribable. They understood the critical importance of the Daxia celestial realm better than anyone else. It could be deemed a strategically transformative technology. Should the Daxia celestial realm be successfully developed, many scientific and technological bottlenecks currently afflicting Daxia could be resolved. The virtual world brimmed with infinite possibilities. Disregarding the fervent gazes of those around him, Lin Tian looked towards Xiaongua. "Grandpa Xia, I require a supercomputing center. The foremost requirement for developing the Daxia celestial realm is computing power and programming, which must surpass the capabilities of the current chaos spirit." Xiaongua promptly clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, "Little Tian, I'll temporarily halt other research projects at the Lonka Institute to ensure you have ample computational power. It is well known that the most advanced supercomputer in the world resides at the Lonka Institute, boasting significantly greater computational capabilities than that of the Modu Supercomputing Center." However, Lin Tian's subsequent declaration left everyone in attendance utterly speechless. "Not enough, Grandpa Xia. Even if I were to utilize the entire computational power of the Lonka Institute's Supercomputing Center, it would still fall short." This conclusion arose after considerable brainstorming. The Daxia celestial realm would exist on an entirely different plane. Crafting a world with perfection is an extraordinary challenge. I need to establish a new supercomputing center with computational power at least 100,000 times that of the Lonka Institute's Supercomputing Center. A collective gasp echoed through the room as everyone stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. 100,000 times? What kind of concept was that? They were at a loss, feeling profoundly astounded. Chapter 78, The Sky Demon Ship, en route to Kyoto. After the initial shock, excitement washed over the attendees. If Lin Tian's assertion held true, a supercomputer with computational power exceeding that of the Lonka Institute's by 100,000 times would exponentially elevate Daxia's comprehensive national strength. In terms of scientific computation, it would eliminate all constraints and pave the way for significant advancements in existing scientific technologies and future explorations. A smile crept across Xiaong's face, coupled with a sense of gravity as he patted Lin Tian on the shoulder. "Little Tian, feel free to pursue your ambitions. Daxia will provide you with a green channel throughout this endeavor, granting you access to all necessary resources." He did not expect the development of a supercomputer boasting 100,000 times the computational power to be successful. However, even a modest advancement over the Lonka Institute's Supercomputing Center would represent an extraordinary breakthrough. Lin Tian nodded. "All right, Grandpa Xia, I shall not be modest. First and foremost, I require all personnel in the fields of computer science and materials science at my disposal. Secondly, the mechanical center must operate at full capacity to produce the necessary hardware and materials. Lastly, regarding the site selection, I need a sufficiently vast space to reconstruct a super heavenly furnace dedicated solely to supplying energy for this supercomputer, though he possessed the title of unparalleled, implying that resolving any technical challenge was merely a matter of time. The collective effort of numerous skilled researchers would undoubtedly enhance the potential of his title. The progress and rise of Xia could not rely solely on him. Xia Anguo refrained from further elaboration, decisively declaring, "All right, little Tian, no problem. Leave the personnel and materials to us old-timers. Even if we have to sell our possessions, we will ensure you have what you need." Upon exiting the virtual world, Lin Tian felt slightly disoriented, recalling what his adoptive grandpa Xia had mentioned about establishing a virtual world company and providing him with a 50 stake. He had repeatedly declined, but ultimately accepted with tears in his eyes. This was a staggering fortune. Initially troubled by how to generate funds for upgrading his chaos mecha, his spirits soared at the prospect of 10 trillion. If he relied solely on crafting mecha, it would take an eternity. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his determination to create a supercomputer intensified just as his phone rang. Halua, halua, upon a single vine. Upon picking it up, I discovered it was a call from my elder brother. Without hesitation, I pressed the answer button, and before I could utter a word, the voice on the other end burst forth with excitement. "Little brother, I've just wrapped up the mess in the Magic City and received orders from above to escort you and a group of scientists to Kyoto. In about half an hour, everyone at the Research Institute will gather and board the magical vessel. We will come to collect you then." "No need, brother. I shall set off for the Research Institute at this moment." "Very well, no rush. Take your time." After ending the call, Lin Tian did not hasten his departure. Instead, he crafted another yellow-tier mech. For him now, creating yellow-tier mechs was remarkably effortless. He could produce 40 to 50 in a single day. Once he finished fabricating all the mechs, he packaged them meticulously and contacted a delivery service. It was only after the cargo bay was entirely emptied, and a procession of vehicles departed from the machine repair shop, that he locked the door and took flight. With a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens, a colossal shadow loomed over the entire Magic City. Countless individuals looked skyward, witnessing the magnificent behemoth soaring above, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my heavens, it's the Sky Magic ship, our Magic City's super treasure." Alas, to witness the grandeur of the Sky Magic ship once more in my lifetime, I have no regrets. What could be happening? Our Magic City has deployed the strategic artifact, the Sky Magic ship. I recall the last time it was called into action. Who knows? Every deployment of the Sky Magic ship signifies a major event. Could it be heading to obliterate a beast's lair? It's about time. Why should we merely wait for those creatures to assault us? We ought to take the initiative to eradicate them. You're overthinking it. Look at the direction the ship is heading, towards the center of the Magic City. It's either the military district or the Research Institute. It shows no intention of leaving the city. Sigh, if I could just board the Sky Magic ship once in my life to reign over the heavens and the earth, it would be worth it. Upon arriving at the Research Institute, Lin Tian spotted a graceful figure waving at him. Sunlight illuminated her radiant smile, making her irresistibly charming. With her back to the sun and facing him with a captivating smile, their hearts drew closer. "Are you going as well?" No sooner had Lin Tian uttered these words than he regretted it. Indeed, in the next moment, a pair of eyes, filled with a mix of resentment and indignation, swept towards him. "What? Do you not wish for me to go? I am, after all, a mechanic. Those who become mechanics are invariably experts in multiple fields. Let us go." Lin Tian smiled as he took her delicate hand, leading her towards the descending lift of the magic ship. Qin Shixian followed silently behind him, feeling the warmth of his hand, a smile gracing her lips, until they both entered the ship's cabin. With a roar, the spatial magic ship surged into the sky, ascending into the clouds. Weisstein, a multitude of scientists from the Research Institute greeted Lin Tian with cheerful smiles. Heaven knows how excited and elated they felt upon receiving the notification, although they were unaware of the exact nature of the research. The sheer number of participants signified a monumental scientific project, likely spearheaded by the Weisstein. How could they not be thrilled? Whenever they were near Lin Tian, they always learned so much more than toiling away in their labs. They held a deep respect and affection for this approachable yet extraordinarily gifted Weisstein. Lin Tian responded with a smile and a nod. "Little brother, little sister." Qin Hao observed the two holding hands, a smirk playing on his lips. "Big brother." The two spoke in unison. After the events of the last encounter, they no longer concealed their feelings. In this perilous world, no one could predict what the next moment would bring or what kind of crisis might arise. Even Lin Tian, who possessed the system, could not guarantee that everything would unfold as he desired. The starry sky and the ocean remained realms of mystery, and the unknown was the source of all fear. Qin Hao quickly chuckled, glancing at the sun overhead. Ah, what splendid weather we have today. Big brother has some matters to attend to, so you two take your time. With that, he turned and walked towards the ship's cabin. Watching his retreating figure, the two exchanged smiles. The surrounding scientists, who had gathered in small groups, were animatedly discussing the sky and earth, gradually distancing themselves. For these individuals who spent their days immersed in research, the opportunity to embark on a journey aboard the sky magic ship was incredibly rare. Gazing down upon the vast expanse of the earth and the towering steel cities, their resolve to safeguard the Great Xia deepened.